Traversing into the world of Harry Potter at the onset of his journey, Visor obtained the enigmatic essence of murmurs. Aided by the ancient powers of magic, that he successfully harnessed this essence and received an invitation to enroll from Dumbledore. However, prior to this, he required a place to reside, which the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore graciously arranged at Luna's home. Chapter 1. Murmurs and Ancient Magic. Where am I? Visor surveyed his surroundings, discovering a completely unfamiliar scene, stirring a sense of bewilderment within him. Was he not engaged in a final review before examination? How had he ended up here? Debris and rubble lay scattered across the ground, while the ceiling and walls bore gaping wounds. The nearby fireplace was largely destroyed, ash swirling in the air. Clearly, this was not his room, but rather a desolate ruin. Suddenly, a torrent of inexplicable memories surged into Visor's mind. The original host had been a test subject of dark wizards, subjected to inhumane experiments involving dark magic. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, the host endured immense suffering and torment, developing a profound fear of magic, which in turn birthed a formidable power of dark magic. This was the dark wizard's intent. They sought to cultivate a controllable murmur, yet they forgot that those who play with fire inevitably get burned. In an unanticipated eruption, the murmur within the host exploded forth. It not only obliterated the structure, but also reduced the dark wizard to mere fragments. Having digested these memories, Visor realized a startling truth. He had traversed into the magical realm of Harry Potter. Unfortunately, he had never read the original works of Harry Potter, acquiring only a limited understanding of characters such as Luna, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Voldemort, and Dumbledore. Through various derivative videos that AS for the films, he had only seen a spin-off titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. He was more familiar with this film, which chronicled Newt Scamander's journey to New York, culminating in the liberation of the Thunderbird and the capture of Gellert Grindelwald. Regrettably, he had not had the opportunity to view the sequels. This film described murmurs as a powerful yet uncontrollable force of dark magic, manifested in a form akin to ash-laden black fog. Was he now embodying such a form? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden agitation coursing through him. A burst of black mist erupted before him, rapidly demolishing the walls and raising clouds of dust. Such power! A surge of furious emotion enveloped Visor's mind, inciting destructive thoughts within him. This was the curse of the murmur. Those who possess it, known as murmurers, are often subsumed by its influence, losing control of their bodies and succumbing to an overwhelming desire for destruction. The lifespan of a murmurer is notably brief aside from credence from the films. It seems no murmurer has lived past the age of 10. The original host, having undergone various dark magic experiments, had developed an extraordinary adaptability to magic, allowing him to survive until the age of 11, despite the dark wizard's machinations. However, Visor sensed that this latest eruption was unprecedented. The murmur was encroaching upon his consciousness. Should his mind become wholly dominated by it, he might become the fastest dying traveler in history. The dark wizard had left behind a notebook. Visor needed to locate that tome, utilizing its knowledge to control the murmur and preserve his life. That he floated in midair, dust swirling about him, allowing him a fleeting glimpse of the scattered debris below. As he meticulously searched for the notebook, a crisp crackling sound filled the air, and swirling vortices materialized. It was apparition. The eruption of the murmur had devastated this place. It was only a matter of time before Wizard arrived, though he had not anticipated their swiftness. Edward Murphy once stated, "Anything that can go wrong will go wrong." For wizards, the murmur is a perilous threat akin to a raging flood. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, when the Magical Congress discovered the existence of the murmur, they immediately launched an attack, eliminating credence. 4 wizards appeared before Visor, and the situation was rapidly deteriorating. They showed no concern for Visor's potential recovery, raising their wands and adopting aggressive stances. "It's a murmur. Call for reinforcements from the Auror office. This is beyond our capability." The situation remained dire, with the remaining 3 visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Protective charms, all of you. They recited incantations, conjuring layer upon layer of magical barriers, encasing Visor within. Merlin's beard. How many years has it been since a murmur appeared? Are we just going to wait here? Shouldn't we do something? The predicament was worsening. Their intentions were clear. They intended to confine Visor here, awaiting sufficient reinforcements to eliminate him. Visor attempted to communicate, but could only emit a howl akin to a tempest. If he unleashed the power of the murmur to break through, the notebook would likely be damaged in the process, accelerating the murmur's encroachment. Only one path lay before him. Swiftly locate the notebook to restore normalcy and prove he posed no threat. After an arduous search, fortune favored the diligent. An ancient notebook, bound in leather, came into view. What struck him as peculiar was a swirling vortex hovering above it, a spiraling, silver-blue cyclone. The cyclone seemed to notice his gaze, darting directly towards him. In an instant, the notebook disintegrated into dust as the cyclone ascended. Before Visor could react, the rushing cyclone plunged into his mind. The Wizard's Practical Guide. The disintegrated notebook revealed its title within his consciousness, gradually unfolding its first page. An abundance of knowledge flooded his mind, coalescing into marvelous text. The Guardian Meditation Technique. Enhancing magical affinity, that harnessing uncontrollable negative emotions. Collecting, storing, sealing emotions. Transforming them into ancient magical power. In a heartbeat, Visor grasped the meditation technique and promptly initiated his practice. Upon entering a meditative state, everything around him became strikingly clear. He could perceive the murmur more comprehensively, sensing the extraordinary nature of this power. His mind transformed into a colossal vortex, absorbing, purifying, and transmuting the murmur's energy. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet Edward Murphy had also proclaimed, "If something can go wrong, it will." Accompanied by a flurry of crackling sounds, wizards emerged from the vortex, encircling Visor. It truly is a murmur. The statute of secrecy has been in place for so long, how could a murmur still manifest? Who cares? Our immediate priority is to eliminate the murmur and prevent further harm. Let's take action. The wizards present raised their wands, the magical energies swirling at their tips, a potent force radiating around them, dust swirling anew. As the wizards prepared to attack, it was undoubtedly the worst moment for Visor. Amidst the rising dust, a burst of flame materialized, and an elder emerged from within. Dressed in a purple robe adorned with golden trim, his long silver hair and beard ample enough to tuck into his belt, his piercing blue eyes sparkled with intensity behind his spectacles. The wizards present displayed expressions of astonishment. Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here? Chapter 2. Dumbledore's concern upon witnessing the imprisoned wizard within a magical energy field. Dumbledore expressed a hint of surprise and gently waved his wand. A more solidified magical energy field emerged, completely enveloping Wizard's position. In a meditative state, Wizard could perceive that the magical potency within this field far exceeded that of the previous ones. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Dumbledore mused as he surveyed the surrounding chaos. The Book of Admission revealed a newly inscribed name and address, prompting Minerva to ask him to verify it. A tall, bald, black wizard stepped forward. Headmaster Dumbledore, are you here to seek out a new student who is about to enroll? Indeed. Dumbledore nodded gently. If the Book of Admission is accurate, then this young child before me is the prospective Hogwarts student. In Wizard's eyes, Dumbledore's arrival was perfectly timed. Not only did it provide a delay for him to continue absorbing the essence of the quietude, but also brought the wonderful news of his acceptance in Hogwarts. In Fantastic Beasts, a question arose. What is the finest magical school in the world? The protagonist, Newt, provided the answer. Hogwarts, as mentioned by Dumbledore. In the film, Newt's impressive portrayal served as a subtle affirmation of that answer. As a student, Wizard naturally aspired to attend the best school should the opportunity to study magic arise. He was still unable to voice his thoughts directly. Dumbledore merely needed to prolong the moment a bit longer, allowing him to utilize the meditative technique to absorb the quietude and restore his normal appearance. The Black Wizard wore a troubled expression. Headmaster Dumbledore, if this is indeed a student enrolling this year, it implies that he is over 10 years of age. It is rare for a quietus to survive beyond that age. I trust you are aware of this. Perhaps there has been a mix-up with the address. Regardless, this quietus appears to be beyond control. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the assembly, understanding the concerns of the wizards present. Kingsley, I comprehend the difficulties you face, he spoke in a calm tone. However, there are always exceptions, are there not? I have encountered more than one quietus who exceeded the age of 10. Might we afford this child a few more minutes? Should he lose control, I will bear the consequences. I will also provide an explanation to Cornelius. With his words laid bare, Kingsley found no justification to refuse. Very well, we shall restore this place within 10 minutes and subsequently erase the memories of the surrounding muggles. Dumbledore smiled warmly. That would be splendid. I am grateful for your assistance. Kingsley led the group of wizards to commence their restorative efforts. Through their collaborative endeavor, the wreckage of the dwelling began to revert as if pressing a rewind button. Debris swirling through the air as the fireplace, walls, and ceiling gradually reformed. Dumbledore's gaze lingered upon the magical energy field, a glint of intrigue illuminating his eyes. How remarkable that such a young child could exhibit such extraordinary capabilities. No wonder the Book of Admission would manifest anomalies. Visette paid little attention to what Dumbledore was saying. His focus was entirely on the silent force before him. The power of the silence was finally absorbed, coalescing primarily in his chest, forming a core of dark red and black hues. Ensnared by several silver-blue chains, the core pulsated rhythmically like a heart. At last, Visette could sense his own corporeal existence and immediately reached out to grasp the core. In that instant, the core of silence reintegrated into his body. Dumbledore quickly noticed the dissipating black mist within the magical energy field as the slender boy tumbled from midair. The boy possessed dull, lifeless black hair, and within his profound black eyes glimmered a semblance of liberation. Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand, and in an instant, the magical energy field vanished entirely. A phoenix, the size of a swan, materialized, cradling the boy securely. Visette felt the warmth and softness behind him, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. He had succeeded. Blinking in astonishment, he observed that the dilapidated structure had been completely restored. Is this magic? How wondrous! Child, you have done remarkably well. A kindly visage came into view. To extricate oneself from such perilous forces, you surpass most children I have encountered. Visette instinctively inquired, Are you Albus Dumbledore? Do you know me? Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback. If one acknowledged the existence of magic, why harbor fear towards it? Visette quickly realized his oversight, tilting his head slightly as he explained. That peculiar individual would sometimes curse your name while experimenting on me. Experimenting on you? A flicker of anger flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. It seems you have endured much suffering. No wonder you harbor disdain for magic. It is not your fault. Child, I must clarify something. You are a silent one. Such incidents may recur, and you must learn to control the silence within you. Following Dumbledore's words, Visette inquired, What should I do? You need to attend Hogwarts to learn. That is the purpose of my visit. Dumbledore's gaze and tone were imbued with complexity. He recalled something as dormant memories stirred, revealing everything related to Ariana. No more innocent souls must suffer persecution. Such errors cannot persist. His tone was unwavering, resolute. This must not happen. Child, you need to attend Hogwarts. After experiencing such a tumultuous transition, Visette felt his eyelids growing heavier, managing only a faint hum in response. Dumbledore, attuned to this change, softened his tone once more. Child, you should rest well. There will be no more danger tonight. Visette nodded with effort, feeling increasingly fatigued. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore instilled in him an immense sense of security, and he finally succumbed to slumber. Poor child, sleep well. Dumbledore observed the various wounds adorning Visette's form. It seemed that the admission letter to Hogwarts would have to be delayed. He understood instinctively that the wounds were a consequence of dark magic experimentation. With great care, he extended his hands to cradle Visette, for this child had endured an inordinate amount of suffering. Chirp! The phoenix fox emitted a soft sound, fluttering its wings as it hovered before Visette. It gazed at the wounds adorning Visette's form, its eyes glistening with moisture. Pearls of crystalline tears spilled from its eyes, trickling down its smooth feathers and falling onto Visette's body. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The wounds on Visette healed rapidly, leaving not a trace of scar behind. Visette's complexion transformed, taking on a rosy hue, and even his previously pursed lips revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, he was a resilient and gifted child. Dumbledore smiled. He must go to St. Mungo S for treatment. I shall speak with Cornelius. Chapter 3. Luna, I am your family. Whether due to the incident this evening, which caused him to miss the sumptuous French dinner, or the content of the latest edition of Singing in Discord, he found himself in a foul mood. Facing Dumbledore, his tone was somewhat brusque. Professor Dumbledore, you have said much, all in an effort to admit a mute into our ranks, correct? Dumbledore maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, his name has appeared in the Book of Admission. According to tradition, his enrollment is inevitable. Humph, interjected Lucius Malfoy with a scoff, his voice low and drawn out. That is a mute who has just caused a significant incident. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, I must remind you, Professor Dumbledore, that Hogwarts is not your private garden. I am well aware of that, and I will ensure the safety of this child, Dumbledore replied with a smile. He is exceptionally talented. We cannot stifle his potential simply because he is mute. Is that so? Lucius's voice turned cold. How remarkably benevolent. We cannot smother a child's talent. Shall I add a touch of sugar to the tea? Upon hearing Lucius's sarcastic tone, Fudge interjected to diffuse the tension. The ministry wishes to handle this matter, yet may face protests from the parents. Dumbledore responded, I can issue a statement from my end. I will ensure the safety of this child. Is that all? Lucius raised an eyebrow. If adults are incapable of fulfilling their promises, surely there must be some consequence? Dumbledore maintained a smile. Should any misfortune befall this child, I am willing to submit to an investigation by the ministry. Ah, as always, so full of compassion, Lucius's tone remained tinged with sarcasm. That clumsy oaf expelled for murder. You still harbor him within Hogwarts, do you? Dumbledore, do you have an affinity for harboring dangerous individuals? Do you genuinely care for the other students? Do you still possess the right to continue as headmaster? Dumbledore continued to smile. Perhaps you could initiate another vote? See if you can manage to have me ousted this time. Last time, your justification was a fairy tale. What will it be this time? Upon hearing this, Lucius pressed his lips together, his face growing even colder. In the face of the still, tense atmosphere, Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead. On one side stood the wealthy benefactor of the Ministry of Magic, and on the other, the illustrious headmaster, both of whom he wished to avoid offending. He could only speak once more. Headmaster Dumbledore, the question remains whether a tormented mute can indeed integrate into the magical world. Perhaps it would be best to take advantage of the current interlude before the school year begins. The ministry will conduct an assessment of this mute individual. Should he prove capable of fitting into a wizarding family, his admission will be sanctioned. Certainly, this is a necessary measure, and I have faith in this child. Dumbledore nodded. I can make the arrangements. Shouldn't this matter be handled by the ministry? Lucius interjected brusquely. Do you believe the entire magical world is your private garden? Or has the speculation of singing in opposition come to fruition, revealing you as the uncrowned king, the invisible minister of the English Ministry of Magic? Are you now unwilling to heed Minister Fudge's decisions? Lucius's words rendered Fudge crimson with embarrassment. He was weary of consulting Dumbledore for every decision. Having served as minister for a year, he felt it was time to assert his authority, free from Dumbledore's constraints. With a newfound resolve, he declared, Headmaster Dumbledore, let the ministry take charge of finding a wizarding family. After bidding farewell to Lucius and Dumbledore, Fudge sat alone in his chair, chewing on soft candies to quell his hunger. After a year in office, when will the puppet minister Fudge gain real power? He mused, seeing the latest issue of Singing in Opposition, which made the once sweet candies taste akin to chewing on erasers. At the outset of his tenure, he had lacked confidence, frequently writing to Dumbledore for guidance to ensure his decisions and methods were sound. Yet, such admissions could not be spoken aloud. Everyone was aware of it already. Wasn't that sufficient? To have Singing in Opposition bring this issue to light was tantamount to slapping his face. Am I incapable then? The owls delivering messages to Hogwarts are exhausted. Their bodies could be stitched together to circle England twice, couldn't they? Since you have created this trouble for me, do not be surprised at the consequences. That mute shall go to your home. Let's see if you still have the energy to slander me. Fudge chewed vigorously, seemingly gnawing on the flesh of the editor of Singing in Opposition. He pulled out a piece of parchment and elegantly penned an appointment letter, designating Xenophilius Lovegood as the guardian of the mute individual. Watching the appointment letter transform into a paper airplane as it left his office, Fudge reclined in his chair, rubbing his belly. He wondered when Lucius would next invite him. That French fish soup had been truly exquisite. Visette opened his eyes to find himself in a sunlit hospital room. The ceiling was adorned with candles encased in crystal bubbles, floating gently up and down. He had traversed realms, acquiring the power of the mute. This perilous dark magic had almost led to his annihilation at the hands of wizards. With the aid of his meditative notes, he had successfully contained the mute and received an invitation from Dumbledore to enroll in school. As he contemplated delving into the depths of his mind, a soft rustling sound interrupted his thoughts. Not far away sat a girl, positioned by the window, her profile strikingly beautiful, with a slender strand of pale golden hair gently brushing against her ear. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm halo upon her face. For reasons unknown, when Visette beheld the girl, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. She extended her palm towards the sunlight, creating shadow puppets. A rabbit's silhouette emerged, and she gazed at it with a gentle smile. Visette lost track of time, recalling only that the girl formed various animal shapes: a rabbit, a puppy, a duckling, a swan, and a dove. Eventually, she noticed him and approached the bedside, whispering, "You're awake." Her voice held a peculiar quality, ethereal and dreamlike. Yet her words were remarkably clear. With crescent eyes, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Luna Lovegood." Luna possessed fair skin and a cascade of fluffy, waist-length golden hair. Her delicate eyebrows and silvery white eyes were striking, and many carrot-shaped earrings swayed gently. "Hello, I am Visette," he replied, glancing around the room. 2 other hospital beds were curtained off, concealing their occupants. He slowly inquired, "Which hospital am I in?" Reflecting on his past lives, he felt an unexpected sense of unity as an orphan. In his previous life, He had grown up in an orphanage, his sole aspiration to fulfill his role as a diligent student. In this life, his current goal appeared somewhat similar, to attend Hogwarts, an endeavor he deemed essential. You certainly have a family. Luna's lips curled into a charming smile. I am your family. Chapter 4. Ancient Magic, the Shield. Visette successfully completed the discharge procedure and embraced his new identity as a member of the Lovegood family, the very family Luna had mentioned. Luna resided in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, a half-wizard enclave. The term half-wizard enclave refers to a community where wizards and muggles coexist. Wizards, however, must exercise restraint, avoiding the use of magic in front of muggles to prevent breaching the statute of secrecy. Perhaps this was why Luna seldom ventured into muggle villages. Her home constituted her entire realm of activity. Even Luna was not fully aware of the intricacies of the statute of secrecy. She merely knew that upon entering Hogwarts, she could glean explanations from the relevant history of magic courses. Additionally, Luna possessed a wealth of knowledge about the magical world, knowledge that Visette desperately needed. Undoubtedly, Visette proved to be an attentive listener. After several days of companionship, Luna felt comfortable sharing everything with him. The Lovegood residence stood beside the village in a black castle, shaped like a cylinder and reminiscent of a rook in chess. Surrounding the castle was a lush garden filled with an array of peculiar magical plants. In this enchanting locale, Luna dances like a delicate butterfly, gathering dew in the garden, tilling the soil, watering the plants, fertilizing, and indulging in delightful play. Among her many companions, her favorite is an owl. When Visette first arrived, Luna introduced him to this remarkable owl named Diana, who serves as an exceptional messenger. A messenger? Do owls deliver letters in the magical realm? Luna gently caresses Diana's fluffy feathers, affirming that whether it be letters or parcels, Diana can be entrusted to assist. Communicating and transporting goods via owls is a well-acknowledged custom in the magical world, embodying a unique romance belonging solely to wizards. Aside from the palm-sized owl, the most vivacious creatures in the garden are the goblins. Goblins are diminutive magical beings, resembling potatoes with legs. Luna shares a cordial rapport with the goblins whenever she plants. They emerge from their burrows to assist in tilling the earth. The goblins are friendly only towards Luna, displaying a rather hostile demeanor towards Visette, even biting his finger. Luna carefully bandages his wound, lightly stating, "Father has said that the goblins in the garden are a blessing. If you feel any talent stirring within you today, do not stifle it. It is a gift from the goblins." Though Visette is just beginning his life in the magical realm, Luna has been raised in a wizarding family, and he chooses to trust her words. He indeed senses something awakening within him. In his mind, the Wizard's Practical Guide opens to its second page, revealing new content. Ancient Magic, Shield, guided through meditation and gestures, one can condense the power of ancient magic into a protective barrier. This is a form of magic that does not require a wand. Luna had previously mentioned that wizards typically need a wand to cast spells, and Visette realizes that to acquire a wand, he must first receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore had informed him of the necessity to attend Hogwarts, half a month has passed without the arrival of said letter. The prospect of acquiring magic from the Wizard's Practical Guide, particularly a form not relying on a wand, fills him with exhilaration. Visette steps out of the garden and approaches a nearby stream to practice this newfound magic. First, he must master the necessary gestures. The initial movement involves bringing his hands together in prayer. After a series of intricate motions akin to forming seals, he spreads his hands apart, with his index fingers and thumbs touching. The spellcasting gestures are not overly complex, and after several repetitions, Visette commits them to memory. However, practicing the gestures is merely the first step. He must also channel the ancient magical energy and integrate it into the gestures. This process proves significantly more challenging, as each contact of his hands represents a clash of power. His hands repel one another like opposing magnets, making it difficult to maintain the required posture. Is my source of power too subtle? Perhaps meditative techniques will help. As a student, Visette excels at contemplating and resolving problems. Entering the state of the Guardian meditation, everything around became remarkably clear. Even the process of channeling energy flowed with greater ease. Upon completing the final gesture, an ancient silver-blue magical force materialized, coalescing into a luminous sphere between his hands. Subsequently, as delineated in the Sorcerer's Practical Guide, once all steps were accomplished, the energy should expand to form a magical barrier. However, the mere emergence of the sphere was exhilarating enough to inspire him to continue practicing this spell. Repeatedly rehearsing, Visette's gestures became increasingly fluid, yet he continually faltered at the last step. After persistent practice, he sensed a certain deficiency within his spellcasting process. Visette, are you practicing magic? A light, airy voice inquired from nearby. Diana perched on Luna's shoulder, her eyes half closed as if in a trance. It appears to be a spell that only wizards could once wield. May I witness it again? Of course, no problem. Visette maintained his meditative state, seamlessly executing the gestures and channeling the energy. Yet, at the critical moment, the energy still failed to transform into a barrier. Perhaps you lack a strong desire? Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. I once read an ancient manuscript filled with wizards' insights on spellcasting. The wizard who penned those notes mentioned that a wizard must always possess a wish while casting. This is what tempers the magic, much like Diana. Such a manuscript exists? Visette inquired, curiosity piqued. Is it still around? May I borrow it? It's lost. Luna gently shook her head, her voice taking on a more solid tone. Something happened, and many notes have disappeared. Something occurred? Could magic not restore it? Visette recalled a spell known as the repairing charm, which could swiftly mend even a house. Luna shook her head once more. It was a magical mishap. My mother, a remarkable witch, loved conducting experiments, but one incantation went awry. I was present then. The force unleashed by that faulty spell was immense, and my mother vanished along with those notes. Observing Luna's expression, Visette felt a pang in his heart, murmuring, I'm sorry, I didn't know. He only understood that Luna's mother was gone, never contemplating that Luna had witnessed her mother's departure. It was indeed a sorrowful affair. Luna's voice took on a light, ethereal quality again. But I still have family. I am not left without a mother forever. There will be opportunities in the future. One tea there? Visette began to comprehend why Luna had spoken so earnestly about family in St. Mungo's. Hoot! The owl perched on Luna's shoulder stirred awake, flapping its wings and screeching in alarm. The tranquil stream became turbulent, churning up great waves that splashed upon Visette and Luna. Chapter 5. The Uniqueness of the Serpent and the Admission Letter. Just as Luna intended to soothe the owl, the stream nearby suddenly roiled violently, and a colossal figure emerged from the waters. Fortuitously, bolstered by the meditation, the unexpected turn of events failed to disrupt Visette. He perceived the shadow extending its tail, sweeping towards the two with ferocity. In that critical moment, fear did not cloud his judgment. Visor grasped Luna's arm, and together they lunged forward, narrowly evading the impending strike. Bang! The shadow's tail grazed Visor's shoulder, plunging violently into the grass. Hiss! More splashes erupted as the creature emitted a chilling hiss, emerging from the water to land on the bank. It was a serpent unlike any Visor had ever encountered, its elongated body towering over 2 meters. Most astonishing of all, this serpent boasted 3 heads. The 3-headed beast was not only enormous and grotesque in appearance, but was also adorned with a layer of spiny, orange-red scales. The hue of the scales was not particularly vibrant, instead exuding a morbid gray, reminiscent of decay. As the serpent hissed lowly, Visor could distinctly see that the head on its right concealed a pair of venomous fangs, glimmering with a sinister green sheen. The serpent, as thick as a wheel, writhed its body, lunging towards them. Hiss! The 3-headed creature attacked once more. The rightmost head darted forward, opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp, menacing fangs. Despite the unexpectedness of this strike, the other 2 heads restrained it, preventing an immediate bite on Visor. Seizing the opportunity, Visor and Luna retreated once again, narrowly escaping the serpent's lethal jaws. The head plunged into the grass, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Visor recognized it as a Naga, likely aged and not very agile. Luna's voice was calm. The 3 heads possessed individual thoughts, making them prone to infighting. At that moment, the central head opened its eyes, hissing and flicking its tongue as if attempting to communicate. The left head also flicked its tongue, shaking its head vehemently, seemingly reprimanding the other 2. The 3 heads exchanged glances, baring their fangs, and astonishingly began to attack one another. Just as Luna had said, the Naga was embroiled in internal conflict. This was a creature of XXXX classification. Why had it appeared here? Luna rose from the ground. You are injured. Panic filled her voice upon seeing the blood seeping from Visor's shoulder. She quickly helped him to his feet and urged him toward home, realizing it might lose its prey. The Naga ceased its infighting and swiftly pursued Visor and Luna. Through meditation, Visor could sense the commotion behind them. The Naga's speed was akin to a motorcycle at full throttle. It would likely launch another attack within moments. Just as he pondered strategies for evasion, Luna unexpectedly shoved him forward, her voice resolute. Visor, you're hurt. I'll draw it away. Visor was taken aback. He never anticipated that Luna would take such a risk in such a dire situation. In his past life, no one had ever treated him this way. As the three heads of the serpent drew ever closer to Luna, her pale, golden hair billowed majestically. Through Luna's gaze, Visette discerned not a trace of panic, but rather an air of calm determination and fortitude. To protect her family, regardless of the cost, was her unwavering resolve. In that moment, he comprehended Luna's motivations, realizing why she had made such a decision. Years ago, Luna had been powerless and had lost her family. Now, she was resolute in her desire to avoid a similar fate. Visette felt similarly. Having finally found a family, he could not bear the thought of them encountering peril, particularly as a consequence of defending him. He now possessed the confidence to conjure this powerful spell. His desire surged forth with fervor. The Niven serpent must not harm Luna. With hands clasped together, he silently summoned an immense reservoir of ancient magical energy, which roiled within him like a tempest. As the serpent's venomous fangs loomed perilously close to Luna's delicate neck, he executed his gestures seamlessly, gathering power into a radiant sphere of light that expanded outward. In the next instant, a silvery blue luminescence enveloped Luna, swiftly expanding into a spherical barrier. The barrier shimmered with a dazzling silvery blue glow, and when the serpent's fangs clashed against it, they shattered into a myriad of sparkling fragments. With a surge of determination, Visette opened his fingers, releasing the pressure between his thumb and forefinger. This marked his inaugural attempt at conjuring a shield spell, and the scale of the barrier was astonishingly vast. To sustain such an immense shield, he relentlessly drew upon his latent power, causing it to stir restlessly, the chains binding it trembling as though on the verge of breaking. Hiss! The Niven serpent re-emerged, its three heads unleashing a synchronized hiss. After all, this was merely a shield spell, lacking offensive capabilities and unable to inflict sufficient harm upon the serpent. At that moment, a tabby cat suddenly sprang forth from a distance. Leaping into the air, it swiftly transformed into human form. An elderly witch, adorned with spectacles, appeared, draped in a deep green robe and wielding a wand. Pointing her wand at the Niven serpent, she flicked it lightly. The stream of water surrounding the serpent morphed into an iron cage, ensnaring the enraged creature within. By Merlin's beard, thank goodness you're all safe. Healing at last, the witch approached Visette swiftly, a verdant glow emanating from the tip of her wand. Visette felt a tingling sensation in his shoulder, and within a single breath, the blood and wounds vanished entirely. Was this magic? He grasped Luna's outstretched hand and sprang to his feet. Indeed, the witch replied, her lips pressed together, revealing little of her teeth, her demeanor somewhat grave. In the future, at Hogwarts, you will have the opportunity to learn such spells. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Had you been bitten by the Niven serpent, you would likely have needed to seek treatment at St. Mungo's. Thank you, Visette exclaimed repeatedly. May I inquire your name, madam? The witch offered a faint smile. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Minerva McGonagall, the professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts acceptance letter. My purpose for this journey is to deliver it to you. She retrieved a parchment envelope from her pocket and presented it before Weiserth. Chapter 6. I acknowledge you now. Weiserth opened the letter and beheld the acceptance notice bearing his name. Having just experienced the wonders of magic, he was overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement. In addition to the acceptance letter, there was another substantial piece of parchment detailing the list of books and supplies required for enrollment. Admission to Hogwarts incurs no tuition fees. Students are merely expected to procure the necessary items themselves. Weiserth, having lived in an orphanage in his past life, was acutely sensitive regarding matters of money, often becoming excessively cautious. Yet, there was a more pressing question on his mind. Professor McGonagall, wasn't Luna's acceptance letter supposed to be delivered by you? McGonagall explained. She has not yet reached the age of admission. She will be eligible to join Hogwarts as a new student next year. Weiserth turned to Luna. So, should I still call you sister? I've always wished for a younger brother to care for. Luna replied with a radiant smile, her tone playful. I have fulfilled my sisterly duties, have I not? McGonagall pointed her wand at the iron cage, which floated into the air, swaying as it approached her side. I must investigate why this serpent appeared here. Investigate? Weiserth pondered. Professor McGonagall, are you suggesting that this was a deliberate attack? McGonagall sighed softly. Weiserth, you are a mute one. Other wizards will regard you with a different perspective. You must understand this. Upon hearing this, Weiserth comprehended much. They perceive me as an outsider, instinctively wanting to reject me. In their eyes, I must seem like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. If I were a parent, I too would be concerned for my child's safety. You understand, quite well. McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her transparent lenses revealing surprise and admiration. Like Professor Dumbledore, I have great confidence in you. You are undoubtedly a remarkably gifted child, and I look forward to your performance at Hogwarts. The remaining matters need not trouble you. We will ensure they are handled." With that, she and the iron cage vanished into a vortex. That night, just as Weiserth intended to mend his clothes, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Come in." Entering the room was Xenophilius, Luna's father, an unkempt middle-aged man. His light golden hair hung loosely over his shoulders, appearing rather disheveled. Deep circles under his eyes lent him an air of weariness. He pulled up a chair and sat across from Weiserth. "It seems this is our first face-to-face conversation. Are you mending clothes?" "The fabric was accidentally torn," Weiserth replied, setting down his needle and thread. As Xenophilius had remarked, this indeed was their first direct interaction. Xenophilius was the editor of the Quibbler, typically working on the second floor. He was also responsible for preparing 3 meals a day and narrating bedtime stories to Luna, managing to balance his career and personal life with difficulty. "Luna confided everything to me." Xenophilius wore a serious expression. "Thank you for protecting her." "It was she who protected me," said Visette, waving his hand dismissively. "She pushed me away at the first moment. It was Professor McGonagall who ultimately saved us." Compared to the slightly despondent middle-aged man he usually was, the serious Xenophilius appeared somewhat unfamiliar. No. He shook his head repeatedly. "Due to her commitments, I'm unable to spend much time with her. Most of the time she plays alone. Aside from watching sing a different tune, she also waters the garden. Ever since you arrived, her smiles have multiplied, and even the colorful fish she catches have grown larger." Visette chuckled. "I have learned so much from Luna. In summary, although I still do not understand why the Ministry of Magic placed you in my home," Xenophilius stood up. He placed his hand on Visette's shoulder, reminiscent of a king bestowing knighthood. "However, I now acknowledge you." Seeing Xenophilius in this light, Visette found it both amusing and perplexing. Yet, he also realized something significant. Today, he and Luna's family had achieved genuine mutual acceptance. Late at night, the fireplace in the Hogwarts headmaster's office crackled, flames shifting to a vibrant green as McGonagall emerged. "Indeed, there have been some troubles." She adjusted her glasses. "When I went to deliver the enrollment notice, I encountered an aspidal snake." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "An aspidal snake? Visette is not harmed, is he?" "He is well." McGonagall nodded. "I have already enlisted Kingsley to assist in the investigation. I believe results will come swiftly." The aspidal snake was quite old. When I brought it to Kingsley, it had already lost all signs of life. The one capable of nurturing an aspidal snake would not possess an ordinary identity. I suspect that the one who released the snake intended to provoke a reaction from the silent, thereby inciting further controversy. As expected, Dumbledore sighed. "However, I believe Visette may have exhibited some unexpected behavior." "Indeed, Visette is a gifted child." McGonagall smiled. "Not only did he evade the aspidal snake's attack, but he also protected Luna Lovegood." "Luna Lovegood?" "The situation seems more convoluted than I anticipated." Dumbledore approached a cabinet and retrieved an ancient stone basin. The basin's rim was inscribed with countless arcane runes, filled with a silvery substance that swirled like smoke, exuding a mesmerizing allure. "A pensieve?" McGonagall drew her wand, pressing the tip against her temple, drawing forth a shimmering silver thread. The thread fell into the pensieve, dissipating as Dumbledore leaned over, burying his face in the basin. "Non-wand magic is incorrect. It must be more ancient, a method employed by wizards before wands became commonplace." "Truly remarkable." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. "I sensed a profoundly pure protective intent within that shield spell. Does this mean he is self-taught? Or perhaps guidance from others is equally significant?" Dumbledore smiled, and it seemed that Cornelius had inadvertently stumbled upon the most suitable wizarding family for Visette. Professor McGonagall's tone carried a hint of resignation. If the aim was merely to cultivate imagination, saying the opposite would indeed prove effective. "Indeed." Dumbledore's smile became increasingly pronounced. "Minerva, which house do you think Visette will be sorted into?" Chapter 7. Hagrid and the Night Bus. "Gryffindor," McGonagall replied without hesitation. "In him, I see remarkable courage." As the head of Gryffindor, she naturally hoped he would be placed in that house. "I share your sentiment," Dumbledore nodded, as the two Gryffindors reached a consensus at that moment. However, he shifted his tone. "Perhaps he may also be suited for Ravenclaw. The calmness he exhibited in the face of a Niffler's antics aligns well with their criteria." "Indeed," McGonagall instinctively nodded. "I suspect it will not be an easy task for the Sorting Hat to determine Visette's house." "The Hat's dilemma," Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard. "I remember when it hesitated for quite some time between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for you. School begins in less than 2 months." McGonagall's voice brimmed with anticipation. "I believe Harry Potter will also be starting this year, correct?" "Not quite yet," Dumbledore replied, picking up a document once more. Harry's birthday is at the end of July. I will arrange for someone to send him a letter at that time. Time flies, McGonagall remarked. Have you found a suitable candidate for the defense against the dark arts professor? That is no simple task. Dumbledore sighed lightly. Fortunately, Quirrell has submitted a request for reassignment. A request for reassignment? McGonagall adjusted her glasses. He previously taught Muggle studies. Transitioning to the role of defense against the dark arts professor may prove too overwhelming for him. Since he is willing to give a try, he deserves the opportunity, Dumbledore stated as he took up a quill to annotate the document. In a couple of days, I shall interview him. After Visette found acceptance with Luna's family, he discovered that their financial situation was worse than he had imagined. Xenophilius, relying on the sales of Sing the Opposite, could barely make ends meet with Luna. Visette's arrival further exacerbated Xenophilius's financial woes. He rummaged through drawers, finding only a handful of coins, sickles, and nuts. Fortunately, Hogwarts offered scholarships, allowing Visette to receive 30 galleons for purchasing school supplies. Galleons, sickles, and nuts are the currency of wizards, essential for acquiring various magical items in the wizarding world. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, Visette had completed his morning routine and quietly awaited on the first floor. A commercial street exclusive to wizards was certainly an exciting prospect. Luna had also risen, cradling a goblin sculpture in her hands. It was her handmade piggy bank. Take this with you, she urged. I know you might not have enough money to buy everything on the list. Visette gazed into Luna's silver-white eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, having experienced the profound separation from her mother, Luna is undoubtedly a precocious child, exhibiting greater insight than Xenophilius had ever imagined. I have applied for a scholarship and will retrieve the fund from Diagon Alley today. With a gentle shake of his head, Weasley remarked on the intriguing nature of Diagon Alley, inquiring what gift she desired. I lack for nothing, Luna replied with a faint smile, echoing his gesture of shaking her head. A series of thunderous knocks shattered the tranquility of the morning. Standing at the door was a giant towering over 3 meters, clad in a fur cloak adorned with several pockets. His abundant beard and hair framed a face with bright, beetle-like eyes. You must be Weasley, am I correct? The giant inquired, his voice warm and inviting. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I believe I am here to escort you to Diagon Alley, as mentioned in the letter. Weasley nodded. Good morning, Mr. Hagrid. I did not expect your early arrival. Mr. Hagrid. Luna, rubbing her eyes, appeared beside Weasley. Please come in. In this magical world, as Hagrid approached the doorframe, the 2-meter-high entrance suddenly widened and elongated to accommodate his stature. Would you care for some biscuits? Luna, quite at ease, brought forth a box of treats. I shall awaken, Father. No, thank you. Hagrid swiftly waved his hand, a gust of wind nearly toppling Luna. I am here to take Mr. Weasley to Diagon Alley. As a first-year student, there is much to procure. We must hurry. Is there a flow network here? No, Luna gently shook her head. Father says it is unnecessary for daily use, so the Ministry of Magic did not establish a flow network. The underlying reason, however, is that the cost of such a network is prohibitive, and Xenophilius cannot afford it. Then we shall have to find another way. Hagrid sighed, relieved that he had arrived early enough to devise an alternative means to reach Diagon Alley. Let's take the biscuits along. Luna stuffed the treats into Weasley's arms, reminding him that he had yet to eat breakfast. With the biscuits in hand, Hagrid guided Weasley along a dirt path. Weasley noticed Hagrid gripping an umbrella and raised his arm in curiosity. Are we to wait for a bus? Indeed, this is precisely why I refrained from eating biscuits. You should too. Before Hagrid could finish his sentence, a towering purple double-decker bus materialized before them, vibrating as it came to a halt. Welcome aboard the night bus. I am your conductor. Simply extend your wand and board the bus. No matter your destination, we shall take you there. The conductor, an elderly figure with drooping eyelids and a weary demeanor, appeared devoid of aspirations. As with the door to Luna's home, the narrow entrance of the bus suddenly expanded, allowing Hagrid to enter the cabin with ease. Weasley felt as though he had stepped into a dimly lit, antiquated dormitory, devoid of seats and small windows, featuring 6 brass bed frames illuminated solely by flickering candles on either side. The conductor lethargically inquired, Where are you headed? To Diagon Alley in London, came the reply. Hagrid settled onto a bed, which immediately groaned as if it might collapse at any moment. He handed over 34 silver sickles. And if you wish to offer 2 gold galleons, that would be perfectly acceptable. The ticket collector, upon extending his hand, seemed to muster a bit more attentiveness. The currency conversion in the wizarding world is rather intricate. 1 galleon is equivalent to 17 silver sickles, or 493 bronze nuts. Hagrid reached into one of the pockets of his oversized coat and retrieved 2 gold coins, which he stuffed into the ticket collector's embrace. Visser sat on the bed opposite Hagrid, stating, "I will repay you for the fare once we reach Diagon Alley." Hagrid covered his mouth, his voice muffled, reminding, "Hold on tightly to the railing. This carriage will be quite bumpy. We can discuss matters once we disembark. The bus is about to set off." Before he could finish his sentence, the night bus lurched forward, darting away like an arrow released from a bow. Visser quickly grasped the railing to avoid being swept away by the tremendous inertia. Hagrid, in a fit of dry heaves, had his bright eyes shut tight, clearly suffering from motion sickness. Visser, on the other hand, was far more composed, filled with curiosity as he gazed at the windshield at the front of the bus. Chapter 8. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The scenery beyond the windshield whizzed by, swiftly transitioning through fields, rivers, ponds, and villages. With the aid of magic, obstacles such as trash cans, lampposts, and mailboxes leapt aside to avoid the passing night bus. After approximately 20 minutes, the night bus finally came to a halt in a narrow alley. The expansive vehicle shrank to the size of a wooden crate, fitting snugly within the narrow passage. A feat only possible in a world steeped in magic. Hagrid gingerly descended the bus, clutching the wall of the alley corner as he retched. Outside the alley lay a bustling commercial street adorned with numerous signs. However, they had arrived too early. The shops had yet to open, and only hurried pedestrians filled the streets. "I feel awful." Hagrid's face was pale, his steps still unsteady. "Visser, could you help me locate a place called the Leaky Cauldron?" The commercial street boasted a myriad of establishments, including fast food joints, clothing stores, jewelry shops, and cinemas. Yet, the Leaky Cauldron Hagrid mentioned was nowhere to be found. It wasn't until they passed by a bookstore that an old sign materialized out of thin air. The sign, weathered and aged, stood in stark contrast to the bright signage surrounding it, marred by smoke and soot, depicting an image of a broken black cauldron. "Hagrid, is that it?" Visser inquired, pointing to the sign. Hagrid retched again and nodded. "Indeed. You would never guess when this pub was established." "When was it?" Visser's curiosity about the magical world was piqued. "I believe it was in the early 16th century, Hagrid pondered, certainly predating the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy. Let's enter. Despite its 4 centuries of history, the Leaky Cauldron seemed burdened more by grime than by any significant historical weight, as the walls and floor had accumulated a considerable amount of filth. Hagrid appeared to be a regular patron. As he stepped into the Leaky Cauldron, the atmosphere instantly became lively, with patrons waving and smiling in his direction. In stark contrast to the desolation of the morning commercial street, the dimly lit atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron buzzed with lively energy. Was it still the same as before? An elderly man with a bald head approached the bar, producing 2 beer mugs that rang out with a melodious sound. "Tom, not today," Hagrid insisted, waving his hands dismissively. "I have important matters to attend to. Bring me a dose of the motion sickness potion. Visette, would you like something to eat?" Visette, recalling Luna's financial predicament, raised the snack in his hand. "No need. Luna provided me with this." The bar fell into an unexpected silence, the patrons' expressions shifting to one of unease. Laced with a hint of caution, Tom took a cautious step back and inquired softly, "Is he Visette, the silent one?" "My apologies," Hagrid exclaimed, smacking his forehead with a thunderous clap. "He's a good lad. Why didn't you all react like this earlier?" "Sorry," Tom admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "I indeed overreacted." "All right, we should be off," Hagrid declared, tossing a silver coin onto the counter and gulping down the potion in one swift motion. He guided Visette through the bar and into a small courtyard at the back. This area was considerably cleaner than the interior of the Leaky Cauldron, with only a few tufts of grass and a single rubbish bin. "Visette, remember this," Hagrid instructed, raising his ever-present umbrella. "From the rubbish bin, count 3 bricks up and then 2 across." The umbrella struck the wall with a crisp sound, causing the entire surface to tremble and reconfigure until a grand archway emerged. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The morning sunlight bathed Diagon Alley in a gentle glow, illuminating the various shop signs and revealing their names. Wizards abounded in Diagon Alley, with shops displaying an array of intriguing items, evoking in Visette a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of attending a bustling market in a past life. Hagrid pointed towards a magnificent white marble edifice. "This is Gringotts Bank. We need to withdraw your scholarship funds." Nestled among a row of shops stood a towering structure, its strikingly white facade particularly eye-catching. Visette glanced towards Gringotts and asked, "Hagrid, is that guardian a goblin?" "Indeed," Hagrid replied with a smile, nodding. "The currency crafted by goblins cannot be replicated, which is why Gringotts is run by them." The interior of Gringotts was impressively ornate, with the outer bronze doors swung wide open, revealing two shimmering silver doors beyond. As Visette and Hagrid approached, a welcoming goblin immediately bowed, gesturing for them to proceed inside. The silver doors bore an inscription, "Welcome, strangers. However, beware of thieves. You've been warned. Beware that what you seek may not be treasure, but retribution." The warnings inscribed evoked memories of the infamous admonitions found within the tomb of Tutankhamun, which purportedly claimed the lives of those who first entered, ensnared by the curse within. Curiosity piqued, Visette asked, "Hagrid, if a thief were to break in, what methods would the goblins use to deal with them?" "There are countless ways," Hagrid whispered, pulling Visette a few steps further inside. "Aside from Hogwarts, this is the safest place in the magical world. If a thief were to touch the door, they would be drawn inside, unable to escape. As for the vault hidden deep underground, the fairies have trained giants and fire dragons to ensure its security." Visette, curious, inquired, "Fire dragons? Are there fire dragons here as well?" "Indeed. Here, it is perfectly legal to keep dragons." Hagrid's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I too wish to possess a fire dragon. Those delightful creatures are simply enchanting." Hagrid, possessing extensive knowledge about fire dragons, could describe the characteristics of various breeds. However, Visette found it difficult to comprehend how such perilous magical beings, measuring at least 5 meters in length, could be referred to as adorable. As they continued, Hagrid spoke passionately about fire dragons. They eventually arrived at the innermost part of the hall, where Hagrid presented the application form to the receptionist fairy. "We are here to collect our scholarship." "Very well." The receptionist fairy extended a finger, a sharp, elongated nail igniting with a flicker of flame, incinerating the application form instantly. After the flames subsided, not a trace of ash remained, only an elegant signature floating in the air. "Please hold on." After confirming the details, the receptionist fairy leaped from the counter and vanished into the shadows. Visette then asked, "Hagrid, if I possess Muggle currency, can I exchange it for wizarding currency?" "Certainly." Hagrid continued rummaging through his pockets. "A minor wizard may exchange up to 50 galleons per year, while an adult wizard can exchange up to 100 galleons. Why is there a limit?" "Because Muggle currency is far too easy to acquire, and their banks are not secure at all. Therefore, restrictions are necessary to prevent any negative impact on the magical world. At last I found them. These are truly remarkable." Hagrid suddenly laughed, extending his hand towards Visette. In Hagrid's palm rested over a dozen egg-sized orbs, their surfaces adorned with orange-red patterns. Visette recognized the eggs, wondering if they were indeed those of the Nundus. "You are quite knowledgeable. Few young wizards can identify this." Hagrid's eyes gleamed. "These are Nundus eggs. Do you remember the last incident? That delightful creature was a female, hence her impressive size. Professor McGonagall informed me that these are to compensate you. In short, fret not. No one will dare to attack you again." Hagrid continued his discourse. "Among known magical creatures, only the Nundus lays eggs in its mouth. Besides this unique reproductive method, Nundus eggs possess special properties. When used as potion ingredients, they can enhance the consumer's cognitive agility. Wizards, desiring potions to become more intelligent, led to the mass hunting of Nundus. Just as the Nundus faced extinction, wizards finally realized the necessity of establishing a sanctuary in their native land of Burkina Faso, allowing the species to thrive once more. Nevertheless, the trade of Nundus eggs persists, albeit primarily in the black market. Yet, Visette recalled that ancient serpent. How could Hagrid refer to it as a charming lady? "The quality is exceptional, remarkably fresh. Given the current market conditions, I could sell these 20 eggs for 300 galleons. In the dimly lit corner of the apothecary, the potion master lowered his voice to make an offer. 300 galleons? Visette was somewhat taken aback. The worth of these eggs was indeed rather steep. Having wandered through Diagon Alley and procured various items, he had developed a foundational understanding of wizarding prices. When converted to the currency of his previous life, 300 galleons would amount to at least 10,000. With careful budgeting, this sum would suffice for him to leave the orphanage and sustain himself for an entire year. Do not underestimate the amount. The potion master, accustomed to such transactions, habitually explained, "We must ensure these items are processed thoroughly, which requires considerable effort." Just then, Hagrid approached Visette, carrying a cauldron. "We have Mr. Scamander's certified signature. This is no illicit merchandise." "Hagrid?" The potion master clearly recognized the keeper of the grounds. "Could I see the certification?" "Of course, no problem." Hagrid set down the cauldron and produced an envelope. The tip of his wand glowed. Instead of igniting the envelope, the potion master illuminated the wand's tip to verify its contents. Once confirmed, he handed over a beautifully embroidered bag. "All is in order. Here are 500 galleons. Who will take care of the money?" "Let us not rush," Hagrid replied. shaking his head. Prepare the items needed for the new students, and deduct the cost from funds. New students? The potion master paused, curiously directing his illuminated wand towards Visette. You are Visette, the silent one? Indeed. Visette noticed the potion master's face turn pale, nearly matching the brightness of the wand's tip. The small cart contained not only the cauldron and the scales and potion bottles hidden within it, but also school robes and various stationery. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure passing by, entering the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hagrid, have you seen Professor Dumbledore? Not at all. Hagrid quickly glanced around. Are you still preoccupied with earlier thoughts? He spoke gently. Visette, do not mind their gazes. You are a good child. I'm not concerned. Visette shook his head. I'm aware of the dangers of being silent. I just did not anticipate that they all knew I was the silent one. It's all because of the Daily Prophet. They report on these matters every day. Hagrid suddenly became animated. That Rita Skeeter particularly loves to fabricate and exaggerate. The Daily Prophet? Rita Skeeter? Visette was intrigued by these new terms. Yes, it is the most influential newspaper in the magical world of England. Hagrid pointed ahead. You'll see for yourself, but perhaps it's best if you don't read it. That woman's words are venomous. The leaky cauldron, a veritable ocean of knowledge. Shelves brimmed with various books, reaching up to the ceiling. The volumes varied in size, from lavishly bound tomes the size of floor tiles to pocket-sized reads. These magical books seemed almost alive. Some had covers with characters that danced, while others writhed restlessly, yearning to escape the confines of their shelves. Two shop assistants waved their wands repeatedly, ensuring that the books remained orderly and preventing the shelves from toppling over. Within Luna's abode, the only reading material accessible to Visette was the Singing Rebellions. Although there had been a substantial collection of books in the household, they tragically vanished following an accident involving Luna's mother. It was still early, and the number of wizards lingering in the bookstore was quite limited. As Visette stepped into the establishment, his gaze was drawn to the newsstand featuring the Daily Prophet. The headline read, "The Silent Wizard Repels XXXXX-level magical beasts." Just how much does he conceal? What schemes does Dumbledore contemplate? A cursory glance at the article elucidated why wizards familiar with his name exhibited such expressions. They perceived him as a born dark wizard, a walking powder keg, an exceedingly dangerous individual. The frenzied Gorgon, Rita Skeeter, is simply dreadful. Hagrid was seething with indignation. How could she be privy to so much information when Dumbledore had clearly sealed it? Just then, a cloaked wizard with a bowed head appeared at the entrance. "Wizard, I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this wizard's voice, Hagrid became animated, his tone rising significantly, echoing like a resounding drum. "Then you should go ahead." Wizard, captivated by the plethora of books, nodded and inquired, "How shall I find you later?" Without much concern, he picked up a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and began to read while leaning against the cauldron. The book was replete with rich content, detailing magical creatures from around the globe, numbering in the hundreds. It featured hand-drawn illustrations that animatedly depicted the behaviors of these fantastic beasts. Unbeknownst to him, Visette had completed the entire book and gained a deeper understanding of magical creatures. At that moment, a subtle shift occurred in his mind. A book appeared next to the wizard's combat guide, titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Visette immersed his consciousness into it and opened the newly appeared volume. Discovering it contained identical content. How could such a wondrous phenomenon exist? Elated by this discovery, Visette opened another book. He did not endeavor to comprehend every sentence, but rather skimmed through the pages, eager to finish it as swiftly as possible. As anticipated, a new title emerged in his mind, Defense Against Intrusions, a brief treatise on protective magic. Visette's expression shifted. All he needed to do was peruse the pages, and he could record these books within his mind. Chapter 10. The quest for books attracted the owner. Visette had lived in an orphanage in his past life, inherently lacking a sense of security. The simplest way to attain this sense of safety was to bolster his wallet. In the magical realm, the prices of books were exorbitant, with no single volume costing less than 1 galleon. If he relied solely on his scholarship, merely purchasing textbooks would consume nearly half of his financial aid. Comparing his list, Visette identified all the required textbooks for his studies. He navigated through the ocean of books, nibbling on a couple of biscuits whenever hunger struck. She had encountered numerous freeloader guests and had mastered the art of discerning their intentions. The disheveled, weathered old wizard typically possessed a thick skin, making it difficult for mere words to shoo them away. However, the individual before her, Visette, was quite different. He carried a cauldron and perused first-year textbooks from Hogwarts. Unmistakably, a new student about to embark on his academic journey. A new student, naturally, would likely possess a thinner skin, His attire lacked luster, indicating he was not a scion of a wealthy pureblood family. A confluence of factors compelled the shop attendant to approach Visette. "You've been here for quite some time. Would you like me to prepare a cup of tea?" Visette instinctively inquired. "Tea? How much does it cost?" In his previous life, he too had frequented bookstores, which often featured small cafes serving beverages and pastries. "Then you ought to head next door." The attendant impatiently gestured toward the door, where a cold drink shop awaited. Just then, the attendant's eyes widened in sudden realization, and beads of cold sweat broke forth. "Are you the silent one?" He had already exceeded his goals, mentally cataloging a substantial stack of books. With the attendant's dismissal, there was no need to linger further. "Please don't say that." The attendant hastily waved his hands. "You continue. I didn't say anything. What's going on?" A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and exuding elegance, approached and positioned himself between the two. The shop owner wiped the sweat from his brow. "I merely noticed this guest had been here for quite a while and suggested he might enjoy a seat at the cold drink shop next door." "Is that so?" The bookstore owner mused softly. "Why don't we move upstairs for a more comfortable chat?" Despite his myriad of questions, Visette followed the bookstore owner to the second floor. Upon stepping into the upper level, the cacophony of the first floor faded into a serene silence. Clearly, magic had been employed here to create an ambience distinct from that below. The second floor was meticulously arranged, with various antiquities exuding a classic charm. Visette couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid place to read." "Thank you." The bookstore owner gestured for Visette to take a seat. "Would you like something to drink?" "Is tea suitable?" Visette, feeling slightly awkward, nodded gently, "Of course." The bookstore owner continued, "I am Clotar Barzhat, the proprietor of Lehan Bookstore. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" "Good day, Mr. Barzhat. My name is Visette." Their livelihoods were intertwined with the bookstore's sales, sometimes prompting inappropriate actions. He hoped for understanding. Visette, filled with curiosity, wondered why the bookstore owner's demeanor was so amiable towards him. "I certainly understand," he replied, recognizing the challenges faced by workers, though that attendant wasn't entirely wrong. He did inquire if I needed tea. Barzhat took a sip of his tea. "Oh? Do you truly believe that statement was to be taken literally?" "Indeed. I assumed there was a tea house or cafe here for the convenience of visitors," Visette responded. "A tea house within a bookstore? I find that concept quite intriguing. Could we discuss it in greater detail?" Observing Bashet's sincere demeanor, Weiser nodded and expressed his views on bookstores from his previous life. Bahat was indeed listening intently, even conjuring a quill and parchment with a flick of his wand to document Weiser's words. "Mr. Bahat, I must sincerely convey that the ambience on the second floor is truly exceptional, perfectly suited for hosting various book club gatherings. Since you place great emphasis on the influence of the bookstore, encouraging staff to actively engage with customers will undoubtedly enhance the overall evaluation of the establishment. Even those who do not purchase books might indulge in a cup of red tea and a dessert, complemented by the staff service and the elegant environment, thereby elevating the bookstore's essence." "Splendid." Bahat beamed with a radiant smile. "In fact, this bookstore is a family enterprise, and I aspire to further infuse it with some personal flair. Unfortunately, I have yet to discover a better approach and have been stagnating. Today, from your words, I have found a new pathway. Ensuring that staff provide excellent service and that customers realize that Lehan Bookstore is indeed a special place is a brilliant idea that has greatly enlightened me." Weiser waved his hands in modesty. "I'm glad to be of assistance, as I've spent the entire morning reading here myself." He considered himself merely a conveyor of ideas. This model was quite familiar in bookstores from his past life. Bahat expressed his gratitude, covering all his future educational expenses and even reserving a permanent elegant seat for him on the second floor. Whenever Weiser visited Lehan Bookstore, all tea and desserts will be provided free of charge. Bahat then led Weiser to a small, shabby storefront. "Weiser, this is Ollivander's wand shop. Be sure to visit the bookstore often." "If I have the chance," Weiser nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for bringing me here." He walked briskly to the back, where an elderly man with silver hair sat. Dumbledore was enjoying some sweets, surrounded by a pile of lemon drops. "Clotar, you've arrived. What do you think of Weiser?" "A remarkably intelligent child." Bahat sat down, his face aglow. "Without those reports, I would never have sensed any hint of the quietus in him. He possesses a maturity far beyond his years, both in thought and demeanor. Merlin's beard. You might find it hard to believe, but I drew inspiration from him. He has given me a brilliant idea that could immortalize my name in family history. Perhaps Bashida will record this and include it in the history of magic." "Oh, is that so?" Dumbledore replied with a hint of surprise. "Could you elaborate further?" Chapter 11. The Incompatible Wand. After listening to Bashet's account, a faint smile graced Dumbledore's face. "What a good child." Bahat inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, is Weiser truly a quietus?" From his discourse and actions, I sense none of that. This child has an innate charm. Frankly, even without your admonition, I would not regard him with suspicion. It is indeed marvelous. It all depends on whether you believe it or not. Dumbledore took a sip of his red tea. Indeed, Visette is a silent one, as I have witnessed firsthand. The situation was urgent, and the Ministry of Magic arrived before I did. He managed to extricate himself from his silent state without my assistance, relying solely on his own willpower. Is he not merely of the age of a freshman? Bashard expressed disbelief. Earlier in the morning, I thought you were concerned about his stability, which is why you entrusted me to keep an eye on him and find opportunities to converse with him. You have indeed misunderstood. Dumbledore gently shook his head. I merely observed Visette lingering in the bookstore for quite some time, worried that he rarely engaged with others and was hesitant to speak up to purchase books. Thus, I asked you to look after him a little. Should he have any needs, I hoped you could assist him as best as you could. You have truly helped me immensely this time, and I will remember it. No. Que Master Dumbledore, you yist. Bashard waved his hands repeatedly. I am the one who has gained so much from this, and it is I who should thank you. Watching Bashard's light-footed silhouette depart, Dumbledore found himself momentarily lost in thought. Ariana, at least this time, I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. For modern wizards, a wand is an essential item, intertwining with every facet of life. As one of the oldest edifices in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop is rather unremarkable. The shop's facade is small and dilapidated. The gilded sign above the door worn and faded, with barely discernible embossed lettering. Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 BC. The glass display case is clouded, showcasing an old wand resting on a time-worn purple cushion. Visette pushed the door open and stepped into the shop, which was eerily quiet, with only a narrow passage leading into the main area. This place felt less like a store and more akin to a wand repository. Shelves lined both sides of the passage, filled with wooden boxes stacked from the floor to the ceiling, resembling bricks. The main space of the shop was equally compact, with a polished bench tucked into a corner. Ding, ding, ding. Ollivander, a silver-haired elder with a beard, possessed strikingly pale, silver eyes that captured attention. In the dimly lit shop, those eyes resembled two luminous moons, radiating a soft glow. Good afternoon. Ollivander's voice was gentle. Since the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy, silent ones have become a rarity. You are a special guest, Visette, and I am delighted to serve you. His tone conveyed a sense of joy. It was a rare opportunity to assist a silent one in handling wands. Which hand do you typically use? The right hand. Very well. Please raise your arm and relax a bit. I merely need to take your measurements. As he spoke, a tape measure sprang from Ollivander's coat pocket. The tape measure glided over Visette's shoulder, slowly rolling down to his fingertips, then measuring from his wrist to his elbow, and from his shoulder to the ground, even circling around his forehead. At that moment, the shop seemed to come alive. Ollivander moved gracefully between the shelves, and with a wave of his hand, 3 wooden boxes flew into his embrace. Here, variations in wood, core, and length exist. Each wand is a unique entity. Of course, one can always find the wand that is perfectly suited to you. Try this one. Acacia wood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, remarkably resilient. It is a wand that glimmers like amber, with carvings that gracefully follow the grain of the wood, exuding an air of unhurried elegance. Visette grasped the wand, but before he could tighten his grip, it was snatched away by Ollivander. Feeling something amiss, he tried this one. Blackthorn wood, dragon heartstring, 12.5 inches. Possessing excellent elasticity. Almost replicating his previous motion, Visette again failed to secure the wand before Ollivander took it from him. Next, he tried this. Hollywood Phoenix Feather, 13.75 inches, with a perfect balance of firmness and softness. Cedarwood Unicorn Tail Hair, 10.5 inches. No, that is not right. Visette received wand after wand, only to have them snatched away again. The wands and their cases accumulated on the floor, forming an unintentional mound. What about this one? Ebony Wood Dragon Heartstring, 9 inches. Elderwood Dragon Heartstring, 11 inches. Laurelwood Phoenix Feather. Time passed inexorably, and the pile of wand cases grew taller, resembling a small hill. The animated Ollivander finally paused, his tone brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, I never anticipated this. We've tried nearly every variety. How could this be? Faced with such a predicament, if it weren't for the protective spell he had previously cast, Visette might have begun to doubt his magical aptitude. Visette, I require more information, Ollivander said, rubbing his hands together, somewhat impatiently. Would you care to share your previous experiences with me? Visette voiced his concern, Mr. Ollivander. Is something amiss? Why is there no wand suited for me? It is quite common for wizards to be particular about their wands, Ollivander replied with a smile. The wand chooses the wizard, and the wizard chooses the wand. Achieving a perfect match sometimes demands considerable effort. Let us delve into your past experiences. Yes, only the matters of interest, Visette affirmed. The home of that wizard contained a tome chronicling magic, appearing quite ancient. I found it fascinating. A book of ancient magical records? Ollivander pondered thoughtfully. I have an idea. Please wait here for a moment. Shortly after, he emerged from the shadows of the shop's depths, cradling a silver blue box. Visette gazed intently at the swirling emblem on the box, one he recognized all too well. It bore the same insignia found in the wizard's practical guide. Chapter 12. A glimmering Diagon Alley. Ollivander's expression was complex. To be candid, despite being crafted by the Ollivander family, it is not a complete wand. My grandfather once mentioned to me that this wand possesses a special purpose. Under normal circumstances, it likely pales in comparison to a standard wand. Visette took the box, carefully withdrawing the lining. Resting upon the silver blue velvet was an exquisitely crafted wand. The handle resembled a single piece of sapphire, with a crystalline structure spiraling upward, connecting the wooden shaft to the sapphire grip. Ollivander regarded the wand as if it were a precious gem. This particular wand was extraordinary, defying the very principles of wand lore, lacking a distinctly defined shaft and core. Visette experienced an ineffable sensation, a deep-seated belief that this wand was meant for him. Perhaps, as Ollivander suggested, from the moment of its creation, this wand had awaited him as its destined companion. With this thought, Visette hesitated not a moment longer, grasping the wand firmly in his hand. A silvery blue radiance illuminated his mind, and the wizard's practical guide unfurled in his thoughts, its myriad pages swirling like a fervent tempest. At that instant, the wand gradually faded from his grasp, manifesting instead within the depths of his consciousness. The fluttering pages danced around the wand like a school of fish, swirling in a mesmerizing fashion. At that moment, the wand stood as a stabilizing force, its gray, crystalline core glowing, emanating a silvery blue light. The dimly lit shop brightened, an abundance of silvery blue luminescence pouring forth from all directions, converging towards Visette's eyes. Subsequently, the entirety of Diagon Alley shimmered in response, radiating with the same ethereal glow. Ollivander's mouth parted slightly, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the spectacle before him, gazing at Visette, who now floated midair. Visette looked ahead, akin to a deity observing the ebb and flow of history, witnessing the rise and fall of Diagon Alley through the ages. He saw Ollivander's ancestors arriving at this very spot, erecting a humble shelter to sell the first wand. He beheld the arrival of fairies, seemingly aware of the impending prosperity, commencing the construction of a pristine white edifice. He witnessed an increasing number of shops emerging, encircling the leaky cauldron and Ollivander's wand shop, ultimately forming the bustling thoroughfare known as Diagon Alley. He felt an uncanny sense of insight into the essence of magic, glimpsing how wizards once harnessed their powers, peering into an even more ancient past. Visette concentrated intently, striving to discern these visions clearly, when an inexplicable wave of dizziness suddenly engulfed him, as if the very fabric of reality were shifting. At the far end of the leaky cauldron, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, his gaze penetrating as he observed a figure concealed in the shadows. Professor Quirrell, as I understand, you ventured into the Albanian Dark Forest to gain practical experience in defensive magic against dark forces. Did you glean any insights? Indeed, I did, Quirrell stammered. I encountered a vampire, and they were quite unfriendly towards me. At that moment, a flash of silvery blue light surged through the leaky cauldron, rousing the patrons from their stupor. What has transpired? Did you see the light? Not only did I see it, but I also believe in it. Behold, the flickering glow. Have you had too much to drink and become befuddled? Burp. Tom, another 2 dozen sherry, please. Dumbledore's gaze turned toward the bar, as though it pierced through to the small courtyard, and beyond that, to Diagon Alley itself. From the silvery blue glow, he sensed an ancient magical force. Seeking its source, Ollivander's wand shop, could it be Visette? And there was an old witch. She was utterly terrifying. Quirrell continued to stutter. Headmaster Dumbledore, what were you just saying? Nothing of consequence. Dumbledore gently shook his head, urging, I am listening. Please continue. What did that dreadful witch do? That old hag raised many serpents, all venomous. The boy exclaimed. She commanded the poisonous snakes to attack me. In a guest room on the second floor of the leaky cauldron, Quirrell lay, his body possessed by Voldemort, who stirred from slumber, sensing a peculiar power. He peered from beneath the covers and swiftly crawled to the window, gazing into the distance. Such ancient magical energy. He rasped, his voice grating. This body is too frail. It only allows me to perceive that the source lies here. Quirrell must procure the Philosopher's Stone without delay. Before he finished speaking, the serpent's body disintegrated, its scales and flesh turning to ash, from which a wisp of black mist emerged. The dark mist floated to the corner of the room, where a cage filled with slumbering venomous snakes lay. The mist lingered momentarily in the air before selecting one snake and lunging toward it. Visette awoke from the bench in the shop. Everything around him had transformed. Countless lines adorned the ceiling, resembling dried brush strokes, revealing only a faint silver-blue hue. The wands on the shelves were similarly ensnared by glowing lines. Some were blinding red, others warm orange, and some soft silver. "Child, you are awake." Ollivander appeared before him. "Has the world before you changed?" A mirror manifested, reflecting a youthful face. Slightly cherubic, characteristic of his age. "What is wrong with my eyes?" Visette pondered, gazing into the mirror, his hands slowly moving to his eyes. They resembled lakes illuminated by moonlight, filled with a silver-blue radiance, exuding a unique, mysterious beauty. He blinked, and the silver-blue glow receded. Upon blinking again, the luminescence surged back into his gaze, as if at his command. "The Eye of Magic, a rare gift," Ollivander remarked enviously. "The most coveted talent of the Ollivander family." The first Ollivander wand maker was a wizard who possessed the Eye of Magic. He observed the magical energies of the world, discerning the principles and intricacies contained within. He integrated these principles into wand making, allowing our craft to stand unparalleled, a legacy passed down through generations. Many wand makers have shaped history, yet when one speaks of wand-making families, only the Ollivander family is mentioned. Truly remarkable. Visette marveled, his consciousness sinking into his mind. As he opened a new page in the guide to wizarding combat, he found records of the Eye of Magic. This was merely the capacity of the beginner Eye of Magic. Should he continue to absorb ancient magical energies, allowing the eye to grow and evolve to intermediate or advanced stages, what wonders might he behold? Visette attempted to channel the ancient magic of Murmur, but alas, the energies produced could not be absorbed by the Eye of Magic. Given that this path proved fruitless, he did not press on. His immediate concern was to acquire a wand. "Mr. Ollivander, the wand you just gave me has vanished. What should I do?" Chapter 13. The Eye of Magic in Wand Crafting. "It matters not. Perhaps it serves as a key, unlocking the Eye of Magic." Ollivander's tone softened, akin to that of an elder comforting their younger kin. "Let us embark anew upon the selection of your wand. Perchance this time you shall encounter unexpected treasures. What hue do you prefer for your wand? Do you have any specifications for the core?" Visette inquired, perplexed. "Did you not previously assert that wizards and wands mutually choose one another? Am I permitted to voice my desires?" "Ah," Ollivander mused, "under ordinary circumstances, indeed, but you possess the Eye of Magic. Pray, share the design you fancy. You recall everything." Ollivander beamed, radiant as a sunflower. For one must wield an extraordinary wand to harness the latent power effectively. He was intimately acquainted with the arrangement of every wand in his shop. With a mere flick of his wand, a wooden box soared from the depths of the shelf, landing gracefully in Visette's hands. Inside lay a wand, dark as night, unembellished, straight and sharp, resembling a military dagger in its austere demeanor. Visette grasped the wand. Its handle was smoothly rounded, fitting comfortably in his palm. Ancient magical energy surged through the wand, swiftly coursing along its length. Instinctively, he released his grip, and the wand unexpectedly floated in midair, emitting a melodious hum. He felt an undeniable call from the wand, a stark contrast to the prior silence. Not only this wand, but all the wands in the shop resonated with a gentle hum, echoing the same beckoning. Remarkably enchanting, it has become even more perfect. Ollivander's satisfaction was palpable. "Do you understand now? The wand chooses the wizard. With your Eye of Magic, you can elevate the wand's potential. No wand can refuse such a fate. In a certain sense, these wands are quite intriguing." Visette chuckled, recalling a phrase from his past life. "Today you disregard me. Tomorrow I shall make you yearn for what you cannot attain." "Visette, I hope that after your graduation, you might learn wand crafting from me." Ollivander's voice brimmed with anticipation. "As for compensation, fret not. I shall pay you according to the Auror's salary standard, ensuring you do not suffer any loss." "Can I truly do that?" Visette queried instinctively, acknowledging the complexity of such a craft, not to mention the secrets of Ollivander's lineage. "You may begin your studies at your leisure. I shall provide you with this." He vanished swiftly into the shadows, as if fearing Visette's refusal. In a short while, he reappeared in the shop, now holding a notebook bound in dragon hide. Hungarian horntail hide, treated specially, ensures that even in winter, note-taking is extraordinarily warm. Visette felt the comforting warmth of the dragonhide notebook, akin to cradling a small hand warmer. A delightful sensation. Visette, within this notebook lies the foundational methods of wand crafting, along with some of my insights. Take it. Feel free to peruse it whenever you wish. Is this not a family secret? It is far too precious. I cannot keep it. Upon hearing this, Visette came to realize the true worth of the notebook. He had only met Ollivander once, yet he was treated with such heartfelt sincerity that he felt somewhat uncomfortable, instinctively choosing to decline. Ollivander suggested, "Why not take a look and see if anything piques your interest?" With that encouragement, Visette did not refuse, unfolding the notebook and leafing through its pages. The notebook contained a wealth of knowledge regarding wand making, sufficient to be etched into one's mind. Ollivander's gaze dimmed as he remarked, "You need not comfort me. It seems you lack interest in wand making." Visette explained, "I read quite swiftly. Although I cannot grasp the meanings, I have retained the content." "Is that so?" Ollivander brightened a little. "What do you think of hawthorn wood as a wand core?" Visette recalled the notes in his mind. Using hawthorn wood as a wand core would yield peculiar and contradictory results. It is indeed a rather niche material, yet its existence implies reason. If it can serve as a wand core, surely it must find a suitable owner. Excellent. Excellent. Ollivander's eyes sparkled once more. And what of sycamore as a wand core? When it came to questions related to the notes, Visette could respond with remarkable fluency, to Ollivander's great admiration. "Visette, your potential is boundless. I must concede, to confine you to a wand maker would be a disservice." The sky had grown dim, and the sunset bathed Diagon Alley in vibrant orange hues. Observing the architecture of Diagon Alley through the lens of a magical eye revealed buildings transformed into stained glass. By closely examining the lines that held the structures together, one could discern nearly dried silver-blue magic. Did the ancient magical forces that deplete Diagon Alley allow me to successfully awaken the magical eye? To foster the continued growth of the magical eye, the path ahead remains arduous, yet progress will surely be made. Standing outside the wand shop, Visette toyed with the wand in his hand, admiring its design. Moreover, this wand held significant meaning for him, symbolizing the commencement of his journey as a wizard. Ollivander informed him that the wand was priced at 7 galleons, a special discount for new students. Future purchases would vary in price depending on the materials of the wand. However, for Visette, these considerations were trivial. Should he need to replace his wand, he could always return to the shop for an exchange. For Ollivander, the wand modified by Visette also held research value. After playing with the wand for a while longer, Visette cautiously opened his pocket and gently placed it inside. He glanced around, suddenly wondering where Hagrid had gone. After their brief time together, Visette felt that disappearing without notice was not in Hagrid's character. Could something have occurred? He made his way to the apothecary, seeking the potion master he had encountered earlier. "Are you referring to Hagrid?" The potion master frowned in thought. "I believe I saw him heading that way. Perhaps you should check? Oh, and remember to look at the street corner. Do not enter Nocturne Alley." Chapter 14. A born dark wizard, a highly dangerous individual, is indeed who I am. As darkness enveloped the sky, the street lamps flickered to life, casting a warm glow upon Diagon Alley, which seemed to be steeped in the comforting haze of beer. Visette stepped out of the apothecary, following the potion master's guidance, and turned into a shadowy alleyway. The illumination of Diagon Alley faded into obscurity, and the air in the alley was thick with a chilling dampness. The crooked brick walls were adorned with patches of phosphorescent moss, emitting a ghostly green luminescence that evoked a sense of eerie foreboding. Even with dulled senses, one could perceive the unsettling aura of this narrow passage. At the alley's end, Hagrid's thunderous voice erupted. "Let me go. I'm not buying anything. Don't touch me." A brazen voice cackled. "What's this? Didn't we come to an agreement? We brought the dog, and you surely wouldn't wanted to meet an untimely demise, would you?" Hagrid's roar grew louder. "Please, not like this. The little one hasn't even opened its eyes yet. You've raised the price unexpectedly. I simply don't have that much money. Give me one more day." The arrogant voice retorted. "Another day? This is a hot item. If you let us search you, and you truly lack the funds, I'll sell it to you at the original price." Hagrid firmly declared, "No, this is all the money I have." Visette realized that Hagrid was embroiled in a conflict with another group. Just as he contemplated retreating, a chilling voice emanated from behind him. "A brand new cauldron? And an owl too? It appears we have a newcomer." A wizard draped in a dark robe emerged, his wand raised, its tip radiating a ghastly white light. "You, little imp, what brings you here?" Visette instinctively lowered his head, shielding his eyes with his hand to avoid being blinded by the brilliance. The robed wizard continued. "What luck today? 2 prime catches for me." Visette reached into his pocket, retrieving a gift from Ollivander, a fist-sized iron token, a magical artifact imbued with defensive properties. He vaguely understood the token's value, but with the situation escalating, it seemed his only means of escape would be through this enchanted object. He followed the dark-robed wizard deeper into the alley, where an unusual sight awaited him at the end of the path. The air was filled with melodies reminiscent of Greek splendor. The towering Hagrid leaned against a wall, fists clenched, his eyes blazing with fury. 3 ragged figures encircled him like famished wolves, despite standing only to Hagrid's waist. "Visette, what brings you here?" Hagrid exclaimed in surprise, quickly resuming his roar. "How dare you kidnap a child?" The dark-robed wizard interjected. "Ah, so you are acquainted. That's merely unfortunate for him." He shoved Visette forward, joining forces with the other 3, effectively enclosing both Visette and Hagrid. Unlike Hagrid's fervor, Visette remained composed, casting his gaze behind the 4 men, where a colossal beast lay sleeping. The creature resembled a gargantuan pug, its mere presence dwarfing Visette. Most astonishing was the beast's appearance, boasting 3 heads that drooled sticky saliva as it slumbered. The 3-headed dog, classified as a 5X level magical creature, hails from Greece and has a penchant for sweet delicacies. Its size rivals that of a dragon, and it possesses formidable magical resistance. According to the ratings in Fantastic Beasts, the 5X designation marks it as the most perilous category, indicating a high degree of danger and a stubborn nature that resists taming. Based on Vizette's understanding of Hagrid, it is essential for any creature he wishes to affectionately refer to as Little Darling to embody both enormity and peril. Visette inquired, "Hagrid, do you wish to purchase it?" Hagrid nodded furiously, stating, "I have enough money," yet they audaciously raised the price to 600 galleons. The cloaked wizard interjected, "To bring this behemoth here, one of our brethren was captured, so of course the price must increase. He is our kin. That is no justification for your deceit." Hagrid spat, interrupting the cloaked wizard. "Deceit? Indeed, I am indeed deceitful." The cloaked wizard cackled. "Now another child knows our secret. The price must rise further." Startled, Hagrid waved his hands and exclaimed, "You cannot do this. You absolutely must not." Witnessing this, Visette could not help but massage his temples. His experience in the orphanage had taught him that one must not retreat in the face of such matters, for retreat only emboldens the wicked. To confront such unreasonable villains, instilling fear in them was imperative. Visette cleared his throat and addressed the group. "Have you all decided everything without consulting me?" The 4 adversaries paused, their laughter growing more derisive. "Did I mishear? Is he threatening us? How frightful." One scoffed. "A first year with a cauldron. Likely just acquired his wand today. What could he possibly do? Flicker some lights? Judging by your attire, you hardly seem like a scion of a wealthy pure-blood family. If only you were. We could demand 2,000 galleons." Unperturbed, Visette replied, "Are you familiar with the mute ones? Or do you happen to read the news?" The 4 looked increasingly impatient. "What mute ones? Spare us your drivel. Big guy, hurry and prepare the money." With a sigh, Visette said, "Hagrid, I recall you possessing the Daily Prophet. Is it still with you?" "Oh yes." Hagrid immediately rummaged through his pockets and produced a crumpled newspaper. Visette took the paper and handed it to the 4 men. "You may wish to take a look." Only the cloaked wizard unfolded the newspaper, while the other 3 remained on high alert. Soon, the expression of the cloaked wizard shifted from skepticism to astonishment. He raised his wand, the tip emanating a warm white light that illuminated Vizette's face. The wizard's demeanor swiftly transformed from astonishment to fear, beads of sweat beginning to dip his forehead. A born dark wizard, a walking powder keg, an exceedingly dangerous individual. Visette indicated himself, affirming, "This refers to me. I am one of the mute ones." The cloaked wizard wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning calmness as he retorted, "You claim it, but who is to say if it is true? Perhaps the journalist miscaptured the content. It could all be fabrication. He is Visette." Hagrid shouted furiously. "He has faced considerable disdain today because of this very matter. Perhaps you require some evidence?" Visette smiled as he rolled up his sleeves, each gesture executed with remarkable fluidity. Chapter 15. Where is the bargain in your manner? Ancient magic, shield. The scene with the Niven serpent replayed vividly in Visette's mind. A silvery blue radiance enveloped him, and a spherical barrier emerged, encasing both him and Hagrid within. It was evident that the reporter was not genuinely present. Visette spoke softly, extending his index finger and thumb outward. The barrier immediately expanded, halting just before the cloaked wizard. With a cold smile, Visette proclaimed, "I shall drive the Niven serpent to a dead end, gradually crushing it with this magic. Care to test your luck?" He added, "Of course. You may also attempt to resist. I can still control my power. What might happen if I unleash it is uncertain." He surveyed the surroundings, noting the advantageous straight line before him. Here, the latent force would surely thrive. Not only was the cloaked wizard sweating profusely, but his three companions were equally drenched in perspiration. Surely this magic isn't so formidable, is it? Let us go. Can four of us not overpower two of them? Is he merely trying to intimidate us? Surely, the latent force is a fabrication. I know nothing of this. The incessant chatter from his companions vexed the cloaked wizard. He barked silence. Even if the latent force is a ruse, can you dismiss the reality of wandless magic? How many children have you encountered who can wield such power without a wand? He tossed the newspaper to his companions, urging, examine it for yourselves. Do not rush blindly into action without understanding. He regretted not having expelled the latent force earlier, for he found himself in this predicament. The silver-blue shield spell persisted, and the cloaked wizard clenched his teeth, begrudgingly inquiring, "What is it that you truly desire?" The cloaked wizard and his associates instinctively retreated several paces, their backs pressed against the slumbering three-headed dog. Judging by their demeanor, they had come to comprehend the nature of the latent force and were aware of Visette's prior actions. Thanks to Litiscit's ludicrous official report, Visette needed little explanation to achieve the desired effect. By the way, how much do you intend to sell this three-headed dog to Hagrid? Are you still willing to purchase it? The cloaked wizard asked in astonishment. For 100 galleons. This three-headed dog is but a pup. Its eyes have yet to open. Visette turned to Hagrid. Is the price for the three-headed pup justified? His understanding of three-headed dogs primarily stemmed from fantastic beasts and where to find them. The book mainly addressed the care required for such creatures, while the question of price relied on the expertise of Hogwarts' keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid nodded vigorously. Absolutely worth it. In fact, it's an exceptional deal. I've never seen such a favorable price during my travels in Greece. See? The cloaked wizard exhaled in relief. We will adhere to this price. There shall be no increase. Visette regarded Hagrid with some exasperation. They were in a position of power and ought to exhibit greater dominance. Perhaps the simplicity of wizards in a magical realm contributed to this situation, or perhaps Hagrid is simply naive. 400 galleons is no trifling amount. Visor's instinct for frugality was triggered. This price is evidently unreasonable, for this is not Greece. The dark-robed wizard immediately turned to him, anxiously inquiring, "What do you mean?" Visor replied with an air of certainty. "As far as I know, a three-headed dog is a perilous and rare magical creature. Acquiring one is quite troublesome. Besides the purchase price, numerous formalities must be completed. Following the regular purchasing procedure requires considerable effort. Do you understand?" This excerpt is a brief introduction to adopting a three-headed dog from Fantastic Beasts. The dark-robed wizard feigned ignorance, shaking his head repeatedly. "I don't know. This price is truly a bargain." He gestured urgently to Hagrid. "Big guy, say something. It's just a pup. Don't you want to become the proud owner of this adorable little creature?" Hagrid emitted a long, rumbling sound but remained silent, looking at Visor as if to say, "I trust his judgment." Visor formed a peace sign. 200 galleons. That is our maximum offer. 200 galleons. The dark-robed wizard shrieked. "You might as well kill us. How could such a price be possible?" "Good idea." Visor stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating the matter seriously. "This dark alley is indeed quite suitable for such activities." "Visor!" Hagrid exclaimed, startled. "You must remain calm. You're a good lad." The dark-robed wizard was equally alarmed. "Indeed, the big guy is right. You must maintain your composure. Let us negotiate further." Visor waved his peace sign again. 200 galleons. 390 galleons. That is our bottom line. 190 galleons. Had you truly had a bottom line, you would not have taken me hostage from the outset. The dark-robed wizard now regretted his actions, weakly lowering the price. 380 galleons. That is my final offer. Visor smiled calmly. 170 galleons. Judging by your attire, you have likely been roughing it for quite some time. Moreover, Hagrid is the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds. Only a space as vast as that can provide a three-headed dog with a comfortable existence. Do you understand? The dark-robed wizard seemed to have struck a nerve, his voice sharp like chalk scraping against glass. "But you cannot keep lowering the price. Where's the decorum in bargaining like this?" 150 galleons. Visor maintained his composure. "I have stated that the bottom line can be adjusted, especially when dealing with individuals like yourselves. Visor, I cannot thank you enough today. Without you, I might never have escaped from Noctur Alley." He rummaged through his pocket, producing an exquisitely embroidered pouch. "I was truly terrified. They even attempted to search me. I certainly did not wish for them to take this." This was the reason Hagrid staunchly refused to allow them to search him. Visor temporarily entrusted the pouch to him. The Niffler was brought by Hagrid. Had Hagrid been selfish, Visor would not have received 500 galleons. In terms of character, Hagrid is indeed a trustworthy individual. Furthermore, Hagrid's cloak possesses magical resistance, capable of thwarting common theft spells, ensuring that the money in his possession brings Visor additional peace of mind. Upon witnessing Visette take the wallet, Hagrid let out a sigh of relief and casually inquired, "What do you think we should name this little darling?" Visette glanced at the slumbering three-headed dog, shrugged, and replied, "I'm not particularly skilled at naming, but it is undeniably adorable with its fluffy coat. I assent it." Hagrid's eyes lit up indeed. "How about we call it Lou-Wei?" He reached out to stroke the dog's back, his tone brimming with affection. "Lou-Wei, what do you think?" Perhaps it was Hagrid's call that stirred the creature. The three-headed dog, Lou-Wei, let out a soft grunt and slowly opened its eyes. Woof! However, as Lou-Wei was hoisted onto Hagrid's shoulder, the first figure that came into view was not Hagrid, but Visette, who was trailing behind, pulling a small cart. "Hagrid, your Lou-Wei is awake." In Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the three-headed dog's English name is Fluffy, which the publisher translated phonetically to Lou-Wei. I adhere to the publisher's translation, thus referring to it as Lou-Wei. I hope this is understood. If interpreted literally, it could also be rendered as Fluffy, which conveys the meaning of being furry. Chapter 16. The destination of the Flynn Network, the burrow. The eyes of the three-headed dog, Lou-Wei, sparkled as it flailed its paws, whimpering to leap towards Visette. Hagrid, endowed with formidable strength, effortlessly lifted Lou-Wei above his head upon noticing it had awakened. He exuberantly exclaimed, "Lou-Wei, you're awake. Looking so adorable. You were born to be showered with affection." Visette, wiping the sweat from his brow, mused that only someone of Hagrid's stature could single-handedly lift a three-headed dog the size of an African lion. Perhaps my arrival is ill-timed? Just then, a familiar voice resonated, and Dumbledore materialized before them. Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid, startled, quickly concealed Lou-Wei behind him as if hiding a gift. Unfortunately, Lou-Wei's size, comparable to that of an African lion, was not easily obscured, even by Hagrid's towering frame. The puppy appeared somewhat leaner. Dumbledore, with a smile gracing his face, remarked, "Is that nest you recently set up at the school meant for it?" Hagrid chuckled nervously, his smile strained. "Lou-Wei is still young. I don't want it to be overworked." "I completely understand," Dumbledore nodded, "but with that in mind, it seems you won't be able to take the night bus." "Visette, would you like to try a different mode of travel? There is a more economical option, and I've already spoken to Molly about it." "More economical?" Visette recalled that he had yet to pay for the morning's fare, quickly producing a gold galleon and slipping it into Hagrid's trouser pocket. "Hagrid, eager, insisted Visette. "You need not do this. You've saved me over 200 galleons." Visette waved his hand. "It's different. A deal is a deal. Hagrid, just accept it." Dumbledore smiled even more warmly. "Visette, let's be off. The Flynn Network is undeniably a splendid way to travel." The atmosphere remained lively, with the flames in the corner fireplace roaring, adding to the bar's vibrant ambience. Dumbledore lifted the flower pot from the mantelpiece, revealing a shimmering powder within. The method of use was remarkably straightforward. One simply needed to grasp a handful of Floo powder, cast it into the fireplace, and declare the destination with a shout. As he spoke, he demonstrated by scattering a handful of the powder. Upon contact with the flames, they surged dramatically, transforming from a fiery red into a vibrant emerald green. Listening to Dumbledore's gentle murmur, Hagrid nodded appreciatively and pushed his small cart directly toward the flames. Dumbledore gestured invitingly, assuring him that he had arranged for a thestral, though it would not arrive immediately. At that moment, Tom appeared, bearing a large pot of tea and a beautifully sliced cake. Upon seeing the cake, lavishly adorned with sweet cream, Dumbledore's brow unfurled, revealing an expression of delight. "I'm quite intrigued by the origins of the three-headed dog. Might you share the tale with me?" Hagrid perked up. "Of course, no problem at all. Where would you like me to begin? Shall I recount how I met Fluffy?" "It was at the Leaky Cauldron." "I am eager to learn about the process of acquiring Fluffy," Dumbledore interjected, raising a hand. "From what I gathered in your previous conversation, it appears that Hagrid received considerable assistance from you, Victoire." Indeed. Hagrid nodded vigorously. "Without him, I would have surely been extorted by those individuals. Here's how it unfolded. Victoire entrusted me with 500 galleons. How could I allow them to search me? When I saw him appear, I was utterly terrified. He was so cunning that I could scarcely comprehend what was happening. Those individuals were genuinely willing to sell him for merely 170 galleons. What a bargain that was. His excitement was palpable, so much so that even Fluffy, who had been dozing, stirred and responded with several barks upon hearing Victoire's name. A look of satisfaction spread across Dumbledore's face as he effortlessly turned the tide, using all that he had observed throughout the day. To devise such a perfect solution in such a critical moment, I must admit, even I could not have done better. Hagrid nodded in agreement. That is exactly what I said. If Victoire hadn't arrived, I truly would have been at a loss. Dumbledore, with a smile, asked Hagrid, "It is evident that you hold a fondness for this child. Fluffy adores him as well." Hagrid replied, affectionately ruffling Fluffy's head. "But many people misunderstand him. It's all due to those reports. They will soon have new content to report." Dumbledore stroked his beard contemplatively. "In a few days, it will be Harry's birthday. I will need your assistance to run an errand." "Harry? Harry Potter?" Hagrid exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Indeed, he is of the age to begin school. I am more than willing. I haven't seen him in a decade. Back then, he was just a wee little thing." As Dumbledore had predicted, the flames posed no threat to Victoire. An odd rumbling filled the air, as if he were caught in a whirlpool, with various fireplace exits flashing before him. Suddenly, a boy's voice cried out, "Mom, the fireplace is reacting. Come quick." With a push from behind, Victoire emerged from the fireplace, revealing a living room constructed from haphazardly stacked stones. A tall boy with red hair stood before him, extending his hand in a most stylish manner. "Greetings. I am Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor." Another red-haired boy appeared, shyly smiling as he introduced himself. "I am Ron, also a first-year student this year." Suddenly, a hand emerged beneath Percy's, exclaiming, "Hello, I am Fred Weasley, the brother who is always losing points to the prefect." Immediately after, another hand covered Percy's palm, declaring, "Greetings, I am George Weasley, yet another brother who gets points deducted by the prefect." "Be quiet," Percy interjected. "If you behaved a little better, it would deduct your points. That is just how he is." The two identical boys shook their heads in frustration, exclaiming, "I am beginning to doubt he is our brother. He is not funny at all." Standing before Visette were 4 boys, all freckled and adorned with vibrant red hair. One boy sported a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of studiousness. Fred and George wore playful grins, their attire not only old, but also marked by signs of magical mishaps. Ron stood at the back, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he craned his neck to take a look. "All right." A middle-aged woman in an apron appeared, pulling Fred and George aside. Her name was Molly Weasley, the mother of Ron, Percy, Fred, and George. Visette surveyed the lively group, and in their eyes, he found no trace of distance or fear. Rather, an overwhelming sense of warmth enveloped him. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," he chuckled, shaking his head. "I think I'll pass. Mr. Lovegood has prepared dinner for me." Chapter 17. Preparations before school. Visette had previously heard from Luna that there were other wizarding families surrounding Ottery St. Catchpole. Mrs. Weasley, carrying a basket of provisions, led the way, mentioning that the Diggory family lived nearby. Their children were far easier to manage than Fred and George. The Fawcett family is also in the vicinity. It seems they have a daughter who is likely starting this year as well. You might run into her once school starts. She was a talkative and amiable person, and conversing with her felt like a casual chat with a friend, devoid of any sense of formality. Ever since the incident with Mrs. Lovegood, her family had become more reclusive, and they hadn't been in touch much over the years. Luna is a good child, though her thoughts tend to wander. Even Fred and George often find it hard to connect with her. He smiled slightly, remarking, "For me, much of what Luna says is quite enlightening. Without her protection and inspiration, I would not have been able to cast that shield charm when confronted by the Niffler. That is splendid." Mrs. Weasley gazed toward a nearby stream. "Occasionally, I pass by that stream and have often seen Luna there over the past 2 years." Visette felt a stirring in his heart at her words, as if it skipped a beat, but now it seemed unlikely. Mrs. Weasley smiled and said, "That is truly wonderful." Yet, despite her kind smile, Visette felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Hogwarts operated under a closed educational system, allowing only the summer and Christmas holidays for students to leave. 2 moons hung in the sky above the hill. A full moon hangs high in the sky, while another round moon floats above the ancient castle shaped like a carriage. This enchanting sight is the creation of Luna's mother, rumored to have originated from a magical experiment. Since that moment, as the night deepens, the moon above the castle becomes increasingly prominent. One wonders if the magical eye could reveal extraordinary scenes hidden from ordinary view. A spark ignited within Visette, his eyes shimmering with a silvery blue luminescence. The silvery blue magic flowed like liquid, enveloping the entire castle, particularly the round moon, which radiated an exceptionally dazzling essence. Most remarkably, this was an ancient magical power cultivated over time, seemingly accessible to him if he so desired. Yet, he refrained from doing so, for at night, Luna cherished her strolls on the rooftop, gazing at the moon above the castle. An idea struck Visette. Had Luna's mother delved into ancient magic? This is my first evening here, and it's truly beautiful. Mrs. Weasley suddenly chimed in, handing a basket of vegetables to Visette. I brought you here. These vegetables are homegrown. Please extend my regards to Mr. Lovegood and Luna. Visette's eyes returned to their normal state as he sincerely replied, Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Mrs. Weasley's figure faded into the night, and a fluffy owl joyfully hooted, nestling into Visette's embrace. Hoo-hoo! The birdcage atop the cauldron gently swayed, the bronze owl inside calling out eagerly, as if greeting him. Soft and delicate footsteps approached, and Luna quietly regarded Visette, offering a faint smile. Isn't Diagon Alley magical? Her voice remained ethereal. Have you been bothered by pesky flies? Once school starts, you can write to me. Hoo-hoo! The owl, Diana, proudly echoed her calls. Indeed, we can correspond, Visette replied with a relieved smile, gently shaking his head. Luna possessed an inherent charm that effortlessly dispelled his uncertainties. Casting aside his worries, Visette pointed to the restless owl. What do you think this little creature should be named? Such a spirited little fellow, Luna pondered. Let us name him Sol? The sun and moon, forever alternating in their appearances. What a splendid name. Together, they treaded upon the soft grass, heading toward the castle graced by the dual moons. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into late August, with the morrow heralding the commencement of Hogwarts. Luna had contributed immensely. One might say she had single-handedly orchestrated the decoration of their room. Besides replacing the bedding and wallpaper, she had strung together some flitterbloom as embellishments for the bed curtains. This magical material, resembling a miniature radish, was said to enhance one's receptiveness to the extraordinary with increased contact. Flitterbloom was ubiquitous throughout the castle, much like Luna's earrings, which were also crafted from it. Xenophilius, as the editor of the Quibbler, would work in a room adorned with flitterbloom, supposedly to continuously inspire creativity. The second floor of the castle buzzed with activity, as these days marked the printing period for the Quibbler. The magical printing press roared to life, its rhythmic clatter resonating from dawn until dusk. This printing machine, utilized by wizards, possessed a unique charm, constructed primarily of wood with metal sheets affixed at critical junctures, reminiscent of the spinning mills of the Industrial Revolution. Enhanced by enchantments, this magical device amalgamated the functions of various machines, including folding, binding, and cutting. Xenophilius had a straightforward task, to craft an initial draft and feed it into the machine's entrance. The device would then operate autonomously, churning out issue after issue of finished magazines. However, the machine's efficiency was somewhat lacking, producing fewer than 100 copies of Singing Contradictions over several days. As the adage goes, a good memory is no match for a poor pen. Through the process of transcribing the teaching materials, he gained a general understanding of the curriculum for the upcoming academic year. The illustrations featured in the textbooks were all meticulously crafted by Luna, who demonstrated an exceptional talent for painting. Whenever Visette dictated, she could conjure up the corresponding images, especially when it came to depicting magical creatures, each rendered with unparalleled finesse. Mother and I have perused Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, Luna exclaimed with a beaming smile. I've encountered all the creatures within, save for the horned Snorbeast. Visette inquired, The horned Snorbeast? I shall visit the Leaky Cauldron next time to search for any related literature. It should be quite a challenge to locate, Luna replied wistfully, as it is an exceedingly rare magical creature. My father mentioned they dwell in Sweden, and I plan to seek them out personally and capture their likeness. To Sweden, Visette silently noted. On the evening of the last day of August, Xenophilius opted not to cook, but instead ordered a sumptuous feast from a nearby Muggle restaurant. I understand, Visette chuckled, tossing 2 steaks out the window. They shall earn their keep. 2 owls transformed into furry bolts of lightning, soaring through the air with the steaks clutched in their beaks, hooting in acknowledgement. On the day of the school term's commencement, Visette meticulously rechecked the enrollment notice, inspecting the contents of his suitcase repeatedly until he felt satisfied, finally pulling the suitcase down the stairs. Luna sat in the living room, the bright sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden hue upon her light golden hair. She was grooming Sol's feathers, tending to each plume with meticulous care. I'm off to school, Visette said softly. Luna responded, her voice slightly distant, though farewells often carried a hint of sadness. Each parting was a prelude to a future reunion. She handed him a vibrant, verdant Gaudigon, saying, If you encounter difficulties or confusion, it shall bring you good fortune. This embodies the essence of home. Indeed, Luna's assertion was accurate. The Godgon's appearance and flavor resembled that of scallions, and only her family prepared it as tea. It truly was the taste of home, a unique flavor exclusive to this place. Visette nodded appreciatively, recognizing the gift as a quintessential reflection of Luna's character. Chapter 18. King's Cross Station and Ancient Magic, a Reformation. King's Cross Station, situated in the heart of London, serves as a vital transportation hub for the English. The hour is still early, and the flow of travelers is rather sparse. Visette smoothly enters the station and, after several inquiries, discovers the direction to Platform 9. As he approaches the platform, the clusters of people multiply. They appear to be parents bidding farewell to their children, yet their attire is undeniably peculiar. Some individuals don garments of striking colors, reminiscent of costumes borrowed from a circus. Others sport an outrageous contrast, wearing a hefty winter coat on top while donning shorts below. Still, there are those whose choices seem misguided, like a balding middle-aged man with a stubbly face, clad in a floral maxi dress. Despite their rather mismatched appearances, their movements are remarkably synchronized as they converge upon the pillars near platforms 9 and 10, colliding abruptly before vanishing from sight. A middle-aged man in a suit notices the oddity and strides forward, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face, even extending his hand as if to touch the pillar. At that moment, a burly figure in a pleated skirt suddenly emerges, brandishing a wand and rushing to the man's side while murmuring incantations. A flash of light ensues, and the man's expression shifts to one of urgent alarm as he bolts out of the station at a sprint. Visette wipes the sweat from his brow, at a loss for where to begin his critique of the bizarre scene unfolding before him. A melodious female voice breaks through the confusion, suggesting that the study of Muggle studies should be integrated into the curriculum for all grades, rather than merely offered as an elective. It belongs to an Asian girl with delicate features and shoulder-length black hair, adorned with a sprinkle of freckles across her dainty nose. She wears a sky-blue hoodie, embellished with 2 deep blue letters T across the chest. One hand drags a suitcase while the other grasps an old-fashioned broomstick, impeccably maintained, devoid of any signs of wear. The handle and bristles glisten with a fresh coat of varnish, exuding a polished sheen. You must be Visette, right? You look somewhat familiar. I recall seeing you frequently on the front page of the Prophet last month. The girl cheerfully introduces herself. I am Qiu Zhang, a student of Ravenclaw. Visette nods in acknowledgement. Hello, Qiu Zhang. Hi, she replies with a smile. We should get going. Just walk straight through. The ministry staff will only disperse the muggles. The ministry staff? Visette points to the burly figure in the pleated skirt. Is that really how they dress? Indeed, Qiu Zhang replies with a resigned smile. That's why I advocate for the broadening of Muggle studies. The curriculum desperately needs updating. What of it if I were the Tattershaw Tornadoes team uniform and hold a flying broomstick? They wouldn't even notice me. Muggles are much more tolerant nowadays. Can you believe it? It is already 1991, and the understanding of Muggles remains stuck in the mindset of 3 centuries ago. It's utterly astonishing. As Qiu Zhang strides ahead, her pace quickening, she seamlessly merges into the pillar, disappearing from view. Visette follows closely behind, and after a fleeting moment of darkness, a bright platform materializes before him. Behind him was no longer the bustling hall of King's Cross Station, but rather an iron archway with a sign indicating Platform 9 3/4 hanging from the ceiling. There stood a deep crimson steam locomotive, radiating a strong Victorian aesthetic. In truth, this steam engine hailed from that very era, having been requisitioned by the Ministry of Magic for Transportation within England. At that time, the Minister of Magic was Adeline Gamble. In a bid to ensure the safe return of Hogwarts students, rallied against opposition and mobilized the ministry to undertake a grand project. This endeavor involved 167 forgetting charms, marking the largest scale of concealed magic in England's history, ultimately leading to the establishment of Platform 9 3/4. The steam locomotive had also undergone a thorough transformation, shifting from steam power to magical propulsion, and was aptly named the Hogwarts Express. The platform was alive with commotion. White magical smoke swirling above as various pets scurried beneath people's feet. Parents leaned against the windows of the Hogwarts Express, reciting last-minute reminders, while children nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. Visette cast his magical eye, sensing the abundant, ancient magical energy brewing in this space. The silvery blue magic nearly spilling over the platform. With a flicker of thought, a torrent of ancient magical power surged towards him, and his mind flipped to the 4th page of the Wizard's Practical Guide. Ancient Magic, Improvement, Beginner Guides Ancient Magical Energies to Enhance Spells, augmenting their power and adding special effects. Unlike shield magic, improvement magic could not be employed directly. It required integration with other spells. Its practical applications were significant, enhancing magical potency while also bestowing unique effects. From the outset with shield magic to the magical I acquired in Diagon Alley, these differed from contemporary wizardry. Particularly with the advent of improvement magic, he was able to solidify his speculations. The notes referenced two types of ancient magical power. One type emanated from the void, directly usable for spell casting, while the other was more extraordinary, drawn from ancient magical structures. These edifices, through the passage of time, cultivated ancient magical energies that could be directly absorbed, fostering the growth of the magical eye or unlocking new pages in the notes. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Autumn's voice chimed in. I was similarly awestruck when I first entered. Such antiques are typically only seen in museums. Why do you have a toad? Is that in vogue now? It's named Leaf, a toad my great-uncle gifted me, delighted at my wizarding potential. Are you certain your great-uncle was delighted? And not feeling something else? Do people still keep toads as pets? Together, they hoisted their luggage onto the shelf, at which point they also needed to catch up on homework, predominantly fellow Gryffindors. How could you tell? Visette inquired with curiosity. His understanding of Hogwarts was rather limited. Autumn Zhang retrieved a cloth to polish the already gleaming broomstick. As far as I know, Gryffindor students tend to have exceptionally diverse summer plans. They embark on adventures to wizarding relics or immerse themselves in Quidditch for an entire day. In any case, completing assignments is usually their least favorite option. Visette could not help but chuckle. On the eve of the school year, it's either finishing assignments or catching some sleep. Suddenly, a young black man popped up, lifting the hem of his shirt pocket and said, "Hey, could you lend me your homework to copy? I have a bag of spider from Africa. You can pet them." It is worth noting that in the original text, Autumn Zhang is depicted as a beautiful Asian girl. Chapter 19. Assignments hold no weight in the hearts of Gryffindor. Autumn Zhang raised her hand to introduce Lee Jordan, a third-year student from Gryffindor, renowned commentator for Quidditch matches. I'm not that famous. Lee Jordan casually stepped into the compartment. Did you finish Professor Flitwick's assignment? The corner of Autumn Zhang's mouth curled into a smirk, as if to say, see? This is how Gryffindor students are. Assignments bear no significance to them. Autumn Zhang patiently explained, you should ask someone else. I'm a second-year student, and this is Visette, a new student this year. Autumn, I know you. Lee Jordan teased, recalling the previous year's match where Cedric failed to catch the golden snitch, seemingly distracted by her. Autumn Zhang blushed as if caught off guard and coughed several times. You must have mistaken me. I am a Ravenclaw student. Lee Jordan raised his eyebrows in a mock indignation. As a commentator, my duty is to capture the thrilling moments of a match. You were wearing that Tartan Hill Tornadoes jersey. I remember it vividly. I would stake my bag of spiders on it. But I still suggest you ask someone else. Autumn Zhang quickly interrupted Lee Jordan. We truly cannot assist you. Can I stay here for a while? Lee Jordan sighed. I'll wait for Fred and the others to board. I want to see if they brought their textbooks. Feel free. Autumn Zhang did not refuse. Visette inquired. Fred? Is that Fred Weasley? Lee Jordan's face lit up. Yes. That's him. Fred and George are twins. I am their close friend. Do you know them? Visette nodded. The Weasley family has helped me before. I suppose we are acquainted. Ah, so we are familiar. Lee Jordan sighed again. I really don't want to waste time on assignments. This bag of spiders has excellent venom. When I was in Africa, I experimented with this bag of spiders. Even a slight touch of the venom can cause immediate swelling. If Fred and the others come, we could experiment together. It's a shame about this dreadful assignment. I've asked several people already, but couldn't borrow one to copy. Unable to borrow. Visette noticed Lee Jordan's pocket again. You intend to borrow homework and offer them a chance to pet the spiders as a reward? Lee Jordan nodded vigorously, of course. This is no ordinary bag spider. Its venom is infused with magic, a rarity indeed. Much like wizards among muggles, such beings are exceptional. Visette comprehended why no one lent their homework to Lee Jordan. The thought of touching a spider sent shivers down his spine. This young black fellow is quite the restless spirit. Perhaps it is due to some innate racial gift, as he possesses an unusually strong desire to converse. Upon discovering that Visette and Fred were acquainted, Lee Jordan immediately became familiar and began to boastfully introduce each house. Gryffindor, of course, is the finest house. Are you familiar with Headmaster Dumbledore? He is one of us in Gryffindor. Everything here is the best. Ravenclaw is rather commendable as well. If only Autumn Zhang were in my year, for Ravenclaw boasts the highest accuracy in homework. The Hufflepuff folk are all very friendly. That heartthrob Cedric seems to have the most to eat. I wonder where he procures it all. The title of the Dark Lord is rather peculiar. Visette felt a sense of familiarity with the moniker. Suddenly, it struck him. This was one of the true aliases of Voldemort, commonly referred to as the He Who Must Not Be Named or the Noseless One. In those times, the name was no laughing matter. Lee Jordan swallowed hard, his voice becoming strained. He was the most dangerous dark wizard in history. I heard my father say that those slain by the Dark Lord could form an army of the undead. Even the term Dark Lord is merely a euphemism, as we dare not utter his name directly. Is it truly that perilous? Visette furrowed his brow. He had only heard of Grindelwald, who also seemed to be a rather dangerous dark wizard. The name Gellert Grindelwald was one he had learned from the film Fantastic Beasts. At least in the movie, Grindelwald exhibited formidable combat prowess, effortlessly facing the horrors of the magical Congress alone. That was a matter from long ago. Lee Jordan shrugged, stating that it was Headmaster Dumbledore who defeated Grindelwald. I know that much. There's no mistake in coming to Gryffindor. After polishing his broomstick, Autumn Jean remarked, if you're interested in Grindelwald and the Dark Lord, you might consider reading A History of Modern Magic, which contains more detailed records. Time swiftly passed to 10:30. In a parched, Lee Jordan settled down, attempting to concoct some homework. What was the spelling of the repairing charm? R something? Repair. It is a spell used for mending things. Who was its English inventor? I believe I've seen it before. Autumn Jean buried his head in a book titled The Origins of Quidditch, his shoulders shaking violently, occasionally emitting muffled sounds. Visette rifled through the tomes in his mind and located Standard Spells, Level 3. This series consists of 7 volumes, corresponding to the 7 Years of Charms classes at Hogwarts. It was precisely for this reason that, while perusing books at the Leaky Cauldron, he had recorded all 7 volumes. He recited from Standard Spells, Level 3, saying, Mr. Jordan, the incantation for the repairing charm is Reparo. If you seek a comprehensive explanation of this enchantment, it is indeed a spell designed to seamlessly mend most damaged objects. Are you certain? Lee Chowdon's eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a lifeline, as he grasped Visette's shoulder. The book you discarded in Africa, is it titled Standard Spells? Level 3? Yes, that is indeed the one. Then there is no mistake. When I purchased it previously, I found it quite intriguing and took the liberty of jotting down some notes. Jotting down notes? Is that something an ordinary person can accomplish? Are you truly unaware of the mysterious individual? Well, as soon as you recited the title, it all came rushing back to me. Visette nodded, suggesting that if you remain uncertain, you can consult Fred and George when they arrive for confirmation. I will attempt it myself first. Lee Chowdan extricated a tissue from his pocket and tore it into several pieces, chanting Reparo to restore it to its original state. He practiced tirelessly on the question from the preparatory exam paper. After approximately 10 attempts, the tissue was barely reassembled. Magic inherently requires repeated trials. The fact that the tissue could hold together without falling apart indicated that both the principle and incantation of the repair spell were accurate. Genius. My dear friend, you are a genius. Lee Chowdon's address for him shifted as he yanked the exam paper back, urging, take a look at this. Chapter 20, Gryffindor needs individuals like you. The exam paper was filled with a plethora of fill-in-the-blank questions. If one had truly prepared, the difficulty of the exam was indeed not insurmountable. Visette pointed to the blank spaces and stated, in 1754, the Ministry of Magic of England prohibited the abuse of magic office, or Arabella Natterley, repairing the accidentally destroyed Colosseum. My friend, you are remarkable. Lee Chowdan gave a thumbs up and immediately began to write fervently, filling in the correct answers. The Patronus charm, the incantation is Expecto Patronum, and it is defined as an ancient and mysterious spell capable of summoning a magical guardian. The blanks on the preparatory exam paper were filled one by one, and the once smirking Xiao Zhang now wore a look of astonishment as she gazed at Visette. A resounding whistle echoed as the Hogwarts Express finally set off. Outside the window were countless parents waving farewell, along with several younger children, crying and chasing after the train. As the train accelerated, those crying children were left behind, waving their hands in a continuous gesture of goodbye. Freed from parental constraints, many children now displayed expressions of relief, eagerly pulling out their wands. And laughter and merriment filled the train. Once Lee Chowdan completed his assignment, he was once again full of vigor. Let me tell you, I encountered numerous wizards in Africa and even learned a form of magic that does not require a wand. Xiao Zhang's interest was piqued. Wandless magic? I read about that. It seems Africa excels in this. Lee Chowdan waved his hand dismissively. Not merely wandless magic, but a form of magic executed through hand gestures. Allow me to demonstrate. He rolled up his sleeves and began to perform an elaborate sequence of movements, his palms crackling with sound. Yet, nothing transpired, no extraordinary radiance emerged, nor did any remarkable events unfold. Xiao Zhang sighed softly, cautiously inquiring, can you ascertain that this is indeed magic? What kind of magic is it? Perhaps I should attempt it once more? Li Jiandan scratched his head, pulling his sleeve up to his shoulder before once again clapping his palms together with a resounding crack. Merlin's undergarments. Have you been ensnared by an African sorcerer? an exaggerated voice exclaimed. Fred slipped in, resting his hands on Li Jiandan's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. You must not get into trouble. We are eagerly awaiting your bag, Spider. Hey, why is it you are here too? George followed closely behind, waving and greeting. Oh, and let us not forget the lady distracting Cedric. Qiuzhang nodded, but refrained from saying much, her ears slightly flushed. Of course, I am not in trouble. Li Jiandan shrugged off Fred's hands. Be careful. You might crush the bag, Spider. Then we would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of our lives. George made a gesture of prayer, urging, hurry and bring it out. In that moment, the attention of all five was captivated. Qiuzhang remained cautious, fearing that the furry spider might leap towards her. Fred, George, and Li Jiandan admired the thick tufts of hair on the bag spider. Aside from its venomous fangs and glands emanating a ghostly green glow, the rest of the spider appeared dull and gray. Wise focused intently, observing the green luminescence of the fangs and glands, where a symbol seemed to reside, albeit too indistinct to discern its precise structure. Suddenly, a hand appeared near the fangs. Without hesitation, the bag spider bit down, injecting its potent venom. As the venom was fully administered, the green glow of the fangs and glands dimmed. The hand belonged to Fred, and the bitten area swelled visibly. Qiuzhang widened her eyes, instinctively drawing her wand. Why did you bring your hand so close? Don't panic. It's merely a minor issue, George replied nonchalantly, retrieving a suction-like device from his pocket and slapping it onto the bite. The suction cup seemed to come alive, emitting a gurgling sound. The enchanted venom was drawn from the wound, collecting in a small glass vial at the top. Fred's hand quickly returned to its normal size, leaving two tiny wounds resembling grains of rice. Li Jiandan was not idle either. He took out a green leaf, chewed it hastily, and spat it onto the wound. A few wisps of green smoke dissipated, and when he brushed aside the leaf, the wound had completely healed, albeit slightly smoother than the surrounding skin. Only then did Fred grimace, exhaling deeply. This bag spider is quite something. It hurt like the devil, but we have obtained this. George removed the glass vial, gently shaking the green venom within. Here comes the fat tongue toffee. Fred grinned. But remember, next time it will be you who gets bitten. Visette dispelled the magical eye, curiously asking, is that white ash? A connoisseur indeed. Li Qiandan strode confidently, proudly displaying a bag brimming with verdant leaves. I procured this in Africa. This entire bag cost me nothing, he exclaimed. No wonder it grew so quickly. It turns out to be such a rare treasure. Fred marveled, pondering how long it might take before they could earn enough to take their families on a trip. It should be soon, George reassured, glancing at Visette, surprised that he could even recognize the white radish at first glance. My friend here is quite impressive, Li Qiandan said as he draped an arm over Visette's shoulders. Brotherly camaraderie blossoming. While I was waiting for you, guess how I managed to finish my homework? Fred chimed in. You must have just guessed. It's only Professor Flibby's assignment, not Professor McGonagall's, so it's not a big deal. Ahem, Qiuzhang cleared his throat lightly, affirming his presence as a Ravenclaw. I am not as irresponsible as Fred. Li Qiandan teased. With Visette's assistance, I completed the review paper. George pondered, stroking his chin. How is that any different from mere guessing? Li Qiandan proposed. Why not compare our papers? After all, I trust him. Trust requires no justification. Fred and George, both action-oriented, swiftly retrieved their review papers for a meticulous line-by-line examination. As they reached the end, George, still skeptical, fetched standard spells, level 3, to verify the corresponding answers once more. Merlin's beard. How could it all be correct? I was careless and misspelled some words, right? Li Qiandan said, beaming with pride. Had I not actually performed the restoration spell, I would hardly believe it myself. He is merely a freshman, yet he managed to memorize standard spells, level 3 during his time in Diagon Alley. Isn't that remarkable? Would you be interested in joining Gryffindor? Fred's expression suddenly turned serious as he clapped Visette on the shoulder. We need someone of your caliber. Chapter 21. Practicing Summoning Charms. Encountering Miss Otter. That's hard to say. The sorting is determined by the sorting ceremony, George smirked, hinting that passing the sorting ceremony might prove challenging. Indeed, Fred winked, shifting his tone to one of mock regret. To enroll, one must endure the daunting sorting ceremony. Li Qiandan declared earnestly, my friend, I have faith in you. It's merely a life and death duel, which should be absolutely manageable for you. The trio shared a knowing glance, each leaving behind a somewhat intimidating remark as they slipped out of the carriage. Visette remained composed, pondering, surely, the sorting ceremony cannot be that terrifying? I cannot say for certain. Qiuzhang chuckled. We should arrive at the school by evening. All will be revealed then. The train rushed out of London, traversing the wilderness. where the sparse population consisted only of herds of cattle and sheep accompanying the train. Time swiftly approached noon, and the vibrant sunlight flooded the carriage as the sound of the refreshment trolley's wheels echoed down the aisle. A plump, middle-aged woman opened the compartment door. "Dear, would you care for some refreshments? We have candies, cakes, snacks, and pies galore." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman presented an array of delectable treats. While visiting Luna's residence, Visette indulged in homemade cookies crafted by Xenophilius, made from godot and flour, boasting a strong onion flavor devoid of any fragrance. In his previous life, although the meals provided at the orphanage were nutritionally balanced, they left much to be desired in terms of flavor, leading him to have little ambition regarding food. Merely satiating his hunger was his primary concern. Faced with a sudden choice, he sought assistance from Qiuzhang, inquiring, "What do you recommend? I have never seen these snacks before." "It's a bit challenging to choose. Each has its own unique charm," Qiuzhang pondered, wishing to experience the delight of snacks. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chewy super bubblegum, and chocolate frogs are all quite delightful. The snacks were exceedingly affordable. Visette purchased several of the treats Qiuzhang mentioned, spending a mere 15 nuts. He marveled. "This is truly the most magical place. If converted to the prices of my previous life, these snacks would only cost around 5 yuan, unbelievably cheap." Moreover, the vibrant packaging of these snacks was particularly eye-catching, especially the blue box containing the chocolate frogs, adorned with golden edges, exuding elegance. "Thank you." Qiuzhang accepted the chocolate frog Visette handed her. Upon opening a box, the chocolate frog leaped out, tracing a brown arc in the air. With quick reflexes, Visette gently caught the chocolate frog, his face lighting up in surprise. "It actually moves? How extraordinary!" Through the eye of magic, he discerned that the surface of the chocolate frog was imbued with magical energy, along with a similarly indistinct symbol. "The card inside is fascinating too," Qiuzhang exclaimed, retrieving a card from a box. The card also bore a faint magical symbol, depicting an elderly man with a white beard, identified as Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled and gently nodded at Visette before vanishing from the card. "Why did he disappear?" Visette exclaimed. "That is the essence of magic." Qiuzhang chuckled, explaining that in the magical realm, there are numerous animated illustrations that might leave one picture to visit another. The most valuable aspect of the chocolate frog lies in these collectible cards. If you're interested, you can start collecting them. The character descriptions are quite fascinating. Character descriptions? Visette flipped the card to read the information on the back. Widely regarded as the greatest wizard, he defeated the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945 and achieved remarkable feats in alchemy alongside the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. Not only were the cards intriguing, but the taste of the chocolate frog was also exquisite. The rich flavors of milk and chocolate melded seamlessly, melting quickly in his mouth, enveloping him in silkiness. The perfect balance of bitterness complemented the sweetness, truly deserving of the highest praise for not being overly saccharine. "I should send some to Luna and Mr. Lovegood." Visette's eyes sparkled as he hurried down the aisle in search of the vendor which he had encountered earlier. Qiuzhang was likely quite popular in Ravenclaw, as students frequently visited. Shortly after noon, a beautiful brunette girl arrived. She was a fifth-year student from Ravenclaw named Penelope Clearwater. Penelope, embracing the autumn breeze, confided, "Qiu, I feel overwhelmed with pressure as the OWL examinations approach. And, on top of that, I have been appointed as the prefect." Qiuzhang gently patted Penelope's shoulder, offering her solace. "Isn't that a good thing? I hear you even have a dedicated restroom. Quite luxurious, I must say. With privileges come responsibilities." With a soft sigh, Penelope replied, "For instance, I have to oversee the train, and I just swapped shifts with Percy Weasley. Soon, I must attend a meeting. I seized this brief respite during the shift change to come here and practice some magic. Having been unable to cast spells during the summer has set me back considerably." As she spoke, she retrieved her wand from her pocket and handed a notebook to Qiu. "Qiu, could you check if I've memorized the content correctly?" "The summoning charm. The incantation is Accio. It is a spell that draws distant objects towards oneself. One must maintain focus and clearly visualize the target. It cannot be used on living beings." Pointing her wand in Qiu's direction, she uttered the spell, and the notebook flew towards her. The notebook flipped through a few pages in Qiu's hands before coming to a halt. Frustrated by her lack of practice, Penelope remarked that she needed to concentrate and vividly imagine the notebook flying towards her. Vesta recalled some details about this magic from the book standard spellbook, level 4, which indeed contained a lengthy description of the summoning charm. Strangely, he found Penelope's notes comprehensible and felt confident enough to attempt it himself. In fact, when Lee Jordan practiced the repairing charm, he had wanted to give it a try as well, but the circumstances at that time had been peculiar, preventing him from doing so. Now, however, presented itself as an opportune moment for practice. He placed a chocolate frog across from him, drew his wand with precision, and gently tugged it backwards, causing the chocolate frog to soar towards him. The blue box containing the chocolate frog trembled as if pulled by an invisible thread, shifting twice in his direction. The learning environment proved to be vital. Penelope, while experimenting, shared her insights, greatly benefiting Vester. As he repeated the incantation, the blue box moved farther each time. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is lost. Vester looked up to see a breathless girl standing before him. She had a wild mane of brown hair, chubby cheeks, and prominent front teeth, reminiscent of an otter. I did it. The blue box swiftly darted into his palm. The girl widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What kind of magic is this? Why haven't I seen it in any book?" Chapter 22, Ancient Magic, Enhanced Summoning Charm. The girl took a seat as Penelope and Shio paused their practice, turning to observe Vester and the newcomer. "Oh, I've tried a few spells at home," the girl said, her excitement palpable. "Just simple practice. I thought I knew all the spells we were to learn this year. During my school years, I encountered numerous peculiar occurrences. It was only when I received my admission letter that I realized this was a realm of magic. To my knowledge, Hogwarts is the most exceptional school of witchcraft. I mean, I can recite this year's textbooks by heart, yet I have never witnessed your kind of magic. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. What are yours?" Hermione spoke in a rapid-fire manner, glancing somewhat awkwardly at the others in the carriage. "I am Cho Chang, and this is Penelope Clearwater," Penelope introduced. "Did you just see Weasley perform a spell?" "Yes." Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaiming, "Chocolate frog, come here," and then a chocolate frog flew from a seat into her hand. Penelope asked incredulously, "Have you mastered the summoning charm?" He had been so absorbed in his magical practice that he unconsciously attempted to tidy the seat and habitually muttered a spell. He recalled Luna's words, "A wizard must always have a desire when casting a spell. This is what tames the magic." Penelope leaned closer, asking, "Can you try again?" "I suppose I could." Weasley did not refuse, directing his wand at the notebook in Cho's hand. With a vivid image of the notebook in his mind, he infused the desire Luna had inspired in him, wishing to retrieve the notebook from Cho. "Notebook, come here." Whoosh! The notebook in Cho's hand shot through the air like an arrow, landing firmly in Weasley's grasp. "Merlin's beard. That's fourth-year magic," Penelope exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. "Is there something wrong with my magical ability? Is this really fourth-year magic?" Hermione asked eagerly. "Did you purchase the fourth-year textbooks in advance? Have you mastered the previous materials?" Weasley gently shook his head. "They were practicing over there. I was merely listening in." "Listening in?" Penelope covered her cheeks, her voice laced with frustration. "He is a freshman and has already grasped fourth-year magic, while I can barely manage a review. Could it be that you are too anxious?" Weasley attempted to draw from his past experiences during exams, sharing his insights, especially with the major tests approaching. "Feeling unsettled is quite normal, Miss Clearwater." "Have you had lunch after your rounds on the train?" "No," Penelope replied, shaking her head. "I just finished my rounds and came to find Cho." "That is the reason." Cho's eyes lit up. "Why don't you have something to eat first? My grandfather once told me, a person relies on food, just as iron relies on steel. One meal skipped can lead to hunger. Miss Clearwater, here, take this." Weasley handed her a box of chocolate frogs, suggesting that it would replenish her energy and alleviate her anxiety. "Your notes are definitely fine. Otherwise, I would have mastered the summoning charm in just one afternoon. I practiced step by step according to your insights. I believe the issue lies not with your abilities, but rather with your current state. You need to make slight adjustments to return to your usual level. Is that so?" "Thank you." Penelope, though somewhat skeptical, obediently ate a chocolate frog. "How did you manage to do that?" Hermione inquired with a hint of perplexity, questioning why anyone would heed her words when her own classmates did not. "Have I done something?" She pondered aloud. Visette merely shrugged, suggesting that a touch of sweetness was all that was required, as Hermione simply lacked a sense of calmness. Earlier, she had mentioned the impending OWL examinations for the academic year, and it was entirely normal to experience pre-exam anxiety. However, she mused about how this was only the beginning of the term. "Were you a muggle before? How come you were so familiar with examinations?" Hermione asked, recalling from her readings that wizards often chose to educate their children privately to maintain secrecy rather than enrolling them in school. It was then that she truly scrutinized Visette, noting his handsome, refined features and a sense of composure reflected in his brow. "You are Visette, the silent one featured in the Daily Prophet?" she stated. "I am not suggesting fear is the reason for my engagement with the magical realm. I trust you understand my meaning." Speaking in rapid succession, Visette could only nod in resignation, realizing that perhaps it was unnecessary to elaborate too much, as excessive verbosity often led to misunderstandings. Is that so? Hermione furrowed her brow. As if recalling an unpleasant experience, perhaps that was indeed the case. Notes fly here, Penelope suddenly exclaimed, her tone significantly more resolute than before, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. With a successful execution at the first attempt, she excitedly proclaimed, placing the notes back into Autumn's hands. Notes fly here. Now this feels right. I used to accomplish this effortlessly. How could I fail so suddenly? Penelope revitalized herself and turned to Hermione with curiosity, asking, Miss Granger, I recall you were searching for something? Oh, I must help Neville find his toad. Hermione exclaimed, a look of chagrin crossing her face. That is Neville's pet. I read that wizards are your favored toads as companions. I can hardly tolerate them. Penelope shuddered, noting that Hogwarts already housed several toads, and students could apply to the school for practice with spells or potion testing. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Testing potions? Is that done with pets? Rejuvenated, Penelope became quite talkative. At least during the medieval period, toads were the preferred pets of wizards, facilitating various tests. Magic can indeed achieve such feats, though it demands a high level of magical ability. Eventually, the Ministry of Magic prohibited the mistreatment of toads, leading to a decline in their ownership. Miss Cleaver, thank you. You've enlightened me greatly. However, I promised Neville I would assist him in finding his toad, Hermione said as she rose to depart the compartment. Visette interjected, Miss Granger, perhaps I could lend a hand. When Penelope discussed the history of toad magic, I attempted to merge the summoning charm with enhancement magic, resulting in a new page, Ancient Magic, Enhanced Summoning Charm, Basic Creature Capture, which guides the casting of summoning spells, amplifying their power to affect living beings. Chapter 23, The Unverifiable Dark Wizard. Have you seen it? Hermione quickly inquired, referring to Neville's pet toad, named Trevor. Visette gently shook his head. I have not encountered it, but I hope you can describe what this pet toad looks like. I'll go fetch Neville, Hermione exclaimed, bustling out of the compartment. Penelope inquired softly, Are you planning to use the summoning charm? Visette nodded. Yes, I would like to give it a try. However, you should be aware, Penelope did not hastily dismiss Visette's notion. The summoning charm can only be employed on inanimate objects. Even in the rarest of exceptions, it only works on creatures like flobberworms, whose structure is exceedingly simple. Why not let him give it a shot? Autumn suggested from the side. Visette is quite remarkable. He helped a third-year student with their homework this morning. Is that so? Penelope expressed her surprise. It's perfectly fine to put curiosity into practice. As a Ravenclaw, my earlier words were indeed inappropriate. Visette smiled faintly, holding a favorable impression of Ravenclaw. Upon arriving in this magical world, aside from seeking the elusive crumplehorn Snorkack with Luna, learning and exploration had become his foremost objectives. This realm is filled with countless unknowns and wonders. The magic that encompasses every aspect of life is worthy of his continuous pursuit. Furthermore, the myriad of fantastical creatures and the yet-to-be-seen wizarding relics ignited his longing. Through Lee Jordan's introductions to the four houses, Visette now possessed a foundational understanding of them. The boy had a round face, his cheeks flushed with tears. Thank you, Hermione. Can you help me find Lilith? Visette offered a few tissues. I need a more specific description. What does Lilith look like? The clearer you can be, the better I can assist you. Thank you. The boy sniffled, his sobs diminished considerably. It is about the size of my two hands, deep brown in color, with 13 lumps on its back. A series of explanations and gestures provided Visette with a concrete image. The next task was remarkably simple. He drew forth his wand, waved it gently, and uttered the incantation, Toad Lilith, come forth. The core of his being surged with a jolt, unleashing an ancient magical force that flowed into the wand, which radiated a silvery blue glow at that moment. The occupants of the compartment instinctively turned towards the door. Suddenly, the corridor erupted in chaos. Look, a flying toad. Ah, how disgusting. It touched my hair. How could anyone bring a toad onto the train? Where is it headed? Amidst the panicked croaks, a plump toad appeared at the entrance. It flailed its limbs desperately, struggling to escape, yet could only helplessly leap towards Visette. Losing control of the summoning charm, Toad Lilith fell freely into Neville's hands. By Merlin's beard, such a large toad, the summoning charm shouldn't have worked. Penelope rubbed her eyes, quietly opening a box of chocolate frogs. Indeed, it appears so, Autumn remarked with a grin. This is rather amusing. Navi expressed his gratitude profusely, exclaiming, Thank you so much. I scarcely know what to say. I am Navi Longbottom. Hermione, ever the eloquent speaker, began to barrage him with questions. Wizard, which house do you intend to join? Are you aiming for Gryffindor? That is where Professor Dumbledore hails from. Upon returning, Dumbledore's portrait appeared somewhat altered, his eyes sparkling with a hint of vitality, and Visette could sense the benevolence emanating from him. Shouldn't you inform the others who assisted? After all, the toad has already been located. Autumn Zhang's remark finally prompted Hermione and Navi to take their leave. Watching them depart, Visette exhaled deeply. The half-hour of relentless thanks and inquiries had left him feeling drained. Autumn Zhang chuckled softly. This year's new students are truly full of vigor. As the sky darkened, vast swathes of deep purple painted the heavens, while the mountains and trees below raced past the window, evoking an eerie sensation. In 5 minutes, the Hogwarts Express would arrive at the station. Please leave your luggage on board, and we shall transport it to your dormitory. Dumbledore set down the chocolate portrait in his hand, a smile gracing his face. Was it truly the work of remarkable magic that someone could achieve such prowess at the mere touch of a wand? He soon composed himself, reminiscing about less than pleasant memories, and sighed softly. Proper guidance was necessary. He could not allow past events to repeat themselves. Both Harry and Visette required special arrangements. It seemed he had much to attend to. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts as Professor McGonagall, clad in a deep green robe, entered. Professor Dumbledore, is the list for the sorting ready this year? Of course, it is quite ready. Your timing is impeccable. Dumbledore rose, gesturing like a conductor, causing the parchment scroll on the table to soar into McGonagall's hands. The sorting list was elegantly inscribed in beautiful calligraphy, and only when McGonagall caught the scroll did the emerald ink dry completely. She glanced over the list and asked, Visette's surname is Lovegood? What was his original surname? Unable to provide an answer, Dumbledore shrugged. I have investigated the Dark Wizard, and everything remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, we could only utilize the surname Lovegood, previously kept private for his safety. It was only today, after Visette boarded the Hogwarts Express, that I had Xenophilius complete the necessary arrangements. It is all behind us. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, stating that the ancient Niffler was of little value, and compensating with a Niffler egg was a mere slap on the wrist. Professor McGonagall appeared concerned. Will they seek revenge again? That is unlikely, she replied. I must take my leave. The train is nearly at the station. She approached a cabinet, retrieving a tattered hat, and departed the headmaster's office with the sorting list in hand. Watching her retreating figure, Dumbledore waved once more, and his star-patterned purple robe levitated, adorning him effortlessly. Similarly, a purple wizard's hat ascended and settled upon his head. Prepared and poised, he gently closed the door to the principal's office. Chapter 24. The train arrives at its destination. How astonishing! How did they accomplish such a feat? Visette was intrigued by this notion. It could not merely be a manifestation of magic, could it? How could they ascertain our whereabouts? This query appeared rather intricate. Perhaps it involved some magical creature? Qiu Zhang tilted his head in contemplation, speculating that it was likely the house elves assisting us with our luggage. Upon hearing this new term, Visette inquired, house elves? Qiu Zhang stretched lazily. Their stature and appearance bore a resemblance to fairies, yet house elves appeared considerably more amiable. Typically, they resided in ancient magical manners, diligently tending to household chores and unconditionally fulfilling their wizard master's every demand. A proficient house elf is often imperceptible to wizards, thus I have yet to witness their true forms. As the train gradually slowed, a commotion erupted in the carriage, accompanied by cries of distress. Numerous students donned their robes and rushed toward the rear of the carriage, drawn by the sounds. It seemed that Harry Potter was embroiled in a scuffle. Harry Potter? The boy who lived? He has finally arrived at school. Let us go see. It appeared that members of the Malfoy family were involved, clashing with the savior. Visette stepped out into the aisle, finding it brimming with students all pushing toward the back. A frenzy akin to that of star chasing. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express came to a halt at a small, uneven platform devoid of lights or torches, where a cold wind howled, prompting many disembarking students to sneeze. We bid a temporary farewell. Qiu Zhang waved at Visette, informing him that the new students must adhere to tradition and enter Hogwarts from a different location. Visette inquired, adhere to tradition? Is it the sorting ceremony? First-year students, this way. A thunderous voice boomed, cautioning them to watch their step. Be careful. Come quickly to me. Turning around, Visette spotted a gigantic lantern appearing in the distance, held by none other than Hagrid. Hey, Visette, finally found you, Hagrid exclaimed, waving his large hand. Come over here. Join me. With his towering height of over 3 meters, Hagrid easily maneuvered past several individuals, bringing Visette to his side. He grinned broadly, saying, It's so good to see you. Have you been getting into any trouble lately? The Daily Prophet has been rather quiet. I assume you're safe now. especially with Harry starting school. He has quite the sensation in the magical world. Let me introduce you to him. Harry, where are you? Hagrid's height certainly provided an advantage. He effortlessly plucked Harry from the crowd. Harry had striking emerald green eyes, and his tousled black hair gave him a somewhat frail appearance. As he was drawn closer, another familiar face emerged from the throng, stepping up to Visette. Ron waved enthusiastically, saying, "We met before. Remember during the Fluent Network incident? Do you recall me?" Visette nodded, delighted to meet them once more. Ron said to Harry, "This is Visette." As I mentioned in the car, Harry's face lit up with realization. "So, it's you? Hagrid often talks about you when he takes me to Diagon Alley, saying you have been a tremendous help." Visette explained, "It was a mere triviality. I was compelled by circumstances." Hagrid interjected, "Not at all a triviality. You not only assisted me, but you also aided Professor Dumbledore." Professor Dumbledore? Visette appeared puzzled. The path to Hogwarts was treacherous, riddled with potholes, and without the illumination of lanterns, one could easily stumble. Such mishaps were frequent, and Hagrid often had to pause to lift fallen children. Given Hagrid's imposing stature, the children rarely cried out, though tears could be seen glistening in their eyes. Ron remarked, "I'm glad I managed to squeeze to the front. There are still many trials ahead." "What other trials?" Harry inquired eagerly. Ron replied with earnestness, "Well, Fred and the others said the sorting ceremony is quite terrifying. We might have to battle giants." "Giants?" Harry looked up at Hagrid. "Are they even taller?" Ron shook his head. "I don't know, but definitely taller than Hagrid." Hermione's voice interjected, somewhat jarringly, "Real giants are at least 20 feet tall. Those shorter ones face discrimination." "Oh," Ron groaned, suddenly falling silent. Harry mirrored his reaction, and both closed their mouths in unison. Just as Hermione was about to say more, Hagrid's thunderous voice broke the moment. "Just hold on a little longer around this bend. You'll see Hogwarts." Before long, Visette beheld a vast black lake. On the far shore stood a magnificent hill, crowned by a castle with soaring spires. This edifice was strikingly Gothic, its windows aglow with warm light, twinkling like stars against the night sky. Visette exhaled deeply. Though he had seen many grand structures on television in his past life, nothing could compare to experiencing such majesty in person, especially under the gaze of magic. The towering castle radiated a luminous aura, its silvery blue magic shining as brilliantly as the sun, making it difficult to behold. The castle was imbued with immense ancient magical power, akin to a treasure sealed within a chest, beckoning him to explore. A plethora of information surged into Visette's mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He quickly employed the Guardian Meditation technique, which alleviated his disorientation. At that moment, the wizard's combat guide in his mind suddenly opened, revealing a map of Hogwarts. The map was shrouded in mist, with only the shapes of the castle and lake discernible. A solitary path was clearly visible, the rugged route from the station to the lake. It was evident that to disperse the mist on the map, one must explore the surroundings of Hogwarts. Life in the future promised to be far from dull. Visette smiled. Hagrid pointed to a series of small boats, moored in an orderly fashion. "We are to traverse the lake to reach the opposite shore, with each boat accommodating no more than 4 individuals. Sitting in the small craft are Weasley, accompanied by Hermione, Ron, and Harry." At Hagrid's command, the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding smoothly across the water. "Leafa, don't run away," accompanied Neville's frantic shout as the pet, Toad, once again wriggled free from its owner's grasp and leapt into the water. Ron, watching the plummeting Toad, murmured softly, "At least Scabbers isn't that rebellious. He doesn't think of escaping." Weasley drew his wand. "Toad, Leafa, come back." With the aid of the Guardian Meditation technique, his spell casting was swifter this time. As the Toad made contact with the lake's surface, it was magically propelled back out of the water, splashing droplets in its wake. Amidst the children's gasps of wonder, Toad Leafa traced a graceful arc in the air before landing back into Neville's embrace. Harry and Ron widened their eyes in astonishment. "What kind of magic is that?" "Summoning charm." Hermione interjected. "Did I not mention it before? Remember when you wanted to turn Scabbers yellow? That spell had issues." "I mean it," Ron replied with a hint of disinterest. "Can we not bring that up?" Harry, sensing Ron's discomfort, opted to remain silent, and Hermione followed suit, lowering her head in a display of fatigue. Weasley, however, thrived in this atmosphere, maintaining the Guardian Meditation technique, embracing the experience of this journey across the Black Lake with a pure heart. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the water, creating ripples. The moon hung in the night sky like a crescent blade, casting its silvery light upon the lake, bestowing a radiant sheen upon the shimmering surface, resembling an exquisite oil painting. Numerous creatures inhabited the Black Lake, some surfacing to observe them with curious eyes. Before long, the boat passed through a curtain of ivy, gently nudging the shore. Hagrid, lantern in hand, led the children through a dark tunnel to a docking area. Here, the marks of human craftsmanship finally became visible. Despite their heavy breaths from exertion, the children resumed their chatter and laughter during the brief respite. Thud, thud, thud. Hagrid raised his large fist, bringing it down upon the oak door with a resounding knock. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Professor McGonagall standing at the entrance. Her tall frame and stern expression instantly silenced the children's merriment. Hagrid approached the door. Professor McGonagall, I have brought the first-year students. Thank you, Hagrid. She replied with a slight nod, surveying the group of children. Follow me. The start of term feast is about to commence. The group ascended the marble staircase, turned into a corridor, and entered a small room with a newly installed fireplace. Flames danced within the hearth, dispelling the chill from the children's bodies. At the end of the room stood another door, through which boisterous sounds filtered in. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced as she stood before the door. Before entering the Great Hall, you must undergo the sorting ceremony. The academy is akin to your home at Hogwarts, where you will learn alongside your fellow housemates, reside together, and spend your leisure hours in the same common room. Thus, this ceremony holds immense significance as it determines your house affiliation. Following the ceremony, you will become a member of either Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each house boasts a glorious history, having nurtured countless distinguished wizards. Your conduct and performance throughout your studies will influence the awarding of the House Cup at the end of the year, the highest honor attainable within the school. Regardless of the house to which you are assigned, I hope you will bring pride to your respective house. She suddenly stood tall, exuding an aura of commanding presence without a hint of anger. Please wait here for a moment. The sorting ceremony will commence in a few minutes. All faculty and students will partake in this momentous event, so I encourage you to take this brief interval to compose yourselves and present your best selves. Undoubtedly, Professor McGonagall's eloquent discourse, coupled with her solemn expression, enveloped the children in an indescribable tension. They exchanged glances, only to see the nervousness reflected in one another's eyes. The jovial atmosphere dissipating. We might have to battle giants. Or dragons, Ron asserted with remarkable conviction. I didn't believe Fred and the others before, but now it seems they were telling the truth. Vizard, aren't you nervous? Harry exhaled onto his glasses and awkwardly wiped them, aware that the sorting ceremony was imminent. Not at all, Vizard gently shook his head. Just maintain a calm demeanor. It's a form of adjustment, perhaps aided by the Guardian meditation method. He sensed a hint of amusement beneath Professor McGonagall's serious tone. Coupled with something Autumn Zhang had previously mentioned, he felt no apprehension regarding the forthcoming sorting ceremony. Vizard's calm words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, easing the tension of those who heard him speak. Utilizing the brief respite, Vizard strolled around the room, absorbing everything within his view. A moment of clarity dawned upon him. He unleashed his magical eye, absorbing the ancient magical energies that permeated the room. These energies transformed into an ink-like silver-blue liquid stored within his notes. The ancient magical power contained within merely one room was insufficient to turn a new page in his journey, which was anticipated. Simultaneously, a small bright area appeared on the map within his notes. The power in this room was not substantial enough to facilitate the growth of the magical eye. Nevertheless, Vizard concluded that only through further exploration of Hogwarts Castle could he acquire more ancient magical power. Ghosts! There are ghosts on the wall. It's haunted. The shrill scream captured the children's attention, prompting them to collectively gaze at the wall. However, the ghosts seemed preoccupied with a fervent discussion of some matter. It was not until a specter resembling a monk descended that another wave of commotion erupted. You may call me the rotund monk, the ghost cheerfully remarked. I truly hope you all join Hufflepuff. I am from that esteemed house. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere of tension resurfaced, cascading over the children's hearts. The hall was imbued with an exquisite magical aura, its lofty ceiling appearing translucent, revealing a resplendent starry sky. Beneath this celestial display floated thousands of candles, suspended in midair without a single drop of wax dripping or a wisp of smoke rising. A marvelous product of enchantment. Professor McGonagall brought forth a four-legged stool, upon which she placed a rather tattered and patched sorting hat. Its dingy appearance was striking against the backdrop of the stool. Visette jestingly speculated, shall we use a repair charm to restore this hat to its former glory? I have not practiced that spell. Hermione's tone was tinged with desperation. What should I do? At that moment, the sorting hat itself split open, emitting a melody reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood. Setting aside the hat's excruciatingly discordant tune, Visette was able to discern many intriguing elements within the song. For instance, the hat served as the executor of the sorting ceremony. Once donned, it would allocate the wearer to the most suitable house. As the song concluded, Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment scroll. When I call a name, that person shall come forth to sit upon the stool and don the sorting hat. Hannah Abbott. Chapter 26. The Sorting Dilemma. A girl with 2 golden braids rushed forward. Her face flushed as she placed the sorting hat atop her head, adjusting it down to shield her eyes. Visette seemed to comprehend why the sorting hat was so patched. It was likely not merely to reflect a sense of history, but rather because it had indeed been tugged and worn. Before long, the sorting hat opened its mouth again. Hufflepuff. Cheers erupted from the long table on the right, accompanied by enthusiastic applause. The earlier conversing ghost emerged from the table, gesturing in the air to express congratulations. Hannah removed the hat and exhaled deeply, as if she had just released a great weight, appearing somewhat dazed as she stumbled toward the applauding table. It was surprisingly simple. Ron was quite vexed, glancing back to see George making a face at me. He was doing it on purpose. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. The children were now considerably more relaxed, many eager and hopeful that the next to don the sorting hat would be one of them. However, the initials of their last names dictated the order of sorting, leaving them in anxious anticipation. The sorting hat's declarations varied in duration. Some donned the hat and immediately had their houses proclaimed, while others sat in prolonged silence before the final verdict was announced. Hermione, for instance, sat on the stool for over 4 minutes before the sorting hat, with some reluctance. Declared Gryffindor. Oh, Ron groaned. Neville also lingered on the stool for quite some time before the hat confidently proclaimed, Gryffindor. Visette Lovegood, with a composed demeanor. Visette stepped forward and placed the sorting hat upon his head. Assisted by the Guardian meditation technique, he could sense numerous gazes directed towards him. At the left long table sat 2 girls, Autumn and Penelope, both casting attentive glances his way. Beside him, Professor McGonagall leaned slightly forward, her expression tinged with anticipation regarding the sorting result. Behind him, 2 distinct presences also observed him. One gaze, imbued with a familiar benevolence, likely belonged to Dumbledore. The other, however, was laced with malice, akin to a robber coveting treasure. This latter gaze vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared, leaving Visette to wonder if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Was such a duration necessary? He pondered, as over 4 minutes had elapsed without the sorting hat announcing his house. The hall was indeed magnificent. He was acutely aware of that. Subtle sounds enveloped him, resonating like surround sound. Although he was but a freshman, the attention he garnered was undeniably intriguing. Suddenly, the voice took on a tone of exasperation. It conveyed a sense of urgency. You ought to contemplate your own aspirations. You are remarkably unique, and I find myself uncertain as to where you should be placed. Are you the sorting hat? Visette raised an eyebrow, his lips moving slightly. Ah, indeed. The hat's voice brightened. I am unaware of your desired destination. I can only follow your thoughts and sense the various gazes within this hall. A spark of realization ignited within Visette. It was indeed the Guardian meditation technique at work. I am curious about your method of sorting, dear sorting hat. How do you determine the houses? What a polite child. The hat replied joyfully. Have you heard of legilimency? If not, it may be somewhat challenging for me to elucidate, as I am, after all, merely a hat. You're quite close. The hat's tone revealed surprise. To learn more, you may wish to consult the library, where the oldest magical knowledge of Hogwarts resides. However, I must fulfill my duty now. Given your exceptional nature, why not decide for yourself which house you wish to join? Without a moment's hesitation, Visette declared, Let me go to Ravenclaw. Ah, a lover of knowledge, I see. The hat's tone was imbued with delight. Great wizards always possess a profound curiosity, swimming in the sea of knowledge. The library welcomes you, young one. With that, the sorting hat finally opened its mouth and proclaimed loudly, Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, gently shaking their heads in a display of resigned amusement. The Ravenclaw table erupted in enthusiastic applause, the sound resonating even more fervently than that which welcomed other new students. Visette found a gap to sit down, and though he maintained a stoic expression in the face of such fervent applause, he felt the warmth rising to his ears. Autumn beamed at him and said, Congratulations. You are now a sorting enigma. Visette inquired, Sorting enigma? Is that a good thing? Absolutely. It is an ancient term. Xiao Zhang explained that only students whose sorting time exceeds 5 minutes would be referred to with this term. You are aware of the sorting hat speed. For it to deliberate over a student's house affiliation, the student must possess a myriad of traits and characteristics. Visette nodded, believing he would become one of the rare sorting conundrums, a stroke of fortune indeed. At that moment, he maintained the guardian meditation technique, which caused the Sorting Hat to hesitate, ultimately allowing him to choose his own house. Penelope remarked, "To my knowledge, in this century, only 2 sorting conundrums have emerged. Yet regrettably, they both ended up in Gryffindor. Perhaps one must possess exceptionally unique qualities to be a sorting conundrum, like Professor McGonagall on the stage, who was once a sorting conundrum and a member of Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall serves as the deputy headmistress and is adept in transfiguration. You will understand once you attend her class." The other sorting conundrum was the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, who, unfortunately, was also a Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, shouting, "We have Potter, and we also have Visette." Xiaozhang jested, "Sorting conundrums are indeed rare. You belong to the sorting conundrum of Ravenclaw." Visette, recalling the House Cup mentioned by Professor McGonagall, sighed, "It seems the competition for the House Cup is quite intense." Indeed, Penelope agreed with a nod. It is the highest honor within the school, representing recognition for the house. The sorting ceremony finally concluded, and Ron was ultimately welcomed into Gryffindor. Once Professor McGonagall collected the stools and the sorting hat, Dumbledore approached the front, standing before an owl statue. The owl statue immediately spread its wings, transforming into a small podium. The statue seemed to function as a megaphone, amplifying Dumbledore's voice, ensuring all could hear him clearly. Visette gazed at the bare plates, suddenly reminded of the headmasters he encountered in his previous life. Those headmasters would claim to speak briefly, yet they would ramble on for at least an hour before relinquishing the microphone. Their words echoed, "Fools, crybabies, rascals, enjoy the feast. Thank you all." Visette had yet to process this when a rich aroma surged into his nostrils. Amidst a round of warm applause, an array of food appeared on the plates. Roasted beef, pork chops, lamb chops, potatoes, roasted chicken, sausages, and chips were all present. The mountainous pile of delectable dishes emanated steam, instantly igniting his appetite. As Penelope dished out a scoop of mashed potatoes, she remarked, "Dumbledore is such a remarkable headmaster. If only he were a Ravenclaw." Chapter 27. The Unveiling of Ravenclaw. It must be said that Hogwarts' opening feast is exceptionally splendid. The meats are cooked to perfection, not only tender and juicy, but also bursting with flavor. The judicious use of spices, such as black pepper and rosemary, accentuates the richness of the meats themselves. Various gravies, tomato sauces, and dips also enhance the experience, adding an exquisite touch when smeared on sausages or potatoes. Visette took another lamb chop, drizzling it with a spoonful of gravy. As the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively, the upperclassmen around him engaged in animated conversations, exchanging humorous anecdotes that ranged from current events to the latest gossip about magical celebrities, and from spellcasting experiences to discussions about their professors. Although Visette had yet to embark on a systematic study of magic, he found himself absorbing much from these exchanges. Professor McGonagall was held in high regard for her responsible approach to both her work and her students. As the head of Gryffindor, she was particularly stringent with her own house, never hesitating to deduct points. Professor Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin, stood in stark contrast, while McGonagall exemplified self-discipline. Snape displayed a rather lenient attitude toward his own house, but was excessively harsh towards others, often finding fault in trivial matters to impose point deductions. This behavior was predominantly targeted at Gryffindor, causing them to languish at the bottom of the house standings for years. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw and instructor of charms, fostered an engaging classroom atmosphere, earning the affection of all Ravenclaw students. Professor Sprout, a kind middle-aged woman, spent her days among various magical herbs and enjoyed a favorable reputation among Ravenclaw students. Following the main course, desserts were served, featuring an array of pies, muffins, puddings, jellies, and ice creams. However, the syrup accompanying these treats was rather thick, rendering them excessively sweet. Visette sampled a small portion of ice cream, savoring its rich creaminess. Desserts have a way of uplifting spirits, and the upperclassmen shifted their conversation to summer experiences and the recent break-in at Gringotts. "Have you heard about the recent incident at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet has covered it extensively," one remarked. "A heist of the underground vaults, no less. And at the highest level. I can't fathom any wizard being foolish enough to attempt such a thing." "I agree. Perhaps it's a ruse orchestrated by the goblins, showcasing their so-called service spirit, particularly to affluent pure-blood families," another speculated. "It could be yet another goblin rebellion." During the summer, I visited the Eye of the Mine, which still retains remnants of the Goblin Rebellion facilities. Their smelting techniques are indeed fascinating. As the desserts disappeared from the plates, it signified the approaching conclusion of the opening feast. Dumbledore rose once more, making his way to the podium before the owls. Now that everyone was satiated, he thought it fitting to impart a few more words of wisdom. Amidst a chorus of light-hearted laughter, he continued with a twinkle in his eye. First, allow me to introduce the new professor of defense against the dark arts, Quirrell. Quirrell stood up, his head wrapped in a heavy purple turban, exuding an air of Indian flair. He awkwardly waved his arms and stammered, "Hello, everyone. I am Quirrell. I am very pleased to be responsible for the defense against the dark arts class." "Thank you, Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore gestured for him to take his seat, before proceeding to share some customary reminders for the returning students. Attention, first-year students. The Forbidden Forest on one side of the campus is strictly off-limits, as it poses significant dangers. Should you wish to enter, only do so with utmost confidence. Furthermore, the selection for Quidditch players will take place next week. Please refer to the notice board in the common room for the specific details. Additionally, there is one crucial matter to emphasize to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Stay far away from the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Take heed. A moment of silence enveloped the hall until Dumbledore once again graced the gathering with his warm smile. With a flourish, his wand released a cascade of shimmering golden ribbons that danced through the air, twisting into lines of text. Dumbledore wielded his wand like a conductor's baton, guiding the melody he preferred as the lyrics began to unfold. The voices of Gryffindor rang out the loudest, closely followed by Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw and Slytherin performed similarly, merely mouthing the words, with few truly singing aloud. Visette advanced along the marble staircase, surrounded by portraits that whispered and gestured as they passed. A deep rumble echoed from ahead. It was the enchanted staircases, ever shifting, sometimes elongating, sometimes contracting, occasionally stopping before a door, at other times hugging the walls. Leading the way was Penelope, who proudly pointed to the moving staircases, declaring, "The creator of these magical staircases was Rowena Ravenclaw herself. As a magical school, our staircases must not be ordinary. They should possess the same freedom as wizards. Now it is time to ascend. Let us proceed." She guided the students onto the moving staircase, continuing to share the history of Ravenclaw House. Ravenclaw House is as free as the sky. Our common room is situated high above. The colors bronze and blue represent our house, symbolizing the free eagle in the heavens. Our common room includes a library, which, while not as extensive as the school library, still offers ample resources. At least within these books, we can enjoy a greater sense of freedom. The journey to the Ravenclaw common room was lengthy, requiring navigation through the shifting staircases. During this trek, many first years began to feel drowsy, struggling to stay awake. However, Visette was not among them. He curiously absorbed everything around him, from the moving portraits to the clattering suits of armor, each a marvel. Autumn chuckled, remarking, "It seems you are quite suited for Ravenclaw, as you do not appear drowsy at all." Visette nodded, finding the surroundings utterly fascinating, wishing he could explore more and hoping for a restful night ahead. Autumn reminded him, "There are classes tomorrow. It would be wise to rise early and leave a good impression on the teachers." At last, they arrived at the tower housing the common room. A grand bronze door stood before them, adorned with a statue of a majestic eagle with wings drawn back. The eagle statue appeared so lifelike that it seemed poised to take flight at any moment. Penelope approached the bronze door, and the ring beneath the eagle stirred, releasing a melodious female voice. Enveloped in this moment, I remained utterly oblivious. If I were to disregard it, would I not be condemned to a fate worse than death? Penelope gazed at Visette and her companions. Unlike other houses, Ravenclaw required no passwords. A correct answer to a question sufficed for entry into the common room. She noticed many newcomers appeared disoriented and gently reminded them, "Remember, there is no singular answer. As long as you can provide a coherent explanation, you shall succeed." Chapter 28, The Ravenclaw Common Room. Visette recited the question. Enveloped in this moment, I remained utterly oblivious. If I were to disregard it, would I not be condemned to a fate worse than death? Is it air? Ever present yet elusive. Without it, one cannot breathe and life would cease. Indeed, a fate worse than death. The eagle statue seemed to come alive, unfurling its majestic wings. The bronze doors gradually swung open, revealing a grand marble spiral staircase within. An impeccable answer, and the explanation was remarkably sound. Penelope applauded, declaring, "This is our way of life. Welcome to Ravenclaw." Ascending the marble spiral staircase, one arrived at an extraordinarily luminous circular common room. The dome was adorned with a celestial tapestry of stars, harmoniously complemented by the floating, crystalline orbs. The walls, as white as snow, combined with the deep azure of the carpets and drapes and the weighty bronze embellishments, collectively established a tone of solemn tranquility. Several desks, benches, and armchairs were arranged throughout the common room, while wall niches housed bookshelves brimming with substantial tomes, exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of a cultural salon. Arched windows adorned the walls, through which the starlight shone vividly, resembling flickering flames against the expanse of the night sky. Upperclassmen navigated the space with ease, either engrossed in their books or gazing upward at the crystalline orbs, seemingly in a state of meditation. Many first-year students, eager with anticipation, sought to approach the windows for a closer admiration of the resplendent night sky. Penelope clapped her hands, calling out, "Professor McGonagall should have informed you that this house is your home. You will be residing here for 7 years." She led the girls to the far side of the common room, towards the girls' dormitory. At the opposite end of the common room stood a towering statue, its pinnacle nearly brushing the dome above. The statue depicted a beautiful woman clad in gossamer, adorned with an opulent crown, her long hair cascading almost to the ground, exuding an ethereal quality that was both enchanting and intimidating. The pedestal bore the inscription, "Rowena Ravenclaw, exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." Suddenly she halted, pointing to a set of double doors, saying, "This is the washroom. If you wish to freshen up later, come here." Despite occupying only one tower of the castle, the common room was surprisingly spacious, featuring at least 3 spiral staircases and several dormitories for rest. "This is your dormitory. I shall not enter," she noted. And as a side remark, the staircase to the girls' dormitory is enchanted. Should a male enter, it transforms into a slippery slide. A first-year student quickly inquired, "Then why are you able to enter here? Is it a privilege of the upperclassmen?" "Certainly not," she replied. "The privileges of upperclassmen do not extend to this." Penelope shook her head, stating that the most credible theory was that the founder of the school believed girls to be more dependable than boys. The dormitory space was equally spacious, with each individual provided with a dedicated 4-poster brass bed and wardrobe, along with their own set of desk and chair. The 4-poster bed was draped with azure curtains adorned with an embroidered eagle pattern in bronze thread. A thick blue carpet lay upon the floor, yielding a soft sensation underfoot. The sound from the train had not been deceitful. The suitcase had indeed been delivered to the dormitory. It appeared as if the diligent hands of the field snail maiden had meticulously arranged everything. Not only were the suitcases neatly placed, but the bedding and pillows were also prepared, and the air was infused with the scent of sun-dried linens. The other freshmen were utterly exhausted, failing even to exchange greetings before collapsing onto their beds in slumber. "Hoot!" The owl soul began to call out, its claws incessantly scratching at the perch. As if anticipating something, feeling somewhat pent up, Visette smiled gently and opened the birdcage. Soul eagerly flew atop the suitcase, pecking at it with a sharp beak. "Keep it down." Visette quickly scooped up Soul and opened the suitcase to retrieve a large, thick fabric bag containing snacks he had purchased from the vending witch. "Are you certain you can manage this?" He stroked Soul's crest, contemplating whether he should inquire about the location of the Olery to find a companion to assist. "Hoot!" Soul let out a long call, adopting a posture of confidence. "Very well," Visette replied with a slight smile, seating himself at the desk and unrolling a sheet of parchment. He pondered for quite some time, allowing the ink at the tip of his quill to dry before he could pen a single word. He had never truly written a letter before and found himself at a loss for how to begin, even with the aid of the Guardian's meditation technique. His thoughts remained disordered. Where should I start my writing? From King's Cross Station? Or from the ferry across the lake to the castle? "Hoot!" Soul bowed slightly, pecking at Visette's heart. "Indeed, you seem to have truly grasped Luna's teachings." Visette dipped his quill once more, the ink blooming upon the parchment like a dark flower. A boy who had narrowly escaped great peril, a silent one, and a 3-headed dog. How lively this year's Hogwarts would be. Headmaster Dumbledore, would you not agree? Dumbledore placed the sorting hat upon the table, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it would be quite lively. He deliberately elongated his pronunciation while uttering the word safety. With his eyebrows raised high, he pondered a question. How exactly do you intend to protect Harry Potter? Is simply preventing the prophecy from coming to fruition considered a victory? A being capable of losing control at any moment and transforming into a silent one. How could you possibly approve of his enrollment and allow him to become Harry Potter's classmate? The recent discussions Onzing encounter to the Grain had indeed become intriguing, delving into substantial knowledge regarding the Silent Ones and how to engage with them. To my knowledge, the response to these discussions had been quite favorable. However, as I understand it, Snape ultimately took a seat with the editor of Sing Encounter to the Grain being Xenophilius Lovegood, and that Silent One also sharing the same surname. Indeed, Dumbledore prepared a pot of tea, indicating that it was evident Xenophilius would act in this manner, signifying his endorsement of Visette. Moreover, I have stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Snape cast a fleeting glance at the teacup and continued, "Is it also concerning that enigmatic one?" "Indeed, this is what the Sorting Hat conveyed to me," Dumbledore remarked, rapping his fingers upon the table. "Could you elaborate further? That child is quite remarkable." The Sorting Hat suddenly fissured, revealing a glimpse into its thoughts, yet obscuring others. This sensation was utterly enchanting. I sensed a profound affinity for him. Not that I am suggesting he is merely an antiquity. It took a considerable moment for it to articulate its thoughts. Through that child, I could perceive your perspectives. How utterly fascinating. I revel in this sensation, and I am quite fond of that child. Snape's expression contorted into a frown, revealing a contemplative demeanor. "Are you implying?" Chapter 29. The Dark Lord, the Revolutionary, the Rising Star, and the Prophecy. Snape lifted his teacup and took a sip. "The brain-blocking spell? This is the Sorting Hat." Dumbledore sweetened his tea with sugar, piece by piece. "For the wizards, the brain-blocking spell is of paramount importance. The ability to master one's emotions, to wield extreme feelings at will. The so-called silent eruptions can thus be rendered controllable." Before he could finish his thought, Snape interjected firmly, "Do not involve me. I do not intend to seek your assistance in this matter." Dumbledore appeared to have anticipated this, smiling as he shook his head. "I have a more suitable candidate in mind." Still uncertain, Dumbledore sighed softly. "I have only received whispers, a glimmer of insight, and I require evidence." "Evidence?" Snape's gaze flickered, as if pondering something. "Is it related to the intruders of Gringotts? What treasures lie within the vault? A substance of such allure that it would entice Voldemort to take the risk, creating such an uproar. It must be the Philosopher's Stone. Only it could capture the Dark Lord's attention." "Severus, you are overly perceptive, making it challenging for me to continue our dialogue and exchange further information. That is your prerogative. Yet I must reiterate my earlier assertion. Hogwarts is indeed secure." Dumbledore chuckled, echoing Snape's sentiments. "Such security is maintained by our collective efforts and necessitates your cooperation." His smile resembled that of a hunter who has ensnared his prey. "In addition to you, I shall enlist other professors to bolster the safety of Hogwarts." Perhaps my arrival was ill-timed. Snape's countenance darkened. From the moment he knocked, it had been a poor choice. "You arrived precisely at the right moment." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "Even if you did not seek me, I would have come to visit you," he stated earnestly, articulating his request. "It seems you are implying something," Snape replied cautiously. "What do you intend to do next? Is the intruder confirmed?" "Not yet, but there will come a moment of revelation." Dumbledore gently shook his head. "Time is pressing. The new academic year has commenced. Let's all strive together." In the depths of night, a portrait of a woman within the headmaster's office suddenly spoke. "As you surmised. Indeed, someone has ventured into that room." Dumbledore, still at work, raised his head. "Mrs. Wilkins, who is that individual?" Wilkins remarked. Quirrell Quirrell did not directly open the door. Instead, he employed magic to probe incessantly. Truly, a commendable display of cleverness befitting a Ravenclaw. Despite Dumbledore's words of praise, an undeniable disappointment lingered in his tone. This was uncharacteristic of him. Matters were veering toward a disheartening conclusion, and the choice of candidate had become evident. He grasped the quill and inscribed the final name upon the list. The roster included not only the freshly penned Quirrell and Quirrell, but also the names of Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, and Rubeus Hagrid, among others. He felt his mind clouded, as though inundated with an excess of information, leaving little room for retention. 1, 2, 3. Yesterday's session of the Guardian Meditation Method had endured for at least 5 hours, marking the longest he had maintained it thus far. With the aid of this meditation technique, he experienced a wondrous night of magic, immersing himself fully in the events transpiring around him. The Guardian Meditation Method served to temper internal emotions, maintaining a quietude at its core. Externally, it heightened awareness and even augmented spellcasting speed, providing a sense of both offense and defense. However, caution was warranted regarding its duration, as continuous enhancement of perception throughout the day was not advisable. A fresh piece of parchment now adorned his desk, meticulously detailing the courses within a grid. Visette first meandered around the dormitory, absorbing the ancient magical energies that permeated the space before making his way to the washroom. After completing his morning ablutions, Visette entered the common room, intending to review his textbooks once more, a habit he had cultivated from his previous life. Even before 7 o'clock, a considerable number of students occupied the common room, engrossed in various readings. "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" Xiao Zhang inquired softly from a corner of the common room. "Are you adjusting?" "Quite well," Visette nodded. "I am eagerly anticipating today as potions and history of magic classes. They both sound fascinating. Prepare yourself for some cold water, Xiao Zhang teased. As for those two subjects, you ought to brace yourself. Professor Snape may appear silently behind you. Do not be startled. As for history of magic, if you observe anyone dozing off, know that it is entirely normal. Curiously, Visette asked, history of magic? Why is that? Xiao Zhang elaborated. Professor Binns is the oldest instructor here. He is a ghost, and reportedly the only history of magic professor at the school. His speech tends to be rather drawn out, and, combined with the comfort of that classroom, even I occasionally find myself succumbing to slumber. Visette chuckled nonchalantly. That is quite remarkable. He lingered in the common room for a while longer until his stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to seek breakfast. As he stepped out of the common room, he was abruptly met with a loud hiccup, colliding with a woman reeking of alcohol. She was as slender as a reed, adorned with oversized black-rimmed glasses that magnified her eyes considerably. Her neck was adorned with an array of beads and chains, while her bony arms were embellished with an assortment of bracelets and rings, presenting a quintessential image of a charlatan. However, that judgment was based on the perceptions from a previous life, for this world indeed harbors the existence of magic. As dawn broke, Visite was certain that the corridor was utterly desolate, and that the woman had materialized out of thin air. He rose to his feet and stated calmly, "My apologies, madam. I did not notice your arrival." Burp. The woman emitted a belch, an unpleasant odor of alcohol wafting through the air. "No worries. This is merely the guidance of fate." Her voice was feeble and somewhat indistinct. "Yes, I knew long ago that I would encounter someone this morning. I saw it in my crystal ball." Visite found himself at a loss, uncertain of what this eccentric woman was doing at the school. "If you are unscathed, I shall take my leave," he remarked, intending to disregard her. Yet, the woman widened her eyes, her pupils darting about rapidly. Her mouth hung agape, resembling someone in a trance. Visite instinctively stepped back 2 paces, but the woman swiftly closed the distance, her spider-like fingers grasping his arm. He bore the legacy of armor and sword, the former Demon King returning anew. The disguised Demon King must vanquish the former star to find justification for shedding his shackles. Would it be the former Demon King instilling old fears, or the disguised Demon King ushering in new calamities? The future remained uncertain, yet the ascendance of the new star would illuminate the path ahead. Chapter 30. Trelawney, the enthusiast of death prophecies. Footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. "George, did you hear that sound? Why not go check and see? It's probably the Ravenclaw students poring over ancient tomes." As the footsteps grew nearer, Visite looked up to see 2 familiar faces, Fred and George, the twin brothers. "Visite?" Fred exclaimed with a teasing expression. "It's only the first day, and you've already embraced Ravenclaw as esteemed tradition by rising so early. It doesn't seem voluntary." George feigned a thoughtful frown. It must be Professor Trelawney feeling restless, eager to conduct the most primitive of divinations. "Ah, I see." Fred nodded knowingly. "Perhaps she'll select a freshman at random to gain insights into fate through a blood sacrifice." Visite was both amused and exasperated. The twins' penchant for nonsense was rather formidable. Is this lady also a professor at Hogwarts? Why is she drinking so early and spouting incoherent ramblings? "She teaches divination," George explained. "I recall she is the great-granddaughter of a renowned seer, though I think she resembles a dark sorceress more." "Indeed," Fred concurred. "She has a peculiar fondness for death prophecies, almost wishing for them to come true." "Those are death prophecies. To see them fulfilled, one would have to rely on the malevolent curses of dark magic." Suddenly, Trelawney rolled her eyes back and collapsed limply, her head striking the ground with a sharp crack. The twins shook their heads, as if in rapture, exclaiming, "How melodious!" This was Visite's first encounter with such an eccentric professor, leaving him utterly unprepared for the experience. He observed that the twins seemed quite familiar with Professor Trelawney and inquired, "What should we do now?" Fred stepped forward, half crouching, and nudged Trelawney, who had lost consciousness. Truly, as a seer, every move she made was utterly unpredictable. "Potions class, let's take charge." Fred placed Trelawney's hand on his shoulder and, with a gentle motion, lifted her. George, in perfect synchrony, stepped up and draped his other arm over her shoulder. In a leisurely tone, Fred remarked, "Your first class is still with Professor Snape. Knowing the way to the hospital wing will significantly enhance your chances of survival. Indeed, remember this path to survival," George added with a serious demeanor. "If Professor Snape suggests a potion, be alert for any signs of danger and head straight to the hospital wing." "Poison?" Visette's eyelids fluttered. "Was that also part of potions class?" "No." The twins shook their heads in unison. That is merely a reflection of Professor Snape's dark sense of humor. As long as he doesn't poison us. Fred exchanged a knowing glance with George. George then chimed in. Then the poison will transform into galleons in our pockets. Visette's curiosity was piqued. What connection did pranks have with poison? You're quite astute. Fred praised. I can see you're genuinely interested in our insights. Always eager to delve deeper. That is the essence of Ravenclaw. George concurred. Your knowledge of the magical world is limited. You have surely never encountered prank items before. They present an entirely new spectacle. The collision of potions and creativity, the fusion of magic and alchemy, gives birth to this remarkable category of prank items. They held a strong conviction regarding these so-called prank items. Before departing, Visette unleashed his magical eye, gazing toward a nearby tapestry. This tapestry was enchanted, bringing its painted figures to life. A giant in a ballet skirt wielded a wooden stick, relentlessly attacking a frail wizard who was leaping about. Indeed, something peculiar lay across from the tapestry, where a dense concentration of ancient magical energy gathered, forming the outline of an arched doorway. Visette pondered, could this professor have emerged from within? The magical world was truly wondrous. The hospital wing was located on the second floor of the castle. Even before pushing open the heavy door, the strong aroma of herbs enveloped him. Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing, oversaw a well-equipped facility stocked with potions capable of treating the majority of ailments and various magical injuries. A stern voice rang out, Trelawney, have you been drinking again so early in the day? Just as Visette was about to knock, a tall, slender, middle-aged woman stepped out first, possessing a demeanor somewhat akin to Professor McGonagall's. Her attire was distinctive, resembling that of a medieval nun, with a dress replete with numerous pockets, faintly revealing an array of tools and potions. Thank you, the middle-aged woman spoke in a softened tone, assisting in lifting her. It is quite unbecoming to have a drunkard sprawled in the hallway at the start of term. Fred approached Visette, nudging him with his elbow. This is Madame Pomfrey. Visette nodded, earnestly observing Madame Pomfrey's healing process. As good as new. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, and a vibrant green light converged on Trelawney's forehead, instantly dissipating the bruise caused by the impact. She then extracted a vial from her pocket, deftly prying open Trelawney's mouth and pouring the potion down her throat in one swift motion. Trelawney began to cough violently, expelling a stream of amber smoke that carried the scent of alcohol. Vanished. Madame Pomfrey frowned, waving her wand once more, causing the unpleasant amber mist to evaporate entirely. Professor Trelawney, I hope you can exercise some restraint. It is quite unbecoming for the first years to witness you in such a state. First years? Trelawney exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on her tail, covering her face and hastily disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Cool. Fred and George whistled in unison, declaring that if Professor Trelawney were to abandon her role as a seer and pursue a career as a seeker, she would undoubtedly excel. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow at the twins. And you too. Why would you give the first years a brain-boosting potion? While it has no side effects, excessive consumption can lead to dependency. Who are you referring to? Us? George asked, bewildered as he pointed to himself. Madame Pomfrey, you know us well. We simply lack the funds for such things. Indeed, Fred chimed in, nodding in agreement. The most we could afford would be rosemary. How many galleons would a tree frog brain cost? Visette interjected, Madame Pomfrey, I did not consume the potion. They merely assisted me in bringing Professor Trelawney here. Perhaps. Madame Pomfrey mused, bending down to scrutinize Visette. Do you feel a bit foggy-headed? Prolonged use of the brain-boosting potion can easily lead to such symptoms. Visette, wishing to conceal the guardian meditation technique, maintained his earlier assertion, I did not take the brain-boosting potion. Perhaps I simply stayed up too late last night? Perhaps. Madame Pomfrey conceded, not pursuing the matter further. She produced a bottle of lavender tincture, advising, just a drop will suffice to alleviate these symptoms. Visette inquired with curiosity, Madame Pomfrey, is this lavender tincture? I encountered a similar description during my morning review. It seems you are quite the clever Ravenclaw, Madame Pomfrey acknowledged, conjuring a drop of lavender tincture with a flick of her wand. Madame Pomfrey is truly remarkable, Visette marveled, feeling significantly better. Fred chuckled, most certainly. It is a pity that Madame Pomfrey will leave the castle during the summer. Otherwise, we could remain at school year-round. That simply will not do. Madame Pomfrey retorted, returning to the conversation. This is not your private clinic. Exercise caution while studying magic, and save me some worry. I'm Madame Pomfrey. Fred and George raised their right hands and saluted, declaring, we shall certainly heed your words. Chapter 31. The Aura of Professor Snape. After collecting the ancient magical energies that could be garnered, Visette finally made his way to the Great Hall. This time he infused the power into the Eye of Magic. Approaching the Ravenclaw table, a peculiar malevolence emanated from the Slytherin table. I heard Miss Parkinson say he is the Silent One, an extremely dangerous individual. The appearance is rather endearing, and the looks are pleasing. It is merely a facade. One could seek a therapist to employ permanent transfiguration magic for transformation. You may become whatever you desire. I have no intention of being confined in St. Mungo's. The risks associated with permanent transfiguration magic are far too great. If this dangerous individual were to go mad during class, we would all be dragged down with him. Why would Dumbledore permit his enrollment? It is far too perilous. I have no desire to meet my demise. Individuals like this ought to be sent to Azkaban, where the Dementors can bestow upon him a kiss. I share your sentiments. Azkaban is indeed the rightful destination for such hazardous individuals. The voices of the Slytherins were quite loud, seemingly eager for everyone in the hall to know that he is a Silent One, a figure of danger. Visette merely smiled at this, feeling no stirrings within. His past life in the orphanage had equipped him with the resilience to face various criticisms and ostracism, even bullying, due to his unique status. Thus, prior to his arrival at Hogwarts, he had mentally prepared himself to confront skepticism and rumors with composure. However, he was taken aback to find that it was only the Slytherin table that seemed particularly concerned with this matter. The other 3 tables exhibited little reaction. Their conversations predominantly centered around Harry Potter, the boy who lived against all odds. The boy with a handsome nose and long black hair sat beside Visette. Indeed, you were having breakfast in the hall. Chris informed me that you were seized by the older students of Gryffindor. I was ready to report to Prefect Penelope. Michael, you merely think Penelope is attractive and wish to strike up a conversation with her. Chris, with his brown hair, seated himself across, chuckling. Good morning. A boy with blonde hair inquired. Why is your book so small? Is it a special edition? Good morning, Anthony. Visette replied. This is not a special edition. I merely transcribed the textbook content, and Luna assisted me with illustrations and the cover. Good morning, Visette. Another boy with brown hair appeared, his brow furrowed as he asked. Luna, is she a girl? Good morning, Terry. Visette nodded. Yes, she's my sister. Chris, Morn, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot. These 4 individuals were Visette's roommates. To have such a considerate sister. My sister only cries all day, Terry remarked with a hint of envy. Will your sister enroll in the future? Chris inquired, leaning closer. Absolutely. Visette contemplated. We shall meet next year. Chris spoke with a tone of envy, a sister who can assist her brother with art. What a perfect life. His life may be perfect, but what about us? Michael lamented. Our first class is potions. Indeed, Snape's reputation was far from favorable. A group of freshmen, having just begun their journey into potions, were already plagued by trepidation. Nevertheless, they gathered their textbooks and made their way to the potions classroom. The potions classroom was distinctive, vast like a medieval monastery, and shrouded in the dimness characteristic of such ancient establishments, relying solely on the scant illumination from a few torches. As they approached the classroom, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. The classroom is situated in the basement, flanked by towering shelves filled with an array of glass jars. In the dim glow of the flickering light, the contents of these jars, exuding peculiar odors, remain obscured. Terry leans closer to the jars, only to recoil in surprise. Are these specimens of animals? Why do they appear so bizarre? They must be specimens of magical creatures. Wizard approaches as well, scrutinizing the specimens. Some of the translucent fur-covered creatures likely belong to the invisibility species, while a serpentine figure with a bird-like head resembles a bird snake. Luna has a particular fondness for the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which was among the first texts he thoroughly understood. Additionally, the well-preserved specimens enable him to effortlessly identify the corresponding species. What seems obvious to him leaves his peers in awe. Terry exclaims, No wonder you're a top student in your house. You know so much. Visette replies, The book is fascinating. That's why I've read it multiple times. Chris interjects, But it's not just that, right? I recall you mentioning that you copied the textbook. Michael scratches his head, did I? I wasn't aware of that. Chris teases, Your mind is preoccupied solely with the lovely Penelope. It would be odd if you noticed anything else. The long table in the classroom bears the scars of wear, marked by burns and corrosion. The Ravenclaw students arrive early, yet, deterred by Snape's notorious reputation, they shy away from sitting near the podium. Terry queries, Visette, why don't you sit further back? Visette shakes his head. The lighting here is inadequate. For safety's sake, it's better to stay close for clearer visibility. Impressive. Anthony remarks sincerely. To possess such knowledge at the start of the term is no small feat. Indeed, Michael concurs. To confront Professor Snape requires not only exceptional intellect, but extraordinary courage. Visette, bemused, replies, "It's not that exaggerated. It's merely for convenience in learning. Besides, none of you have interacted with Professor Snape, so why the fear? This potions class is shared with Hufflepuff, and the number of students in the classroom steadily increases. However, regardless of how many arrive, they all opt for seats at the back, striving to distance themselves from the podium. With only 5 minutes remaining before class begins, the seat beside Visette remains unoccupied. Just as the class bell is about to ring, a girl with 2 golden braids rushes in. All the nearby seats have been taken, leaving her no choice but to sit next to Visette. It is Hannah Abbott, the first girl to be sorted. She wipes the sweat from her brow, hurriedly arranges her textbooks, and finally exhales in relief. As the bell tolls, Snape enters, his black robes billowing like a great bat. He stands imposingly at the podium, casting a glance at the flushed Hannah. "Ah, Hufflepuffs, it seems you only rush when in the Great Hall, do you not?" He states coldly. Congratulations to Hufflepuff for being first, deducting a point. Hannah's face turns crimson, her body trembling as if she might burst into tears at any moment. The other students fell silent, the entire classroom seemingly frozen in time. The roll call commenced. Snape uttered no further words, his tone icy and terse. Hannah Abbott. The speed of attendance was swift. Each student remained vigilant, responding almost instantly upon hearing their name. Indeed, today there was but one fool among them. Once Snape confirmed that all were present, his demeanor softened slightly. As novices, if you lack a sense of time, my advice is to leave this place at once, lest you bring harm upon yourselves and others. Potion making is a precise and rigorous discipline. Both destruction and rebirth are contained within the bubbling cauldron. I do not truly expect you to grasp the allure of potions or understand what they can offer you. Merely follow my instructions diligently, and by imitating each step, wealth, prestige, and honor will be within your reach. The students had ample reason to fear Snape. He resembled a king, the potion classroom his palace, where he wielded control over everything, including the behavior of his students. Having delivered this admonition, he refrained from commencing the formal lesson, instead casting a sidelong glance at Weasley. Michael Corner, an interesting character in the Harry Potter series, once dated Ginny, only to be rejected later. He subsequently began a relationship with Cho Chang during the same academic year. His evident preference for appearances and rapid adjustments are well documented in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. One might verify this if inclined. Chapter 32. The Use of the Eye of Magic. Weasley stood up and explained matter-of-factly, "Professor Snape, my scholarship amounts to only 30 galleons. If I were to purchase new books, I would not have sufficient funds left for the materials listed, so I have copied the textbooks." This was quite touching, reminiscent of a cliché inspirational tale. Snape's expression remained impassive as he elongated his voice. "Since you have managed to create your own textbook, you must be quite familiar with its contents, no? What ingredients are required for the treatment potion for boils? What symptoms does it primarily target?" Upon hearing this, the other students hastily flipped through their books. Before they could locate the page on the treatment potion for boils, Weasley began to speak. He articulated clearly. "Half a cauldron of water for ground snake fangs, 3 horned slugs that must be steamed, 2 portions of dried nettles, and 1 porcupine quill. The treatment potion for boils primarily addresses common pustules and measles, and it can effectively alleviate certain symptoms of lymphatic tuberculosis, provided it does not involve magical damage. It is a miraculous remedy. Before adding the porcupine quill, if the boiling is done correctly, the cauldron will emit pink smoke. The purer the pink smoke, the more skilled the potion maker." Snape curled his lip, his cold gaze sweeping across the classroom. "Why have you not begun preparing your materials? Do you expect me to serve you?" Aside from Weasley, the others shuddered in unison, scrambling to retrieve their materials and measure the requisite quantities. Snape remained occupied, jotting down key points on the blackboard. The serpent's fangs must be ground to a fine powder, and one should frequently uncover the pot to observe the boiling horned slugs, ideally revealing the desirable black beneath their translucent skin. Once the concoction begins to bubble, stir it clockwise 5 times before removing it from the heat and adding the porcupine quills. Although the method for crafting the treatment potion for boils is not particularly arduous, the preparation of materials demands considerable time, with meticulousness being paramount throughout the process. Even disregarding the preparation time, one must simmer the potion for at least half an hour to complete the elixir. Severus Snape strode through the classroom, his robes billowing like a specter, causing an involuntary chill to run down the spines of nearly everyone present. Faced with the slimy slugs, Hannah clutched her tweezers but hesitated to act, her body trembling violently. Noticing her discomfort, Visette pushed the serpent's fangs towards her, suggesting, "Why not take charge of this? There is no need to rush. Time is ample." Hannah nodded gratefully, her expression focused as she began to grind the fangs. Visette used his tweezers to select 6 slugs and place them into the boiling vessel. Under the high temperature, the slugs' mucilage solidified and their bodies shrank. Employing his magical eye, he observed that the slugs within the pot had transformed. Could this be the reason for boiling the slugs? Visette pondered, choosing not to unveil the lid, instead relying on his magical sight to monitor the changes in the symbols. Why not open the lid? Severus's ominous voice emerged from behind him. Or do you intend to follow the book's instructions and boil the slugs for a full 10 minutes? Hannah's hands quivered, nearly shattering the mortar. The surrounding students held their breath, scarcely daring to exchange a word. Quite right, Snape remarked, pursing his lips as he loomed behind Visette, occasionally glancing at the timer. At precisely 7 minutes, Visette lifted the tweezers to extract 2 of the slugs. Swiftly covering the pot again and noting the time, Snape's eyes narrowed as he observed the 2 slugs, now semi-transparent, their dark depths visible beneath the clear skin. His jaw tightened, arms crossed silently. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Visette opened the lid once more, retrieving the remaining slugs and documenting the time again. All 6 horned slugs emerged from the boiling process, uniformly shaped and identical in quality. Truly excellent specimens. Well done. Snape regarded Visette with a penetrating gaze before drifting away through the classroom. The atmosphere in the potions classroom remained oppressive, yet Visette felt unaffected. Rather, he found solace in the tranquility surrounding him. Whether it was the slugs, the serpent's fangs, the dried nettle, or the porcupine quills, each possessed its own magical symbols. With the aid of his magical eye, Visette added each ingredient into the cauldron, watching as the symbols shattered and reformed into exquisite and intricate designs. He reveled in this process, feeling akin to an artist crafting whimsical illustrations from the materials at hand. As Snape had initially proclaimed, both destruction and rebirth are encapsulated within the steaming cauldron. The mixture within the pot transformed into a profound green, then shifted to a murky blue, beginning to bubble vigorously. With a sidelong glance at Hannah, Visette noted that the potion had begun to bubble and instructed her to stir it clockwise 5 times. All right. Hannah eagerly nodded, grasping a spoon and cautiously stirring the contents of the crucible. As she completed the stirring, the large bubbles transformed into fisheye bubbles, and the murky blue liquid gradually became clear, with impurities gathering at the center. The potion within the crucible turned into a translucent light blue, and at that moment, the impurities suddenly rose, forming a pure pink mist at the mouth of the crucible. How beautiful! Hannah exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, as she eagerly reached for the porcupine quills, ready to toss them into the crucible. Visette quickly reminded her, Hannah, you must add the quills away from the heat. I almost forgot, Hannah said gratefully, hastily grabbing a cloth to lift the crucible and adding the quills. The quills melted slowly in the residual warmth, transforming into twinkling stars that adorned the potion. Snape approached once more, scooping a sample of the boiled treatment potion to inspect. Is this your first time brewing a potion? Have you never studied before? Visette replied, I helped Mr. Lovegood brew a gertie root tea. Does that count? Gertie root tea? Snape's hand trembled slightly as he regarded Visette with utmost seriousness. Do not let those absurd theories influence you. Can you manage that? Visette, puzzled, responded. Are you referring to Mr. Lovegood? I think what he and Luna discussed holds some merit. You do possess some talent. Snape's voice was dry, and he changed the subject. Since you have completed the potion, why not observe your classmates? Is it to appear exceptional? Hannah followed closely behind him, and the 2 wandered through the classroom like Snape himself. If Snape instilled fear in the students, Visette instilled hope. Utilizing his magical eye, Visette observed the completeness of the material symbols, assisting in improving the potion-making process. Before long, the students' Visette had aided successfully completed their potions. In their eyes, the once boiling crucibles now appeared far more pleasing. Even the rising pink mist resembled celebratory fireworks. Chapter 33. The Allure of Magical History. As the class bell rang, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, gravitating towards Visette, eager to express something. Do you wish to stay behind to clean the classroom? Came Snape's cold voice, his eyelids drooping as he spoke leisurely. The students, like startled birds, quickly gathered their books and rushed out of the classroom. Snape abruptly declared, Visette, you will stay behind to clean. Michael and the others exchanged expressions of self-preservation, waving as they exited the room. Hannah timidly asked, her face already flushed. May I stay as well? Huh, Snape scoffed, offering no direct response. Visette waved his hand, saying, there isn't much to clean. I can manage on my own. If it weren't for you, I certainly wouldn't have completed the potion, Hannah said without further explanation, rolling up her sleeves to begin wiping the desks. Thank you. Visert quietly expressed his gratitude as he picked up the broom and dustpan from the corner, diligently sweeping away the remnants of snake fangs and dried nettles. The cleaning task was swiftly accomplished, and Visert stood before the podium, attentively observing Snape's potion-making process. Snape's movements were steady, devoid of any superfluous gestures. With just 10 precise crushes, the snake fangs transformed into an exquisitely fine powder. When handling the slug, he eschewed tweezers, opting instead to grasp the creature with his fingers before placing it into the cauldron. The entire process of brewing the potion flowed seamlessly, as Snape audaciously employed a fierce flame to expedite the concoction's preparation. In a mere 10 minutes, a pure pink mist blossomed like a flower, heralding the successful completion of the potion. Snape glanced up at Visert and coldly inquired, "What have you observed?" After a moment's contemplation, Visert responded with clarity, a profound familiarity with potion ingredients. Whether in your handling of snake fangs or dried nettles, your precision is impeccable. The method of cooking the slug is similarly astute. By kneading it with your fingers to assess its quality, you eliminate the need to lift the lid, thereby ensuring the finest slug possible. Prior to adding the porcupine quills, you meticulously scraped away the surface impurities, rendering the potion flawless. This is the insight from which I have benefited most. Indeed, it appears you are not lacking in intellect. Snape replied softly, his tone inscrutable. Talent may elevate one's potential, yet potion-making is far from a simple discipline. Hannah displayed an expression of disbelief, even covering her mouth in astonishment. "Thank you, Professor Snape. We shall take our leave now," Visert said, catching a glimpse of what seemed to be a flicker of appreciation in Snape's eyes. However, this brief glimmer vanished so swiftly that he wondered if he had merely imagined it. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Hannah, still somewhat dazed, remarked, "This is the first time I've realized Professor Snape could be so talkative, and he even awarded you 5 points. 5 points. Is that not customary?" Visert queried. "I recall Autumn mentioning that every professor possesses the authority to award or deduct points." "Professor Snape is different," Hannah replied, glancing back before lowering her voice to explain. "He only awards points to Slytherin while deducting from the other 3 houses." "So that is the case." Visert smiled faintly. "It seems I am quite fortunate." After a morning of potion class, Visert garnered considerable goodwill among the first-year Hufflepuffs. As he passed the Hufflepuff long table, the new students greeted him with smiles. Madame Pomfrey's advice indeed proved beneficial. After a meditative afternoon, he arrived at the History of Magic classroom, invigorated. This classroom, situated on the 2nd floor of the castle, was orderly in its layout, well-ventilated, and exceptionally well-lit. In the afternoon, the radiant sunlight streamed into the classroom, fostering a tranquil and warm ambience. As the only ghostly professor at Hogwarts, Professor Binns entered the classroom in a particularly unique manner. At the sound of the bell, he drifted through the wall and floated to the podium. "It is time. Let us commence the lesson." He did not take attendance, and the students at the front of the class did not even glance his way as he commenced his lecture in a monotonous, expressionless tone. The emergence of the dark wizard Emmerich in southern England, where he established a reign of terror, served as the catalyst for the Muggle witch hunts. The relationship between wizards and Muggles deteriorated, prompting wizards to distance themselves from Muggle villages. Although Muggles were powerless against adult wizards, they could target the young wizard children. The bright and warm sunlight, coupled with his droning voice, was simply too conducive to slumber. Around Visette, those roommates who intended to take diligent notes succumbed to Professor Binns's voice, dozing off like chicks pecking at grains. Unbeknownst to them, only 2 sounds remained in the classroom: Professor Binns's lecture and the rustling of Visette's notes. The tome History of Magic was exceedingly thick. Even if Visette transcribed the entire volume, comprehending its content thoroughly remained a daunting task. Professor Binns did not merely recite from the text. He provided succinct summaries of the material, greatly benefiting Visette. Alas, these insights were veiled within his monotonous intonations, requiring the patience of a prospector to unearth the gleaming gems of wisdom. The emergence of dark wizards exacerbated Muggle fears of wizards, intensifying the witch hunts and resulting in the tragic deaths of more wizard children. Wizards developed methods specifically targeting Muggles, such as the Muggle-repelling charm and Muggle-resistant doorknobs. The introduction of these techniques further diminished interactions between wizards and Muggles. The adage, "history as a mirror, reveals the rise and fall of powers," resonated with Visette as he gradually grasped, through Professor Binns's teachings, why wizards isolated themselves, thus creating a magical realm. Wizards, inherently capable of wielding magic, possessed a fundamentally different mindset compared to Muggles. For a wizard, encountering troubles in life would instinctively lead to the application of magic, which explained the emergence of the Muggle-repelling charm and Muggle-resistant doorknobs. However, this parallel ultimately converged as Muggles created various tools for production, while wizards invented an array of spells to address their dilemmas. Contemplating this, Visette increasingly appreciated the allure of magical history. As the class bell rang, his roommates awoke, instinctively wiping the traces of drool from their mouths. Terry rubbed his eyes and drowsily inquired, "Hey, Visette, why do you look so alert?" "I was taking notes," Visette replied. Still captivated, the history of magic class is absolutely fascinating. Michael opened his mouth, patting his face, and remarked, "Perhaps this is what true Ravenclaw spirit embodies, being diligent even in history of magic." Visette smiled non-committally, casting his gaze out the window at the scenery. He suddenly felt that writing letters was not such a daunting task after all, with so many intriguing matters to convey. Chapter 34. Luna and the Letter. Devonshire, Ottery St. Catchpole, the Lovegood residence. On a bright morning, the pale blue curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden sheen upon the bedroom floor. The girl emitted a soft, cat-like murmur as she gradually opened her eyes. She languidly seated herself on the edge of the bed, her light golden hair cascading down like a waterfall. Luna rubbed her eyes and stretched lazily, gazing at the blue sky outside. A splendid day indeed. Descending the staircase, she glanced at the closed door not far away, the smile at the corner of her mouth slowly fading. That door had remained shut since yesterday. Yesterday marked the commencement of the Hogwarts school year. Next year, I shall also enroll, she murmured to herself, as if imparting an important truth. Xenophilius was already in the dining room, his hair tousled, holding a writing board in one hand and a charcoal pencil tucked behind his ear, contemplating the next issue of the Quibbler. "Luna, today is perfect for painting," he declared, bringing over the prepared breakfast. Luna settled at the dining table, grasping the knife and fork in her hands. Indeed, the sky resembles a blue canvas. The dining room was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the scratching of the charcoal pencil and the occasional clink of cutlery against the plate. Xenophilius set down the writing board and inquired, "Luna, do you feel well? Is the breakfast unappetizing?" "I'm well, father." Faced with such concern, Luna gently shook her head. She wished to alleviate her father's worries and deftly shifted the topic. "Is this issue of the magazine ready? I can hardly wait. The previous editions received quite favorable responses. That lad, Visette, is quite imaginative." Xenophilius brightened. "Indeed, the number of contributors has increased recently. They are particularly interested in local specialties. Some even sent me samples, which I incorporated into this morning's bread." One contributor mentioned that this honey from the bees can bring good fortune to those who consume it. "What do you think of the flavor? Was this Visette's idea?" Luna mused. She speared a piece of bread and tasted it, revealing a faint smile. "I find the flavor quite delightful." Luna's life continued, as usual, akin to a diligent bee tending to an entire garden. The owl, Diana, accompanied her, cheerfully singing, collecting dew, loosening soil, watering plants, feeding. She still derived joy from these activities, albeit a peculiar joy, as if something was amiss. "The mistletoe and the air potatoes are flourishing, and I haven't spotted any of the boggots," Luna remarked while picking air potatoes. "Visette, do you know about boggots?" "Father and I discussed them. They are little creatures resembling maggots, possessing 3,000 teeth in their youth, and more as they mature. They have 3 eyes and side-like hooks on their tails. Hence the name boggot." "Visette, isn't that fascinating?" Visette, it seemed to her that something had been locked away along with that closed door. "Yes, he's gone to Hogwarts." Luna rose and walked towards the distant stream. Sitting by the water's edge, she contemplated the gently flowing stream. Although only a day had passed, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. The horseflies have increased, she murmured to the air potatoes. This sensation felt remarkably familiar. She had experienced it before. Time has the power to smooth over all grievances, and given a few more days, she would adjust to a life with one less person. Such upheaval was merely commonplace for her. The sky remained bright, and the stream continued to flow crystal clear. Despite everything appearing unchanged, she sensed herself drifting away from her surroundings. Luna sat by the stream for an extended period, gazing at the water's surface, until the sound of a familiar owl's hoot broke the silence, prompting her to lift her head quickly. Hoot! Hoot! The owl clutched a large fabric bag, resembling a propeller-driven aircraft with damaged wings, on the verge of descending into the stream. Luna hastily reached out, narrowly managing to catch Sol, preventing it from becoming a drenched mess. "Sol, I got you." "Hoot! Hoot!" Sol struggled and nuzzled against Luna's sleeve, its eyes gently closing. Having arrived from Hogwarts with so many items, it seemed utterly exhausted. Luna spoke softly, caressing Sol's drooping crest. She carefully placed the fabric bag on the table, her excitement bubbling over as she cradled the owl, exclaiming, "I've encountered Sol. Look at what this little one has brought. Let me find some restorative treats to feed it," as it appears quite worn out. Upon opening the bag, she discovered 2 large boxes of sweets, the hefty weight instantly revealing to her why Sol was so fatigued. Beneath the boxes lay a letter, its thick parchment envelope inscribed with the words, "To Luna and Mr. Lovegood." The distance between the phrase Mr. Lovegood and the rest seemed to suggest it had been added later. Luna placed her hand over her heart, sensing her pulse quickening. She exhaled gently before unsealing the letter. "Dear Luna and Mr. Lovegood, Sol has kindly delivered a bag of chocolate frogs, which are delightful treats that I wish to share with both you and Mr. Lovegood. Hogwarts is marvelous and enchanting. I have encountered an abundance of fascinating things, far too numerous to articulate. I believe it is of no concern, for you will also be attending Hogwarts next year, and we can explore together then. How are the mistletoe and the dirigible plums at home?" I recall that the dirigible plums were nearing ripeness. During our last fertilization session, you mentioned the Raxburts. What manner of creature are they? I am still quite curious. As you left me in suspense last time, would you be willing to share more with me now? There are many more wonders at Hogwarts. And should I write to you again, I hope you won't mind my rambling. Additionally, please extend my regards to Mr. Lovegood. I hope all is well with you both. Yours sincerely, Weasley Lovegood. The letter was unassuming. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that made Luna feel a close connection to Weasley. In her heart, Weasley was not the radiant sunlit figure. Rather, he was like a gentle breeze, quietly accompanying her. She felt free to express her innermost thoughts. While Weasley easily embraced everything she shared, Luna opened a box of chocolate frogs, the silky, rich chocolate melting on her tongue, the sweet flavor occupying her heart. And what else? What more? The voice of Xenophilius echoed, and the owl, Sorrel, perched on his shoulder, regained a semblance of vitality, allowing it to doze off. "All right, father," Luna declared as she stowed away the envelope and retrieved a set of art supplies from a cabinet. Puzzled, Xenophilius inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "Lunch is already prepared." "I know, father," Luna exclaimed, dashing upstairs. "Did you not tell me this morning that today is perfect for painting?" Chapter 35, Transfiguration Class. To be favored by Hufflepuff is indeed a delightful experience. At breakfast, Visette would invariably receive an array of uniquely flavored jams from his Hufflepuff classmates. According to Hannah and her peers, these jams were exclusive to the teachers, available only to Hufflepuff. Visette had to admit that these special jams indeed possessed distinct flavors. Through the eye of magic, one could perceive the magical symbols contained within, which were the very source of their flavors. At midday, a feathered, glossy owl swooped into the great hall. The owl circled overhead before landing upon Visette's shoulder. As he removed the envelope, his roommates turned their heads, displaying curiosity. Chris leaned in, gazing at the envelope adorned with a wreath of mistletoe, and asked, "Who sent this letter? It looks so extravagant. It must be from Visette's sister, Michael." Like a keen hound, immediately guessed the correct answer. Visette confirmed, "Yes, it is from her." He opened the envelope to reveal not only a note, but also a small vial and a pendant shaped like a dirigible plum. "What are these?" his roommates queried, intrigued. "A mini carrot pendant? I've never seen such an unusual gift." Terry asked, "What does the vial contain? Is it seeds?" "Seeds of the dirigible plum," Visette nodded, lifting the pendant and explaining, "This is the dirigible plum pendant, which enhances one's ability to accept extraordinary phenomena." Anthony frowned. "Dirigible plum? Enhance the capacity to accept the extraordinary? Will it prevent me from dozing off in Professor Bin's class?" "His lectures possess a certain peculiar magic." Visette smiled. "If you attune yourself to his tone, you shall undoubtedly glean some knowledge." As for the unique effect of the dirigible plum, Luna mentioned it varies from person to person. "At least for me, its effects are remarkable." Terry, eager, asked, "Will you plant these seeds then? We could give it a try." Michael jested. "Perhaps you also need a crafty sister to help you make the pendant." She harvested the dirigible plums from the garden, savored the sweet chocolate frog, and painted a picture in her bedroom. She also mentioned Xenophilius's praise for her, along with the dirigible plum pendant, hoping it would inspire him. In the afternoon, another transfiguration class awaited, where Ravenclaw would join Gryffindor. Upon entering the classroom, Visette noticed several Gryffindors congregated by the podium. Seizing the opportunity before Professor McGonagall arrived, they exerted all their efforts to amuse the tabby cat on the podium. They frolicked and laughed, yet the tabby cat remained utterly unmoved. Visette furrowed his brow upon seeing the tabby cat, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. It soon dawned on him that a similar feline had appeared in the presence of a Niven snake, a creature that had, in fact, been transformed by Professor McGonagall. In the lively atmosphere of Gryffindor, his roommates were eager to join the fray, but Visette quickly called them back. Anthony, seated nearby, remained fixated on the tabby cat, exclaiming, "Don't you adore cats? Just look at its beautiful patterns, especially the black spots around its eyes, resembling a pair of spectacles." Visette began to explain, "This is no ordinary cat," but before he could finish, the resounding bell for class rang. The squatting tabby cat transformed from stillness to motion. Leaping forward and morphing into a human shape, Professor McGonagall. The students stiffened, donning serious expressions as they sat upright, attempting to feign innocence. Anthony, still shaken, asked, "How did you figure it out?" Visette whispered, "You just mentioned that the black spots around its eyes resemble a frame. Such patterns are quite rare." Professor McGonagall, with a grave demeanor, declared, "Perhaps to you, transfiguration seems as playful as a kitten, something to toy with without consequence. However, in reality, it is one of the most complex and perilous forms of magic you will encounter at this school. I do not wish for any of you to suffer harm or even lose your lives due to recklessness. Anyone who dares to disrupt my class will be permanently removed from this space, lest they meet an unfortunate fate due to their arrogance. Please remember this." Observing the students nodding in agreement, she softened her tone, continuing, "As you embark on your first lesson in transfiguration, the most vital aspect for you to grasp is not the incantation, but rather the need for caution. Approach transfiguration with a vigilant mindset. Even if it may appear as innocuous as a cat, remain wary, for it may transform into your greatest fear." With her admonition concluded, she instructed them to turn to the 4th page of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, beginning with the techniques for casting transfiguration spells. Indeed, transfiguration is a complex subject. Although Visette had meticulously copied the guide, he still held only a fragmented understanding of its contents. At this juncture, an exemplary guide was of utmost importance, and Professor McGonagall fulfilled this role with grace. Drawing from her personal experiences, she deconstructed the textbook material, rendering the once obscure theories of transfiguration more comprehensible. She distributed a matchstick to each student, tasking them with the simple yet profound challenge of transforming the match into a needle. In an instant, the classroom was filled with a cacophony of incantations. As Professor McGonagall had warned, while transfiguration may appear as charming as a cat, it can indeed prove to be immensely challenging and perilous. Amidst a flurry of vibrant magical lights, some matchsticks erupted with a loud bang, shattering into countless sparks that scattered in all directions. Quick as a flash, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming the errant sparks into small birds. The birds chirped melodiously, soaring around the classroom before vanishing without a trace. "Focus. Be cautious," Professor McGonagall declared emphatically. "Your objectives must be more precise. Envision the shape, size, and texture of a needle." Such a seemingly effortless application of transfiguration magic greatly invigorated the students' enthusiasm for practice. Before long, Professor McGonagall approached the table where Visette was seated. She had observed that Visette did not immediately cast the spell. Instead, he closed his eyes and delved into his imagination. Seemingly aware of McGonagall's gaze, Visette opened his eyes. Through his earlier visualization, he had constructed a sufficiently vivid image and now required only the aid of a spell. Transfiguration is an art. Chapter 36, Preserving Essence. The sensation of performing transfiguration magic was extraordinary. With the incantation's assistance, Visette's consciousness enveloped the surface of the matchstick, as if transforming into hands that could mold it at will. A clear objective emerged in his mind, a silver needle. He directed his thoughts to shape the matchstick, which indeed began to elongate and taper. It needed to possess a metallic hue, glistening like silver, with a more refined needlepoint and a hole for threading. The matchstick on the table continually morphed, its edges softening, the red and wooden tones gradually fading. The brilliant luster of metal became increasingly pronounced, while the form of the match elongated, the tip narrowing into a sharp point. Could it be that his first attempt at spellcasting was a success? Anthony glanced at the matchstick before him, unable to contain his admiration. That was remarkably swift. Professor McGonagall nodded gently, acknowledging Anthony's observation. Transfiguration magic not only demands caution, but also requires ample patience and imagination. Visette's choice to visualize with closed eyes before hastily casting the spell demonstrated a prudent approach. McGonagall recognized the orderly progression of changes, each step methodical and deliberate, embodying patience as he made incremental adjustments. Visette had not ceased his incantation, clearly because the magic was not yet fully realized. The needle's tip manifested a hole for threading, with delicate patterns emerging on its surface. Professor McGonagall leaned in to examine, discovering the intricate motifs of mistletoe. The mistletoe pattern was the piece de resistance, elevating this silver needle beyond mere utility to something of greater value. The ability to conjure complex designs through willpower exemplified the power of imagination, an exclusive advantage of wizards. She grasped the silver needle in her hand and proclaimed, "Mr. Lovegood has successfully completed this spell, transforming the matchstick into a silver needle. Ravenclaw earns 5 points." The students looked up in unison, captivated by her words. Enlarge rapidly. Professor McGonagall cast a spell, and the diminutive silver needle swiftly expanded and thickened, transforming into an exquisitely carved cone. She held the cone aloft for the students to see, declaring it a remarkable triumph in transfiguration. In addition to the needle hole, Mr. Lovegood has also created beautiful patterns. Not only did you transfigure Silver Needle, but you also adorned it with designs. Anthony clapped Visette on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You are putting immense pressure on me." Spell halt. Professor McGonagall returned the silver needle to its original size. "Well done, Visette." "Thank you." Visette took the silver needle and suddenly pondered a question. "Professor McGonagall, may I ask whether this needle is currently considered wood or metal?" "What intriguing question," Professor McGonagall chuckled. "You have merely altered the appearance of the matchstick. It remains wood." Visette inquired, "Through transfiguration magic, can one alter the essence of the matchstick, transforming it into a genuine silver needle?" "Certainly, but I would advise against it." Professor McGonagall patiently elucidated. "The peril of transfiguration stems precisely from this. For inanimate objects, changing their essence may simply render them less fragile and more utilitarian. But what if you were to alter your own essence? After such a transformation, would you still be yourself? To possess a body of true steel implies that your essence must also become steel, leading to the potential loss of your original self. The essence could be lost?" Wisette's mouth opened slightly, a chill creeping down his spine. Observing Wisette's trepidation, Professor McGonagall nodded gently. "This is the essence, in my view. A wizard's essence derives from his thoughts, desires, and ultimately his soul. When your body becomes formidable, yet your soul undergoes a transformation, are you still the person you once were? If not, then who are you?" These are questions that warrant contemplation. The soul is a fascinating subject. Exploring the mysteries of magic and deepening one's understanding of the soul is an essential step. Many wizards stray from the path and become dark wizards, delighting in the manipulation of souls. Professor McGonagall suddenly shook her head. "I seem to have said too much. Just remember, if you wish to delve deeper into the realm of transfiguration magic, you must recognize the importance of maintaining your essence. If you're interested, seek out information regarding animagi." The words spoken by Professor McGonagall were undoubtedly beyond the syllabus, yet they greatly benefited Visette. The magical world is akin to a vast treasure trove, brimming with secrets to explore. He hastily grasped his notebook, determined to record Professor McGonagall's insights. Visette was also generous in sharing his reflections, believing that providing clarity to others' confusions would reinforce his own understanding. You need not be so hard on yourself. Begin by attempting to sharpen one end of the matchstick, taking it one step at a time. Did you not notice? The color of the matchstick has lightened. This is a promising start. Altering the color is a commendable choice. Do not be overly anxious. Hold the wand a bit farther away. The previous explosion was merely an accident. If you remain fearful, you may break the red phosphorus in front of you. The most crucial aspect is to dare to try. Observing Visette surrounded by eager onlookers, Professor McGonagall sighed softly. She felt a twinge of envy for Flitwick for having such an exceptional student choose Ravenclaw. In truth, Hermione had also performed admirably, capable of imbuing the matchstick with the semblance of a needle. Professor McGonagall began to understand why Dumbledore held Visette in such high regard. To cultivate a disposition that remains humble and harmonious with those around him, even amidst the torment of dark wizards, is indeed a rare and precious quality. It appears that Visette possesses latent potential for cerebral closure. In order to cultivate this potential, it remains uncertain how Dumbledore intends to proceed or whom he will seek as a guide. Hogsmeade. Dumbledore emerged from the flickering flames, materializing on the second floor of the Hogshead Inn. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. A tall, slender elder with a long, grizzled beard appeared before him. The elder raised an eyebrow and in a gruff tone inquired, "What brings you here?" Dumbledore replied softly, "Aberforth, I seek your assistance." Chapter 37. The Invisible Tycoon. Hogwarts' first-year curriculum was quite relaxed, particularly on Friday mornings when no classes were held, allowing for free movement. After enjoying breakfast, Visette exited the castle, making his way across the grass toward the Forbidden Forest. Just yesterday morning, Hagrid had sent him a letter via owl, inviting him to visit his hut and inquiring about his recent experiences. Before entering Hogwarts, Hagrid was among the few who harbored no prejudice against him, and given his past encounters in Diagon Alley, he felt compelled to accept the invitation. Moreover, his curiosity about the Forbidden Forest was piqued, and Hagrid's hut was conveniently located at its edge. Hagrid referred to his dwelling as a hut, yet Visette felt as though he had arrived at a giant's castle. The oak doorframe stood nearly 4 meters tall, giving the single-story hut an impression of being 2 stories high. The exterior exuded a rustic charm, adorned with an array of peculiar tools. Before Visette could knock, a thunderous bark resonated from beside him. "Ah, that must be Visette." Hagrid's voice boomed. "Yeah, take it easy. You'll frighten him." Accompanied by the gusting wind, a massive black dog suddenly bolted forth. The dog, panting with its tongue lolling, leaped towards Visette. "Hey, Yaya, you'll scare Visette," Hagrid exclaimed, swiftly grasping the dog by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Despite the dog's imposing height of 1 meter, it offered no resistance in Hagrid's grasp. The size disparity was too great. This creature was a Neapolitan Mastiff, resembling a Shar-Pei with its myriad of wrinkles and a perpetually melancholic expression. Just a bit excited. Not many students come here during the day. Hagrid reassured Visette. In truth, he is quite amiable, even a tad timid. The dog, Yaya, sniffed enthusiastically at Visette, displaying an unexpected gentleness as it rolled over, inviting him to rub its belly. "You are my friend, so he will treat you well," Hagrid chuckled. "Though he may seem timid, rest assured, if danger arises, he will make the right choices." The interior was simply arranged, comprising a single room furnished with an impressively large table and chairs beside the fireplace, while a large bed draped in patchwork lay in the corner. Various items adorned the walls, including an umbrella, an enormous leather coat, and a crossbow. The fireplace was equally grand, with space on either side for hanging smoked meats and chickens, while the center accommodated a copper kettle and roasting pan. "Let's have some tea. I just baked some scones," Hagrid warmly invited. He placed the baking tray before Visette and lifted the copper kettle to brew tea. "How do you find this place?" he continued, tearing off a piece of biscuit for Yaya. "It may differ somewhat from my previous life, but I believe I will adapt." The sound of Yaya's teeth engaged in a fierce struggle with the biscuit echoed, like the crunching of a bone. Visette's eyelids twitched. His teeth were no match for a Mastiff's. "Thank you," he said as he accepted the teacup and blew gently on it. "I had breakfast before coming, so a bit of tea will suffice." The biscuit was too early for him, but just right for Hagrid. "You need not be formal here," Hagrid said, seizing a biscuit the size of a head and crunching it heartily. "You may consider Hogwarts your second home, regardless of age or stature." He always exuded an aura of distance at first glance. Only through genuine interaction does one discover his unpretentious nature and straightforward manner, always willing to share his thoughts. He recounted his youth to Visette, revealing how he was expelled for a certain incident, thereby missing the opportunity to continue his studies at Hogwarts. He also spoke of the Forbidden Forest nearby, home to a plethora of magical creatures and enchanted plants. Consequently, the pair of twins from the Weasley family would always devise ways to sneak into the forest for mischief. They conducted experiments there, and on a few occasions, even managed to attract centaurs. Not only could they be harmed by the centaurs, but the little creatures within the forest could also be at risk. "Those two are quite slippery," Hagrid chuckled. "Every time I sought them out, it cost me a fair amount of time. Thankfully, they're in their 3rd year now. In a few years, it should become easier." "Little creatures?" Visette pondered Hagrid's unique perspective on them. "Hagrid, which magical creatures do you favor in the Forbidden Forest?" "Oh, there are far too many." His tone lifted as he spoke of his favorites: the Thestral, the Invisible Beast, the Snidget, the Hippogriff, and the Unicorn. As he listed the names of various creatures, his smile grew ever brighter. "They are all my dear children." He lifted the kettle and pulled out a mat beneath it, crafted from the crown feathers of the Snidget, known for its excellent heat insulation and ability to stretch and shrink. In high spirits, Hagrid brushed off the black ash from the feathers, revealing a vibrant azure beneath. Beyond the Snidget feathers, there were numerous materials sourced from magical creatures. For instance, a band of bandages hanging casually on the wall was woven from unicorn tail hair. Additionally, the filthy, grease-stained handbag at the bedside was also made from unicorn tail hair. "You know," Hagrid casually remarked, "I had to sell some unicorn tail hair to buy a Rougarou. I'll need to find some more soon. Otherwise, I want to have enough bandages." Visette placed a hand over his chest. "Bandages? You collect unicorn tail hair for bandages?" "Indeed," Hagrid nodded. "As you know, I was expelled from Hogwarts, so I haven't had the chance to learn much more. There are animals that get injured in the Forbidden Forest, and bandages made from unicorn tail hair work best. They not only expedite healing, but also allow the little creatures to remain active. Treating magical creatures with genuine sincerity is perhaps the reason why Hagrid has garnered the affection of various extraordinary beings. However, such reasoning appears somewhat crude, causing Visette to feel a pang of discomfort. He has already gained an understanding of the prices within the wizarding world. A strand of unicorn hair is valued at 10 galleons, and a single bandage requires at least 10 strands. Hagrid must be an invisible tycoon, as the worth of his bag alone is incalculable. As the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid continuously acquires materials, which is also a crucial aspect. Visette rose to his feet and solemnly inquired, "Hagrid, once I master healing magic, could you spare me some unicorn hair?" "Oh, of course, no problem." Hagrid paused for a moment, scratching the back of his head. "If you want some, just let me know." Chapter 38, Flying Class. As noon approached, Visette bid farewell to Hagrid and departed from the hut. Before leaving, Hagrid, taking advantage of his size, stuffed several materials into Visette's pockets. In addition to the unicorn hair, there were numerous items he had yet to identify. Visette felt lightheaded, and his current state seemed perfectly suited for the afternoon's flying class. The weekend was fast approaching, and with so many materials at hand, he could explore wand-making, healing magic, and the animagus mentioned by Professor McGonagall warranted further investigation. 2 classes awaited him that afternoon: herbology taught by Professor Sprout, and the yet-to-be-experienced flying class. Herbology classes took place in the greenhouse, and first-year students had limited exposure to the herbs. Even before the term commenced, Visette had acquired a wealth of knowledge from Luna. Whether it was digging, fertilizing, or tending to the plants, he managed with ease, earning extra points from Professor Sprout. Undeterred by the dirt on his clothes, Visette gathered his textbooks and planned to head straight to the field, the designated area for flying class. Joining them for herbology was Slytherin, where an imposing girl with dark hair suddenly spoke. "That's right. A filthy mudblood, no matter how hard you wash, will never be clean." Her tone was disdainful, arms crossed as she raised her chin, displaying her double chin. "Is that so? I believe that as a wizard, I could employ more magical means," Visette replied with a slight smile, drawing his wand to create a graceful S-curve, instantly cleansing himself. In the blink of an eye, all the dirt vanished, and his clothes regained their luster. He continued to cast spells, effortlessly assisting his roommate in cleaning off the grime. He even extended his hand, calmly inquiring, "Would you like assistance in cleaning? Perhaps you can manage on your own?" "Please." The girl's face flushed a deep crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words upon witnessing Visette's humble gesture, prompting laughter from his roommates. "Millicent, we should be going," a girl with thin lips interjected, walking straight past Visette. "Pansy, I'm merely helping." Millicent's expression darkened further, tears brimming in her eyes. She could utter nothing more, covering her face as she fled in haste. What on earth was happening? Terry inquired with curiosity, having long contemplated the matter, why they harbored such animosity towards you. "After all, you possess the identity of Silent One." Anthony furrowed his brow, explaining that it is fear and the rejection of magic that leads one to become a Silent One, traits typically associated with Muggles. Slytherin champions a pure-blood ideology and scorns wizards of Muggle descent. Thus, I find such behavior entirely unsurprising. Regrettably, they do not grasp the nuances of magic like Vizard. Michael interjected, draping an arm over Vizard's shoulder. "How is it you can befriend Xiao Zhang, and yet possess knowledge of magic we cannot comprehend? I am filled with envy." "This magic is the result of my studies with Xiao Zhang," Vizard elucidated. "It is the Scourgify spell, a remarkably useful charm for everyday life. Would you care to learn it? I can lend you my notes." Since time immemorial, humanity has been captivated by the skies, nurturing a longing that has birthed a myriad of flying contraptions. Wizards share this aspiration, leading to the invention of flying broomsticks and the emergence of the wizarding sport, Quidditch. Madame Hooch serves as the professor for flying lessons and is also a Quidditch referee, adjudicating the matches at Hogwarts. Arriving early, she arranged the broomsticks in 2 neat rows on the ground, resembling the keen eyes of an eagle. Terry leaned closer, whispering in awe. Madame Hooch sported a practical gray bob, her eyes gleaming with a striking yellow hue, indeed reminiscent of an eagle's gaze. Her vision was as sharp as that of a hawk. Upon noticing Michael grasp a broomstick, she swiftly intervened. "Please place the broom on the ground. Even if you are familiar with flying broomsticks, kindly wait for my instruction before picking it up." Startled, Michael dropped the broom as if struck by lightning. "My apologies, Madame Hooch." Ahem. Madame Hooch cleared her throat, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "I should apologize. I have been a bit too sensitive. Yesterday afternoon, while teaching flying lessons to students from 2 other houses, one of them had an unfortunate incident, which has made me a tad more cautious. Michael and his friends huddled together, puzzled. Who was it? It was Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, Hannah's voice chimed in. He fractured his wrist. It must have been quite painful. More Hufflepuffs gathered, eager to share tales from the school. Draco Malfoy seemed to have taken something from Neville, and Harry Potter clashed with Draco Malfoy, resulting in Harry becoming the Seeker. Michael and the others were left bewildered. What does that even mean? How did he become a Seeker? ISNT the Quidditch tryouts this weekend? As the class bell rang, Madame Hooch clapped her hands and called out, since everyone is here, let us commence today's lesson. Please stand next to a broomstick. Remember, do not touch it with your hands. Then await my next instruction. The students, bemused, complied, finding Madame Hooch's demeanor somewhat overly tense. All right, extend your hands towards a broomstick, but do not move. Wait for my next command. After the students cooperated and followed her instructions, Madame Huachi continued. You shout out, and when a flying broomstick reaches your palm, grasp it, then stop. Await your next instruction. The students responded somewhat helplessly. Yes, precisely. Madame Huachi nodded, emphasizing the importance of a step-by-step approach to prevent any mishaps. Following a series of shouts, not everyone was able to seize the flying broomstick. For instance, the student from Hufflepuff found their brooms rolling on the ground twice before slowly ascending into their hands. Meanwhile, Hannah's broom seemed faulty, not responding at all, leaving her red-faced with anxiety. Perhaps due to their higher altitude, Ravenclaw students performed significantly better. With just a few calls, their brooms would respond eagerly. Visette's broom, however, was exceptionally obedient. Even before he vocalized his intention, the broom swiftly darted into his grasp. Chapter 39. The Innate Talent for Flight. Calling upon the broomstick was merely the first step. These brooms had seen better days, and summoning them was no simple feat. Some brooms, even when called, would plummet midway, rolling on the ground and shedding a few twigs in the process. Once everyone managed to grasp the handles, Madame Huachi continued to issue her instructions with caution. She guided each student on their preparatory stance and precautions, imparting small tips and demonstrating how to ride without slipping. All right, I'm getting a bit nervous, she said, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. When I whistle, you will mount your brooms, and with a push of your legs, you will soar into the sky. Do not panic. This is merely a flying lesson, not a competition. There is no need for comparison or pressure. Remember to grip the broom tightly. To ascend, pull up on the handle. To descend, lean forward and push down on the handle, and the broom will gently bring you to the ground. Listen for my whistle and remain calm. With the whistle clenched between her teeth, she was the first to mount her broom, her expression cautious. The students followed suit, mounting their brooms. As the whistle sounded, they all rose into the sky without any incidents. Madame Huachi's tone lightened considerably. Good. Now let's practice descending. No rush. Take your time. After completing the descent maneuver, she instructed them on how to hover and turn in midair. These were advanced techniques, and for students just beginning to fly, achieving a sense of calm would require time to adapt. Visette shook his head, perplexed by how effortlessly flying seemed, akin to drinking or eating. However, he quickly recognized the reason. He was a mute. When he transitioned here, he floated in a silent form. It was precisely because of his innate ability to fly that he felt so at ease in the air. Had it not been for his concern about Madame Huachi's reaction, he would have soared higher to attempt more challenging maneuvers. Michael sighed. How come you're so skilled? I arrived first and was the first to touch the flying broom. Chris jestingly remarked. Indeed, you're the first person to encounter this. When Mrs. Horkin called out, you were so startled that you dropped your broomstick. Terry chimed in. Exactly. You abandoned it first, hence your current flying predicament. Michael raised his voice in defense. This broomstick is far too antiquated. You see, when it flies, branches still fall off. I did this for safety. Yes, for safety's sake. You make a valid point. You could replace Mrs. Horkin as the instructor. Anthony taunted from his lofty height. You're hardly in a better position. Michael swiftly retorted. You boast of having a distant relative who is an Auror. Yet look at how you ride that broomstick. He leaned on the handle, legs clamped tightly around the broom's head, wobbling forward while making exaggerated faces. Is this how you ride a flying broom? Quite safe, isn't it? I do not ride like that. Anthony's face flushed crimson from Michael's mockery. Do you all think I ride like this? He implored, met only with a few snickers. Visette gently shook his head, affirming, safety first indeed. Look, with Visette's endorsement, Anthony's confidence surged. Michael jested. That's just Visette being agreeable. Did you not hear Chris and Terry's laughter? You wretched lot. Just wait. Enraged, Anthony gritted his teeth and charged upward. Michael continued to laugh, unfazed by the impending collision. Anthony, in a fit of rage, collided straight into Michael, and their broomsticks simultaneously emitted a mournful wail. They were like two repelling magnets, flying apart in opposite directions upon impact. Before the echoes of the crash faded, she dove swiftly on her broomstick, landing ahead of Michael. She quickly discarded her broom and lunged forward, catching Michael just in time, and neither sustained any injuries. "Look up!" the student screamed, pointing to the sky as Anthony's broom emitted a plume of green smoke, propelling him higher towards the castle. "Can this job continue like this? Mrs. Horkin's voice was tinged with despair as she mounted her broom again. The distance between her and Anthony was too great. It seemed another injury would occur during the lesson, and she dreaded what Professor Pomfrey would have to say. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a fleeting figure. How can he be so swift? Visette soared on his broom, leaving a trail in the air. The wind howled in his ears, the air rushing through his sleeves, causing his robe to billow with a thunderous sound. The broomstick, indeed a bit aged, grown under full power. Yet, to save Anthony, he could not afford to slow down. As Anthony was about to crash in a castle window, Visette raised his wand just in time. A sudden force yanked Anthony's robe, preventing him from colliding with the window. However, the broomstick beneath him cracked and ultimately splintered into two pieces. As Anthony plummeted downward, he screamed, his hands flailing about as if he sought to grasp a lifeline. But alas, he could only clutch at the empty air. The true lifeline, however, was wielded by Visette, who commanded his enchanted broomstick, descending like a released arrow. Casting another levitation spell, Anthony's descent slowed once more, yet at that moment, his robe emitted a tearing sound. It could not withstand a third application of the spell. Visette was not taken aback. He had anticipated such an occurrence, and had prepared a contingency plan. Throughout the week, he had not idled. In addition to mastering his acquired knowledge, he utilized his remaining time to explore the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle. The castle was immense, filled with countless secret passages and hidden chambers, and he could only endeavor to uncover its mysteries. The summoning charm held many more applications, and he resolved to enhance its potency further. Currently, the charm could grasp larger entities, such as the impending fall of Anthony. Numerous students shielded their eyes, as a gruesome image of Anthony's shattered skull and bloodied ground loomed before them. "Anthony, fly," Visette uttered in a low tone, ancient magical energy surging into his wand, which instantly illuminated with a brilliant silver-blue glow. Chapter 40. Wood. Can Visette join the Gryffindor team? An invisible force enveloped Anthony's entire being, lifting him slightly upward, halting just 10 centimeters above the ground. Gasping for breath, he inhaled the earthy scent of soil and grass, the sensation of having escaped disaster sending chills down his spine. "Mr. Visette?" Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated. "What calamity has befallen your flying lesson this time?" "Professor McGonagall, after tomorrow's Quidditch tryouts, may we use the lower Quidditch pitch?" Oliver Wood inquired, following closely behind her. As the captain of the Gryffindor team, he had long set his sights on the Quidditch Cup, with Charlie Weasley's graduation. That goal seemed increasingly distant, until Professor McGonagall had recommended Harry Potter to him. "I can negotiate with Professor Snape." He applied to reserve the pitch the day before yesterday. McGonagall acknowledged with a nod. Wood, growing impatient, suggested, "What if we reduce practice by 2 hours? Half the time would suffice." "I will see what I can do," McGonagall replied, turning to face Wood with a serious expression. "I understand your urgency. I share it as well, but the pitch is a communal resource." Observing Wood's anxious demeanor, she suddenly realized something was amiss. "Mr. Wood, it is currently class time. Why are you not in the history of magic classroom?" Wood instantly broke into a cold sweat, his gaze darting around in search of a distraction to divert McGonagall's attention. "Professor McGonagall, look! Over there, they're having a flying lesson. And it appears there has been another incident." As the head of Gryffindor, she knew Wood too well. As long as Quidditch-related matters were not involved, he adhered to the rules. However, whenever anything concerning Quidditch arose, Wood transformed into an entirely different person, exhibiting an extraordinary fervor. Just like now, an astonishing speed, a beautiful dive, so incredibly agile. How does he seem to fly as if it were innate? This is the meteorite, an antique from 1955. A multitude of problems arose. Wood spoke with astonishing speed, rattling off a flurry of words. As it turned out, he was in the act of saving someone. "No, wait. Professor McGonagall. Someone is about to fall." Professor McGonagall swiftly turned her head, and as she saw Weasley maneuvering the flying broomstick in a dive, with a student plummeting towards the ground, her pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks. She hastily drew her wand, just as she was about to transfigure the lawn into a cushion. Weasley's wand erupted with silver blue light, halting the student's descent. No accident occurred, and Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief, quickly striding towards them. Weasley? Goldstein? What calamity has befallen your flying lesson this time? By Merlin's beard, Madame Hooch finally arrived, breathless, and exclaimed, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? I shall take you to Madame Pomfrey. This is getting ridiculous. Just yesterday, a child, in a fit of bravado, broke his wrist, and today, yet another broomstick malfunction. Why has this been happening so frequently lately?" Madame Hooch, you are overly anxious. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Accidents during flying lessons are quite common. Please do not concern yourself unduly. Weasley, Goldstein, are you experiencing any discomfort? Do you need to visit the infirmary? No, it's all fine. Anthony waved his hands repeatedly. It was quite exhilarating. I almost thought I was going to die. Please do not say such things. Madame Hooch clutched her heart. 2 days in a row with such incidents. Professor Trelawney was right. I've been cursed with bad luck lately. Professor Trelawney? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow and cleared her throat. You truly need not be concerned. This was merely an accident. Wood picked up the malfunctioning broomstick to examine it. Indeed, it was an accident. The branches had deteriorated to the point of being unusable. Even if today had not seen an incident, it was only a matter of time before one occurred. These broomsticks are relics from 4 to 5 decades ago. It would be wise to replace them sooner rather than later. Continuing to use them may lead to the loss of many promising talents. Madame Hooch led Weasley and the others away, while Wood's expression grew conflicted. Professor McGonagall, may we allow Weasley to join our team? Although I have yet to witness Harry's true abilities, I have seen what Weasley can do. If both of them join the Gryffindor team, we are certain to win the championship this year. His eyes sparkled with hope. If we do not win, I shall eat spaghetti upside down. Watching Wood retreat in dismay, Professor McGonagall held her forehead. I too wish for Weasley to join the team. Alas, he is a Ravenclaw. In the depths of night, within the walls of Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore perused a copy of today's Transfiguration. A week had passed. What are your thoughts? Fond of breaking rules. With a comparable zeal for showmanship, he delights in attracting the attention of others while remaining utterly oblivious. How absurd. Severus, you may only be seeing what you wish to see. Dumbledore spoke softly. Other professors have remarked upon his humility, amiability, and commendable talent. He is quite an endearing child. Oh, and what of it? Snape responded with a blank expression. Dumbledore set down his copy of today's Transfiguration. But what of the other child? There was once an individual who bore a striking resemblance to him. Equally gifted and perhaps even more handsome. This child possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge and garnered the admiration of professors, particularly that of the late Professor Slughorn, who had invited him to join the Slug Club. I have also heard a rumor that you awarded 5 points to Ravenclaw. Achieving that feat was no less challenging than gaining entry to the Slug Club. Snape seemed to recall something unpleasant, his countenance darkening, and even his pacing came to a halt. Dumbledore continued to inquire, Severus, what are your thoughts on him? Snape's jaw twitched, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Since you have noticed the similarities, you could simply extinguish him in the cradle without consulting me. Chapter 41, Hogwarts First Weekend. Severus, I have no such intentions. There are no two individuals in this world who are absolutely identical, Dumbledore replied with an amused smile. Much like two feathers from the same phoenix. Even if they share the same core, their lengths may differ, resulting in 2 distinct wands. I am well aware of that. Dumbledore sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. In the past, I had to confront Grindelwald, neglecting the presence of Voldemort, who is still here learning. Severus, my energy is not what it once was, and the challenges I face remain formidable. I require assistance from others now more than ever. Why do you always speak to me about these matters? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it merely because I awarded him points? He is unlike Voldemort. He is willing to appreciate the beauty around him. Dumbledore gently shook his head. You must have noticed his uniqueness, have you not? It is merely a touch of cleverness. Snape did not deny it. Settling into a chair before Dumbledore, his eyes capable of piercing through facades to discern the essence. Indeed, that would explain much. Dumbledore nodded, his brow relaxing. I am not only speaking to you about this. I have also entrusted Minerva and the others with a task. You need not go out of your way. Simply provide gentle guidance to ensure he remains on the right path. I believe his character will lead him to make the right choices. Minerva and the others? Huh. Snape crossed his arms, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Including that Professor Quirrell? I need not remind you of the importance of defense against the dark arts, do I? Dumbledore revealed a pained expression. This is what I wish to discuss with you. Could you keep an eye on Quirrell? So it is him. Snape's gaze sharpened instantly. Then why allow him to participate in the trials on the 4th floor? It is a trap, Severus, Dumbledore stated. At least for now. It appears that Quirrell is acting alone. I wish to draw out those behind him. And what of Harry Potter? Snape pressed, if he truly appears. What will become of Harry Potter? Dumbledore interlocked his fingers, thumbs circling each other. If my judgment from a decade ago is correct, he should not be in mortal danger. A decade ago judgment? Snape inhaled deeply. It is due to this judgment that he has spent the last 10 years amidst two foolish muggles. However, now such matters are treated with a casualness that requires him to confront Quirrell and even face the Dark Lord. Furthermore, it is suggested that there should be no imminent danger to life. It is precisely because I must attend to Harry that I find it difficult to divert my focus. Dumbledore sighed deeply once more. It rests upon you, Weasley. I trust you will remember your words. Snape rose, gathered his robes, and swiftly departed for the headmaster's office. During the weekend, Weasley's life remained as fulfilling as ever. After sending a letter in the morning, he arrived in the Great Hall, where several of his housemates quickly gathered around him. Good morning, Weasley. Chris offered him a cup of pumpkin juice. I saw you working on your homework last night. Have you finished it? Thank you, Weasley replied as he accepted the pumpkin juice. I'm nearly done. Just seeking some additional materials to enrich my essay on the transformation of matches into needles. How much have you written? Chris inquired further. Is it not of sufficient length? I have exceeded the required length. Weasley responded. Professor McGonagall provided me with further insights, so I wish to include some information about animagi. Terry immediately suggested, how about we head to the library after you finish your meal? I haven't met the length requirement for the transfiguration homework. Anthony chimed in, and I still need to gather materials for the potion's assignment regarding the properties of the pimple cure potion. I feel I've overlooked a few details. Michael nodded in agreement. I haven't completed the section on 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. I wrote even less than Anthony. The unpleasantness from the flying class did not linger for long. He and Anthony had reconciled and resumed their discussions about homework. Observing the buttered bread, cured meats, and roasted ham being passed to him, Weasley inquired with a smirk. Have you all conspired? His housemates chuckled shyly. Terry remarked, we just need a little more content, and then we can go out and have some fun. Michael shrugged. There's a Quidditch tryout this afternoon. Anthony and I plan to go watch. Once the homework is done, there will be no burdens, Anthony added. Autumn Zhang intended to participate in the tryouts, hoping for a chance to join the Ravenclaw team, and invited him to come cheer them on. Under the expectant gazes of his housemates, Weasley nodded in agreement. This marked the first weekend of the academic year, and the library was not overly crowded. Most of the students were in groups, either huddled in front of the shelves searching for materials or sitting quietly in the lounge discussing softly. Isn't that a Gryffindor? How peculiar, Michael remarked, glancing towards the far corner of the lounge. Hermione sat there alone, her fluffy brown hair obscuring her cheeks as she appeared to be engrossed in her studies. Ravenclaw had its own study room, albeit with an incomplete collection of books. Certain materials still necessitated a visit to the library. Weasley was unperturbed. He often encountered Hermione here, always alone. He whispered to his housemates regarding the potion's homework. You might want to check the 1986 issue of Practical Potions Mastery, which contains relevant content authored by Professor Snape. Also, the second issue of today's Transfiguration from 1895 features an essay on the transformation of matches into needles, written by Headmaster Dumbledore. I based my assignment on these two journals. Impressive. His roommates unanimously gave him a thumbs up, astonished by the breadth of his reading. With a smile, Visette waved his hand, attributing his discovery of the fascinating nature of magical magazines to Madame Pance's influence. Irma Pance, the librarian of Hogwarts, was a relatively kind lady as long as one adhered to the library's rules. Although she rarely smiled, her astonishing volume of reading allowed Visette to always acquire the whereabouts of the books he sought from her. As his roommates gathered in the periodical section to search for magazines, Visette approached Madame Pance. Madame Pance, may I inquire where I might find books regarding animagi? At your age, Madame Pance scrutinized Visette, warning that delving into animagi could pose dangers. Chapter 42, Ancient Magic, Mastery of Throws and the Theory of Transmutation. Visette explained, Professor McGonagall asked me to gather some information on animagi. I do not intend to practice this magic. Oh, it's Professor McGonagall. Madame Pance's tone remained neutral. The theory of transmutation is located on the 7th row of the 103rd shelf in the Transfiguration section. She added with a significantly more serious tone, remember, do not scribble on them. The library had been magically expanded countless times, with potions and transfiguration being two of the larger sections, occupying a vast area. The entire library boasted thousands of shelves, with hundreds of narrow aisles filled with an endless array of books. This was Visette's first deep exploration of the library. Many of the tomes were ancient, even more audacious than those in Flourish and Blots, and some could even speak. Certain books muttered in obscure tones, others would suddenly scream, and some whispered beguiling words. Ah, such rabble. They besmirch Hogwarts. Magic belongs to pure-blood families. Open me, for power beckons you. With me, you can possess everything. Escape death. Rather than feeling fear, Visette found it exceedingly intriguing, even activating his magical eye to observe. Indeed, the library, being a place that had existed since the school's inception, was imbued with a wealth of ancient magical power. Although he had traversed only this one path, the ancient magical energy he harvested was considerable, sufficient for him to turn to the next page of the guide to practical wizardry. Ancient magic, mastery of throws. This ability allows one to harness ancient magical energy, concealing it within an object, which then erupts upon striking a target. The description indicated that this was an offensive capability, possessing a degree of concealment, thereby enabling a surprising effect. Visette paused to absorb this ability. He realized that mastery of throws was not straightforward, as it required synergy with other spells. When combined with summoning charms, it could summon nearby objects for attack. In conjunction with transfiguration, it could directly create projectiles. Furthermore, ancient magical energy could be utilized as fuel to amplify the flight speed of thrown objects, achieving an unexpected effect akin to a nitrous boost in racing games. The most crucial aspect is that this ability can yield certain effects even when one is unarmed. Had he possessed this ability in his past life, he might have considered pursuing a path as a shot putter, a basketball player, or a baseball player. Visette gently shook his head and murmured, "However, I have a greater affinity for magic." The loss of ancient magical power diminished those peculiar sounds significantly, rendering them as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Visette continued onward, spending approximately 5 minutes before arriving at the bookshelf mentioned by Lady Pins. He discovered the theory of transmutation and transformation, a book adorned with a pitch-black cover, intricately embossed in gold with an exceedingly complex design. This design evokes the imagery of the Vitruvian Man, a masterpiece by Leonardo da Vinci depicting a man in both a cross and circular stance. However, this illustration was even more elaborate, encompassing countless anatomical structures of various creatures amidst circles and rectangles. Visette could discern the classic forms of a pig, dog, cow, sheep, lion, tiger, and elephant among others. Do not scribble in the book. Not even Albus Dumbledore is exempt, admonished Ilma Pins. The magical text transformed into another string of words. Indeed, while writing annotations, this book unexpectedly levitated and struck my head. Quite painful, so do be cautious. Albus Dumbledore. Visette nearly chuckled, but harbored some uncertainty. Could Dumbledore truly leave behind such playful remarks? The Dumbledore he had encountered was a kind and gentle elder. It was difficult for Visette to envision such a venerable figure penning such whimsical statements. Driven by an eagerness to delve into the content of the book, he refrained from lingering on his doubts and instead turned the pages. Transmutation and transformation. This is a topic that incites debate among wizards. Many wizards insist they alter their essence, elevating their transmutation magic to new heights. As one who is passionate about digging deeper, I have discovered a lamentable truth upon engaging with these wizards. They do not even understand themselves, yet presume to have achieved growth and transcendence. In this book, I shall serve as a guide, leading you to deconstruct your very selves, to recognize your essence, and even to unravel the fabric of all things. May this assist you in traversing further along the path of transmutation magic. This book not only contains the author's insights, but also provides blank spaces for the expression of opinions. By integrating these insights with annotations, he felt a burgeoning comprehension of transmutation magic. Visette even began to form a vague notion, a path of transmutation magic uniquely his own. He focused on familiar elements, calming himself, refusing to let pressure dictate his actions, and sought a place for reflection. As he read and experimented, he plucked a hair and placed it on the ground, envisioning a familiar garden in his mind. The tip of his wand hovered above the hair, and with a transformative flourish, the hair swiftly enlarged and transformed into a palm-sized leaf-shaped bookmark. In that moment, he experienced a profound sense of creation, as if he could indeed conjure objects from thin air. A voice seemed to whisper in Luna's ear, "A wish is required. My wish is for it to truly transform into leaves," murmured Visette as his wand radiated a vibrant green light, enveloping the leaf bookmark. In Visette's mind, a branch materialized, adorned with several lush, glistening leaves, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. His imagination melded with reality, the leaf bookmark unfurling, its texture softening, its color becoming increasingly vibrant, even sprouting tiny branches bit by bit. Visette! Visette! At that moment, Anthony suddenly reached out, shaking the engrossed Visette awake. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, there might be no food left in the hall, and we still have to attend the Quidditch tryouts this afternoon. Chapter 43. Quidditch Tryouts. Visette slowly opened his eyes, inhaling the unique aroma of sandalwood. In his hand, a branch appeared, emanating the scent of sandalwood and attached to a sprig of mistletoe. Undoubtedly, this was a product of pure magic, exuding an eclectic charm. Why do you have a branch in your hand? Anthony inquired curiously. I borrowed this book. Visette replied with a smile, gently tapping the branch with his wand. The branch rapidly diminished in size, transforming into a mistletoe bookmark infused with the scent of sandalwood. Let us go, he said, tucking the bookmark into the book. The theory of transmutation had greatly benefited Visette, so much so that on his way to the Quidditch pitch, he continued to wave his wand, experimenting with various applications of transmutation magic. The principle of practice leading to mastery, which he had gleaned from his past life, proved effective even in the realm of magic. As he walked across the grass, he waved his wand like a symphonic conductor. With each step he took, the grass beneath transformed into delicate white primroses. The theory of transmutation contained an abundance of structural diagrams, distinguishing between plants and animals based on varying levels of complexity. The primrose was among them, its structure uncomplicated and ideal for practice. Visette turned to gaze back at the vanishing primrose, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Transmutation magic, as a significant branch of the magical arts, possessed an intrinsic allure. Its whimsical nature and unpredictable transformations captivated him, drawing him into its depths. In truth, Michael had long since noticed this phenomenon. Watching one primrose after another blossom, he gaped in awe and could not resist plucking one. The petals fluttered, and the delicate white primrose lay in his hand, morphing into a blade of grass. He tugged at Visette's sleeve. How did it end up like this? The fundamental transmutation magic, the transformation from grass to flower, is not particularly challenging, Anthony explained from the side, but Visette executes it with remarkable finesse, extraordinarily so. How can he be so adept? Michael sighed in slight frustration, realizing that for him, the first-year curriculum had likely lost its significance. Practice makes perfect. Visette retracted his wand, and petals suddenly swirled around him, as the primrose transformed back into a humble blade of grass. I practice quite frequently, so it is no great feat. If you're interested, I could lend you my notes. He raised the book Theory of Deformation and Transformation and gestured with it. This text has provided me with profound insights, and you might find it enlightening. Indeed. Michael immediately chimed in. Look, it seems the selection has already commenced. Visette's movements were still confined within the castle, merely able to glimpse the Quidditch pitch from the dormitory windows. The oval-shaped field resembled an olive, comparable in size to a football pitch, with the center circle distinctly marked by a white ring. As a sport involving aerial competition, the stands were elevated, resembling the columns of an ancient Greek temple encircling the field. 3 gilded goalposts rose at either end of the pitch, their tops connecting to rings, which functioned akin to hoops. To score in a match, one must throw the ball through these rings. This is a time-honored sport, cherished by wizards worldwide, even featuring large-scale events like the Quidditch World Cup. The game employs 4 balls, 1 quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. Each team fields 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. The bludgers, imbued with magic, randomly attack players, while the beaters wield bats to defend their teammates from harm and to redirect the bludgers toward their opponents, creating chaos. The keeper is tasked with guarding the goalposts, preventing opposing players from scoring through the rings. The golden snitch, imbued with flight magic, is roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, darting swiftly and silently. The seeker must locate and capture the snitch to conclude the match. Visette inquired curiously, 150 points? If the snitch is caught at the outset, does that mean an immediate victory? That is the allure of Quidditch, Anthony exclaimed animatedly. A team that was initially trailing can seize the opportunity to capture the golden snitch and turn the tide. How exhilarating. Visette nodded in agreement. The appearance of the golden snitch indeed adds an element of unpredictability to the match, enhancing its spectacle. As they entered the field, they heard Autumn's call. Visette, come here quickly. Numerous individuals had already seated themselves on the benches flanking the team lounge. Some, like Autumn, had brought their own broomsticks for the selection, while others utilized the brooms provided by the school. Autumn was hurriedly polishing his broom, his voice somewhat frantic. I thought you had forgotten. Apologies, I nearly did forget. Visette settled onto a bench. It was Anthony who reminded me. Autumn waved his hand, greeting them. Hello. Thank you all. Oh, it's nothing, just like that. Anthony's ears flushed crimson, his head bowed low, avoiding Autumn's gaze. You're right, Anthony. Michael's situation was no better. His ears were as red as if scalded by boiling water. Visette could barely contain his amusement as the two strolled along the path, animatedly discussing the world around them. However, upon greeting Xiaozhong, their demeanor transformed into one of shyness, akin to that of a sensitive mimosa. Before Xiaozhong could reach her desired position for selection, she still required time to acclimatize. To soothe her slightly anxious spirit, she engaged Visette in conversation about the current state of the team. The Ravenclaw team was experiencing a significant depletion of personnel. There were vacancies in the roles of chasers, beaters, and seekers alike. Xiaozhong sighed, explaining that the captains were quite urgent, noting that prior to their arrival, 20 individuals had already been eliminated from contention. How were they dismissed? Visette inquired, genuinely intrigued by the selection process for Quidditch. Chapter 44. Rules can be broken. The second round of selections commenced, beginning with the beaters. This position demanded a certain level of precision and strength. Over a dozen participants mounted their flying broomsticks, each adorned with balloons across their chests, and divided into two groups for testing. They paired off, tasked with protecting their balloons while striking at the rogue bludgers that could appear at any moment. Right on time, a male voice called from behind, belonging to Oliver Wood, who had previously met Visette. Xiaozhong clearly recognized Wood and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "What brings you to the Ravenclaw trials?" Wood set down his clipboard and glanced at Visette, his eyes wandering as he replied, "Just came to observe. After all, I'm a captain." It seemed he was gathering intelligence. Xiaozhong smiled, recalling Roger's mention of Wood, who had been described as a Quidditch enthusiast willing to risk everything for the sport. Wood stood tall, pride radiating from him. "That is my honor." The selection for beaters continued, and Visette observed that aspiring beaters seemed to bear considerable risk. The bludgers exhibited an aggressive desire to attack. Failing to strike them would result in a painful collision with the candidate's chests. Those struck from her broomsticks not only faced the harsh ground but often suffered broken teeth, a fate that could only be described as tragic. Such incidents frightened many away, and several departed the field under the pretense of escorting injured individuals to the hospital wing. "Ravenclaw is far too precious," Wood muttered, noticing Xiaozhong turn to him, prompting him to amend his statement. "Though, there are indeed some brave souls. These two young men have potential, quick reflexes, and skill, but they still need to hone their craft." The two who secured positions were both third years, named Jansen Samuels and Duncan Angelby. After the beater selection concluded, Xiaozhong suddenly stood up with a swish, her body stiff as she moved forward. "Fred mentioned to me that a second year named Cedric seems to have an interest in you," Wood murmured, jotting down notes on his clipboard. "Your flying posture is quite professional. I noticed you once wore the uniform of the Tattersall Tornadoes. It appears you've had a passion for Quidditch since childhood. You must be aiming to be a seeker." Visette found himself momentarily speechless, remarking, "You certainly seem knowledgeable." "I just have a keen interest in Quidditch," Wood nodded. "Nothing related to Quidditch escapes my notice, including you." "Me?" With an instinctive movement, Visette shrank back slightly, feeling it might not concern him. Wood spoke earnestly. "I witnessed Harry's flying skills last night. Honestly, while commendable, they still fall short of yours. If his talent for flight is exceptional, yours is akin to that of one born to soar. To achieve astonishing speed with a relic like the shooting star is simply incredible." Lowering his voice, he inquired of Visette, "Would you be interested in transferring to Gryffindor? I would go to great lengths to petition Professor McGonagall on your behalf." Without a moment's hesitation, Visette shook his head. "I am quite content in Ravenclaw, where I engage in activities I love, and I truly enjoy the atmosphere here." "What a pity," Wood replied, his tone tinged with regret, as he turned his focus back to the pitch, evaluating the seekers in training. The essence of being a seeker lies in flight speed, essential for catching the golden snitch. Autumn Zhang, with her slender frame, exhibited a slight edge in speed during flight, establishing a distinct advantage. Roger tossed the marble from various angles, and she quickly discerned its trajectory, catching it before it touched the ground. Her ability to accomplish this with ease demonstrated her keen observational skills and swift reflexes. As Wood noted, Autumn Zhang's proficiency surpassed that of her peers, securing her position as a seeker with remarkable ease. "The future is bright," Wood mused, acknowledging that Ravenclaw had indeed found a promising talent for the seeker role. Autumn Zhang, beaming with joy after earning her seeker qualification, was further delighted by Wood's praise. Amidst his murmurs, a voice emerged nearby. "Mr. Lovegood, so you are here." It was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, accompanied by Professor McGonagall clad in green robes. Wood's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating an unfavorable thought. He sighed deeply, muttering with a wry smile, "Professor McGonagall, your fairness is commendable. Could you perhaps share a bit of that fairness with Professor Snape?" Professor Flitwick, petite in stature, scurried swiftly to Visette's side. Professor McGonagall informed me of your remarkable flying talent. Would you like to participate in the selection? Visette replied. I recall the notice board stating that only second-year students may participate. Rules can be bent, Professor Flitwick cheerfully remarked. We believe that first-year students need time to acclimate upon joining Hogwarts, hence this regulation. However, you have no such issues. Your performance in both class and assignments has been exemplary, as we all can attest. Visette nodded in agreement. Since Professor Flitwick has said so, I'm certainly willing to give it a try. Flitwick sprang into action. Then follow me. I will speak to Arsenal and the others. Autumn Zhang encouraged him with a gesture. You've got this. You will do great. Anthony and Michael also rose to show their support, though Autumn's presence tempered their enthusiasm. Visette, go for it, cheered a few more voices, rallying behind him. At this moment, Visette began to notice that several Hufflepuff students had also gathered in the vicinity. It seemed that wherever there was a spectacle to behold, these avid gossipers would inevitably appear. The vice-captain, Roger, was tasked with selecting the chasers, while the initial round of screening was delegated to others. Arsenal Vincent, the team captain, was a tall and robust seventh-year student responsible for the goalkeeper position. As a seventh year, he was preoccupied with preparing for the NEWT examinations, leaving him with limited time. Since the beginning of this academic year, he had entrusted most of the team's affairs to Roger, focusing instead on his studies and revision. If all went according to plan, Roger would successfully take over once Arsenal graduated. Seeing Wood's grim expression brought me a sense of delight. Arsenal smiled, recalling how he had boasted to me the previous noon about a brilliant player from Gryffindor. He patted Visette on the shoulder and inquired, I heard from Professor Flitwick that you possess remarkable talent. Then hop on your broom and let me witness your prowess. Chapter 45. If nothing else, then let us choose to believe in Visette. This year is Ravenclaw's most promising year. He was both exhilarated and eager. Had he considered which position to play? Visette suddenly remembered that he had acquired new abilities in the library. Perhaps a position as a chaser would suit him? No problem, Arsenal exclaimed. We will ensure you become a chaser. As the team captain, Arsenal naturally aspired for victory. Unfortunately, the team had suffered significant talent loss over the years, resulting in Ravenclaw's lackluster performance, perpetually languishing in fourth place. The Hogwarts Quidditch Cup featured only 4 teams. Being fourth was merely a more palatable title compared to last place. Ravenclaw prided itself on its colors of sky and eagle, yet consistently finishing at the bottom was undeniably disheartening. The emergence of Visette ignited a glimmer of hope for Arsenal, who was nearing graduation in their pursuit of the championship. With an excited heart, Arsenal approached Roger, asking if he had found a suitable chaser. Jeremy straight on, Roger replied, bringing over a third-year student. His aim is decent. With some training, he should be fine for the field. However, we still need 2 chasers and, currently, there are no more suitable candidates. We can only review the screening list again to at least assemble the team. Then let us get acquainted with Visette. Arsenal's voice instinctively rose. The genius recommended by Professor Flitwick. His flying skills are impeccable. Really? Roger responded, somewhat astonished. I have a vague recollection of Visette. P.S. a freshman, ISNT. Arsenal was as ecstatic as if he had won the lottery. I have already passed him through the first round of selection. He even managed to perform a backflip while flying and diving. His balance and speed are flawless. Roger's eyes lit up. Then I shall add his name to the list immediately. Arsenal nodded and instructed to bring both the quaffle and bludgers for everyone to familiarize themselves in a brief training session. Mounted on the team as competition brooms, Visette ascended into the air alongside the others. Arsenal approached the goalposts, instructing Jeremy and Duncan. You two are responsible for seizing the quaffle for Visette. In the autumn, you and Jansen formed a team with Roger to strike the bludgers, targeting Visette. With a furrowed brow, Cho raised her hand and inquired, May I ask why Visette is the sole target? It is because I have confidence in him, Arsenal replied with a smile, stating that future tactics would revolve around him. He emphasized the importance of ensuring everyone understood the situation, as next week's formal training would require no further explanations. The bludgers represent a significant threat on the field, and this training serves as a test for you all, exposing your weaknesses. Based on this gathering, I will formulate your training tasks. Once everyone was prepared, they immediately dispersed, maintaining a distance of several meters from one another with Visette at the center. Roger opened the box containing the bludgers, releasing 2 of them like cannonballs, whistling through the air in a sweeping arc, beginning their assault on the players present. Arsenal hurled a quaffle, shouting, Visette, catch it! Suspended in the serving area, Visette caught the quaffle and shot forward like an arrow. Roger swiftly maneuvered in the air, successfully intercepting a bludger and with a powerful swing of his bat, sent it flying. The bludger emitted a thunderous roar as it traced a dark arc through the air, swiftly approaching Visette, the distance between them not exceeding 2 meters. Chio, witnessing this scene, tightened her grip on her broomstick nervously. The reactions of the new players were remarkably similar. They had not anticipated that Roger would be so serious, showing no mercy whatsoever. Isn't he being a bit harsh? Roger murmured, continuing to search for another bludger. Professor Flitwick, seated in the observation area, clutched his wand tightly, ready to assist should Visette fall from his broom. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her fingers gripping the frame tightly, her eyes fixed intently on Visette above. Wood squinted, instinctively clenching his fists. At such a short distance, the average person wouldn't stand a chance to react, would they? It's surprising how fierce Roger is when playing bludgers. Arsenal held his breath, his gaze unwavering on the approaching bludger. Visette, upon hearing the whistling of the bludger, was mentally prepared. When he saw the bludger appear before him, he felt no panic. Instead, an exhilarating thrill surged through him, prompting him to accelerate further. The broom used for the match was exceptionally efficient, far surpassing the meteor in both speed and stability. He showed no intention of slowing down. Bending low to clamp the quaffle with his elbow, his chest pressed against the handle, narrowly evading the bludger. Visette's speed was astonishing, gliding through the air like a swift swallow, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. In a heartbeat, he transitioned from extreme motion to utter stillness, appearing before Arsenal with less than 3 meters between them. Utilizing the ancient magic of throwing mastery, he forcefully launched the quaffle, which under the influence of ancient magical power, emitted a high-pitched whistle. Arsenal instinctively reached to catch the quaffle, but it whizzed past, leaving a vivid crimson trail as it flew straight through the hoop. Remarkably, in less than 30 seconds since the serve, Visette managed to score, a feat that took most of the spectators by surprise. As autumn unveiled its radiant smile, Chiozhang exclaimed, Visette scored a perfect 10. Professor McGonagall, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Professor Flitwick beamed with delight, declaring, I shall certainly assist you in seizing the trophy from Professor Snape. Yet, it was premature to speak of such triumph. Our Potter is not to be underestimated. Professor McGonagall strained to maintain her smile, assuring them that once the match commenced, they would understand that securing the trophy was indeed feasible. Would gaze at the chalkboard, momentarily at a loss for words. When speed reaches unimaginable heights, devising strategies requires transcending one's imagination. Roger soared before the goalposts, cheerfully lamenting, Arsenal, do not let up. I am putting forth such effort. Why do you offer no resistance? At this short distance, it is truly difficult to react. Arsenal chuckled wryly. Let's have 5 more minutes. You all must contribute. Do not let Roger bear the burden alone. The training session had nearly transformed into a showcase for Visette. Although he could not discern the weaknesses of the other players, as Arsenal remarked, they had all developed confidence in Visette. If all else fails, they could choose to place their trust in him half a minute into the match. Chapter 46. The Three-Headed Hound and the Package. Even within the studious confines of Ravenclaw, discussions regarding Quidditch provoked considerable excitement. Captain Arsenal, preoccupied with preparing for the nude examinations, was absent from the common room, leaving the aimless crowd to corner Vice Captain Roger, eager to learn the specifics of the team roster. Aside from Arsenal and myself, the rest are all newcomers. As you know, many graduated last year. Next is second-year Chiozhang, a seeker with a solid foundation and quick reflexes. And let's not forget Visette. Come, greet everyone. Just as Visette descended the stairs, Roger spotted him and beckoned him before the group. With an arm draped around Visette's shoulders, Roger raised his voice in introduction, a top-notch seeker. Even I feel inferior. Even Arsenal was momentarily taken aback. The prospects for this year's Quidditch were indeed promising. They truly had a chance at victory. This introduction granted Visette a modest renown within the academy. Ravenclaw's lackluster Quidditch performance had left many upperclassmen feeling a sense of urgency. Having finally secured Roger's assurance, they sought to provide Visette with tangible support, allowing him to concentrate on his training. Visette did not decline their assistance. From these upperclassmen, he acquired a wealth of valuable notes and insights. This was yet another reason he cherished Ravenclaw, where students were inclined to take meticulous notes filled with personal reflections, serving as excellent study materials. Utilizing the summarization techniques he had mastered in his previous life, he could distill a unique understanding from the diverse notes on similar spells. For instance, the healing charm he had recently learned functioned akin to a band-aid, facilitating the swift recovery of ordinary wounds. It could also alleviate post-exercise soreness. proving immensely beneficial in everyday life. After synthesizing 4 sets of notes, he developed his own comprehension of the healing charms application. He recalled the advice from a past life, where physicians would counsel their patients to relax both body and mind, thereby facilitating a swifter recovery. This wisdom could be seamlessly integrated into the realm of magic. Maintaining a serene mindset would indeed render the casting of healing spells more effortless. Healing as before. Visette etched this insight into his memory, accompanied by the incantation. A vibrant emerald light emanated from the tip of his wand. The radiance enveloped his wrist, imbuing it with a sensation akin to a warm compress, instantly alleviating the aches caused by the bludger. You learned far too quickly. Penelope lamented her own struggles, reflecting on how she had devoted an entire weekend to mastering this spell. Without your notes, I wouldn't have grasped it so swiftly. Visette replied, I merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, standing on the shoulders of giants. I am genuinely pleased to hear you say that. Penelope's spirits lifted significantly, and she returned to her studies with renewed vigor. Visette, too, remained industrious, setting his sights on other Quidditch players to practice his healing spell, aiming to assist whomever he could. The following morning, before Visette could enter the Great Hall, he found himself intercepted by Fred and George at the entrance. I heard you become a seeker? Why not consider being a keeper? I want to see you and Harry go head-to-head. Visette inquired, Did we tell you this? Fred shook his head. Certainly not. Would Wooden share that? He only focused on tactics, those tactics that could exhaust us to death. George chimed in. He sat by the fireplace for an entire night, formulating a plan as thick as a history of magic. Indeed, it's terrifying. Fred shuddered. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run. But most importantly, George's expression suddenly turned grave. In winter, we can't wear thick clothing. We must combat the cold with sheer willpower. He has truly lost it. Our hair will freeze off. The twins' antics prompted Visette to interject. Do not worry. I just learned a healing spell, which I can use to save you. Oh, that would be splendid. Fred exclaimed. If I ever find myself near death, you must remember to save me. I will. Visette nodded with a smile. His life remained orderly. After enjoying breakfast, he made his way to the library to continue studying transfiguration theory. Time slipped away until he heard Ron's voice calling out, Visette, have you finished your homework? Visette looked up, having completed it the previous night. Was it the notes you missed? Feel free to ask me if you need help. Ron turned to Harry, saying, See? This is the difference between him and Hermione. Harry glanced toward the distant portrait of the fat lady, nodding in agreement. Visette found himself perplexed by their intent. What's going on? Harry quickly affirmed, Exactly. We've been so preoccupied with that monster that we can't focus on our assignments. Monster? Homework? Visette was even more bewildered. Harry and Ron launched into a torrent of their recent experiences. Malfoy challenged Harry to a midnight duel, and fueled by youthful exuberance, Harry and Ron stealthily slipped out of the common room to meet him, only to encounter Hermione and Neville along the way. In truth, the midnight duel was a ruse. Malfoy not only failed to show up, but also reported them to Filch, intending to ensnare them in a violation of school rules. In their frantic attempt to evade Filch, the four stumbled into the forbidden area described by Dumbledore, where they were confronted by a 3-headed dog the size of a house. 3-headed dog? Guarding the trapdoor? Viseth furrowed his brow. Indeed, Harry nodded eagerly. Are you aware of the break-in at Gringotts? It must be guarding that package. I went to retrieve it with Hagrid. Viseth remarked, I believe such matters are beyond your purview, especially since Professor Dumbledore declared it a forbidden zone. Thus, we have come to borrow homework. Harry replied with a sigh. Completing our assignments is of utmost importance. I cannot bear the thought of Snape's scorn. Ron chimed in. Hermione refused to lend us her notes, so we had no choice but to seek your assistance. Copying homework is hardly commendable. Viseth raised an eyebrow. With Professor Snape's acumen, I dare say he would see through any such endeavor at a glance. Since you mentioned that, Ron pressed on. What should we do then? Viseth expertly guided them. Go to the library and locate the 1986 issue of Practical Potions Mastery, number 7. Summarizing its contents will aid you in completing your assignment. Chapter 47, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Ron and Harry accepted his guidance and ultimately managed to finish their homework with great difficulty. Observing the two as they departed, Viseth fell into contemplation. No wonder Hagrid had shown signs of anxiety when he previously mentioned Fluffy. It seemed Fluffy was guarding something of significance obtained from Gringotts. Why dwell on such matters? He chuckled softly to himself, realizing this was of no concern to him. Before long, another voice echoed. Did you allow Harry and Ron to copy your homework? That is entirely inappropriate. We're certain to lose points. Hermione, clutching a hefty tome, spoke with remarkable speed, her expression rife with skepticism. Viseth looked up. What are you implying? I saw you. Hermione pointed backward, indicating her favored corner. Ron and Harry brought their assignments over. They must have come to borrow from you. And where's my homework? Visette inquired softly, displaying the book transfiguration theory. Hermione was momentarily speechless, her ears flushing crimson as she stammered, I don't know. Visette replied calmly. They completed their assignments independently. I merely assisted with a few inquiries. It is as simple as that. He began to comprehend why Ron and Harry expressed dissatisfaction when speaking of Hermione. Her blunt and impulsive nature could indeed be quite challenging to tolerate. But I told them the same. Hermione protested indignantly. I warned them that if they copied, they would undoubtedly be caught and lose points. Then I mentioned that if there was anything they didn't understand, they could come and ask me. It's puzzling why, despite having covered it in class, they did not take diligent notes. Visette suddenly found it amusing. Did you really say all of that? Indeed. Hermione nodded affirmatively. Visette continued. Do you think they were pleased to hear you say such things? Why wouldn't they be? Hermione hesitated. It shouldn't be the case. I only intend to help them. Visette furrowed his brow. In truth, I witnessed your last transfiguration lesson, where you transformed a matchstick into a needle. You were overly ambitious, believing you could accomplish magical transformations in a short span. Do you truly think you possess that capability? Hermione trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't you understand? Visette smiled faintly. My previous words were merely an imitation of your admonitions toward Ron and the others. No one enjoys being lectured, nor do they appreciate a condescending tone dictating their actions, criticizing their flaws, or undermining their abilities. I recognize your intentions are noble, yet to encourage them to heed your counsel, mere criticism is insufficient. It's nearly time. I shall take my leave. He disregarded the stunned Hermione, gathering his book on transfiguration theory and notebook, exiting the library. With ample time during the weekend, he intended to further explore the grandeur of the castle, seeking to acquire more ancient magical powers. The defense against the dark arts is an exceedingly crucial subject, encompassing the study of various dark magical creatures, understanding the malevolent curses, hexes, and jinxes associated with dark magic. This course also imparts knowledge of numerous offensive spells, elucidating how wizards should engage in combat. Moreover, the subject itself has garnered considerable attention. For over 4 to 5 decades, no professor has managed to teach it for more than a year. Even Ravenclaw students would fervently declare, this course is surely cursed. Each year, the quest for a new defense against the dark arts professor has become a primary challenge for Dumbledore. Consequently, the teaching quality of these professors has varied remarkably. Presently, the responsibility for this course lies with Quirrell, who has garnered generally low evaluations from students. Firstly, Quirrell's appearance is peculiar. As he wraps his head in a garlic-scented purple turban, students must endure the omnipresent odor of garlic during class. Secondly, Quirrell's lectures consist of him stammering through the textbook content, followed by a hesitant explanation with minimal practical application. Such a classroom experience is far from satisfactory. Many students refer to it as a substitute for history of magic, openly dozing off during class. The sneezing charm. This is an ancient spell, and Quirrell has begun to stammer through his lesson once more. Among the most dangerous aspects of dark magic are curses, and the sneezing charm is indeed a curse. However, in Quirrell's explanation, the spell's effect is remarkably simple. It causes the victim to sneeze profusely, akin to suffering from severe cold. The name and description of the sneezing charm are quite ordinary, compounded by a stammering voice, leading at least half the students to succumb to slumber. Even the students of Ravenclaw found it difficult to persevere, so one of them hastily pulled out the assignment left by Snape the previous day and began to write fervently. Typically, Visette completed his classroom assignments on the same day they were given. His extensive experience in the study of magical history allowed him to laboriously organize the lecture content, extracting a modicum of knowledge. Like assembling a jigsaw puzzle, piecing together the fragmented classroom discourse brought him a certain joy. The snot spell was not as straightforward as one might imagine. According to Quirrell's account, this incantation had undergone several transformations, particularly following the Wizarding World War, which significantly diminished its potency. Professor Quirrell, Visette raised his hand. May I inquire if you are aware of the spell's original power? His clear and resonant voice instantly roused the students, who sleepily searched for the source of the inquiry. Quirrell, equally startled, replied, Mr. Lovegood, what leads you to ponder such a question? Visette articulated, because this is a curse, one of the most perilous forms of dark magic. It should not merely cause nasal congestion, should it? Ah, how attentively you listen. Quirrell chuckled, his eyes gleaming with gratification. Among the distracted students, Visette stood out, diligently taking notes and contemplating the material. Quirrell continued, the antiquity of this magic is inspired by diseases or plagues. Plagues that could be fatal. In other words, the original effect of this curse was lethal. It is a killing curse. A spell associated with death naturally captured the attention of the students present. Chapter 48. Unveiling Potential. Cultivating Vessels. The earliest form of the snot spell was exceedingly complex, a composite curse capable of inducing severe diarrhea, persistent high fevers, and skin necrosis. Quirrell's stammering was quite pronounced. Within just 3 minutes, even the rare, alert students succumbed to drowsiness. Visette's earnestness struck a chord with Quirrell, prompting him to delve deeply into the snot spell, sharing insights that felt akin to imparting treasured knowledge. Only Visette remained captivated, filling an entire page with notes. As the bell signaled the end of class, Quirrell approached Visette, his expression anxious and his voice hoarse as he inquired, "How was it? Were you able to comprehend?" "Quite splendid," Visette replied with a satisfied smile. "This is my first encounter with a composite spell. Do previous spells share similar characteristics?" Quirrell beamed. "What a marvelous connection. No wonder Professor Flitwick and others always commend you. Would you like to explore more of such magic? Come to my office at noon, and I shall recommend some books." Visette nodded in agreement. "Of course, I apologize for intruding upon your lunch." "Not at all." Quirrell waved his hand dismissively, smiling even more brightly than before. Grateful to encounter such a diligent student. "I must do this. It is my master's command," he muttered frantically, yet he was merely an eager Ravenclaw. "Much like I once was. My apologies." Quirrell inhaled sharply, instinctively shielding his head as pain made even breathing a challenge. This was the signal that Voldemort was summoning him. He approached the center of the office and removed the purple turban from his head, revealing a horrific visage reflected in the mirror. The back of his skull bore a face reminiscent of a serpent, with mere slits where a nose should be and malevolent eyes flickering with an eerie red glow. Voldemort, who had been affixed to the serpent's body, had now transferred to Quirrell, creating an irrevocable bond of subservience. Voldemort's cold, hissing voice slithered through the air. "Quirrell, I trust you bring me good news this time." Trembling, Quirrell replied with utmost deference, "The 2 boys you instructed me to observe, I've invited one of them." "Harry Potter?" The crimson light in Voldemort's eyes flared, only to dim slightly. "No, that boy is beneath us. You have invited Weasley?" "Indeed. Today I discussed the snot spell, successfully capturing his attention. I've invited him to come at noon to recommend a few books. Like you, he is a Ravenclaw. The allure of knowledge is deadly for your kind." Voldemort chuckled ominously. "Excellent, Quirrell. You have finally accomplished something worthwhile for me after all this time. Now, hasten to uncover the means of entering the room on the 4th floor. Once you succeed, I shall grant you everything you desire." "Thank you, my master." Quirrell closed his eyes, his jaw twitching slightly. "What should I do next? What is today's lesson? How will I attract his attention?" The snot spell. I elucidated its history. Weasley believes that since it is a curse, it cannot be so simple. His intuition is quite sharp. Voldemort sneered. "Those fools, in an attempt to conceal its true nature, have cloaked this curse under such a foolishly ordinary name. The Curse of Weakness." "Master, you spoke to me about this spell just yesterday," Quirrell remarked, puzzled. "But I do not understand. What do you intend to pursue with Weasley? Is it not Harry Potter that you seek?" "Quirrell, do not presume to guess my intentions." Voldemort's voice thundered. Suddenly, Quirrell felt as though his head might explode, his body struggling to maintain balance as cold sweat broke forth, causing him to collapse to the ground. "I understand my error, my master," he pleaded. "What must we do?" "Abandon all that you hold dear, Quirrell." Voldemort's voice dripped with seduction. "I shall impart to you the secrets of the Curse of Weakness, and you will teach this spell to him." Quirrell could scarcely respond. He shook his head, but his consciousness began to fade, and he could only manage a feeble nod. Dragging his heavy body, he struggled towards a nearby chair. A torrent of knowledge surged within him, and the excruciating pain in his skull rendered him unconscious as he slumped into the chair. The resistance of his soul grows weaker. Voldemort chuckled sinisterly. Setting aside his previous failures, he is indeed a competent servant. His gaze turned to the mirror, reflecting on the challenge of finding a Silent One, a task that was not easily accomplished. "I hope that Chilo can endure a little longer, allowing me to thoroughly explore the potential of this Silent One and transform him into a suitable vessel." At noon, Visette knocked on the office door. "Please come in." This office, situated on the 3rd floor of the castle, boasted decent lighting, yet it emanated a chilly atmosphere. The room housed few belongings. In one corner, a half-covered iron cage draped in linen stood, and the air was thick with the scent of garlic, mingling with an unusual fishy odor. "Mr. Lovegood," Chilo exclaimed, "please take a seat. The class will commence shortly." Compared to his earlier demeanor, his face was now as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color, resembling someone who had recently recovered from grave illness. "Professor Chilo, are you all right?" Visette inquired softly. "Perhaps you should rest? I could come back another day." "That won't be necessary," Chilo replied hastily, gesturing for a chair to be brought over, which settled behind Visette. "I recall mentioning to you all that I encountered several vampires and witches during the summer, and I was cursed by their combined forces, which occasionally affects me like this. The presence of too many people reminds me of that scene, and I involuntarily stutter. I fare much better when there are fewer individuals around," Visette courteously remarked. "It seems the curse is indeed quite formidable. Professor Chilo, please take care of your health." Chilo shuddered slightly and began to stutter once more. "You are the first student who has expressed concern for me." Visette smiled non-committally, producing his notebook and quill, ready to take notes at any moment. Chilo, regaining his fluency, continued, "I remember you mentioned your interest in composite magic this morning." "Indeed," Visette replied with a smile. "In fact, I am intrigued by anything related to magic." "That's splendid. It is fitting for a Ravenclaw." Chilo managed a somewhat rigid smile, as if it had been ages since he had smiled in such a manner. "Let me use the stupefying curse as an example to illustrate what constitutes composite magic and the characteristics that such magic possesses." Visette inquired, "The stupefying curse? Is that the true name of the snotting curse?" Chilo nodded. "Precisely. After its power was diminished, it was bestowed with a new name." Chapter 49. Counter Curses in Composite Magic. As the lesson began, Chilo posed a question. "Visette, are you familiar with what is known as a counter curse?" A smile of satisfaction crossed Chilo's face. "That is sufficient. The universal counter curse is a representative counter curse, theoretically capable of negating all magic contained within the standard spells. It is called the universal counter curse for a reason. It is indeed quite versatile." He explained, "The extent of your mastery over the contents of the standard spells determines how many types of magic you can counteract. The universal counter curse acts like a master key, able to unlock any lock." In response to the proliferation of this magic, wizards developed composite magic, employing more complex locks and intertwining various spells, which forms the foundational concept of composite magic. "Ah, I see," Visette exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "It is akin to drawing. Combining various shapes yields a beautifully intricate pattern." "An excellent analogy," Chilo praised. "Now that you grasp the foundational concept, we shall officially embark on the study of the stupefying curse." He beckoned for a quill and a writing board, and as he unraveled the principles of the curse of ailment, the quill seamlessly transcribed the key points onto the board. As a complex spell, the curse of ailment intertwined numerous malevolent and poisonous curses, forming a formidable incantation that evoked a sense of qualitative change arising from quantitative accumulation. During the lesson, Visette discovered that Chilo was far from ordinary. His theoretical foundation was exceptionally robust, capable of articulating even the most esoteric concepts with simplicity. It seemed that the summer journey had profoundly impacted him, resulting in a cognitive bias among his students. Chilo's voice grew hoarse. "Visette, do you have another class this afternoon?" "Indeed," Visette nodded. "There's a transfiguration class later." "Then let us conclude here for today." Chilo's tone bore a hint of regret. "If you find the time, do seek out these books to read." With a flick of his fingers, a freshly inked note flew towards Visette. He read the titles aloud. A Guide to Medieval Sorcery, The Mad Wizard's Insane Magic, and Using Poison to Counter Poison. Chilo handed the note back to Visette, saying, "Present this to Mrs. Pants. She will understand." "Professor Chilo, I cannot thank you enough for sacrificing your lunchtime." Visette earnestly tucked the note away, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. A noticeable flush appeared on Chilo's pale face as he waved his hands dismissively, exclaiming, "I am but a professor. This is my duty." Yet, he tentatively inquired, "Do you genuinely believe I teach well?" His expression bore trace of uncertainty. "Absolutely," Visette affirmed with a nod. "At my current age, I would scarcely have access to this material. Even if I did, grasping its essence would be quite challenging. Without your gradual and insightful guidance, I doubt I could master this knowledge." "That is splendid to hear." Chilo responded with genuine joy now. "I shall assign you a small task. Summarize the malevolent spells I taught you today and combine them into a phrase that you find fitting and phonetically pleasing." As Visette recalled the notes, he pondered if this was the essence of composite magic. "It seems you have indeed grasped the concept." Chilo beamed. "Precisely. That is the aim of the assignment." "Understood." Visette nodded earnestly. "I shall complete it with diligence." Just as Chilo prepared to say something further, a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Gritting his teeth to suppress any grimace, he quickly turned away, striving to restrain his trembling body. Voldemort had awakened, and he wished to keep his secret from Visette. Sensing the disturbance, Visette probed, "Professor Chilo, are you all right?" "Yes, please take care of your health." Visette set down a chocolate frog, exhaling softly. "Professor Chilo, you truly teach exceptionally well. Keep it up." As the door closed, only the sound of Chilo's pained breaths remained in the office. Uncertain whether it was from agony or relief, tears streamed down his cheeks. He approached the mirror once more, tearing away the cloth from his head, revealing Voldemort's serpentine visage. "Quirrell, it appears you have yet to rectify your attitude." Voldemort's voice dripped with derision. "Shedding tears? Have you been moved by a mere compliment or perhaps a piece of candy? Do not be so naive. He may praise you, but it is solely because I have bestowed upon you the secrets of the dark mark. Without me, you would be utterly incapable. Do you comprehend this?" Quirrell felt a shudder run through his body as he realized the gravity of the situation. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and spoke with utmost reverence. "Yes, master. I understand." "Good," Voldemort replied with satisfaction. "What stage have you reached in your instruction?" Quirrell hastily responded. "I have introduced him to the foundational concepts of complex magic and acquainted him with the necessary curses and hexes." "Is that so?" Voldemort's tone dripped with skepticism. "Quirrell, I do not recall instructing you in that manner. I commanded you to ensure he swiftly masters the dark mark." Quirrell stammered, grappling with a throbbing headache. "But if he does, he will be consumed by the curse." "Are you concerned for the one who is to be cursed?" Voldemort let out a sinister laugh. "Have you forgotten what he truly is? He is inherently a dark wizard. The dark mark itself is the epitome of a curse. I am merely unearthing his potential, tapping into that rare talent of his." "Is that so?" Quirrell gasped, collapsing to his knees, drenched in sweat. "Master, do you intend to nurture him?" Another wave of intense pain struck his head as Voldemort's contemptuous voice echoed in his ears. "Quirrell, I owe you no explanations. Focus on your duties. Continue observing that Harry Potter and uncover his true talents. And as for the other one, hasten to have him cast the dark mark, not merely understand it. Do you grasp that? Furthermore, find a moment to enter the room on the 4th floor and discern what lies within. You have only acted on the night of the start of term, and your efficiency is woefully inadequate." Quirrell, in excruciating agony, closed his eyes and humbly replied, "As you wish, my master." Chapter 50, Snape's Invitation. A note arrived. Visette exited the office, withdrew his wand, and cast a spell to summon the hand-drawn manual. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from the dormitory. Undoubtedly, the summoning charm proved to be an exceedingly useful spell, particularly once mastered. This magic could be employed to locate lost items and summon textbooks left in the dormitory. Magic is truly remarkably convenient. Visette marveled as he made his way to the Transfiguration classroom. "Visette." Snape's face was stone cold as he emerged from the shadows. "Professor Snape?" Visette replied, taken aback. "Good afternoon, MM." Snape responded curtly, his voice low. "Come with me." As they traversed the corridor to a secluded corner, Snape finally turned to face Visette. "Why did you visit Quirrell's office?" Visette answered truthfully, "I am interested in complex magic, and Professor Quirrell wished to recommend some books to me." For some reason, as he locked eyes with Snape, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if his thoughts were being laid bare. Instinctively, he cast the Protector's Meditation, and his awareness became clear, dispelling the discomfort. "Oh," Snape murmured softly, his eyes narrowing slightly, realizing that this indeed was an entry point, albeit one easily discerned. "Visette, perplexed, inquired Professor Snape. What exactly has been uncovered?" "The foundational theories of complex magic, the recognition of several malevolent curses and jinxes," Snape replied. Visette unfolded the parchment bearing Quirrell's signature, stating that Professor Quirrell had instructed him to seek out the original texts. "And what else?" Snape's expression seemed somewhat unnatural, as though he was reluctant to speak such words. "What is your impression of Quirrell?" "A commendable professor, provided one is willing to patiently absorb the lessons. I have indeed acquired considerable useful knowledge." "And beyond that? Has he exhibited any peculiarities or unsettling behaviors?" Visette discreetly took a step back, reflecting that casting aspersions upon the professor was hardly the prerogative of a student. Snape scoffed sarcastically. "Ah, but Gryffindor would not share your sentiments. 2 points deducted from Gryffindor." Visette suppressed a smile, momentarily at a loss for words, silently mourning Gryffindor for 3 seconds. With less than a month into the term, Gryffindor had already lost a significant number of points, currently languishing at the bottom. Ravenclaw and Slytherin's scores were closely matched. Examining merely the hourglass of house points, it was difficult to discern who stood first or second. "If I were to press you further," Snape reiterated, "has Quirrell demonstrated any abnormalities or unsettling occurrences?" Visette, with no recourse, finally spoke, Professor Quirrell's chamber has an odd, fetid odor. Despite the sun shining brightly outside, it feels uncomfortably chilly within. Is that all? Snape appeared somewhat disappointed, yet also relieved. Indeed. What complex magic has he imparted to you? The Snotting Curse, a complete version of the Mucus Curse, possessing the full potency and effect characteristic of a curse. Are you intrigued by dark magic? Snape's eyes narrowed further, his tone considerably colder than before. Visette shook his head. I haven't delved into much dark magic. I can't claim to be particularly interested or repulsed. I am eager to learn about any magical knowledge. He continued, I perceive magic as akin to a small blade. It can serve as a weapon that pierces the hearts of the innocent or as a scalpel that saves those on the brink of death. Its nature is not of paramount importance. What matters is the intent of the wielder. Ravenclaw, Snape remarked coldly, such platitudes are well spoken, and the theory is indeed comprehensive. That being said, demonstrate this magic to me. Let me see how well you have mastered it, and whether it possesses its requisite power. Is it expected to be learned so swiftly? Visette hesitated, recalling that he had merely been instructed in theoretical knowledge and introduced to those curses and jinxes. Professor Quirrell provided me with his signature to reinforce my understanding and encouraged me to explore pronunciation, attempting to construct an appropriate incantation. Is that how he instructed you? Snape's brow furrowed, his eyes betraying skepticism. He did not directly teach you how to pronounce the spells or perform the magic. No. Visette immediately shook his head, stating that Professor Quirrell had introduced him to the concept of the disarming charm, explaining that wizards, in their endeavor to counteract this charm, birthed complex magic. That was the extent of his knowledge. Snape let out a derisive laugh, remarking that employing magic to confront magic was merely one of many unstable solutions. Visette quickly realized, Professor Snape, you can still utilize potions, correct? You're somewhat more astute than he is. Snape curled his lips slightly, emitting a soft hum as a sign of approval. When will Quirrell expect you to seek him out again? Visette replied, Saturday at 2 in the afternoon, as that time would be more ample for some magical practice. Snape responded, then come to my office on Sunday at 2 in the afternoon. Visette, momentarily taken aback by Snape's words, exclaimed, Huh? Snape frowned. If you are unwilling, you may refuse. Visette hurriedly waved his hands. Of course I wouldn't. I am quite eager to learn more. Snape promptly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Then prepare for the worst. I may expel you at any moment. I will do my utmost. Visette replied with a smile. Raising the beginner's guide to transfiguration in his hand, Professor Snape, I must attend my class now. After dismissing Visette, Snape proceeded directly to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's voice was solemn. Is he well? Snape, with an impassive expression, remarked, Visette is exceedingly well-liked. Even Quirrell is willing to impart his knowledge generously. Really? Dumbledore's eyes brightened. What has he taught? The Cruciatus Curse, a sufficiently malevolent spell. So, Quirrell has not forcefully compelled Visette to cast spells, but rather adopted a straightforward approach. Teaching him step by step? Precisely. Your concerns are unwarranted. Quirrell is not excessively malevolent, which is a positive sign. Dumbledore visibly sighed in relief. And what of you? Are you willing to? Snape reluctantly stated, I sacrificed my precious time to have him visit me on Sunday afternoon. I understand. Dumbledore's tone was markedly lighter than before. I am genuinely pleased that you can manage this. Snape merely smirked, as long as you understand. Chapter 51, Quirrell's Struggle. Headmaster Dumbledore. You called for me? Quirrell entered the office, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, visibly anxious. Quirinus, there is no need for such tension, Dumbledore reassured him, offering a cup of freshly brewed tea. Have you been under too much stress lately? And no, everything is quite fine. Quirrell slumped into the chair like a marionette, his limbs rigid and his demeanor exceedingly tense. Dumbledore sipped his tea, frowning as he added several sugar cubes. The school has not been particularly tranquil of late. I presume you are aware? What? Quirrell's body stiffened further, resembling a statue. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am unaware. Dumbledore spoke plainly. I have a friend who has entrusted me with the temporary custody of a valuable item. I have arranged for it to be placed in a restricted area on the 4th floor. Is that so? Quirrell struggled to muster a smile. This is my first time hearing of it. Someone has taken an interest in that item. Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. Quirinus, I hope to enlist your assistance. Emmy? Quirrell appeared to be startled, his body remaining utterly still. Am I truly honored? Certainly. Dumbledore smiled faintly. For it is precisely because I believe in you that I have consented to your request for a transfer. Before November, I hope you can provide a protective measure. Is that feasible? Quirrell laughed hysterically twice. Of course, no problem. I shall do my utmost. Splendid. Had it been a former you, I fear you would have declined my request. Dumbledore's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Did Visette seek you out at noon? Indeed, he possesses talent, and I provided him with a few reference books. Quirrell, caught off guard, nodded in a flustered manner. Headmaster Dumbledore, you care for him as well? Dumbledore took a delicate sip of tea. He is a pitiable child. Perhaps during the summer, while you were absent from England, you were unaware that he is a silent one. At that time, the situation was dire. He was consumed by silence, and the Ministry of Magic nearly obliterated him. He managed to recover on his own, his body marred with wounds. As the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, you must possess considerable experience in confronting dark magic. He scrutinized Quirrell's expression, imploring him not to allow dark magic to encroach upon him once more. Understood? Quirrell's gaze flickered, ultimately transforming into unwavering determination. I will. I most certainly shall. Upon returning to his office, Quirrell conveyed this news to Voldemort. The guards at that location are indeed formidable. Voldemort analyzed. That wall itself poses a problem. Magic cannot be employed to peer through it. You must open the door and confirm in person. Do you comprehend? Since Dumbledore has enlisted your assistance, it stands to reason that Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick shall also be involved. You must prepare even more thoroughly. Quirrell tentatively inquired, Master, I am quite adept at dealing with trolls. Could I use this as a protective measure? I could bring a troll into the school on Halloween night, feigning an accident during its confinement, allowing it to escape and incite chaos. A commendable idea. Voldemort rarely offered praise, using that silent one as bait to provoke the silence within him. Master, Quirrell's voice suddenly grew resolute. Just now, Dumbledore spoke with me about Visette. He holds him in high regard, thus I feel he should not be used as bait. Caution is never unwarranted. Voldemort's response was calm. I shall bestow upon you an ancient spell. Use it to orchestrate your accident. He began to impart the magic, his voice growing increasingly persuasive until Quirrell once again succumbed to unconsciousness. In the darkness, his eyes gleamed with a beguiling crimson light. Quirrell, do you truly wish to become a professor who considers the well-being of his students? What a pity. Very well. The potential of silence must continue to be harnessed. His voice dripped with mockery. After all, it is you who is taking the risk, so I am indifferent. Studying and practicing left Visette perpetually feeling pressed for time. Before long, the weekend arrived, and he came to Quirrell's office as arranged. The pungent odor still lingered, the chilly atmosphere as oppressive as ever. The only change was Quirrell. His complexion was no longer as pale as before, and a warm smile graced his face. Aside from the few books recommended by Chilo, Visette sought additional texts, hoping to amalgamate the vast array of knowledge to decipher the composition of the Curse of Affliction. Upon observing the incantations noted on the parchment, Chilo, visibly astonished, inquired, Did you concoct these spells yourself? Have you attempted to cast them? Visette, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I am uncertain how to proceed. After all, this is a curse, fraught with peril. Despite his open-mindedness towards dark magic, he understood the inherent dangers and refrained from reckless experimentation. Let us give a try. Chilo gestured toward a corner. The linen covering the iron cage fell away, revealing a plethora of dormant venomous serpents, the source of a noxious odor pervading the office. One serpent glided slowly toward the two, and Chilo, with a gentle tone, encouraged, practice is often the most effective means of mastering magic. Recite your incantation before it. Visette drew his wand and murmured, Entangled illness. The serpent, seemingly agitated, writhed restlessly, shedding a few scales and a trace of mucus. Chilo nodded approvingly, remarking with a smile, The general structure of your incantation is correct. Both the shedding curse and the suppuration curse have manifested. Visette felt a twinge of disappointment, noting, with symptoms of severe diarrhea, relentless fever, and skin ulceration, it appears I have only succeeded with the latter. Not so. Chilo chuckled softly. The effects you mentioned are characteristic of curses. Achieving this stage is a testament to your talent. In fact, under certain circumstances, I might prefer to avoid confronting your magic. Indeed, Chilo grinned with satisfaction. As long as you do not encounter an Auror or a more formidable wizard. After all, the principles of this magic are based on the Curse of Affliction, which is relatively easy to counter. He grasped the serpent's head, his lips moving gently, restoring the creature to its original state, ceasing its struggles. First, we must comprehend the incantation deathly torment of the Curse of Affliction, and then rectify your pronunciation. Chapter 52, Dark Magic and Silence. Professor Flitwick, during his lectures, also emphasized the significance of proper pronunciation when casting spells. However, due to the large number of students, he could not provide the meticulous guidance that Chilo offered. It was Visette's first realization that incantation required such intricate attention to detail. Merely recording these invaluable insights consumed him 2 full pages of parchment. Professor McGonagall must have mentioned to you that focus and caution are essential elements of transfiguration, Chilo said, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat. The same applies to incantations. Indeed, in certain aspects, your knowledge may surpass that of many graduates. Suddenly, Chilo's expression darkened. Do they target you? Not all. Visette gently shook his head. I have a good rapport with them. We often collaborate on assignments, and they come and watch me train. That is reassuring. Chilo exhaled in relief. Now let us continue. As a curse, the curse of affliction demands careful attention to numerous crucial points, especially if one wishes to avoid the backlash of magic. Visette felt immense gratitude for Chilo's unwavering support, understanding that he should not withhold any questions. Only by clarifying all uncertainties could he ensure that he did not squander such selfless instruction. The final step is to cast the spell. Chilo's voice resembled a fraying violin string, urging one to unleash their imagination. Visualize a snake afflicted by a plague, its scales falling away, revealing putrid skin beneath, oozing pus. On the brink of death, Visette kept his eyes half open, gradually conjuring the corresponding imagery in his mind. A tingling sensation crept along his scalp, yet he hesitated not. Uttering the incantation in a voice as deep and sinister as a serpent's hiss, pestilence torment. A shadowy gray light erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly piercing the serpent's body like an arrow. The serpent began to decay silently, and within mere moments, it transformed into a puddle of viscous green slime, exuding a foul stench that pervaded the entire room. Vanish! Chilo retched slightly, flicking his wand to eliminate the noxious amalgamation. Visette instinctively placed a hand over his chest, feeling an unsettling pulse at his core, akin to a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, a deluge of malevolent thoughts surged forth, only to dissipate almost entirely, leaving but a few tremors in his heart. Noticing the disturbance, Chilo inquired with concern, "What troubles you?" Visette exhaled a heavy breath, recognizing his heart racing. Perhaps it was his first experience with dark magic? "Ah, so that is it," Chilo replied gravely. "What do you mean?" Visette asked, puzzled. "You must learn to control yourself." Visette, Chilo said with utmost seriousness. "Your innate talent is both a gift and a curse. It will amplify the power of your dark magic, as demonstrated by the serpent's transformation into pus. Yet it will also stir the malevolent thoughts within you. You must exercise greater caution when wielding dark magic." Through these 2 lessons, Visette appreciated Chilo's solid theoretical foundation. "Professor Chilo, do you believe there's a way to mitigate this influence?" After a moment of contemplation, Chilo suggested, "You need only focus on the incantation and the technique, without conjuring specific images. This should alleviate some of the effects." He summoned another serpent and added, "You may also attempt the brain closure spell. Mastering such an advanced magic is a significant endeavor, one I am unable to teach you." "Thank you, Professor Chilo." Visette expressed his gratitude sincerely. "I shall try the first method, pestilence torment." Chilo's assessment proved remarkably astute. By avoiding detailed imagery, the potency of the curse diminished considerably. The serpent's scales had shed half, its mouth dripping with pus, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, such powers still elicited Chilo's admiration. "Your innate talent grants you astonishing amplification, even in the absence of vivid imagery. This magic remains formidable." Perhaps the stammering in class made Chilo cherish the time spent in private instruction even more. Ignoring the pain in his throat, he delved deeper into the intricacies of composite magic, recommending numerous related texts. At 1:50 p.m. on Sunday, Visette stood at the threshold of Snape's office. "Come in." Snape's voice rang out unexpectedly, displaying a commendable sense of time. In contrast to Chilo's theoretical and practical teachings, Snape's instruction was more succinct. The office housed a magical energy field, filled with an array of materials. Whether it be magical plants or animal materials, one can observe them all here. These materials remain unprocessed. The animal specimens are not only drenched in blood, but even exhibit a slight twitching, a testament to their freshness. Snape inquired, "Which materials can you handle?" Visette stepped forward for a closer inspection, identifying white fungus, shriveled figs, twitching umbrella mushrooms, gotogen, and airship pears, all of which he had dealt with at home. Luna's daily routine involved tending to the garden, where she also assisted him in processing magical plants to sell in Diagon Alley for supplementary income. "Very well," Snape replied coldly, proceeding to manage the entrails of a fire dragon. Visette rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the magical energy field, immediately shivering. Snape's voice remained icy. "How does it feel?" "A bit cold," Visette replied, spreading his palms to gauge the environment and inhaling deeply. The temperature was near freezing, and the humidity was just right, not stifling at all, perfect for preserving these materials. Visette asked, "Can I use it normally? Or is it just for processing materials?" "Use it as you wish. Just don't embarrass me." Snape's tone softened slightly. "Do you know the cutting spell?" Visette nodded. "I do. I've practiced it several times recently." "Then let's begin. Use the cutting spell to slice through the membrane on the surface of the dragon liver," Snape instructed, drawing out his wand. "Your technique is too crude. Do you think dragon liver is as cheap as pig liver? Congratulations, pigs think so too. Pierce through the indentation of the dragon kidney. The green mass inside is highly toxic. You must either excise it cleanly with the cutting spell or lick it clean, leaving nothing behind." "What are you doing? How can you handle the dragon heart like that?" "It contains dragon heart blood, an exceptionally precious material. Are you planning to sell yourself to Hogwarts to repay a debt?" At this moment, Visette began to understand why students from various houses often exhibited expressions of fear when discussing Snape. Such a manner of speech is indeed not something an ordinary person can endure. Chapter 53. Ancient Magic, Purification and Soul Cleansing Spell. Studying under Snape felt akin to experiencing an ancient apprenticeship. After an afternoon of practice, Visette's technique became increasingly proficient, and he garnered an immeasurable wealth of knowledge in potion making. The skills Snape spoke of were scarcely found in books. Through the eye of magic, one could discern that even the techniques recorded in text were not as efficient or precise as those Snape imparted. In the magical world, potions have always been a sought-after commodity. Furthermore, the profession of potion master is synonymous with a life free from financial worries. Moreover, Snape is not merely a potion master, but also the youngest potion master currently, merely assisting in the processing of various materials while receiving guidance from a potion master is undoubtedly a bargain of immense value. The only vexation he faced was the bloodstains splattered while handling the fire dragon's entrails, which had nearly soaked through his robes. Fire dragons possess a high resistance to magic, and their internal organs are no exception. Even the use of cleaning and scouring spells proved inadequate for thorough cleansing. "Can't you manage even a mere stain?" Snape furrowed his brow, questioning whether Quirrell had imparted any knowledge to you or if your mind was utterly vacant of learning. Composite magic. The mere mention of Quirrell's name ignited a spark in Visette's eyes. "If I consider the fire dragon's resistance to magic as a riddle to be unraveled, then I must respond with composite magic, in contrast to the malevolent spells comprising the curse of affliction." Visette found himself more familiar with the cleansing charm and the scab-removing spell. With closed eyes, he invoked the guardian's meditation, instantly achieving unparalleled clarity of thought. He intended to amalgamate the cleansing charm with the scab-removing spell to construct an effective composite magic. The function of the cleansing charm was straightforward. It could eradicate dirt, feathers, and similar impurities. The scab-removing spell, however, advanced further, effectively dealing with stubborn stains such as sauces and blood clots. Assisted by the guardian's meditation, a multitude of combinations flashed through Visette's mind. Time slipped away, and at last he opened his eyes, having settled upon the incantation. "Dirt, be gone." He waved his wand, tracing a smooth S-shaped arc in the air. A gentle breeze caressed Visette's robes, stirring a small whirlwind upon the ground. Guided by his wand, the bloodstains on his robes were drawn into the whirlwind, coalescing into a dark red mist above. Snape's eyes widened in astonishment, his facial muscles twitching momentarily. He swiftly masked his expression, returning to his usual stoic demeanor, commanding that the litter on the floor be cleaned up and disposed of. The whirlwind, under the wand's command, darted about, efficiently cleansing the bloodstains from the ground. Visette brimmed with joy. Successfully executing this composite magic signified his complete mastery of the knowledge acquired the previous day. "Professor Snape, I am sincerely grateful to you. Had it not been for your inspiration, I would never have reached this conclusion so swiftly." Snape turned away, dismissively instructing him to dispose of the debris. As Visette exited the office, silence once again enveloped the room. Snape gazed at the pristine floor and muttered, "A terrifying talent." As Visette strolled down the corridor, thoughts of composite magic danced in his mind. This marked the inception of his innovative composite spell, laden with profound significance. What name should it bear? The strong cleansing charm? Perhaps too mundane, considering it could purify dragon's blood. The purification charm for dragon's blood? That seemed somewhat exaggerated. He found himself grappling with a dilemma of nomenclature, utterly at a loss for a fitting title for this magic. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Quirrell's office, eager to share his insights on composite magic. This was, after all, quite reasonable. Hagrid had once informed him of the existence of Hogsmeade Village beyond Hogwarts. Students would gain the privilege of visiting Hogsmeade upon entering their third year, allowing them to spend weekends there. It was said to rival Diagon Alley in splendor, boasting an array of pubs, sweet shops, and cafes. The professors of Hogwarts are frequent patrons of Hogsmeade, often indulging in a drink at the local tavern. Perhaps Quirrell had ventured there. Visette located the moving staircase leading to the Great Hall and descended its steps. He pondered whether the improved magic could be effective against this composite spell. Rather than hesitating, he resolved to attempt the fusion of the two magics. This modification was rather unique, absorbing all the ancient magical power before revealing a new page. Ancient magic guides the power of ancient magic to cast spells, enhances magical potency, cleanses external impurities, and purifies the inner soul. Indeed, Visette had not assigned name to this magic, and thus none appeared on the page. The considerable expenditure of ancient magical energy proved worthwhile, as this spell could influence the soul. Professor McGonagall had once stated that delving into the mysteries of magic and deepening the exploration of the soul was an essential step. He had a vague sense that purifying the inner soul might be the first step in his exploration of the soul. Without hesitation, Visette took a deep breath, waved his wand, and traced an S-shaped arc in the air. The wand glimmered with a silvery blue light, and the magic began to take effect. A cyclone not only manifested beneath his feet, but also encircled the core of the silent entity. Since casting the malady curse the previous day, Visette had experienced occasional palpitations, with malevolent thoughts surfacing intermittently. As the cyclone confronted the silent core, the sensation of unease intensified. The core seemed to sense danger, trembling wildly as if seeking to break free from its constraints. In that moment, the cyclone swept through the silent core like a gentle breeze, releasing a plume of black and red mist. As the mist gradually dissipated, the feeling of unease slowly faded, and the silent core returned to its former tranquility. To cleanse external impurities and purify the inner soul, Visette exhaled deeply, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. Was this the true meaning of the phrase? Not only could it cleanse impurities, but it could also purify the negative effects brought on by dark magic. Thus, he decided to name this spell the Purification of Impurities and Soul. Chapter 54. The Upcoming Halloween Feast. Dear Luna, dear Mr. Lovegood, I believe this must be a rumor. For Hogwarts is home to numerous ghosts, much like Ravenclaw's Grey Lady. Unlike the loquacious fat friar of Hufflepuff, the Grey Lady is far more reticent, possessing a wealth of knowledge and occasionally guiding students with their assignments. Should anything extraordinary occur today, I shall pen it into a story and submit it to Singing Contradictions. Hoping Mr. Lovegood will not disdain my submission. Wishing you both a delightful Halloween. Visette Lovegood. Watching his soul departed with the letter in his beak, Visette rose and stretched. In writing this letter, he realized he had been at Hogwarts for 2 months. These 2 months had been immensely fulfilling, filled not only with the regular classes from Monday to Friday, but also Quidditch training on Tuesdays and private lessons with the professors over the weekend. From a certain perspective, Quirrell and Snape share notable similarities. Visette consistently perceives the exceptional talents of both professors during private tutoring sessions. Quirrell possesses a wealth of theoretical knowledge and imparts it with a gentle tone. Any confusion Visette encounters is met with his patient explanations. Conversely, Snape's extensive erudition is often overshadowed by his frosty demeanor. He begins with stringent critiques, but as Visette's skills improve, he becomes significantly more taciturn. Regardless, Visette is profoundly grateful for the opportunity to delve into these esoteric magical teachings under the guidance of both professors. Even before entering the hall, Visette can detect the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting from afar. The suits of armor in the corridors spring to life, snapping to attention and exclaiming, "Happy Halloween!" If students venture too close, the air is not only filled with the scent of roasted pumpkin, but also adorned with a myriad of pumpkins, each towering at a height of nearly 1.5 meters, intricately hollowed out to hold candles. Some ghosts take refuge within, springing forth unexpectedly to startle passing students. The walls are draped with black curtains depicting the silhouette of the castle as Flitwick waves his wand, orchestrating a multitude of bats crafted from black fabric to soar through the air. Remember the gestures we practiced before? A simple flick and a shake. Now, recite the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. He instructs while demonstrating, encouraging them to begin practicing as he articulates the spell. The classroom resonates with the harmonious chanting of the incantation. Indeed, Visette's feather floats with remarkable steadiness, akin to his flying prowess. Ravenclaw scores a solid 10. Flitwick is never stingy with praise towards his own students. Visette is already well-versed in the nuances of gestures and pronunciation, and given the spell's simplicity, achieving success is quite ordinary. The Ravenclaw students have grown accustomed to his presence, often gathering around him to seek guidance on the levitation charm. While inspecting the Gryffindor students, Flitwick even gives Visette a thumbs up. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of Ravenclaw, the tension within Gryffindor is palpable. Seamus, in a moment of haste while casting, accidentally ignites the practice feather. Had it not been for Harry's quick reflexes, flames might have singed Seamus's hair. The atmosphere between Ron and Hermione is equally fraught. Hermione's voice rises as she emphasizes the pronunciation. Wingardium, that R needs to be elongated. Start casting now. Were you not paying attention in class? Ron's face flushes crimson, nearly matching the hue of his hair. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? All right. Hermione, without hesitation, rolls up her sleeves and begins to wave her wand. Wingardium Leviosa, well done. Professor Flitwick observes the levitating feather. Mr. Weasley, you must step up your game. Pay close attention to Miss Granger. Gryffindor earns 2 points. As the class bell rings, signaling the end of the lesson, the students exhale in relief, eagerly anticipating the evening's Halloween feast. Terry spoke with an air of mystery, saying, I have heard that Professor Dumbledore has procured a considerable amount of sweets from the Honeyduke. As long as they are not cockroach clusters, it is fine. Anthony casually remarked, I've heard from the elders at home that Dumbledore is quite fond of cockroach clusters. Chris, with a strange expression, asked, You have actually eaten cockroaches? Please, don't speak to me anymore. What are you talking about? Who eats cockroaches? Michael exclaimed, engaging in playful scuffles with Chris. Visette watched the scene with an amused smile, gently shaking his head. Suddenly, Ron's voice came from behind. Visette, did you go to the library today? Of course. Visette nodded. Are you looking for some information? For potions class? Ron's face flushed red again, his tone awkward as he said, I just wanted to ask if you've seen Hermione. Visette shook his head. No, what happened? I said some inappropriate things. Ron's face turned a bright shade of red, almost glaring. I remarked that no wonder she has no friends. She is frightfully like a nightmare. Harry added, I saw Hermione crying. She skipped classes. She didn't show up for history of magic, transfiguration, or flying. Given Hermione's character, she would never skip class. So, we thought something might have happened to her and wanted to find her. Hermione? The one who often visits the library from Gryffindor? Anthony and others joined in. She doesn't seem that bad, does she? Michael chimed in with a chuckle. I think so too. Maybe you Gryffindors are just used to being lazy? Different houses might have different lifestyles, Visette said with a slight smile. Ron, Hermione actually mentioned you to me before. Ron eagerly inquired, what did she say? Chapter 55. The invitation from Fred and George. I told her that she shouldn't speak so condescendingly and could be a bit more tactful. Hermione is indeed direct, and it is challenging to change that in a short time. In this morning's charms class, I noticed her change. Initially, she bluntly asked if you hadn't attended class, but later she remembered to soften her approach and asked if you were feeling anxious instead. Ron lowered his head, clenching his fists in frustration, gritting his teeth. Then I interrupted her. I'm such a jerk. What should we do then? Harry expressed a conflicted look. Should we apologize to her? What else? Visette shrugged. Find her and have a proper conversation if you wish to gain a friend. Well. Anthony draped his arm over Visette's shoulder. It seems our Mr. Lovegood is quite the versatile one. He can even mediate such issues. This was merely coincidence. Visette smiled slightly. I truly have no experience in this regard. You should rather ask me how to complete your assignments. As the night deepened, the aroma of roasted pumpkin became more pronounced, wafting throughout the castle. On his way to the Great Hall, Visette was intercepted by the sudden appearance of Fred and George. They took hold of Visette's arms and led him to a corner. Once they confirmed no one was around, Fred whispered, You've been getting rather close with Snape lately, haven't you? George added, We were quite concerned that you may have been poisoned by Snape. So we came to inquire. Visette explained, Professor Snape did not do that. He merely asked for my assistance with the materials. Fred's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly something Snape would do? My goodness, has Merlin forsaken his cotton socks for stockings? George, with a serious expression, remarked, I believe this is even more grave. For him to engage in such actions without consulting Slytherin, the end of the world must be nigh. Visette, bemused, asked, Do you truly believe in the end of the world? Fred nodded. We have a genuine diviner, not one like Trelawney. Prophecies do come to fruition. Ahem. Since you have not been poisoned by Snape, it is time to discuss serious matters. George cleared his throat. Visette inquired curiously, What serious matters? Do you wish for me to assist in handling materials? Fred shook his head vigorously. Certainly not. Our vitality does not match your resilience. A spark of inspiration crossed George's face. We have a grand endeavor and would like to invite you to join us. Are you interested? Fred patted George's shoulder heartily. What a brilliant idea. Can you elaborate? Visette tentatively replied, I have quite a lot to study recently, and I may not have the time. Even among Ravenclaw. You are the most diligent individual we have encountered. George expressed with admiration. In fact, we are looking for you to be our materials consultant. Materials consultant? Visette queried, puzzled. Do you want me to assist you in handling the materials? Fred snapped his fingers, precisely. I heard from a Hufflepuff that you have a knack for handling materials. Otherwise, how could someone with Snape's demeanor ask a Ravenclaw for help? It must be due to your exceptional talent. Indeed, George concurred, we have an eye for talent. We mentioned on the train that you are certainly extraordinary. Visette, feeling slightly bashful, asked, so, what materials are you looking to handle? Mischief-making props? I told you so. Fred grinned. Visette must remember. We are indeed looking to process those materials. Let's take you to see. As the Halloween feast approached, most had already made their way to the Great Hall. The two led Visette through winding corridors, swiftly navigating until they arrived before a painting. The painting depicted a drum set. Fred and George glanced around before using their wands to tap the drums. The drums produced a rhythmic sound, transforming into a narrow wooden door. Visette exclaimed, so this is how one enters? Fred and George were taken aback, questioning, how did you know this? Visette pointed at the wooden door, saying, there is magic imbued here. I could sense it, just didn't realize it required this method of entry. That is quite impressive. I'm even more eager for you to join us. George said cheerfully, as he opened the wooden door and slipped inside. The interior was a small space, less than 10 square meters in size. The walls were lined with several sacks, faintly revealing their contents of herbs. A battered charcoal black wooden table leans against the wall, scarred with numerous experimental marks. Upon the table rests not only a crucible, but also a mortar, a herbal scale, a cutting knife for medicines, a cabinet of potions, funnels, and an array of vials. We are preparing to create a firework to celebrate. Fred rolls up his sleeves, and if you feel we are mishandling anything, do remind us. Fred and George extract the herbs from their sack, commencing their task with resolute precision. Suddenly, Visette interjects, mimosa flower? What are your intentions? To render the fireworks in a splendid golden hue? Fred and George halt in unison, affirming, indeed, but we have experimented with various methods, and none yield a sufficiently vibrant color. Grinding it into powder appears to be the most effective approach. Additionally, 2 drops of valerian juice will stabilize the mimosa's color, ensuring it retains its golden brilliance without fading. Ah, so is the absence of valerian juice. George realizes, we did consider using the mimosa's roots, but upon mixing, the color would turn a muddy yellow. Visette chuckles. That is precisely valerian's function, to maintain stability and prevent muddiness. It seems we are on the brink of creating a spectacular firework. Fred clenches his fist. Let us proceed. Quirrell, release your spirit. Entirely let it go. Voldemort intones ominously, cautioning that this spell must not be cast by him to avoid detection by Dumbledore. But Master did not say so before. Quirrell wipes the sweat from his brow. Are you truly unafraid of being discovered? Quirrell, you seem quite audacious. Will the Master really not be found out? Once the giant is freed, you shall alert everyone of this revelation. Voldemort's tone grows impatient. Hurry. Release your spirit. Quirrell shudders, ultimately closing his eyes in anguish. As you wish, Master. He moves like a marionette, his arm raised in an unnatural manner, pointing toward the giant imprisoned in the dungeon. Voldemort's voice resonates from behind, Dementor's curse. A dark light penetrates the giant's head, causing it to convulse violently, howling in a cacophony of agony. Chapter 56. The Halloween Feast. The hall is adorned more lavishly. Floating pumpkin lanterns hover in mid-air, while countless black-cloaked bats flit about. Unlike the opening feast, the Halloween celebration is far more uninhibited, devoid of rigid protocols. Dumbledore abstains from delivering a formal speech, instead raising a glass with the faculty, engaging in merriment and laughter. Students merely sit upon long benches, indulging in meticulously prepared delicacies. Halfway through the feast, Ron and Harry arrive late, both drenched in sweat, sporting glum expressions. Noticing his brother nearby, Percy inquires curiously, Ron, why are you so tardy? Fred and the others have yet to arrive. You haven't been up to any mischief, have you? Do not follow in Fred's footsteps. We haven tea. We were simply looking for someone. Ron's expression betrays his unease, his demeanor awkward. Neville, voraciously devouring lamb chops, mumbles indistinctly, Harry, has Hermione been found? Has she gone missing? Percy furrowed his brow, pondering what had transpired. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, and it was ultimately Neville, standing nearby, who elucidated the situation. So, you mean to say that after searching the castle for quite some time, you found no one? Percy's expression grew serious. Have you tried the girls' restroom? Ah. Harry and Ron were taken aback. Hermione is in the girls' restroom? I heard from one of your classmates, Miss Patil, said Percy. She mentioned that Hermione has been in there, weeping for the entire afternoon, and despite their attempts to console her, it was to no avail. Which girls' restroom? Ron inquired, pressing for details. On which floor? As a prefect of Gryffindor, he was privy to many obscure routes, thanks to his clever brothers, Fred and George. Let us go and see. Ron and Harry exchanged determined glances. We should indeed have a proper talk with her, as suggested by Weasley. Bang! At that moment, the doors to the Great Hall swung open abruptly. A breathless Quirrell burst in, appearing quite disheveled, his face drained of color, and his robes drenched in sweat. A troll! A troll! He shouted in a voice filled with terror, rushing directly to Professor Dumbledore. The troll is in the underground classroom. As he must know before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The troll stood an impressive 12 feet tall, exhibiting a remarkable resistance to magic, with a temperament that was unpredictable, often attacking without provocation. This magical creature possessed immense strength, but was notoriously dim-witted, earning it a notorious reputation in the wizarding world. Even in assessments and assignments, the term troll was employed as the lowest possible grade, signifying that one's performance was akin to that of the creature's intelligence. Consequently, all students entering Hogwarts were aware of trolls and recognized the peril they posed, causing immediate chaos in the Great Hall. Students began to shove one another, shouting and scattering in a frantic attempt to escape the scene. Silence. A firework erupted above the hall, casting a dazzling light and emitting a deafening sound, momentarily silencing the students. In every ear, Dumbledore's voice resonated, urging calm. Do not panic. There is still time. Go and investigate. Do not rush to reveal yourselves. Dumbledore approached Snape, whispering instructions. Understood. Disillusionment charm. Snape drew his wand and tapped his arm, gradually becoming translucent. Hearing Dumbledore's command, the prefects sprang into action. While counting heads, Percy suddenly realized something was amiss. Where are Neville, Ron, and Harry? Where have they gone? Neville shook his head helplessly, and Seamus interjected. They seem to have walked back, murmuring something about warning someone of danger. Percy sighed heavily, realizing what those two were up to. They must have gone to find Hermione. I must inform Professor McGonagall. On his way, he encountered the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope. Are you here to search as well? Penelope nodded earnestly. Yes, Weasley is missing. She hasn't appeared since the Halloween feast. At that moment, the Great Hall was deserted, and Quirrell, sprawled on the ground, groaned and struggled to rise. Disillusionment charm. With the assistance of the disillusionment charm, the translucent figure of Quirrell swiftly departed the hall, racing up the marble staircase to the fourth-floor corridor. Above him, the voice of the head boy directed the students, and Quirrell exhaled softly, gripping his wand tightly. A flicker of hope ignited in his mind. Should he successfully navigate this challenge, he might fulfill Voldemort's command that very evening. Thus, he could escape Hogwarts, leaving behind the days of trepidation forever. Quirrell endeavored to reassure himself with such thoughts, lamenting the lost opportunity to impart knowledge to the Weasleys. He murmured softly and hastened toward the large door at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a sharp silver beam shot forth. Armor. Quirrell revealed himself, his wand trembling in his grasp as a transparent shield materialized beside him. He swiftly retaliated, thrusting his wand toward the source of the silver light. And boom, a blinding orange fire erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling straight down the corridor. Snape also revealed himself, deftly flicking his wand to dissipate the explosive curse into nothingness. His voice was icy and measured, queer in his Quirrell. Why are you here instead of searching for the troll? As a professor ought to? As Snape advanced, Quirrell's expression turned to one of palpable fear, retreating as he stammered an explanation. I feared someone might come here. Professor Dumbledore informed me that someone harbored ill intentions towards the school's treasures. I suspected something was amiss with the troll, so I came to investigate. A flawless alibi, indeed. What a splendid professor he was. Snape stood at the doorway, stating, I am right here. You may leave now. Why do you linger there? Quirrell, drenched in sweat, questioned through clenched teeth, Are you not the one with nefarious intentions? An intriguing assertion, Snape replied coldly. Perhaps I should summon Dumbledore to hear you articulate such claims in his presence. Very well. I shall go fetch Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell retreated a step, only to thrust his wand forth in an instant. Flock of Birds. Chapter 57. The confrontation of Snape and Quirrell. Dozens of glowing, avian orbs, chirping melodiously as if in a child's play, surged towards Snape. In response to such feeble magic, Snape's displeasure was unmistakable. He raised his hand, and the luminous birds were extinguished in an instant, as though they had never existed. No wonder Malfoy complains to me, wishing his father would dismiss you. Is this your prowess, Professor Quirrell of Defense against the Dark Arts? What do you intend to do? Quirrell's eyes widened in terror as he continued to retreat. His expression morphed into one of sheer panic, and in his haste, he stumbled over his robes and fell to the ground. A flicker of irritation crossed Snape's face, but as he prepared to speak, he noticed a shift in Quirrell's gaze. It was one of intense focus. Silent incantation. Snape's instincts kicked in as he felt a wave of heat surging behind him. The glowing birds reappeared, coalescing into a blazing fireball, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn in flames. The fireball twisted the surrounding air, trailing a fiery tail reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky as it hurtled towards the wooden door with astonishing speed. Stupefied, Snape uttered in a low voice. The fireball was on the verge of extinguishing, yet it rapidly expanded, evidently due to Quirrell's incantation. Everything transpired in an instant. The wooden door was engulfed in flames, and fierce barking emanated from within. 3 enormous dog heads burst through the doorway, simultaneously, each bearing its razor-sharp fangs and lunging forward with ferocity. Despite Snape's swift reaction, he could not evade the bite of one of the heads. The teeth of the 3-headed beast pierced Snape's calf, issuing a growl that echoed with menace from its throat. Quirrell's expression soured. A 3-headed dog. Such a creature existed within the school. Realizing the gravity of this revelation, he had no intention of lingering and hurriedly scrambled to his feet to flee. Snape, with a grim countenance, brandished his wand, repelled the foe by 3 feet. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, an invisible force surged forth, colliding violently with the 3-headed dog, which was abruptly thrown from its balance. It emitted a wretched howl, crashing against the wall, causing a tremor in the vicinity. Clenching his teeth, Snape rose to his feet and regarded the 3-headed creature. As the beast regained its footing and caught sight of Snape's menacing glare, it shuddered involuntarily. It growled a low warning, but refrained from advancing recklessly. Snape pressed his lips together and, with a sweep of his wand, conjured an iron door to confine the creature once more. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his calf, he yanked his wand upward. Aguamenti. Quirrell, just then, heard Snape's voice, a surge of dread coursing through him, confronting the imminent threat of death. He frantically waved his wand, desperately reciting one incantation after another. Protego. Protego. All protections. All protections. Several invisible wards coalesced before him, solidifying into a formidable gray magical barrier. Yet, the sense of impending doom did not wane. He could only hastily cast as many protective spells as possible before the magical onslaught arrived. The eerie spell finally struck, silently crashing against the magical barrier. The solidified shield shattered instantly, and an immense force slammed into Quirrell. He was hurled through the air like a rag doll, his body tracing a grotesque arc in the sky. Quirrell flew backward, his arms flailing helplessly, his face etched with disbelief and terror. Crash! He collided violently with the wall, the plaster fracturing instantly, dust and debris dispersing in a cloud of chaos. Coughing repeatedly, Quirrell expelled mouthfuls of congealed blood. He felt lightheaded, as if struck by a fire dragon, every inch of his skin and every organ lamenting in agony. Queerness Quirrell. Snape's gaze was icy as he limped towards Quirrell. His wand trembled continuously, casting specks of emerald light to staunch the bleeding from his calf. With each step Snape took, the sense of impending death grew ever more palpable. Quirrell forced himself to regain his composure and stammered a defense. Professor Snape, this is all a misunderstanding. My magical powers went awry, and I accidentally burned through that wooden door. Thankfully, you are unharmed. He hesitated to utter the words he had prepared regarding Snape, for his true objective was not Quirrell, but rather the shadowy figure of Voldemort, who might be orchestrating Quirrell's actions. Voldemort loomed over him like a Damoclean sword. If Voldemort still lived, every action he took now would inevitably influence the future dynamics between them. Setting aside Voldemort, Snape had other matters to ponder. The present was a relatively peaceful era, and any violence within Hogwarts would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, he bore the identity of a Death Eater. Any act of violence, regardless of Dumbledore's assurances, would make it challenging to quell the ensuing chaos. Snape reflected on the past. Perhaps it was his existence in the gray areas that had led him to endure so much. Lily, Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Voldemort, Death Eaters, memories flooded his mind. The haunting smile of a long-lost face seemed almost within reach. He inhaled deeply, forcing a sound through clenched teeth. Quirrell, Quirrell. What are you doing? Are you up to something? Quirrell raised his hands, offering an awkward, brief laugh. I'm merely a professor. What else could I possibly do? I am, of course, serving Headmaster Dumbledore. At that moment, a sharp shout pierced the air, accompanied by a tremor and a loud crash. In an instant, Snape conjured a magical energy field. What mischief have you wrought now? He hissed, directing his wand at Quirrell's forehead. I don't know, Quirrell replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. The two stood in tense opposition for a moment until the voices of three boys rang out. Oh, Weasleys, the fireworks you helped us enhance are truly exhilarating. This year's Halloween feast is so innovative. I absolutely adore it. Can you all behave for a moment? The situation is dire. Fred, be careful. Then came the steady, clear incantation, Fred, look out. Seizing the opportunity, Snape waved his wand to conjure a rope that bound Quirrell. With the rope constricting him, Quirrell's expression turned increasingly frantic. Pleading, Snape, please let me go. Oh. Snape remained unmoved, snatching the wand from Quirrell's grasp. He seemed quite concerned. From below came another shout. Weasley, run. It's targeting you. Hurry. Quirrell continued to implore. If that child confronts the troll, it will cause a catastrophic uproar. Snape's jaw tightened, and with a flick of his wand, he dispelled the rope. Thank you. Thank you. Quirrell exclaimed, freeing himself, and, disregarding his wand, sprinted down the stairs. Snape watched Quirrell hasten away with a peculiar expression before gritting his teeth and following suit. Chapter 58. The Troll of Hogwarts. With a resounding explosion, a vibrant burst of colors unfolded in the sky, transforming into a magnificent firework lion. Fred and George embraced one another, exclaiming in jubilant delight. It worked. It's even more beautiful than we imagined. This gold is simply stunning. It surpasses galleons. Visette also smiled, for these twins possessed an extraordinary ability to effortlessly spread joy. In truth, he had not contributed much. His primary role had been to ensure that the materials performed at their best, guaranteeing that the final product was brilliantly colorful. However, in Fred and George's eyes, Visette's contributions were indeed the most significant. The twins, undeterred, immediately set to work on a larger firework after completing their experimental creation. They even solemnly drafted a patent application, insisting that Visette add his name to it. In the secret passage, Visette pondered the implications of the patent application, wondering if they intended to take it to the Ministry of Magic to seek a patent. Can magic even be patented? His knowledge of the ministry was limited, gleaned mostly from Luna's whispered revelations. For instance, the elite ministry wizards, known as aurors, were supposedly part of a nefarious scheme involving rotten teeth, wherein those with ill intentions aimed to undermine the ministry from within using magic and gum disease. This conspiracy sounded both formidable and profoundly magical, particularly as it was articulated by Luna, and Visette found himself utterly convinced. His curiosity about the rotten teeth conspiracy naturally led to an interest in the ministry itself. The patent office for comedic products was dedicated to such matters, Fred cheerfully explained, as a subordinate department of the Department of Magical Sports. It should be relatively straightforward. He added, Mr. Bagman is quite amenable. He was a professional Quidditch player in his youth. George chimed in, mimicking a batting stance with a bat in hand. Visette remarked, It seems you know quite a few people at the ministry. Fred replied sincerely, Now you are our materials consultant. We are connected. George playfully draped an arm around Visette's shoulders, grinning. That means you know the people we know. Seeing the twins' genuine smiles, Visette couldn't help but smile back. Upon exiting the passage, the trio surveyed their surroundings, noting the unusual silence on the first floor, which sparked a sense of unease. Visette suggested, Let us check the Grey Hall. They swiftly made their way there, only to find it completely empty, save for the black fabric bats fluttering in the dome above. Just then, a sharp scream echoed from afar. Rushing out of the Great Hall, they spotted Hermione, Ron, and Harry frantically fleeing down the corridor. A colossal shadow loomed ahead, followed by a behemoth comparable to Hagrid himself. Its massive form was as coarse as granite, with a gray-black hide adorned in moss and lumps. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. Its long arms gripped a hefty wooden club, dragging it across the floor with an ear-piercing screech. George shouted, And it's a troll. Visette furrowed his brow, cautioning, I just saw Ron. Did you notice? Of course we did. Fred and George exclaimed in unison. Let's go take a look. Visette, you stay put. The three of them darted into a room, only for the giant to launch an attack, demolishing a section of the wall and burying them within. Once it had completed this destruction, the giant suddenly sniffed the air and turned its attention towards Visette. Hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, Fred and George hastened their movements. They approached the giant with remarkable speed, their fireworks ignited and trailing a cascade of sparks behind them. The situation was so bizarre that Visette was left wondering where the professors had gone. remaining alone felt perilous. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to stay in place, gripping his wand tightly and cautiously following the twins. Boom! The fireworks soared forth, painting the corridor with a dazzling array of lights, transforming almost instantly into two magnificent firework lions. These creations roared as if they were actual lions, pouncing upon the giant and engulfing it in a splendid explosion of fireworks. Taken aback by the unexpected blast and noise, the giant appeared somewhat flustered. It lost its balance and fell, its massive body colliding with the adjacent wall, which could not bear its weight. Stones crumbled down like rain, all crashing onto the giant. Dust filled the air, obscuring the giant's colossal form, leaving only its intermittent low growls audible. George raised his hands in triumph and shouted, "Hooray! Visette! The fireworks you helped us enhance are truly spectacular." He waved his wand to disperse the dust, eager to see the outcome. As the dust settled, the giant was found trapped beneath the rubble, with one arm clutching a wooden club still visible. Fred chuckled. "This year's Halloween feast is incredibly innovative. I absolutely love it." Visette, with a serious tone, cautioned, "Could you two be a bit more serious? The situation is dire." Before he could finish his sentence, the exposed arm of the giant began to move, swinging the wooden club towards Fred. "Fred, watch out!" Visette shouted, casting an enhanced summoning spell. "Fred, come here!" Ancient magical energy surged into his wand, which shone with a brilliant silver blue light. The light transformed into an arm that grasped Fred's collar and yanked him back just in time to evade the giant's attack. The giant, having missed its strike, stumbled to its feet, emitting a series of short, low growls. "Oh no, it's down!" George realized the giant's unusual behavior and quickly retreated while casting a red beam from his wand. The red light struck the giant's chest, but had little effect, dissipating into a myriad of twinkling stars. The giant shook its potato-sized head and lifted its gaze towards Visette. A chill ran down Visette's spine as he felt the giant's gaze fix upon him. The giant let out a furious roar and moved swiftly. It seemed even more agile than before, raising the wooden club with a swift motion and hurling it directly towards the far-off Visette. Fully alert, Visette wasted no time in casting the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation spell took effect, and the once menacing wooden stick was ensnared by an invisible force, suspended in midair. It was a marvel of magic that allowed him to effortlessly confine the stick. In his previous life, lifting such a substantial object would have been an impossible feat through sheer human strength alone. Visette's mind raced, recalling crucial information from the tomes in his memory. The colossal creature's vulnerability lay within its head. For most beings, the head is a fatal weakness, and the giant was no exception. The creature's head was no larger than a potato, making it a daunting task to strike it with precision. Aware of this challenge, Visette enhanced the levitation spell with an additional enchantment. His wand glowed with a brilliant silver blue light, and without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wand, sending the wooden stick hurtling forward. Ancient magic, mastery of throwing. With the enhancement of ancient magic, mastery of throwing, the wooden stick flew back, swiftly reaching the giant's head. In that fleeting moment, Visette's heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. Confronted with a life-threatening crisis, an exhilarating sensation washed over him. He channeled his understanding of magic, calculated the trajectory of the wooden stick, and dispelled the levitation spell, allowing the stick to strike the giant's head with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! With a chilling crack of bones, the giant's head was smashed into its chest like a whack-a-mole. Dazed, the giant staggered, struggling to take a few steps forward before collapsing with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. A perfect hit. Ravenclaw scores. What a promising batter. Fred and George exchanged high fives, appearing even more jubilant than Visette himself. Visette cleared his throat, reminding them, Ron and the others are still trapped in the wall. "Oh, right." The twins hurried towards the fallen wall, calling out, "Ron, are you alive? Alive, alive," came the simultaneous responses from Hermione, Ron, and Harry. "Then we'll come over." Just as the twins passed the giant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The giant stood up once more. "Is it reanimating?" The twins exchanged bewildered glances, quickly retreating against the wall as the resurrected giant charged toward Visette, its movements reminiscent of a marionette, each step imbued with a stiff, eerie quality. Fred and George recognized the anomaly and instantly understood the danger, shouting at Visette, "Visette, you must flee. It's targeting you. Hurry. All petrify. Shock absorption. Halt the speed. Transform adeptly. Shoes adhere to the ground." They waved their wands fervently, casting a plethora of spells, desperately attempting to impede the giant's advance. Yet, the creature possessed formidable magical resistance, rendering their efforts ineffective. Even their transfiguration spells faltered. Ropes conjured by the twins were easily brushed aside by the giant. The terrifying nature of an XXXX-grade dangerous creature was unmistakably revealed in that moment. Visette, escape to the Great Hall. There's a door that can block the giant. Visette, move quickly. Are you paralyzed with fear? Fred, let us go. Such an approach is undoubtedly akin to an ant attempting to halt a chariot. The colossal beast merely swayed its body violently, casting the two individuals against the wall. They both emitted muffled groans, their eyelids fluttering shut as they succumbed to a brief unconsciousness. The ground trembled incessantly, the monstrous creature advancing towards Visette like a tank unleashed. Yet, Visette did not retreat a single step. His mind was solely occupied with a singular vision. The beast's granite-like skin swiftly peeling away, revealing rotting flesh and oozing pus beneath. The Curse of Decay. This was a spell he was reluctant to employ. The Curse of Decay stirred a restless agitation within him, a sensation he deeply abhorred. No longer hesitating, he raised his wand high, his voice resonant and serpentine, affliction of mortality. In that moment, he felt as though a second heart was pounding within him, the core of his being thrumming with a chaotic fervor, akin to a powder keg poised for detonation. A robust, dark light erupted from the tip of his wand, plunging directly into the creature's neck, its only vulnerable, flesh-ridden spot where magical resistance was notably feeble. The disintegration commenced from the neck, the creature's skin peeling downward, its insides dissolving into a foul, greenish liquid. Its speed waned, reminiscent of a vitamin C tablet tossed into water, with bubbles forming and bursting around its form. The beast seemed to be dissolving, shrinking into an overwhelmingly noxious green slime that pooled upon the ground. At last, it could no longer maintain its shape, collapsing to the floor like a heap of mud, splattering a large puddle of repugnant green ooze. Though Visette's robe became marred with the vile substance, he paid it no heed, instinctively covering his head. Malice surged toward him like a relentless tide, battering against his consciousness. He grew increasingly dizzy, teetering backward involuntarily. Amidst this turmoil, he heard the concerned voices of Fred and George. "Hey, Visette, are you all right? What just happened? You look terrible. Perhaps you should rest in the Great Hall. It's empty there. Why is there black mist emanating from you? That's really cool. Black mist, what a splendid idea. George, make sure to note that." Just as Visette was about to collapse, two hands caught him, preventing him from hitting the ground. The twins' exuberance was infectious, and Visette felt a beam of light pierce through the overwhelming malice that threatened to engulf him. Utilizing this rare opportunity, Visette entered a meditative state, striving to regain his composure. What on earth had transpired? Why had the beast transformed into a putrid liquid? What did it matter? To create dung eggs, one would still need to procure the stench essence, which he believed was less stimulating than this nauseating experience. Indeed, the essence is exorbitantly priced. We ought to gather more. Hearing the twins banter, a smile crept across Visette's face. Fred and George were truly carefree, disregarding their own pain to collect the green slime from the ground, seemingly intent on using it to concoct dung eggs. Perhaps influenced by their buoyant spirits, Visette felt the encroaching malice begin to wane. He seized the opportunity without hesitation, gripping his wand tightly as he traced a graceful S-shaped arc in the air, banishing the filth. The wand shimmered with a silvery blue radiance, and a cyclone began to take form. This cyclone not only whisked away the green slime from his robe, but also swept away the malice brought forth by the silent core. At that moment, Dumbledore's voice resonated from outside the hall. "Shall I lend you a hand? If Mr. Filch discovers this a moment later, I fear he will be in a fury." The hall finally buzzed with some life, evoking a hint of the Halloween spirit. Hermione, Harry, and Ron stood to the side, uninjured but covered in dust, appearing rather disheveled. The three of them bowed their heads low, embodying a posture of humble acceptance of criticism. Penelope, seated beside Weasley, inquired with concern, "Shall I take you to the hospital wing? You look dreadful, as pale as a sheet." Dumbledore was also present in the hall, flanked by 4 professors, each bearing different expressions. In Chapter 60, The Aftermath of Halloween, Dumbledore gently spoke, "Miss Clearwater, might I ask you to wait a moment? I wish to clarify a few matters." Penelope nodded promptly, refraining from further comment. Dumbledore turned to his rear. "Professor McGonagall, if you please." The tight-lipped McGonagall stepped forward, her gaze landing on Harry and the others. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, do you realize how perilous that was? The collapsing walls nearly buried you. Fortunately, you emerged unscathed, but luck cannot be your constant companion." Upon being singled out by McGonagall, Harry and his friends looked up in surprise, then quickly lowered their heads again, displaying an uncanny synchronicity. The trio nervously turned their heads, exchanging glances without uttering a word. It was Snape, standing nearby, who broke the silence. The boy, who had narrowly escaped disaster, seemed to believe he could engage in even more outrageous acts to distinguish himself. His voice was icy and monotone, devoid of any inflection, yet dripping with sarcasm. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I saw you in the hall earlier. Why did you not accompany Percy and remain safely in the common room?" Perhaps provoked by Snape's words, Harry lifted his head defiantly and retorted, "Professor McGonagall, we had our reasons for staying." McGonagall's tone softened slightly. "Mr. Potter, then please do enlighten us." However, at her prompting, Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His mind blank. The origin of the situation was straightforward. Ron had spoken ill of Hermione, leaving her unaware of the lurking troll. He and Ron had sought Hermione out, not only to convey the news, but also for Ron to formally apologize, leading to their reconciliation as friends. What should have culminated in a joyful reunion unexpectedly turned into a perilous encounter with the troll. Once the matter was clarified, Ron's disparagement of Hermione would inevitably come to light. For Harry, revealing such information would feel akin to betraying his dear friend Ron. Regardless of the circumstances, Ron was the first true friend that Harry made upon arriving at Hogwarts, indeed his closest companion, one who would willingly sacrifice his life for him. Harry gently turned his head to glance at Ron, then at Hermione, deciding to alter the narrative to position himself as the one who spoke ill of others. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Hermione had already stepped forward. Her eyes were red, glistening with tears as she choked back her emotions, exclaiming, "Professor McGonagall, it is my fault. I believed I could face the troll alone, so— Miss Granger, I hope you are not attempting to deceive me. If you were not in the Great Hall, how could you possibly know about the troll?" Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her demeanor profoundly serious. Hermione, on the verge of tears, her face flushed with embarrassment, stammered, "Professor McGonagall, it is truly my fault." Ron, his face equally crimson, stepped protectively in front of Hermione, eyes tightly shut as he shouted, "I spoke ill of Hermione. I intended to apologize with Harry, but unexpectedly encountered the troll. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me. Write a letter to my mother." Hermione quickly lifted her head, hastily wiping away her tears, "Professor McGonagall," when the wall collapsed. "Ron shielded me. Please do not expel him." Harry, equally flustered, chimed in, "Professor McGonagall, Ron protected both Hermione and me. You cannot expel him from Hogwarts." Fred and George expressed their astonishment. This is so unfamiliar. Ron was so brave, volunteering for Professor McGonagall to write a letter. Each of the trio harbored their own fears. Hermione was averse to expulsion. Harry did not wish to leave Hogwarts. And Ron dreaded the thought of being punished after causing trouble at Hogwarts, with someone writing home to inform his mother. "Professor McGonagall, since the children are unharmed, why not issue a minor reprimand?" Dumbledore interjected, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and sighed deeply. "In you, I see the brilliance that comes from friendship." Harry and Ron exchanged relieved glances, collectively exhaling in relief. For them, this was the most favorable outcome. Hermione's eyes remained red, feeling responsible for the additional 30 points deducted from Gryffindor. George, undisturbed, seamlessly continued, "We were merely late by a few minutes. At most half an hour. Who could have anticipated this incident? The Great Hall was completely empty. We were genuinely scared and nearly cried." Fred animatedly recounted. George covered his face with his hands, nodding vigorously while exclaiming, "Indeed, I actually cried." Nearby, Penelope stifled a laugh, struggling to maintain her composure. Visette held his breath, equally attempting to suppress laughter. "What were you doing prior to this?" Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to regain her composure. "Why were you with Visette?" "Seeking magical knowledge." Fred quickly replied, his eyes darting, "We were consulting Visette about potions." "Discussing potions with a first year?" Professor McGonagall murmured, her tone laced with skepticism. "One should at least." "Visette possesses the qualifications," came the retort. Snape crossed his arms and suddenly remarked that the skills of the two individuals did not measure up to his own. "And I stand by that." George, lowering his hands, nodded in agreement with Snape's statement, acknowledging the painful truth of it. Fred and George chimed in unison, affirming, "Indeed, indeed. We are quite fatigued as well. Good night, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape." Fearing that Dumbledore might change his mind, they hastily hoisted the large green bottle of slime on their backs and sprinted out of the hall. Before their departure, they left behind a parting remark, "Wizard, we shall not forget your life-saving grace." Chapter 61, Dumbledore's Intentions. Professor McGonagall watched the retreating figures of Fred and George, letting out a soft sigh. Reflecting on the two boys. Given the circumstances, the fact that they were not deducted any points was the best outcome imaginable. I fear it may not be possible. Miss Crivet, Dumbledore interjected, gesturing with his hand, I have some matters to discuss privately with Mr. Lovegood. Professor Flitwick, would you kindly escort him to the headmaster's office? The password is Jelly Slug. As the number of attendees dwindled, Dumbledore turned to Quirrell, softly inquiring, Professor Quirrell, I did not see you earlier. Where have you been? I just woke up. Quirrell stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I came over to see what the commotion was about. Is that so? Dumbledore murmured. Glancing at Snape, Professor Snape, I noticed you arrived alongside him. Quirrell inhaled deeply, his eyes betraying concern as he looked apprehensively at Snape. Snape merely shrugged, responding tersely. We happened to cross paths. Indeed, we did, Quirrell sighed in relief. I was a bit dazed upon waking, but I feel much better now. As the professors departed, the hall was left with Dumbledore alone. He strolled toward a distant corridor where chaos reigned, with debris scattered from the rampage of a giant. Reveal the traces, he murmured, as golden smoke poured from the tip of his wand, swirling in the air. The vortex emitted a soft, rustling sound, dispersing countless golden specks. These specks coalesced into moving silhouettes, playing out scenes like a cinematic display. Dumbledore produced a pack of lemon drops, savoring them as he watched with great interest. The magical fireworks showcased Fred and George's improved skills. Could it be the assistance of Visette? Is this the special summoning spell Minerva spoke of? Quite intriguing indeed. Understanding the giant's weaknesses, the exceptionally refined levitation charm appeared to possess additional magical potency. Was this the unique quality of the unassuming? The power of the stupefy charm was formidable enough to rival that of certain Death Eaters. Realizing this, Dumbledore carefully stowed away the lemon drops, his expression turning gravely serious. This was indeed Voldemort's design. What could his purpose be? Snape's voice suddenly pierced the air as he limped toward Dumbledore. Observing Snape's condition, a flicker of guilt crossed Dumbledore's eyes. You do not look well. Should I summon Fawkes? No need, Snape interjected. Snape coldly rejected, stating that since you assert that Quirrell is a servant of the Dark Lord, it would be prudent to limit our interactions. The Phoenix Tears indeed possess the ability to heal wounds, yet my injuries heal too swiftly, rendering me even more vulnerable in the future. I apologize. Dumbledore sighed softly, inquiring about your leg. Was it injured in your encounter with Quirrell? His strength is indeed formidable. I was bitten by a three-headed dog, Snape interjected. You never mentioned that such a creature was concealed in that room. Why would such a beast not be placed in the Forbidden Forest? In truth, I did mention it during the feast at the start of the term, Dumbledore explained, for I had enchanted that room, marking the entrance with a spell. Fluffy would only act within, emerging to inflict harm solely when the door was opened. I had not anticipated that you would venture inside. Snape opened his mouth, striving to maintain an icy tone. Quirrell disguised himself skillfully, adeptly casting spells in silence, and inadvertently destroyed the door with fire, an unexpected turn of events. Dumbledore lamented. He is indeed a gifted wizard, though it is a pity. He possesses a certain talent for recklessly serving the Dark Lord. Snape remarked harshly. What did you say was the Dark Lord's objective? Dumbledore elucidated, to compel Quirrell to wield dark magic, thereby subtly stirring Voldemort's intentions. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes, as if recalling a bygone event, and his expression momentarily soured. He too desired the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Snape queried, is this the Dark Lord's intention? Or Quirrell's? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, asking what else transpired between you and Quirrell tonight. Upon hearing the voice of the philosopher, Quirrell immediately tensed, even pleading with me, willingly exposing his back and recklessly fleeing downstairs. Is this the reason for your joint appearance? Dumbledore's brow relaxed as he stroked his long silver beard. This is a fortuitous development. To seek the power of the philosopher while expressing concern for him is indeed a positive sign. Snape crossed his arms, asserting that he ought to seek treatment at St. Mungo's. Perhaps his soul has already fractured. One half may care for the philosopher, while the other is solely focused on executing commands. I would not hesitate to brew a potion to liberate him. You must maintain contact with him, endeavoring to ascertain Voldemort's current state. This is crucial for us. Or else. Snape scoffed. That is precisely why I refrained from using Phoenix Tears. I shall seek him out again tonight. Dumbledore regarded Snape with profound sincerity, expressing his gratitude. Severus, thank you. No need for that. Snape's tone was exceedingly brusque. I would do anything to vanquish the Dark Lord. It has been quite some time since I have sighed so frequently. Dumbledore self-deprecatingly remarked, shifting the subject. Let us continue to observe. Do you require my assistance? Snape remained silent, his brow furrowed as he took 2 steps forward, indicating his answer through action. Dumbledore's voice grew somber. Voldemort is stirring. This is not a favorable sign. Soon, the tracking spell provided him with the answer. The philosopher, composed of gold dust, waved his wand, casting a spell upon himself. Upon witnessing that familiar gesture, Snape's expression became peculiar. A complex spell had been innovatively conjured before me. I recalled the incantation, "Dirt begone." The wand traced a graceful S-shaped arc, and a cyclone erupted from beneath their feet, sweeping away a cloud of dust. Chapter 62, Wandless and Silent Magic. Snape elucidated, as you can see, the effect can cleanse various forms of filth, even dragon's blood. Dumbledore mused softly. When was this accomplished? Was it under your tutelage? Not at all. Snape interjected, shaking his head. The knowledge of complex magic originated from Quirrell, despite his classes being more dismal than the most dreadful potions. However, when he taught Weasley privately, he exhibited a level befitting a Ravenclaw, at least in terms of theoretical knowledge. He is but a first year, Dumbledore exclaimed. To innovate such a complex spell is remarkable. Snape abruptly reminded him, do not even think about changing targets. It is impossible for me to confront Harry Potter. Rest assured. Dumbledore chuckled softly, waving his hand in resignation. The spell, while not overly complex, was noteworthy for its creativity, artfully amalgamating the merits of 2 distinct magics. Intrigued, Dumbledore effortlessly replicated the spell following Snape's motions. He closed his eyes, attempting to grasp the essence of this magic, yet he remained perplexed as to how such a practical spell could suppress this silencing charm. Nevertheless, he knew someone with profound knowledge of the silencing charm, and he intended to consult them later. Snape, displaying signs of impatience, inquired, given that the Dark Lord has set his sights on Weasley, will you inform him of this matter? Dumbledore pondered briefly before replying. I'm contemplating how much of this information should be disclosed. Do you truly place such trust in him? Dumbledore's tone reflected surprise, as this was indeed unexpected. Snape pursed his lips, choosing silence as he limped away. Weasley, take this, Flitwick said, handing a large package of the finest Honeydukes chocolate to Weasley in the corridor. Eat up, Flitwick encouraged. You missed the Halloween feast and must be famished. Have a bit of chocolate to tide you over. The affection that Ravenclaw students held for their headmaster stemmed not only from the relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere of his charms class, but also from Flitwick's amiable nature. He was known to carry an assortment of snacks, and whenever a Ravenclaw was feeling down, he would heartily offer them a treat along with words of encouragement. According to Penelope, if one was feeling low, a visit to Flitwick's office was in order, where they could witness him waving his wand to command a plate of pastries to perform a lively jig for their amusement. The finest Honeydukes chocolate lived up to its name, surpassing the taste of chocolate frogs by several degrees, with a texture that was smoother and a flavor that was richer and more delightful. After consuming 2 pieces, Weasley felt warmth enveloping both body and spirit. Flitwick guided Weasley down a corridor that led to a grand statue at its end, depicting a gargoyle with a fierce expression. The gargoyle's expression was fierce, its wings unfurled as it crouched upon the stone pedestal, appearing so lifelike that one might expect it to spring to life at any moment. Fervivi called out the incantation. Jelly snail. Suddenly, the crouching gargoyle statue seemed to animate, stretching its form and retracting its bat-like wings with remarkable agility, leaping aside. Behind the gargoyle, a brilliant passageway was revealed, featuring a spiral staircase that ascended slowly. The sensation of riding the staircase was familiar to Visette, reminiscent of the escalators from a past life, steady, smooth, and, most importantly, requiring no effort to climb. Owing to Fervivi's amiable nature and the practicality of his spells, he was frequently sought after by students eager for guidance. As Visette had surmised, none of the professors he knew were simple folk. Each was learned and capable of effortlessly addressing his inquiries. Remember these 3 points while practicing spells: gestures, incantation tone, and relaxation. Adhering to these will yield greater results, Fervivi proclaimed with animated enthusiasm. Beginners, in particular, needed to keep these principles in mind, as both gestures and tone significantly influence the efficacy of spells, laying a solid foundation for mastering more advanced magical techniques. More advanced magical techniques? Visette blinked in curiosity and inquired, Director, could you provide an example? Such techniques include wandless and silent casting, Fervivi replied, extending 3 long fingers. Allow me to demonstrate. With a snap of his fingers, a clear stream of water erupted from his fingertips. He then raised his other hand, gently swiping his slender finger, causing the water to instantly freeze into a floral ice sculpture. handing the ice flower to Visette. Vivi smiled and explained, the water-making charm combined with the ice charm, executed through silent and wandless casting, achieves this effect. As the name suggests, silent casting allows one to execute spells without vocalization or loud incantation, effectively producing the intended magical results. Visette nodded thoughtfully, pulling out his notebook to record the information. The intricacies of silent casting were daunting. Even whispering incantations posed a challenge. In the realm of magic he was currently exploring, maintaining a varied intonation was essential for ensuring sufficient spell potency. Documenting the knowledge was beneficial, yet solidifying the foundation remained paramount. Vivi beamed with satisfaction. Rest assured, I have complete confidence in you. Both your intonation and pronunciation are exceptional. This was what Vivi appreciated most about Visette, his solid grounding and readiness to learn. Once you pass the OWL examinations and reach your 6th year, I will guide you in practicing this technique. Visette lifted his gaze and asked, Director, will wandless casting also be taught in the 6th year? Vivi shook his head, explaining that Hogwarts did not offer instruction in this skill. European wizards had long relied on wands, making the application of such techniques considerably more challenging. The absence of a wand for assistance could render magic imprecise, leading to various mishaps. I recall that in Africa, local wizards excelled in this technique. The spiral staircase guided them to a corridor, at the end of which stood an exquisitely carved wooden door. Learning is an endless journey, yet one must occasionally indulge in relaxation. It is with this consideration in mind that I have allowed you to join the Quidditch team to balance your efforts with leisure. Flitwick expressed with concern. Chapter 63, A Reunion with Fawkes. Beyond the wooden door lay a spacious, circular chamber adorned with portraits. These portraits, too, possessed the ability to move. Yet, as night had fallen, they were all entranced in slumber, their forms gently rising and falling in dreams. Upon entering, Flitwick lowered his voice considerably, for these were the portraits of the headmasters. Weasley nodded in acknowledgement, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the room. Several desks were arranged within, their surfaces cluttered with an array of uniquely crafted silverware that spun or leaped, releasing wisps of smoke. 2 rows of arched cabinets hugged the walls, one of which housed a tattered wizard hat, the sorting hat used during the sorting ceremony. As Weasley was captivated by the myriad of wonders, a melodious sound wafted down from above. He looked up to behold a magnificent crimson bird. The creature's form resembled that of a swan, trailing resplendent golden plumage, its beak and talons elongated with a deadly elegance. This was Fawkes, the companion of Professor Dumbledore, a rare and magical creature. I've seen it in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, Weasley remarked, but it is even more splendid than the illustrations. Seemingly having heard the praise, Fawkes let out a soft trill and hovered beside him. Try extending your arm. It appears to take a liking to you, Flitwick encouraged with delight. Do not worry about being unable to support it. The Phoenix is quite understanding. Following Flitwick's advice, Weasley raised his arm as if beckoning an eagle, and Fawkes promptly alighted upon it. True to Flitwick's words, the Phoenix brought no burden, instead enveloping him in warmth. This warmth evoked a familiar sensation, reminiscent of his initial arrival in this world. I remember you, Weasley whispered tenderly. Thank you for supporting me. Fawkes emitted another gentle trill, nuzzling his cheek in response. It seems you and Fawkes are already acquainted. How wonderful. Flitwick smiled. I have arranged for some refreshments to be brought to you shortly. Weasley felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, that would be quite unnecessary. Flitwick winked. It is late, and I, too, wish to savor a light repast before bedtime. It is merely an afterthought. Weasley was unaware of what Flitwick's bedtime snack entailed, but he was certain that the unexpected appearance of the items on the desk was certainly not part of a light repast. If one were to consume a hefty lamb chop and steak, complemented by 3 roasted potatoes, it would surely weigh heavily in dreams. Nevertheless, he could not resist the allure of the tantalizing aroma of meat, and thus he indulged in the evening meal. He savored the steak in small bites, sharing a morsel of treacle tart with Fawkes. This he knew from Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, as Phoenixes delight in dew, herbs, and berries. The majestic Phoenix, Fawkes, seemed to resonate well with Visette, lifting its splendid head as if inviting him to caress its neck. Placing his hand upon Fawkes's neck, Visette noted the feather's exquisite smoothness and warmth radiating more intensely. After a moment of gentle stroking, he felt a profound connection with Fawkes, which allowed him to relax and reflect on the events of the evening. However, as he pondered, a sense of melancholy washed over him, bringing to mind various past occurrences. After an indeterminate period, Dumbledore's voice broke the silence, remarking on the apparent camaraderie between Visette and Fawkes. Turning his gaze, Visette saw Dumbledore standing at the door of the office, a gentle smile gracing his face. Time appeared to have silvered Dumbledore's hair, yet it had not burdened him. He remained as vibrant as ever, his brilliant blue eyes sparkling with life. Fawkes took flight, landing gracefully in Dumbledore's embrace, nuzzling his cheek with his elegantly curved beak. Dumbledore affectionately patted Fawkes's back, prompting the phoenix to soar once more, perching on a stand by the door. Approaching the desk, Dumbledore inquired softly, "Isn't it quite marvelous to spend your first Halloween Eve at Hogwarts? I am now an ardent reader of the Counterpoint, you know." As Dumbledore offered him a lemon sherbet, Visette took the initiative to speak. "Headmaster, may I know what transpired tonight? After my arrival, the giant abandoned its original target, fixating solely on me, which is exceedingly peculiar. Additionally, the attack by the basilisk raises questions as well. According to Hagrid, the eggs originated from that very basilisk. Yet, Luna informed me that the basilisk which attacked us is quite aged and likely incapable of laying eggs. Those serpent eggs fetched me 500 galleons, a considerable sum, and I'm curious about what matters I ought not to be privy to." Having released such a torrent of words, he felt a sense of relief, the earlier gloom dissipating significantly. Dumbledore maintained his smile, suggesting that articulating one's thoughts could be quite liberating. "Indeed, that must feel much better," he nodded. "Your previous experiences have likely altered you, resulting in your youth being shadowed by numerous unfortunate events." Visette, puzzled, questioned, "Grievous mistakes?" "Precisely." Dumbledore acknowledged gently, but chose not to delve deeper into the topic. "Visette, you should continue to express yourself as you have just done." Clearing his throat, Visette said apologetically, "Life here is splendid. Yet, there are two matters I do not comprehend. It is precisely because this place is so wonderful that I wish to avoid unforeseen incidents that might tarnish its beauty. Such a simple yet profound thirst for knowledge regarding all things is a quality much admired by Ravenclaw," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Indeed, Ravenclaw is a fitting house for you. Now let us discuss the unexpected incident involving the basilisk. This matter was orchestrated by a pure-blood family, and I intervened, leading to the acquisition of those serpent eggs." He extended his hands, exuding absolute determination and confidence. "The pure-blood families dared not act further. You may rest assured in utilizing that sum of money. Are the pure-blood families targeting me?" Visette thought of Slytherin's attitude towards him. "Is it due to my status as a Muggle-born?" Chapter 64. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Not entirely. Dumbledore elucidated that being a Muggle-born signifies not only danger, but also a connection to the Muggle world. A portion of the pure-blood families still fail to comprehend that blood purity is merely an absurd consolation, and wizards will not dominate this world. Yet, in their quest to highlight the uniqueness of wizards, these families have grown exceedingly exclusive, harboring animosity towards all Muggles and those wizards born of Muggles. They have forgotten that pure-blood wizards are dwindling in number. Even within the magical realm, half-bloods, or those hailing from the Muggle world, have become the mainstream. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a sense of absurdity welled up within Visette. The notion of blood purity was indeed quite ludicrous. The so-called theory of blood purity bore a striking resemblance to the racist ideologies he had known in his past life, extending even to the so-called one-drop principle. Fortunately, at Hogwarts, the doctrine of blood purity was only prevalent within Slytherin. Perhaps this was why they maintained a rift with the other houses. Yes, a ridiculous theory. The magical world is increasingly moving away from such beliefs. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, which is why they resorted to one last frenzy. Hence, Voldemort was born. Visette found it hard to believe that Voldemort was endorsed by the pure-blood families. Their relationship was exceedingly complex. Dumbledore gently shook his head, explaining that Voldemort's unique upbringing led him to become an advocate of blood purity. When Voldemort rose to power, the pure-blood families recognized this and began to support him, hoping to safeguard their rights and status. Their ideologies aligned, allowing them to unite and grow stronger, with Voldemort becoming the name that could not be uttered, and the members of the pure-blood families transforming into Death Eaters. Visette's eyelids twitched. Was he considering my intentions? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded emphatically. Thus, the giant troll was his directive. But why? Visette furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. Was it still because I'm a Muggle-born? Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction, noting Visette's astuteness. He observed that upon learning of Voldemort's return, Visette did not display panic, but instead engaged in contemplation, swiftly arriving at conclusions. This is a rare quality, and it is one of the significant reasons he valued Visette. In Visette, he saw reflections of many individuals, not only Ariana but also himself. Since Visette had not betrayed Snape's trust, Dumbledore resolved to disclose more information. His expression grew solemn. "Visette, I must convey something to you. I hope you are mentally prepared." Sensing the change in Dumbledore's demeanor, Visette nodded gravely, "Of course. Professor Quirrell." Visette's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard. How could it possibly be him? He found it somewhat difficult to fathom that a professor, who had generously imparted knowledge to him, was somehow connected to Voldemort, even placing him in peril. Dumbledore reflected. Straying from the path is a most common occurrence. Many individuals encounter similar trials. This remark served as a comfort to Visette, yet it also seemed like a soliloquy. Visette pointed to himself and asked, "Are the turning point?" "Indeed," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "You and he are both from Ravenclaw, which is a remarkable coincidence." "Why Professor Quirrell?" Visette pondered, still laden with confusion. "If Voldemort is directing him against me, why then would he impart knowledge to me? It was from him that I learned that dark magic can evoke insidious thoughts. He even advised me to master the art of mental occlusion to counter these malign thoughts." "Precisely." Dumbledore maintained a smile. "Contradiction can indeed be a turning point. You may not have noticed, but your demeanor is distinctly unique. You afford equal respect to every professor. And this respect and sincerity is precisely what Quirrell has longed for yet found elusive." Visette furrowed his brow, still engulfed in uncertainty. "What must I do?" Dumbledore replied slowly. "Maintain this respect and sincerity. For a sensitive individual, special treatment may breed unease. Act as though you know nothing, subtly influencing him. You may continue attending Quirrell's private lessons or choose to no longer trust him." He exhaled deeply, solemnly advising, and most importantly, prioritize your safety. At that moment, Fawkes chirped softly, soaring from his perch to land beside Visette. "I certainly have not forgotten you." Dumbledore gently stroked Fawkes' feathers. "Should you find yourself in danger, you may call upon Fawkes. He will assist you." Fawkes nodded in an almost human manner, plucking a feather from his own plumage. The vivid red feather floated into Visette's palm before vanishing from sight. Visette raised his hand, glancing left and right, yet saw nothing. Only the warmth in his palm reassured him that the preceding events had indeed transpired. "Fawkes truly takes a liking to you," Dumbledore elucidated. "That is his mark. As long as you remain within the school, he can swiftly locate you. We still have some time. You may ponder this matter at your leisure. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Professor Flitwick is aware of the password to this place." Visette rose resolutely, his tone devoid of hesitation and his gaze unwavering. "I will continue attending Professor Quirrell's classes and do my utmost to change him." Dumbledore interlocked his fingers, murmuring, "Very well." He slightly lowered his head, concealing his eyes from Visette. In those clear, azure orbs, a shimmering veil seemed to form. Chapter 65. Snape's Intentions. After Visette departed the headmaster's office, the atmosphere grew somewhat desolate. Dumbledore withdrew his wand, tracing a perfect circle, incanting, Expecto Patronum. A brilliant silver light burst forth from the tip of the wand, transforming in mid-air into a resplendent phoenix. "Newt, how have you been of late?" "My student has conjured an innovative spell, the incantation being Dirt Begone. Indeed, it is a remarkably efficient and practical charm for daily life. I vaguely recall that you seem to possess a silent observer." With a subtle flick of his wand, a silver phoenix twirled gracefully before soaring out of the headmaster's office, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The brain-locking spell. After all was said and done, he let out a long sigh, weariness gradually etching itself upon his brow. I must seek him out once more, in Quirrell's office. Snape rose, looking down upon Quirrell with disdain. "Quirinus Quirrell, if you wish for more time to ponder, then use that garlic-scented brain of yours wisely. Do you truly believe that your solitary strength can aid the Dark Lord? Comparatively, I will be far more reliable than you." Quirrell gritted his teeth, maintaining a stubborn facade. "Professor Snape, I truly do not know who the Dark Lord is." "Very well," Snape retorted, curling his lip as he departed. "I shall return to seek you out." A resounding bang echoed from the door as he left. Once Snape was gone, Quirrell appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the floor. Suddenly, he sprang up like a coiled spring, clutching his head and emitting a howl akin to a wounded beast. He hastily cast a silencing charm towards the door to prevent any sound from escaping, before tearing the fabric from his head. Voldemort's grotesque visage materialized in the mirror. "You have done well," he spoke in a calm tone. "Snape is hardly a reliable ally. It was wise of you not to mention me to him." Yet Quirrell gasped. "But I do not understand. He knows many of your secrets. Is he not a Death Eater?" Voldemort hissed. "He is a traitor." Quirrell howled once more, the sensation of his head splitting intensifying threatening to render him unconscious. Quirinus, your ignorance amuses me, Voldemort sneered. Even I am aware that those truly loyal servants are largely imprisoned in Azkaban. Only those like Snape, who concoct a myriad of excuses, have enjoyed freedom for a decade. A full 10 years. They are all traitors. Of course, it is only natural for them to seek me out upon learning of my existence, wishing to atone. For I have proclaimed to them that I have achieved immortality. Is that so? Quirrell clutched his head. Then he concealed from me the actions I took tonight. Voldemort interrupted impatiently. Quirinus, I do not require your reminders. I am aware of all that transpires concerning you. Quirrell shuddered, a glimmer of profound regret flashing in his eyes. Regretting your choices? Voldemort's expression turned indulgent. I have never deceived you. Have you not mastered that dark knowledge? Was it not with my assistance that you advanced your silent casting? Retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for me, and I shall reward you further. And that silent observer, this time, it was the stupefying curse that saved his life. Therefore, continue to impart more dark magic to him. Do you understand? Quirrell trembled, hesitating, but Voldemort let out a soft hum. I am utterly dissatisfied with your performance this evening. How dare you impede the reckless fury of M.O. Ran? And just now, you cannot truly aspire to be a commendable professor, can you? How absurd. Given this, let his laughter become even more unrestrained. Endure it. Endure the wrath I unleash upon you. Kylo once again covered his head, enveloped by a swirling darkness of black and green light, where even his screams were silenced. Only his body trembled violently, akin to an epileptic fit, expressing his boundless agony. In silence, you have grasped my true name. Once I speak, I shall cease to exist. Before the bronze door of the Ravenclaw common room, confronted by the inquiry of the copper ring, Visette fell into contemplation. He had resided here for 2 months, and the copper ring always posed intriguing new questions. It is silence. Visette pondered the answer. To refrain from speech is to maintain silence, and once I speak, silence is shattered, and thus I no longer exist. Receiving affirmation from the copper ring, the eagle statue unfurled its broad wings, and the bronze door gradually creaked open. At this hour, it was already midnight, and Visette did not anticipate that quite a number of people still lingered in the common room. His dorm mates and other Quidditch players remained, seemingly awaiting his return. Penelope put away her study materials and remarked to Autumn, "Did I not say so? Nothing will happen." Anthony, unable to contain his excitement, inquired, "But that was an XXXX-level dangerous creature. Quickly, tell us how you defeated it." Everyone gathered around. Indeed, Fred and George bantered. "We still believe your words. I recall that a troll's weakness is its head. If it were me, I would use the stunning spell to attack there. A troll has high resistance to magic. Are you certain the stunning spell could incapacitate it? The troll is quite tall. Aiming for that spot is no easy feat. Perhaps one should incorporate transfiguration magic, which could restrict the troll's movements and at least ensure one's own safety. I believe potions would also be a commendable choice. The living death potion seems quite suitable, as trolls are not picky eaters and would likely consume it." Chapter 66, The Toffee Sent by Luna. Ravenclaw students possess a solid theoretical foundation and often engage in discussions akin to mere academic rhetoric, expressing their views and speculating on what should be done in practical situations. They were now partaking in similar discourse, articulating their strategies for dealing with trolls, allowing Visette to adjudicate which approach was superior. The solution to vanquishing the troll would hinge upon the efficacy of the stunning spell. The combination of the levitation charm with ancient magic, mastery of throwing, is also crucial. However, these are Visette's secrets, which he is not yet prepared to reveal. Even in the magical realm, the tale of a first-year student conquering a troll is exceedingly fantastical. The stories of the group defeating the troll seem far more plausible, satisfying the curiosity of their companions. Upon concluding this narrative, Visette felt increasingly fatigued, instinctively rubbing his eyelids. His dorm mates were equally exhausted. They exchanged good nights, even foregoing their pajamas, collapsing onto their beds, and swiftly succumbing to slumber upon their pillows. After completing his evening rituals and donning his pajamas, Visette was on the brink of slumber when a sudden noise outside the window caught his attention. Turning his head, he discovered that Sol was tapping at the glass with its beak, clutching a bulging envelope beneath its talons. "You've worked hard," Visette exclaimed, hastily inviting Sol inside the dormitory, cradling it warmly in his arms. "You could have rested for the night and come to see me tomorrow." "Who?" Sol shook its head in response. A delightful scent of herbs emanated from its feathers, the unmistakable aroma of the owl house's feed, meticulously concocted by Professor Sprout to aid owls in swiftly regaining their vigor. The foreheads of Hogwarts were extraordinary, each excelling in their respective fields with remarkable achievements. Without delay, Visette tore open the letter, revealing festive greetings from Luna and Xenophilius. Luna had even left a whimsical space adorned with a smiling face, indicating, within the sweets, there lies a little surprise from Dad. This explained the envelope's plumpness, as it contained a packet of handmade candies. Unwrapping the outer wax paper, he found glossy toffees, each uniquely shaped like airships, owls, and colorful fish. Selecting a colorful fish toffee, he placed it in his mouth, savoring the delightful flavors. The toffee presented a harmonious blend of creamy, vanilla, and caramel notes, creating an exquisite sweet experience. As he chewed, he was met with a powerful burst of a soft candy center, a mix of Godric's juice and honey. To describe it simply, it was akin to finishing a scoop of vanilla caramel ice cream and then biting into a scallion pancake drizzled with honey. This soft candy center must have been Xenophilius' surprise, as he had a penchant for brewing tea with Godric's essence. Having spent ample time at home, Visette had grown accustomed to this aromatic tea and found no aversion to the flavor of the soft candy center. In fact, it stirred fond memories, prompting a smile as he mused, "This is the taste of home." "Who?" Sol cooed softly, nuzzling against Visette's neck. "Who?" It tilted its head, gently pecking at his hand, seemingly indifferent. "I plan to submit a piece to Mr. Lovegood, so I cannot finish it quickly." Visette chuckled ruefully, rephrasing, "Could you return tomorrow afternoon to collect the letter?" "Who?" Sol readily accepted the proposal, flapping its wings and gracefully soaring out the window, disappearing into the night. Visette popped another toffee into his mouth, this time choosing not to chew, allowing the candy to melt slowly as he picked up his quill to commence writing. Whether it was the unique taste of the soft candy center or the comforting essence of home that kept him awake, he found himself surprisingly alert. 2 months could bring about significant transformations, such as a deeper understanding of magic, mastering a perilous curse, and acquiring numerous ancient magical powers. As for tonight's unexpected adventure, he intended to draw inspiration from novels he had read in his past life, crafting tales rich in drama. This was no simple task. By the time he had outlined the overall framework, the sun outside had already begun to rise. Basking in a morning sun, Visette rose and stretched lazily. A brand new day awaited. It was Friday, and the first-year Ravenclaws had no classes in the morning, allowing him the perfect opportunity for a much-needed slumber. Awakening from his nap, he found it was already noon. The midday sunlight poured onto the blue carpet, bestowing upon Visette a sensation akin to floating on clouds. Standing by the windowsill, he gazed into the distance at the forbidden forest. Now, at the cusp of late autumn and early winter, the forest remained shrouded in darkness, likely awaiting the arrival of winter, when snowflakes would adorn it in a silvery mantle. The sapling of the flying plant on the windowsill had begun to sprout, stretching towards the sun and reveling in its warm embrace. Under the guidance of Professor Sprout, the sapling thrived splendidly. Suddenly, Anthony's voice broke through. "We took care of things for you this morning." Just as Visette was about to express his gratitude, Michael interjected, "No need for thanks. When we were still asleep this morning, didn't you bring us breakfast?" Michael, ever the chatterbox, playfully teased, "With your appetite, you ought to join Hufflepuff." Anthony chimed in with a conclusion. "My suggestion is that you all go together." Visette had long grown accustomed to the playful banter among his roommates. He picked up a slice of apple pie and settled at his desk to enjoy the lively atmosphere. When his stomach was empty, sweet treats held an irresistible allure. Chapter 67, The Devil's Web. Upon leaving the Ravenclaw common room, Visette noticed something peculiar. People around him were pointing and whispering. Anthony leaned in closer, a mix of envy and admiration in his tone. "You become something of a celebrity now, having defeated a troll." "Indeed." Michael nodded. "I've heard several versions of the story today, and they seem quite different from what you recounted last night." "Several versions?" Visette wondered, curious about their accounts. He was pondering his own writings, thinking that inspiration might be gleaned from these tales. Michael turned to Chris and asked, "Do you remember what Ron and the others said?" Chris scratched his head, contemplating. "If I recall, they mentioned that the troll was rather extraordinary, much smarter than Flint, even throwing sticks as a form of attack." The mention of Flint made Visette chuckle. As a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, he was well acquainted with the other houses' teams, and Flint was indeed the captain of Slytherin. As a seasoned Quidditch enthusiast, Anthony instantly understood Visette's amusement. He burst into laughter as well. "Gryffindor and Slytherin have always had their differences. I've seen Flint a few times. He does bear a resemblance to a troll, just too short." "Are you going to let me continue?" Chris complained in mock discontent. "Of course we want to hear it," Michael urged. And then, for reasons unknown, the fallen troll was resurrected, seemingly transformed into a ghoul, intent on taking Visette down with it. In this dire moment, Visette conjured a spell that enveloped him in dark mist, successfully vanquishing the gullified troll. Vizard touched his nose, harboring a suspicion that this tale likely originated from the lips of Fred and George, perfectly aligning with Gryffindor's penchant for such narratives. Terry remarked that they adored stories of solitary heroes triumphing over adversaries, as these tales epitomize the essence of bravery. Upon entering the greenhouse, a group of Ravenclaw girls huddled together, animatedly discussing something, occasionally casting glances towards the doorway, only to reveal expressions of disappointment before chattering away once more. It was not until Vizard and his companions materialized at the entrance that the girls ceased their conversation, scrutinizing Vizard with curious eyes, stifling giggles behind their hands. Terry gestured towards them, noting that they had approached several times that morning. Had it not been for Penelope's intervention, he suspected they would have barged straight into the dormitory. Dreadful. Michael clenched his fists, wearing a look of despair. When will I ever become the subject of their conversations? Perhaps when you ace your finals? Anthony teased. If a Ravenclaw secures a top mark, the rest will be scrambling for excuses, and you'll be their savior. I wholeheartedly support that endeavor, Chris declared earnestly. Not only will the girls discuss you, but we shall also commemorate your illustrious achievements. As the class bell rang, Sprout entered the greenhouse, wand in hand, with 2 large boxes floating behind her. Children, it is time for class. One box was an ordinary wooden crate, while the other was coated in a thick layer of black paint. Let us turn to page 726 in a 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi to explore a highly perilous vine known as the Devil Snare. These plants typically thrive in dark, damp locales such as dense rainforests and fetid marshes, which serve as their breeding grounds. Remember, exercise utmost caution with the Devil Snare. It is exceedingly cunning and can even camouflage itself. With a gentle tap of her wand, she opened the ordinary wooden box, revealing a crab apple plant. A common magical herb, vibrant and easy to care for, capable of thriving even without water for a month. For demonstration, she watered the crab apple, which instantly began to sway joyfully, as if dancing. All right, please stand back. She cleared her throat, clapping her hands to garner the students' attention. I will now open the other box, which contains the Devil's Snare. Sprout retreated 5 paces, instructing the students to stand behind her before waving her wand, dimming the greenhouse to a twilight hue. The black box opened at that moment, revealing a magical plant reminiscent of the crab apple, with vibrant green tendrils swaying similarly. Appearing harmless and intriguing, Sprout aptly reminded them, this is the Devil's Snare, merely disguised as a crab apple. Please observe it closely. Transforming a tissue into a sheepdog, she guided it closer to the Devil's Snare. The students craned their necks in eager curiosity, anticipating the unfolding events. In her usual teaching demeanor, Sprout exuded a cheerful disposition. Today, Professor Sprout appeared to have transformed, her countenance grave and her tone significantly more serious. The students, influenced by her demeanor, held their breath, apprehensive of any lapse in focus. Visette, too, was on high alert, employing the Eye of Magic and the Guardian Meditation technique, prepared to scrutinize the unfolding events meticulously. The sheepdog under Sprout's command approached the Devil's Snare with increasing proximity. The Devil's Snare, seemingly as innocuous as the nearby crab cactus, exuded a calm reminiscent of the eerie stillness before tempest. 12 feet, 11 feet, 10 feet. The students silently counted the distance between the sheepdog and the Devil's Snare. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3 feet. Just as the sheepdog was less than a meter from the Devil's Snare, a shocking scene unfolded. The tendrils transformed from vibrant green to a profound dark green, resembling a frenzied mass of serpents, intertwining to form a lethal black web that ensnared the sheepdog tightly. Subsequently, the Devil's Snare began to constrict, gradually tightening its grip around the sheepdog's body, crushing it in the process. Sprout drew her wand and, with a hushed incantation, commanded, Lumos. Chapter 68, Intermediate Eye of Magic. Sprout directed the light at the tip of her wand, expanding it into a broad barrier. The students remained in a state of astonishment, momentarily taken aback by the Devil's Snare's sudden assault. Children, fortunately, our only victim is a mere tissue. Sprout regained her cheerful demeanor, symbolically waving the tissue in her hand to ease the students' tension. Once the students regained their composure, she cleared her throat and continued her lecture. Did you see? As I mentioned, the Devil's Snare is exceedingly cunning and extremely perilous. Its capacity for strangulation is formidable, even capable of inflicting effective harm on a giant. However, its weaknesses are evident. Warmth and light can repel the Devil's Snare. The fire-making charm and the Lumos spell, surely you have mastered them. If not, fear not, for we shall practice these 2 spells next. Visette's mind wandered. Perhaps this was the first time he had been distracted in class. Still constrained by the limitations of the Eye of Magic, he could not fully perceive the entire process. After a brief contemplation, he infused ancient magical energy into the eye, hoping for its further development. Much like the initial activation of the eye, the surroundings began to transform. The world before him seemed to fracture, fissures appearing, releasing a cascade of vibrant lines and color blocks. These lines and colors coalesced, molding the world into increasingly intricate patterns. As the patterns multiplied and grew denser, interweaving and stacking upon one another, he soon found them indistinguishable. In the blink of an eye, the greenhouse re-emerged before him. The students lined up, with Sprout serving as their safety guide, practicing how to confront the devil's snare. When he first activated the Eye of Magic, it felt as if he stood upon the banks of history, viewing the world from a macro perspective. Now, with the eye having further developed, his perspective shifted from the macro to the micro, transforming his way of perceiving the world. The pages of the wizard's practical guide underwent a transformation. "Visette, come here quickly," Anthony called out, turning to Visette. Visette nodded and positioned himself behind Anthony. With concern, Anthony inquired, "Have you been lost in thought for so long because of last night's encounter with the troll?" Michael leaned in, questioning, "Did you stay up so late due to the excitement of defeating the troll?" He waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with frustration. "I cannot imagine the gummy center inside is anything but sour and foul." Visette corrected him. "Actually, it has a scallion flavor, akin to the taste of Godric. Once accustomed, it's rather pleasant." Chris joined the conversation, astonished. "Is this still toffee? Your sister has such a unique palate." Visette shook his head, explaining, "It was Mr. Lovegood's idea. He wished to surprise me." Anthony mused, "It seems you have a good relationship with Mr. Lovegood. My relatives say he can be quite difficult." Visette replied earnestly, "He is an intriguing individual, deserving of respect." This sentiment was genuine. After Luna's mother passed away, Xenophilius took it upon himself to care for her. Luna's background was exceedingly ordinary, and her ability to remain cheerful and optimistic was largely due to her own remarkable wisdom, as well as Xenophilius's crucial influence. Happy individuals heal their childhoods with their youth, while the unfortunate spend their lives healing from theirs. Clearly, Xenophilius made every effort to ensure that Luna would not need a lifetime to mend her early years. "Stop it." Michael feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching his chest and adopting a pained expression. "I think the sour scent is growing stronger." A smile tugged at the corners of Visette's mouth as he gazed at the nearby Christmas cactus. They were arranged in such a way that they operated with mechanical precision, each movement affecting the entirety, rendering the cactus remarkably lively. Visette found himself captivated by the vivid scene before him. Sprout's voice broke the spell. "Mr. Lovegood, are you ready? Please take out your wand." "Visette, Visette." Michael nudged Visette's shoulder. Quickly, Visette apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor Sprout, I was daydreaming." Sprout's expression softened with concern. "You must not have slept well last night, having faced such a harrowing experience for the first time. However, I hope you will still remain alert. In certain circumstances, the dangers of the devil's snare are no less than that of a troll. Therefore, I will teach you how to wield your wand to protect yourself and respond calmly to the devil's snare." "Thank you, I will do my best." Visette nodded, gripping his wand tightly. Sprout instructed, "I will open the box. You will have a little over 10 seconds to react. Do not force yourself. You may use either the Lumos charm or the Incendio spell." She placed her hand on the box's latch, the other hand firmly grasping her wand, poised to cast a spell to repel the devil's snare. "Are you ready?" "Yes." As the box was opened, the devil's snare revealed itself, its tendrils a deep green hue, leaving Visette with a slight sense of regret for not witnessing its camouflaged form. He possessed an intuition that a second glance at the process of the devil's snare's disguise would greatly enhance his understanding of transformation magic. Sensing the presence of a living being ahead, the devil's snare immediately extended its serpentine tendrils, ensnaring Visette from all directions. A flicker of light. Visette brandished his wand, and a burst of illumination, akin to a flash grenade, erupted abruptly. Chapter 69. The Magic Circuit of the Devil's Snare and the Crabapple Plant. As the herbology class concluded, the students departed the greenhouse, their curiosity piqued. Compared to the usual watering, fertilizing, and transplanting, the hands-on experience was evidently more captivating for the students. "Professor Sprout, may I inquire how the devil's snare camouflages itself as a crabapple plant?" "You always manage to pose such unexpected questions," Professor Sprout replied with a smile. "When the devil's snare senses danger or needs to hunt, it resorts to disguise. In fact, it can conceal itself even more subtly, resembling a Virginia creeper or a common vine. However, nothing is swifter than its transformation into a crabapple plant when it strikes. After all, they could be considered a kind of magical plant. A kind of magical plant? Visette exclaimed. Is it akin to the relationship between wolves and dogs? A remarkably astute analogy. You may indeed understand it this way, Sprout commended. Their relationship can be likened to that of dogs and wolves. In ancient times, the devil's snare was a highly threatening magical plant. Wizards typically traveled in pairs for safety when venturing into swamps or rainforests. It was only later, as wizards developed more magic, that the threat of the devil's snare diminished. Subsequently, some wizards endeavored to improve the devil's snare, giving rise to the crabapple plant. It seems somewhat illogical, Visette remarked as he gazed at his notebook. How does the devil's snare mimic the crabapple plant? After all, the devil's snare existed before the crabapple plant. The appearance of the crabapple plant is merely one of the forms the devil's snare adopts, Sprout elucidated. When it is not attacking, the devil's snare's disguise is quite aesthetically pleasing. Those ancient wizards must have recognized this quality, which is why they solidified this form. Do you not agree? The crabapple plant is quite charming. Visette smiled, sensing a kinship between Professor Sprout and Hagrid, both possessing a profound affection for magical plants and extraordinary creatures. Professor Sprout withdrew her wand from her pocket. Nevertheless, the danger of the devil's snare persists. I shall now demonstrate how to make the devil's snare disguise itself as a crabapple plant. Visette organized his notebook and activated his magical eye, saying, Professor Sprout, if you please, it is our duty to address students' inquiries. Sprout waved her hand dismissively, leading Visette 5 meters away before opening the box containing the devil's snare. First, we must create a suitable environment that allows the devil's snare to feel secure. She gently waved her wand, tracing a path in the air reminiscent of the combination of C and D. A chill filled the air. A familiar magical energy field emerged, enveloping the devil's snare within it. The magical energy field brought forth a cold and damp atmosphere, causing the devil's snare to sway its tendrils gently within the confines of its embrace. Before long, the dark green hue of the devil's snare gradually faded, transforming indeed into the semblance of a Christmas cactus. Sprout continued to weave her spell, gently pressing her wand downwards, her tone steady as she recited the incantation, steadfast and unyielding. For Visette, these two spells were quite familiar, as Snape had taught them during private lessons. The incantation Celsius Frigidus serves as a preservation charm, capable of creating a magical energy field that maintains the freshness of materials through low temperatures. This spell is remarkably intricate. Visette practiced diligently for a fortnight before he could barely master it. When he showcased his progress, Snape's cheeks twitched, perhaps dissatisfied with the pace of his learning. The incantation steadfast and unyielding is a solidification charm that temporarily stabilizes the state of materials, ensuring that the magical effects contained within do not dissipate. This magic, too, was imparted by Snape, often employed when handling rare potion ingredients. During Sprout's spell-casting process, Visette, through his magical eye, witnessed the transformation of the devil's snare into a Christmas cactus. As he anticipated, this metamorphosis proved to be a source of great inspiration for him. Sprout cast a curious glance at his notes, which were adorned with a variety of sharp, intricate patterns. Although these designs appeared exquisite, she found herself unable to comprehend what Visette was attempting to illustrate. However, in the realm of magic, it is not uncommon for wizards to possess their own interpretations of spells, which may elude the understanding of others. Upon completing his notes, Visette, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired, Professor Sprout, would you kindly allow the devil's snare to revert? I wish to observe the process once more. Of course, that's no trouble at all, Sprout replied, and the tissue once again became the victim, subjected to the devil's snare's relentless tugging. Visette picked up his notebook anew, refining the original patterns while marking some subtle distinctions. Celsius Frigidus. He instinctively raised his wand, uttering the incantation to assist the devil's snare in its transformation, while continuing to embellish his drawings. Seeing Visette skillfully casting the spell, Professor Sprout exclaimed in surprise, You are proficient in this magic? Visette nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I learned this spell from Professor Snape. Sprout slapped her forehead. I completely forgot. You attend Professor Snape sessions on weekends. It is only natural that you would acquire this spell. The potion and herbology classes are closely intertwined, and she often delivered materials to Snape, which made her aware of this arrangement. Curiously, she asked, This incantation is quite complex and requires precise control of magical energy. How long did it take you to master it? 2 weeks, Visette pondered before responding. Perhaps that was too slow. Upon learning this, Snape's expression had not been particularly pleasant. 2 weeks? Sprout was momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she earnestly patted Visette on the shoulder. Do not place such immense pressure upon yourself. You are already exceedingly remarkable. I will strive to do better. Visette nodded emphatically, recognizing that he had only just begun his journey into the world of magic, and there was much more to learn. Professor Sprout, I must attend my flying class. May I inquire if you have any further lessons afterward? I would like to return later. Chapter 70. The Breakthrough of Transfiguration Magic. Observing the hurried departure of Visette, Sprout closed the dark wooden box. Remarkably, it had only taken 2 weeks. She couldn't help but exclaim how exceptional today's youth were. No wonder Headmaster Dumbledore held him in such high esteem. The thought of Snape being bested was rather amusing. She sighed softly, regretting not witnessing the scene firsthand and wondering what expression Snape had worn. Professor McGonagall's application for the approval of the flying broomstick had been granted. Although it remained a second-hand broom, it was well maintained, and the previous mishaps were no longer a concern. After repeatedly observing the camouflaging process of the devil's snare, he felt a surge of inspiration ripple through his mind, almost overflowing. In the greenhouse, Sprout was alone, conducting the final tidying before the weekend. Visette greeted her and then took out his wand, assisting with the cleanup. Sprout handed him a drink, a honey water infused with white fresh honey, a concoction unique to her that could not be found elsewhere. Visette accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. Besides its sweetness, it invigorated his senses. Is it to your liking? This year's honey is particularly splendid, Sprout declared with pride. Do you intend to observe the devil's snare further? Visette shook his head. Professor Sprout, I actually wish to borrow a Christmas cactus to practice some spells on it. Sprout nodded in agreement. Of course, that is perfectly fine. As long as you refrain from using dark magic. The Christmas cactus is quite resilient. I want to practice transfiguration, Visette added hastily. I have some insights I'd like to put into practice. Certainly, Sprout replied, drawing her wand and waving it towards a nearby location, causing the dark wooden box to float gracefully into the air. You may practice here at your own pace, she advised Visette. I need to conceal the devil's snare. It remains rather perilous. When you finish, please ensure to close the door behind you. Accio, Visette gently raised his wand, causing several pages of notes to float into the air. Not only that, but the theory of transmutation was also ready in his mind, accessible at a moment's notice. He employed the Guardian Meditation, allowing the pages to orbit around him as he approached a Christmas cactus. Sensing someone nearby, the cactus became animated, its tendrils swaying rhythmically. With the aid of the Guardian Meditation, his focus sharpened, and his thoughts flitted between the notes and the theory of transmutation. Incorporating the theory of transmutation, a light seemed to dawn in his eyes. He realized that this approach was indeed feasible. He activated his magical eye, lifting his wand, directing its tip toward the swaying Christmas cactus. Transform. As he invoked the spell, the cactus's rhythmic movements halted, its tendrils shifting from a vibrant green to a deep emerald hue. The tendrils of the Christmas cactus, agile as serpents, twisted and coiled in every direction, as if stretching its form. Suddenly, the cactus seemed to receive a command. Its unfurling emerald tendrils surged forward, enveloping Visette entirely and lifting him into the air. As the sun began to set, the two professors made their way to the greenhouse together. Sprout gazed at Professor McGonagall, her voice laced with concern. Is it truly wise to have placed the devil's snare there? At least that is what Professor Dumbledore asserted. McGonagall shrugged, a hint of resignation on her face. After all, he had shared with you the vulnerabilities of the devil's snare. Sprout sighed, still feeling a tinge of unease. After all, this was the Dark Lord we were discussing. This should not be intended for him, she added. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Consider it an additional final examination, perhaps? If that is the case, the students being tested are rather unfortunate. Sprout lamented. Even adult wizards would likely find themselves overwhelmed when faced with such a multitude of challenges. Since it is Dumbledore's judgment, we shall continue to trust in it, McGonagall asserted firmly, recalling how he had navigated Hogwarts through numerous trials over the years. I would never doubt Dumbledore, Sprout chuckled. Speaking of which, he has recently resumed his late-night work, constantly seeking my supply of the white honey. She shrugged helplessly. I had prepared a whole jar for you, but now only half remains. Your thoughtfulness is more than sufficient. After all, Dumbledore carries quite the burden, McGonagall said, unable to suppress a smile. Sprout too laughed, gazing toward the distant greenhouse, only to suddenly exclaim, Oh, by Merlin's beard, how can there still be devil's snare? This is impossible. I only brought one plant, and I had already taken it away. I even informed Weasley. Weasley? McGonagall quickly turned her attention toward the greenhouse. Indeed, through the open door, A large mass of devil-esque snare was writhing like a serpent, seemingly engaged in the act of entrapment. Without a moment to lose, McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat and dashed outside, reaching the greenhouse door in mere heartbeats. As expected, the devil-esque snare was indeed hunting. It had ensnared a student, its vines twisting and writhing as if attempting to strangle the poor soul. McGonagall felt her heartbeat falter for a moment as she caught sight of a face through the gaps in the devil-esque snare. Weasley's face. Fiendfire, she bellowed, conjuring a blazing lion from her wand, which surged into the air and lunged at the devil-esque snare. In an instant, the fiery lion found nothing but empty air, as the devil-esque snare dissipated entirely. Weasley, McGonagall's voice rang out. Is it you? At that moment, Sprout arrived, breathless and anxious. Minerva, is Weasley all right? Chapter 71. The Blossoming of Magical Understanding. I was practicing transfiguration, Weasley explained, somewhat sheepishly. I happened to witness the disguise of the devil-esque snare, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. McGonagall found herself both amused and exasperated. Practicing transfiguration? You cannot fathom how anxious Professor Sprout and I were when we saw a horde of devil-esque snare in the greenhouse. Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, I sincerely apologize for not informing you in advance. Weasley said, her head bowed, her tone somber. It is not surprising that you noticed the despondent tone of Visette. Professor McGonagall, unable to suppress her concern, pressed her lips together. It is our anxiety that causes disarray. Intentionally shifting the topic to avoid dwelling on the earlier incident, she inquired, so, you can transform the Christmas cactus into a devil snare? Is that correct? He eagerly raised his wand and cast a spell towards the distant cactus, exclaiming, Vine shaping. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, the once gently swaying cactus underwent a transformation, adopting a deep, enigmatic green hue, twisting and writhing like a devil snare. Before lunging towards Visette, Professor McGonagall and her colleagues instinctively drew their wands, yet they were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. The devil's snare coiled around Visette's feet, forming a platform of vines that lifted him into the air. He raised his wand high, conducting the scene like a maestro leading an orchestra. Under his command, the vines climbed up his body, enveloping him in an impenetrable armor of foliage. With a gentle flick of the hand that held the wand, the vine armor transformed once more, converging into a conical shape that shot forward with a resounding explosion. Minerva McGonagall leaned closer to Professor Sprout, asking, Will you be teaching this to the first-year students? Certainly not, Professor McGonagall replied, her usual stern demeanor softened by excitement, her cheeks flushed. This is entirely his own discovery. My only advice was to borrow transfiguration theory from Madame Pants, and who would have thought he could achieve such a feat? As the professor of transfiguration, she understood better than Sprout the astonishing nature of Visette's magic at that moment. Hogwarts offered a plethora of magical disciplines, among which transfiguration was the most rigorous. In her transfiguration classes, Professor McGonagall followed a progressive approach, guiding students from simple to complex, gradually unveiling the intricacies of the art. For instance, first-year students might successfully transform a match into a needle or a piece of iron into a file, even converting a feather into a fan. Mastering the transfiguration of small objects was commendable. This constituted the foundational study of same-species transfiguration, primarily focusing on transformations among inanimate objects. As students advanced, they were tasked with learning how to employ magic to facilitate transformations among living beings. By the fourth year, they would acquire these advanced techniques, though without delving into the transfiguration of magical creatures. The magic Visette was currently performing was not only a high-level same-species transformation, but also involved the intertransformation of magical creatures. Magical beings inherently possessed a degree of magical resistance. Thus, for a first-year wizard to attempt transfiguration on a magical creature seemed utterly far-fetched. Moreover, Visette had no guidance. Relying solely on his observations of the Christmas cactus and the devil's snare, along with his understanding of transfiguration theory, he was truly a self-taught prodigy. Professor McGonagall could hardly fathom that such an improbable feat had transpired before her eyes, and even more astonishingly, that it was a feat of an even greater magnitude. Furthermore, based on Visette's recent utterances, Professor McGonagall had ample reason to believe that his grasp of magic had begun to blossom. This is an ancient concept of magic, one that cannot be inspired by others, but must be constructed through one's own efforts. Only by possessing a personal understanding of magic can one traverse further along the path of sorcery and experience the deeper mysteries it offers. The earlier one allows their comprehension of magic to germinate, the more likely they are to leave a name in the annals of magical history. For instance, The dual champion Albertata Sorrel, the giant hunter Gifford Alden, and the sea serpent slayer Gramorpox. Visette once again waved his wand, causing the devil's snare to gradually contract, reverting to its previous form as a crabapple plant. He landed on the ground and, pointing at the crabapple plant with excitement, exclaimed Professor McGonagall, "This is the transfiguration technique I have grasped. Truly remarkable." Sprout responded with a beaming smile, enthusiastically applauding. Professor McGonagall focused her attention on the crabapple plant, which remained unchanged. Sprout, puzzled, inquired, "Minerva, what do you mean by the crabapple plant not changing?" Having devoted herself to herbology over the years, she could not immediately comprehend the deeper meaning behind McGonagall's words. Indeed, Visette nodded fervently, pride swelling within him. "The essence remains unchanged. I merely applied magic beyond its essence." He gazed at the gently swaying crabapple plant in the distance, striving to find precise vocabulary to articulate all he had done. It was akin to a person donning a different garment. Though they remain the same individual, the new attire alters others' perceptions of them. "Visette, I comprehend your point." Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her tone. "You are undoubtedly the most gifted student I have ever encountered." Visette's cheeks flushed as he stammered. "There is still much I wish to learn, and Professor Sprout is willing to assist me. Moreover, I am fortunate enough to have learned about the devil's snare today, along with its connection to the crabapple plant." "Indeed," McGonagall nodded, responding with a sense of wonder. "You are indeed fortunate. Talent is something one can encounter but not seek." Visette's assertion of his fortune holds no flaw. However, the ability to harness that fortune and continually strive for improvement is what truly sets Visette apart. After a busy day, his stomach began to rumble incessantly. Yet in the next moment, he felt the world spinning around him, as if the two professors before him were also revolving. Visette did not have time to ponder. He simply collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, he heard the startled exclamations of Professors McGonagall and Sprout, followed by the sensation of landing on a soft cushion. Chapter 72, A Weekend in the School Hospital. When Visette regained consciousness, he found himself in the school hospital. The air was devoid of the antiseptic odor typical of hospitals in his previous life. Instead, it was filled with a unique blend of various herbs. A hint of lavender lingered in the air. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the sheets. It was a bright and sunny day. The school hospital? He recalled that when he fainted, the sun had just set, yet now it was bathed in the afternoon light. This implies that he had lain in the school infirmary for nearly an entire day. Professor Quirrell's lectures. Visette struggled to rise. It was gently restrained by an invisible force. "Child, you are awake." A weathered feminine visage suddenly appeared before him. It was Madame Pomfrey, who helped Visette to sit up and brought forth a cup emitting a silvery mist. "Are you still experiencing headaches? Drink this." Visette pressed his hand to his forehead. Upon rising, the dull ache had intensified. He nodded slightly and managed to utter, "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. To think you ended up here due to mental overexertion." She chided gently. "Fifth and seventh graders may do so, and I suppose that's tolerable, but you are but a first year. As a Ravenclaw, are you placing too much pressure on yourself? It would be wise to relax a bit. After all, you will be here for 7 years. Did we not meet recently? I had advised you then against using the bewitching brain potion. Surely you haven't resorted to it? One must not develop a dependence." "Of course not," Visette replied with a hint of exasperation, raising the cup to his lips. "I will be cautious. This was merely an accident." The potion itself bore no flavor, but rather a viscous texture reminiscent of porridge. Following this, a wave of lavender fragrance enveloped him, as granules slowly slipped down his throat. "All right, you should lie back down and rest," Madame Pomfrey instructed. The potion's effects were rapid, within 3 seconds of ingestion, as he reclined once more. The oppressive pain began to dissipate. Soon thereafter, drowsiness overcame him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, the same bright sunlight greeted him. A quick mental calculation suggested that 2 days had likely passed. Not only had he missed Professor Quirrell's lectures, but also those of Professor Snape. The thought left him feeling somewhat unsettled. He yearned to know Professor Quirrell's condition, while simultaneously regretting the knowledge he was missing from both professors. The first to visit was his roommate, surrounded by a throng of inquiries directed at Madame Pomfrey, keen to discover if his hospitalization was a consequence of battling a troll, and whether any lingering effects had ensued. Following them were Penelope and members of the Quidditch team, having learned from the example set by the roommates. They spoke little before being ushered out of the infirmary. Harry and the others also arrived, but under Madame Pomfrey's authoritative gaze, they could only mutter a few hushed greetings. Ron remarked, "George told me that you were hit by the troll. which is why you have a headache, right? Visette rubbed his temples, finally understanding why his roommates had been so anxious and persistent with Madame Pomfrey. Hermione, her face flushed, said, "Thank you for speaking up for me. Without you, I would never have become friends with Ron and Harry." Just as Harry prepared to say something, he was interrupted by Madame Pomfrey. "You may leave now." Harry bravely protested, "But I haven't said a word." Madame Pomfrey raised her eyebrows, asserting that the patient required rest, having already spoken a sentence. Indeed, 3 in total. At Harry's exclamation, the trio was ushered out of the hospital wing. Weasley had a modest meal, primarily consisting of pumpkin porridge and stew. On the table lay several oiled paper packets containing sweets, cakes, biscuits, and jerky, along with a silver dish emitting a cloud of white vapor scented with lavender. Madame Pomfrey remarked that the snacks were provided by the new Hufflepuff students, suggesting that he was quite well liked. The silver dish, a gift from Professor Quirrell, was meant to alleviate headaches when lit. Professor Snape had inspected it earlier, adding a touch of lavender oil before permitting its use. Upon mention of Snape, he appeared almost immediately, silently entering the hospital wing, cradling a potion that exuded a silvery mist, the very potion Weasley had consumed the day prior. Weasley noticed something peculiar about Snape's gait, but did not have the opportunity to scrutinize it further. Before departing, Snape cast a glance at Weasley, curling his lip slightly in dismissal. Weasley, pondering, reached for a nearby table to retrieve his notebook. "Shall we take a moment to rest?" Madame Pomfrey suggested with a hint of exasperation. "Your diligence surpasses that of most Ravenclaws I have encountered." "I apologize, Madame Pomfrey, but I must jot down the ingredients of this potion," Weasley replied, taking a small sip from the potion. The aroma was undoubtedly lavender, yet he could not discern whether it was a tincture or an essential oil. A second sip confirmed it must be a tincture. The alcohol had evaporated during the brewing process, leaving a grainy texture reminiscent of moonstone powder. What about the viscous consistency? Perhaps a blend of moonflower nectar and wormwood infusion, with a hint of sweetness. Employing the techniques Professor Snape had imparted, he endeavored to deduce the precise formulation of the potion. As the potion in the measuring cup dwindled, Weasley's eyelids grew heavier, and he forced himself to complete the final notation before finally succumbing to slumber. Witnessing this, Madame Pomfrey felt a pang of sympathy. After securing the hospital wing's entrance, she promptly made her way to Professor Snape's office. Upon seeing her, Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there an issue with the potion?" "That's impossible. Are you perhaps placing too much pressure on that child?" Upon your departure, he immediately began taking notes. Madame Pomfrey retorted, "Taking notes? What notes?" Snape appeared perplexed. "Then why do you seek me?" Madame Pomfrey crossed her arms, asserting that he was experimenting with the potion while calculating its ingredients. Was this not an assignment you had given him? Calculating the ingredients? Snape's eyelid twitched. "So what? It is his duty as a student. But he is currently a patient." Madame Pomfrey, generally gentle, was unwavering when it came to patient care. "Then I shall continue crafting the potion until he is well," Snape replied flatly. After dismissing Madame Pomfrey, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head slightly, "That boy." Chapter 73. Ancient Magic, Self-Transformation, Devil's Web Form. In a dimly lit, unknown storeroom, Dumbledore navigated through an array of clutter. He ventured to the deepest recesses of the room and uncovered a colossal object shrouded in a gray cloth. With a vigorous motion, he pulled away the fabric, sending dust swirling through the air. As the grime retreated, Dumbledore waved his wand, causing not only the dust to vanish, but also restoring the gray cloth to its original pristine white. Such a useful spell. He smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward the object beneath the cloth. It was an imposing mirror, standing at least 2 meters tall, nearly brushing the ceiling. Inscribed at its pinnacle in elegant cursive were the words, "Eristra eru oit ube cafru oit onwosi." The exquisite serpentine carvings formed a golden frame, with 2 coiled serpent statues supporting the base, ensuring the mirror stood steadfast. He lingered in place for a long while, hesitant to step before the grand mirror, instead caressing the ornate carvings, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Behind him, a brilliant light materialized, revealing a silvery, horse-like creature that drifted toward the enormous mirror. Dumbledore glanced at the guardian of the creature and inquired softly, "Newt, do you have any news?" The creature hovered in midair, speaking in a venerable tone. "Headmaster Dumbledore, your memory serves you well. I did indeed preserve a silent one. If I am not mistaken, it has likely been taken by Gellert Grindelwald. Thus I am unable to assist you." With those words, the creature seemed to dissolve into the air, vanishing in a ripple. "So, it is..." Dumbledore's gaze flickered as he watched the silvery ripples dissipate. 1,000 unspoken words transformed into a long sigh. Wizard awoke in the evening, The dull ache in his head completely vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of two remarkably similar boys before him. Fred grinned and asked, "How does our dear materials consultant feel?" Visette smiled and replied, "I would feel better if you stopped spreading rumors about me." "Indeed." Fred nodded in agreement, stating that since you can still joke, it means you must be on the mend, correct? It should still be the weekend, right? Visette shook his head, producing a series of cracking sound from his neck. "Yes." George lamented, in a tone tinged with regret, such a splendid weekend wasted in the infirmary. Occasionally, a nap like this is quite refreshing. Visette stretched lazily in bed, recalling Professor Flitwick's advice about balancing work and rest. Fred stroked his chin, nodding in agreement, finding your words particularly persuasive. Just then, faint footsteps were heard nearby. Fred and George immediately became alert, waving to Visette. "We must be off. Hopefully, we will see you in the Great Hall tomorrow." "I hope so, too." Visette waved back at them, bidding farewell. Fred and George possessed an acute intuition, and the footsteps they heard belonged to Madame Pomfrey, who patrolled the premises. Once assured that she would not be disturbed, she relaxed and departed from the infirmary, taking care to lock the door behind her. With Madame Pomfrey's absence confirmed, Visette opened his eyes and employed his magical eye to scrutinize the surroundings of the infirmary. The fluorescent glimmers confirmed his expectations. This place was imbued with abundant ancient magical power. Typically, gaining access to the infirmary was no simple task. Madame Pomfrey usually addressed any issues outside, believing that only the ailing should enter. He meticulously scanned the map in his mind until every relevant area was illuminated before halting to collect the entirety of the ancient magical energy. Visette initiated the enhancement spell once more, contemplating the transformation magic of the crab claw plant, deeming it worthy of the ancient magical power. He was eager to discover what characteristics the ancient magic would bestow upon the transmutation spell if it were to be improved. Hesitation was not in Visette's nature. He swiftly acted, channeling all the ancient magical energy he had just acquired into the transmutation spell. The wizard's practical guide began to turn its pages. Unlike before, he drew insights from a page yet to be turned, gaining an understanding of the transmutation magic. These insights were profound, and he could only grasp a fragment of their meaning with the aid of the theory of transmutation. Time passed unmeasured until the page was finally turned, revealing a new spell. Ancient magic, self-molding, devil snare form guide, ancient magic to perform transmutation, transforming fingers into the devil snare. Armed with a newfound understanding, he refrained from using a wand and directly extended his hand. Vine shaping, his fingers became enveloped in a silvery blue radiance. A tingling sensation coursing from his fingertips throughout his body. Under the spell's influence, his elongated fingers seemed to soften within, a wondrous feeling overtaking him as his will appeared to transform into his hand, while his actual hand felt like malleable clay. Guiding the magic, his fingers swiftly morphed into dark green tendrils adorned with distinctive botanical patterns. Nox. Visette not only extinguished the light at the tip of his wand, but also closed his eyes, moving through the infirmary. He walked with remarkable steadiness, effortlessly avoiding beds and cabinets, as if he had foreknowledge of their positions. This was an extraordinary experience. Despite his closed eyes and the surrounding darkness, he could perceive everything through his transformed fingers. As a magical plant thriving in damp, shadowy environments, the devil's snare possessed a keen sensitivity to darkness. By adopting the devil's snare form, Visette had likewise gained a corresponding sense. Suddenly, he recalled the animagus, realizing that one who employed this transmutation magic might also acquire the abilities of the respective animal. At that moment, he sensed an illumination ahead, as a burst of flame materialized before him. Chapter 74. The Visit from Dumbledore. Warmth and light are the arch-enemies of the devil's snare. Visette felt the wilting of the devil's snare in his hands and immediately opened his eyes. As expected, the tendrils of the devil's snare formed from his fingers, coiled up like clusters of metallic maple leaves, causing even its accompanying sensory abilities to dissipate entirely. As the flames subsided, the lights of the school infirmary suddenly illuminated. Dumbledore spoke softly, an exceptionally perfect transfiguration spell. Achieving such a level is indeed rare. He donned a loose, green cloak adorned with golden buttons, each bearing the Hogwarts crest. Visette blinked, pondering that Dumbledore's attire seemed never to repeat itself, in stark contrast to Professor McGonagall's fondness for emerald robes and Professor Snape's penchant for dark attire. "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore," Visette said somewhat awkwardly, restoring his hands to their original state. "Are you feeling better?" Dumbledore inquired with concern. "I believe Professor Snape's potion, despite its unpleasant taste, is quite effective." Dumbledore mused, almost as if in a dialogue with himself. Was the flavor acceptable? Perhaps next time I could ask him to add a bit of sugar. He did not dwell on the matter and continued. I have heard from Professor McGonagall that you possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration, capable of executing advanced same-species transformations. Yet, it seems you have not only accomplished advanced same-species transformations, but also achieved human transfiguration. To be candid, this transcends mere talent. Visette felt his ears flush and waved his hand dismissively. Headmaster Dumbledore, there is still much for me to learn. This instance was primarily due to a sudden inspiration, coupled with that book, The Theory of Transmutation, which fortuitously enabled the transformation of the crab claw into the devil's snare. The Theory of Transmutation? Dumbledore stroked his beard. Is that the one you borrowed from the library? Yes, it even has your annotations. Visette recalled Dumbledore's comments and notes in The Theory of Transmutation and couldn't help but chuckle. Are the notes genuine? Indeed, Dumbledore chuckled as well, Mrs. Pants possesses a unique passion for the care of books. The two exchanged smiles, and Visette felt considerably more at ease than before. Dumbledore regarded Visette with a casual tone. The first half of the school year is nearly over. Which subject do you find most intriguing? They are all quite interesting, Visette replied instinctively. Perhaps because this is my first exposure to the magical world? A commendable quality to approach knowledge with impartiality, Dumbledore remarked gently. You are not mistaken. This is indeed the starting point for English wizards encountering magic. Each course here holds significant meaning, and we hope students can derive joy from them and discover the subjects that captivate their interest the most. We aspire for students during their 7 years at Hogwarts to follow their souls, establish their understanding of magic, and find the path that best suits them. Soul? Understanding of magic? Visette furrowed his brow, faintly sensing the weight of these two terms. You remain quite perceptive. Dumbledore smiled contentedly. Although mastering various forms of magical arts allows one to thrive in the magical realm, possessing a personal understanding of magic and recognizing one's own path signifies a true initiation into the magical journey. Most wizards who aspire to achieve this often find themselves well past the age of 40. Now, I shall reveal to you some profoundly advanced concepts. He blinked, noticing that Visette skillfully produced a notebook. These insights pertain to my perspective on the soul, so there is no need for you to take notes. Let us converse as if we are simply having a casual chat. Visette nodded, and drawing from his experiences at Luna's home and his time at Hogwarts, he finally articulated a single word, soul. Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a smile, seemingly transforming the hospital wing into a classroom. Each wizard possesses a unique soul, as I have mentioned numerous times. Thus, I shall refrain from awarding points to Ravenclaw. The souls of wizards vary greatly, which in turn influences the types of magic they excel in. For instance, Professor Flitwick's aptitude for charms is noteworthy. Did you know he was once a dueling champion? A dueling champion? Visette's eyes widened. Although he was unfamiliar with the significance of that title, he sensed it must be quite impressive. The earlier one establishes their understanding of magic, the sooner they grasp what their soul requires, much like Professor Flitwick. This includes Professors Sprout, McGonagall, and Snape. They all possess their own interpretations of magic, which enables them to wield their talents more effectively. Some wizards may excel in disarming spells, oblivion charms, or wandless magic. The soul is a wondrous phenomenon. For every wizard, there exists a corresponding soul, and for every soul, a unique talent. Akin to the myriad flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, each offering a novel experience. This is an ineffable process. Professors can only serve as guides, inspiring you to perceive your soul and construct your own understanding of magic. Visette tentatively inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, do you think my soul leans towards transfiguration? Silently, Visette placed his hand upon his chest. Shouldn't I possess a greater affinity for the dark arts? Is that not the case? Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, countered, there are no stipulations dictating that a soul may only harbor a single preference. The soul is a complex and even mutable entity. One may possess talent in disarming spells while also mastering the formidable Patronus charm. Anything is possible. Visette, wizards can create miracles. Remember this. Silently, a particular magic is a form of dark power, yet transcends mere dark magic. As he spoke, he drew his wand and waved it gently. A wisp of black mist emanated from the tip of his wand, sometimes transforming into a cloud-like shape, other times coalescing into a black cone. Chapter 75, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's Notes. His voice was low. The dark magic held immense malleability, yet was also extremely uncontrollable. Most individuals' understanding of this dark magic often remains fixated on its uncontrollable nature, neglecting the fact that its transfiguration talent can harness such vast power, Its ability to shrink and expand at will is a testament to this very aspect. Visette nodded in a daze, unable to comprehend this portion of the conversation. He was acutely aware of Dumbledore's unparalleled mastery in the realm of transfiguration. The book Theory of Transfiguration would be a daunting task to peruse without the illuminating annotations provided by Dumbledore. Thus, merely engaging in conversation, Dumbledore smiled gently, sharing, "This is my interpretation, rooted in my knowledge, experiences, and the myriad events of the past. Unlike you, my friend, you possess a unique and extraordinary gift that enables you to grasp the intricacies of magic with remarkable efficiency." A unique gift? Visette pressed his lips together, somewhat bewildered. "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed, nodding. "Your eyes of magic. This is an exceedingly ancient and rare endowment." Visette's eyelids fluttered. "Did Mr. Ollivander speak of this to you?" "Yes. He sought to keep this secret airtight, hence my involvement." Dumbledore extended his arm, rolling up his sleeve. As he clenched his fist, 3 chain-like threads gradually materialized upon his arm, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to fireworks. Tentatively, Visette inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, is this a magical contract?" "Indeed." Dumbledore smiled appreciatively. "Your breadth of reading is commendable. This is an unbreakable vow, a profoundly potent magical contract." "An unbreakable vow?" Visette murmured, echoing the phrase. Although he deduced from the need for secrecy that Dumbledore had forged a magical contract, the specifics of its function eluded him. Embracing a learning attitude of asking when in doubt, he questioned, "So, this magical contract cannot be broken?" "In a sense, that is indeed the case," Dumbledore nodded. "Should the vow be breached, the violator shall meet their demise." Visette gasped, realizing the perilous nature of such a contract. "But it is also sufficiently secure." "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I inquire why you chose to establish such a dangerous magical contract?" "Ollivander holds your gift in great esteem, which is the paramount reason," Dumbledore elucidated. "I was equally taken aback when he revealed this to me. To safeguard this secret from being uncovered by others, he entered into a contract with me. The terms are quite straightforward. We must not disclose anything regarding your eyes of magic to a wider audience." Visette felt deeply moved by Mr. Ollivander's actions, despite having only met him once. Dumbledore observed the subtle shift in Visette's emotions with keen perception. The crafting of wands is not an instantaneous endeavor. It is akin to an extension of alchemy. It necessitates a wealth of knowledge as its foundation for one to master the art of wand-making effectively. You should endeavor to relax and savor the life within the magical realm. If you find yourself in the school hospital for similar reasons again, Madame Pomfrey may very well take issue with me. Visette contemplated the theory of deformation and transformation, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded. "I was just reflecting. Mr. Ollivander has imparted similar wisdom to me." "Enough pondering." Dumbledore gently patted Visette on the shoulder, producing 2 lemon sherbets from his pocket. He handed one to Visette while unwrapping the other for himself. "The reason I share this with you is that your eyes possess a remarkable quality, which prompted me to think of something that might suit you perfectly." He reached into his pocket and retrieved a well-worn notebook adorned with a distinctive symbol, a circle embedded within a triangle, with a straight line piercing through the apex of the triangle, intersecting the circle's center. Visette accepted the notebook, its cover bearing not only the emblem, but also 2 signatures, Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. As he traced the symbol with his fingers, he couldn't help but inquire, "Is this the notebook shared by Gellert Grindelwald and yourself?" "Indeed, it is my secret, and I hope you will keep it safe," Dumbledore replied, winking generously. Visette cleared his throat, attempting to steady the tumult of emotions within him. The bond between Grindelwald and Dumbledore was extraordinary. This was evident from Fantastic Beasts. However, Visette had not anticipated that they once shared a notebook, likely engaging in some form of magical research. Dumbledore gazed at the notebook with a hint of nostalgia. Grindelwald's eyes were remarkable, though not quite on par with the eye of Agamotto. They were nonetheless an unusual gift. He possessed a rare visionary ability, allowing him to foresee the impending actions of adversarial wizards with striking accuracy. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I interpret this to mean that this notebook could assist me in developing the capabilities of the Eye of Agamotto?" Visette's breath quickened with anticipation. "It cannot be said to aid in development," Dumbledore replied, gently shaking his head. "Rather, I see it as a reference, for the Eye of Agamotto is exceedingly rare. We have documented all relevant theoretical knowledge within." He patted the notebook, noting that it contained various magical traces, all preserved meticulously. "Isn't it too precious?" Visette expressed his concern. "And how should I conceal the names inscribed within?" "Fear not, my dear boy." Dumbledore spoke in a soothing tone. "I shall provide you with additional protection." Moments later, He closed the notebook and returned it to Visette. Upon receiving it, a warm sensation enveloped Visette's palm, and the notebook became immersed in a soft glow. Chapter 76, The Injured Snidget. Within the radiance, the notebook appeared to come alive, slithering like a serpent up Visette's wrist. As the light faded, a silver bracelet adorned his wrist. Visette examined the bracelet closely. Its surface was intricately embossed with a phoenix, the slightly tarnished silver exuding an ancient charm, imbued with an air of distinction. Headmaster Dumbledore, this is... You may try turning your wrist and uttering open to it. Visette immediately complied, and in the blink of an eye, the silver bracelet transformed back into a notebook, resting quietly in the palm of his hand. Remarkable! Visette exclaimed in wonder. Professor Dumbledore, might I inquire if this is also a form of transfiguration? Dumbledore smiled warmly and waved his hand, explaining that, aside from transfiguration, it also involves some fundamental alchemical techniques, a result of his youthful studies alongside the bracelet's creator. He pointed to the notebook and continued, I have documented the method of crafting this bracelet within its pages. I presume you would find it intriguing? With a grin, Dumbledore added, I've detailed everything from the initial stages to the final form. You can consider it supplementary reading for your leisurely study. As a new week commenced, Hogwarts had seamlessly transitioned into winter overnight. The air turned frigid, accompanied by a flurry of snowfall. The once dreary mountains surrounding the school were now cloaked in a desolate white. When sunlight kissed the snow-laden peaks, they transformed, radiating warmth akin to the gentle sheen of jade. The lake adjacent to the castle had frozen over with a thick layer of ice, as clear and hard as tempered glass, reflecting an enchanting underwater realm. Discussions regarding the troll had yet to abate, especially after the students learned that Visette had been sent to the hospital wing by Professor McGonagall. The fervor of their conversations only intensified. To them, such a narrative was only logical. Otherwise, it was hard to fathom how a first-year student could confront a troll. Perhaps if the feat of vanquishing the troll had been achieved by Harry, it would have elicited less scrutiny. After all, Harry was not merely known as the boy who lived. Many regarded him as a savior who had defeated Voldemort at the tender age of 1. Conquering a troll seemed entirely plausible. Several curious students even followed Visette to the library, where they neither spoke nor read, but merely stared intently at him, to the point that Visette felt a shiver run down his spine, with no intention of relenting. Disturbed, Visette felt compelled to seek alternative places for study. The Ravenclaw common room was indeed a splendid locale. However, it was often crowded, as others shared the same sentiment. The dormitory was also suitable for study, though he occasionally needed to practice certain spells, and, to avoid drawing attention, he could not linger there too frequently. Fred and George's secret hideout was discreet, yet the confined space often led to unexpected incidents during their prank prop experiments. After much contemplation, Visette ultimately discovered a delightful refuge, Hagrid's hut. The fireplace crackled with burning wood, filling the room with a cozy warmth. Once familiar, Fawn would lie before Visette, inviting him to scratch his belly. Despite Hagrid's rugged exterior, he possessed a fondness for crafting small trinkets. He would sit alone in his chair, whittling wood with a small knife to create flutes. To Visette, witnessing a giant over 3 meters tall skillfully carving a flute was as intricate as threading a needle for embroidery, showcasing an extraordinary talent. In a few days, things should improve, and they likely will not pursue you with such fervor, Hagrid reassured as he whittled away at a piece of wood, especially with the Quidditch match approaching. I heard from Harry and the others that you are the seeker for Ravenclaw, which is truly remarkable. Once the Quidditch games commence, their attention should shift to the competition. Visette nodded in agreement, expressing, I share the same sentiment. The matter regarding the troll has only been a novelty these past few days. Arsenal had already informed him of the match schedule. Mid-November would see Gryffindor face Slytherin, and there would be another match before the Christmas holidays, featuring Ravenclaw against Hufflepuff. Hagrid set down the small knife and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Would you care for some tea? Perhaps some of my freshly baked rock cakes? They're piping hot and will be out of the oven shortly. Visette gently waved his hand. Just the tea will suffice. I had a hearty meal at noon. Hagrid possessed an extraordinary talent for cooking, able to amplify the unique attributes of food to their utmost potential. Take, for instance, his rock cakes. In terms of their solidity, Hagrid had truly excelled, as the biscuits he baked were remarkably hard, rivaling genuine stone. As Hagrid rose to boil water, a faint pop resonated through the room. A bird, plump and the size of a rooster, with fluffy feathers, appeared before the fireplace. Its plumage was resplendent, yet a striking wound near its wing oozed a mixture of greenish fluid. This creature resembled the dodo, or rather, it could be said that the snidget was the dodo of this world, and according to Muggle records, the Snidget was indeed extinct. However, only wizards within the magical realm knew that the Snidget had not vanished. It had merely concealed itself, driven to seclusion by Muggle disturbances. The Snidget, being a magical creature, possessed remarkable abilities, enabling it to vanish suddenly and reappear elsewhere. This ability was akin to a wizard's apparition, albeit more discreet and unhindered by ordinary counterspells. "Barry, how did you come to be injured?" Hagrid exclaimed in a flurry, hastily placing the kettle down, spilling water into the fireplace, which erupted into steaming clouds. He quickly cradled the Snidget, placing it on the table for a thorough examination. "You are wounded and have toxins within you. It appears you will need to recuperate here for a few days." As he spoke, he moved towards the wall to retrieve a unicorn hair bandage, preparing to tend to the Snidget's wounds. Observing this, Visette stood up and offered, "Hagrid, may I give it a try? If magic proves effective, we may not need that bandage." Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. "Have you mastered healing magic so swiftly?" Visette nodded gently. "I've learned a little. Since you are so eager, let us see what you can do." Hagrid agreed, bringing the Snidget closer to Visette. Chapter 77. The Attack of the Eight-Legged Giant Spider. Visette did not immediately conjure a healing spell. Rather, he utilized the techniques learned from Snape's private lessons to first assess the categorization of the toxins within the Snidget. Lumos. The tip of the wand emitted a radiant glow, warm and gentle like the sun, rather than harsh and blinding. This was a spell he had learned from Snape, a variant of the magical illumination charm, employed to ascertain whether the materials contained dark magic. The bowtruckle emitted a pained screech, its flesh around the wounded wing quivering incessantly. Hagrid hastily rummaged through his pocket, pulling out some rations, tenderly feeding them to the bowtruckle while softly murmuring, There, don't be afraid. It will be all right soon." Under the light's embrace, the trembling flesh exuded wisps of black mist, unmistakable signs of dark magic. "Nox." Visette scattered the light, inquiring, "Hagrid, are there many dark magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, quite a few. Otherwise, Hogwarts would explicitly state that entering the Forbidden Forest would breach school regulations." This scenario recurred every winter, as the activity of ordinary animals dwindled. The more ferocious magical creatures became desperate for sustenance. In the midst of his explanation, 2 more bowtruckles appeared, their condition equally dire, with their wounds oozing a greenish liquid. Hagrid's gaze flickered with concern, his expression clouded with gravity and worry. He set down the bowtruckle in his arms and strode purposefully toward the wall, retrieving the umbrella, leather jacket, and crossbow that hung there. Once properly attired, he produced a small pouch of rations from his pocket and placed it in Visette's hands. "I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest to see if any more bowtruckles are coming. Feed them this, and they shall no longer fear you." Hagrid hurriedly departed, leaving Visette and Yaya in the cottage. Yaya swiftly positioned herself by the window, wagging her tail as she watched Hagrid disappear into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Several bowtruckles arrived at Hagrid's cottage, appearing quite shaken. Fortunately, the rations left by Hagrid gradually calmed them. Visette exhaled softly, employing his knowledge of material treatment to begin tending to the wounds. Initially, the bowtruckle quivered in his embrace, but once the venom was extracted, it ceased to tremble. With the toxin removed, the bowtruckle's spirit began to revive. Wingardium Leviosa. Visette gazed in fascination at the floating venom, its appearance oddly familiar. Had he encountered it before? Activating his magical eye, he discerned clues within the symbols revealed by the venom. Could it truly be the venom of an acromantula? Were such magical creatures present in the Forbidden Forest? The acromantula is classified as XXXXX in danger level, typically residing in tropical rainforests, particularly deep within the jungles of Borneo, where they thrive in abundance. Hogwarts is situated in the Scottish Highlands, and the cold must pose a significant challenge for the acromantula to survive the harsh winter. It is no wonder they would begin hunting magical creatures. However, they had chosen the wrong target. The bowtruckle's agility rendered it an elusive quarry, making their efforts rather futile. According to the descriptions in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the acromantula was bred by wizards for the purpose of guarding their dwellings or treasures, perhaps due to the influence of artificial cultivation. This remarkable creature possesses an inherently savage nature, even resorting to hunting humans for sustenance. The eight-eyed giant spider is capable of spinning an exceptionally resilient web and secreting venom to enhance its predatory efficiency. This venom holds significant potion-making value, serving not only as a fundamental ingredient for invisibility potions, but also as a neutralizer for armadillo bile. Before undergoing neutralization, armadillo bile exhibits a highly corrosive nature, and only when combined with the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider can its corrosiveness be mitigated, transforming it into a material for intelligence-enhancing elixirs. Moreover, after dilution, the venom can also function as an enhancer for certain potions. According to Snape, the highest quality of eight-eyed giant spider venom commands a price of 100 galleons per pint. Once the spider perishes, the venom it harbors rapidly deteriorates, necessitating that collectors extract it while the creature is in a state of near death. This inherently involves risk for wizards, as they must avoid being retaliated against by the dying spider, which explains the high value of the venom. As he continued to tend to the wounds of the Puffskein, Visette managed to collect a small vial of venom, approximately 50 milliliters in volume. Regrettably, this venom had mingled with blood, resulting in a slight degradation of quality, thus preventing it from fetching the highest price. After treating the wounds, he began to assist the Puffskein in healing, restoring it to its former vitality. The healing magic radiated a vibrant green light, cascading over the wound as the flesh beneath quivered slightly. Just as the wound was about to close, a wisp of dark mist unexpectedly surged forth from the flesh, counteracting the effects of the healing spell. No wonder it was rated as XXXXX in severity, he murmured, observing the dark mist. Not only had it left behind venom, but it also concealed a layer of a curse. Let us attempt ancient magic, Visette proclaimed, raising his wand and tracing in the air. Purify the impurities. A whirlwind surged upwards, and the Puffskein, trusting in Visette, did not shy away but allowed the cleansing spell to sweep over its body. The efficacy of the cleansing spell was remarkable, completely erasing the curse. A smile graced Visette's face as he continued to treat the Puffskein. The application of his acquired knowledge brought him immense satisfaction. As the wounds on its wings healed, the Puffskein's spirit also revived. They extended their long beaks to affectionately nuzzle Visette's arm. The Puffskeins began to frolic amongst themselves, chasing each other, appearing and disappearing in a delightful dance, playfully pecking one another in a joyful spree. Hagrid's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as he nervously inquired, "How did you know they were attacked by the eight-eyed giant spider?" Chapter 78, The Dreadful Shriek Curse. "I have healed all the Puffskeins," Visette exclaimed, pulling the vial of spider venom from his pocket. "I have encountered the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider before, so I recognize it." "Oh, I see." Hagrid sighed in relief, managing a smile as he attempted to shift the topic. "You truly managed to heal the Puffskeins. That is quite impressive. As for the spider venom," he expressed no interest and encouraged Visette to keep it for himself. Visette did not refuse this request, realizing that during the healing process, he could continue to collect the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider, achieving a dual benefit. He not only acquired the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider, but Hagrid also gifted him a pack of unicorn hair bandages as remuneration for healing magical creatures. "Even though I use the bandages to treat them, it still takes several days for them to recover. Nothing compares to your healing magic. Just accept it." In the midst of his diligent studies and practice, Visette experienced yet another fulfilling week. The abundance of study materials left him with a perpetual sense of time scarcity, wishing he could manifest time itself and divide it into segments for his use. Moreover, he needed to revise and polish the manuscript regarding the Halloween giant, striving to complete it before the Christmas holidays. Before he realized it, the weekend had arrived once more, and Visette made his way to Quirrell's office as promised. Speaking as if nothing had transpired, this task seemed straightforward, yet he discovered that executing it was far from simple. He arrived on the designated floor 30 minutes early, wandering up and down the stairs for some time before finally adjusting his mindset to face Quirrell alone. He carefully placed the silverware on the table and solemnly stated, "Professor Quirrell, thank you for your assistance." Quirrell merely responded with a curt acknowledgement, appearing somewhat cold. Perhaps it was merely a figment of Visette's imagination, but he sensed that Quirrell's condition was rather poor. His complexion was pallid, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, all indicative of the tremendous pressure he was under. "Professor Quirrell, you don't seem well," Visette remarked, greeting him as usual. "Perhaps you should visit Madame Pomfrey?" "No need." Quirrell managed to force a rather unappealing smile. "It must be the cold weather. I have yet to acclimate. Please, have a seat and let us begin." He exhaled deeply, avoiding direct eye contact with Visette. They were to learn a more complex composite spell, the Hanging Neck Scream Curse. This curse, being a form of jinx, could not only be unleashed through a lengthy incantation, but could also be concealed within an object, serving as a trap. The opal was the most effective medium, capable of fully manifesting the curse's effects. To demonstrate the spell's potency, Quirrell had preemptively cast the Hanging Neck Scream Curse. crafting an opal pendant. He bound the pendant to the body of a venomous snake, and at the moment the opal made contact with the snake's abdomen, it suddenly became limp, as if losing consciousness. Then, the snake levitated into the air, emitting a heart-wrenching hiss, its body writhing uncontrollably. After approximately 5 minutes of torment and struggle, the snake was hanged, devoid of all breath. The ordeal the snake endured resonated profoundly with the name of this composite spell, the hanging neck scream. The cruel manner of ending a life sent a chill down Visette's spine. Quirrell's condition appeared even more dire. Fine beads of sweat formed on his brow, and the veins at his temples bulged ominously, as though he were enduring some hidden agony. He did not afford himself a moment of respite, summoning his strength. He spoke. As you can see, this composite spell encompasses multiple effects. Firstly, it incapacitates the victim's ability to resist. Then it levitates them into the air to scream until they are tortured to death. He began to stutter once more, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. Visette let out a soft sigh, striving to maintain his composure, envisioning how he might pose inquiries if he were blissfully unaware of the circumstances. Professor Quirrell, must we truly delve into the study of curses? I feel that the Cruciatus curse suffices, and I am not inclined towards curses, as you have previously mentioned. Indeed, you have expressed this to me. Quirrell nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Dark magic is merely one manifestation of magic. After all, it is my forte. Did you not study the levitation charm? Within the hanging neck scream curse lies knowledge of the levitation charm, which enables the victim to float in midair. This composite spell employs the extension of the levitation charm, the extension of the stunning spell, and the extension of the full-body bind curse. He finally entered a state of focus, conducting a thorough analysis of the hanging neck scream curse. Merely the discussion of the levitation charm and its extensions left Visette immensely enlightened. Not only did it deepen his understanding of the levitation charm, but it also turned a new page in the wizard's practical guide. Ancient magic, levitation charm. The incantation Laevius Alas directs the ancient magic to cast the levitation charm, enhancing its potency to elevate larger creatures. This spell bears a striking resemblance to the improved summoning charm, both capable of affecting living beings. In contrast to the lengthy incantation of the levitation charm, this spell's incantation is notably more succinct and powerful. Crucially, upon acquiring this ancient magic, Visette expended not an ounce of ancient magical energy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it signaled the conclusion of today's lesson. Quirrell, as if utterly drained, slumped unceremoniously into his chair. Visette, concerned, inquired, Professor Quirrell, are you truly all right? Should I escort you to the infirmary? No need. Quirrell swiftly declined. I shall merely have a bite to eat shortly. You should leave now. Go. Visette nodded. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. At the moment he grasped the doorknob. He glanced back at Quirrell, leaving behind a chocolate frog. Quirrell's expression was one of profound anguish, his face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. He noticed the chocolate frog left by Visette, and his tone grew more resolute as he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Leave. Chapter 79. Voldemort's Command. In the office, Quirrell found himself alone, suddenly leaping up, his face contorted in a grimace as he clutched the back of his head. Gritting his teeth, Quirrell cast a spell toward the door before tearing away the cloth bound around his head. ISNT this, just as it should be. Voldemort's raspy laughter echoed. Everything proceeds as I instructed. Show him the hanging neck scream curse, and gradually guide him to master this spell. Quirinus, I hope you remain obedient. Quirrell, from the corner of his eye, caught sight of Voldemort's reflection in the mirror, the malevolent visage sending shivers down his spine. Of course, my master. Quirrell gazed at the chocolate frog on the table, speaking through gritted teeth. I shall adhere to your commands until you regain your power. This is excellent. In Voldemort's voice, there lingered a hint of smugness. Have you discerned the means to navigate the challenges beyond that chamber, particularly concerning the three-headed dog? A glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Professor Sprout must have devised the devil's snare. Quirrell shivered, speaking with trepidation. As for the three-headed dog, I inquired with Professor Kettleburn, but he was at a loss regarding how to confront it. Is it possible that such ignorance exists? Voldemort murmured. If even the professor of magical creatures is unaware of how to bypass the three-headed dog, then you must seek counsel from another. Quirrell hastily inquired, Master, do you have a suggestion? The keeper of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid. Voldemort's face twisted with disdain. His mind is filled solely with knowledge of magical beasts. Forge a bond with him. He is rather loose-lipped. With but a few words, he will divulge the weaknesses of the three-headed dog. Indeed, that is your course of action. Quirrell's expression turned troubled. Master, you seem quite familiar with him. Do you possess any strategies for ingratiating yourself? His peculiarities are rather distasteful, Voldemort grimaced. If I recall correctly, he has a fondness for those grotesque, oversized magical creatures. Present him with the XXXXX grade creature's offspring, then offer him some libations, and he shall reveal all. Is that truly effective? Quirrell's tone brimmed with apprehension. Moreover, the cost of XXXXX grade creature's offspring is rather steep. Quirrell, it seems you are once again resistant to instruction. Voldemort chuckled darkly. I have laid the plan before you. Will you not endeavor to execute it? Understood. Quirrell hastily pleaded. I shall exert every effort to see this through. On Sunday afternoon, it was time for Snape's private lesson. The office felt somewhat desolate that day. There were neither baskets filled with flesh to process nor bundles of herbs awaiting attention. A table stood in the center, adorned with a cauldron, tools for measuring and processing materials, and neatly arranged potion ingredients. Vespertine cast a glance at the potion materials on the table, instantly struck by a sense of familiarity. Snape was seated nearby, lifting his chin and gesturing toward the table. Commence. Vespertine nodded in understanding, approaching the cauldron to meticulously identify the potion ingredients laid out before him. Just as anticipated, Snape would require him to differentiate the materials. The notes from that evening had not gone to waste. Chilly as the air may be, he conjured a magical energy field, placing the unusable materials within, leaving no room for carelessness. Elucidate their properties, Snape demanded, arms crossed, along with the specific methods of handling. Very well, Vespertine responded. He first lifted a handful of herbs, speaking at a measured pace. Lavender must be prepared as a tincture. The flowers and leaves should be finely chopped and steeped in alcohol. The duration of steeping depends on the desired concentration, generally requiring 4 to 6 weeks in a cool place, with periodic shaking to ensure thorough extraction. Utilize a summoning charm to retrieve the flowers and leaves. Then filter through 3 sieves to ensure no impurities remain, storing the tincture in a cool, dark place. Filtering through 3 sieves is your task, Snape interjected. Snape coldly stated, a single summoning charm is sufficient to eliminate all impurities. Indeed, there is much for me to learn, and my magical prowess still requires enhancement. Visette adeptly continued, retrieving a jar cloaked in black fabric. Moonflower nectar, a honey that must be harvested at night, is best collected on a clear full moon night, and care must be taken to avoid direct sunlight during its use. Moonstone should ideally be ground on a clear, full moon night to maximize its efficacy. Wormwood. The method of creating a tincture is akin to that of an infusion, yet requires the morning dew. He systematically introduced all the materials, during which Snape remained silent, his right knee occasionally trembling. Based on Visette's understanding of Snape, his silence indicated affirmation. Thus Visette pressed on. Memorization is quite fitting for my impression of Ravenclaw. Snape set his hands down, his voice low. To grasp this extent, those potion ingredients cannot have been squandered. However, it is merely foundational. Even a troll, with prolonged training, could stand guard at a vault. If a potion master merely imitates others, I suggest they promptly change their vocation. The comparison to trolls aptly reflected Snape's consistent style, and Visette paid no heed. He had already learned how to extract the essence from such remarks. Professor Snape, may I cease handling the materials? Certainly not. You have merely disentangled yourself from the troll. The materials still require processing. Snape's expression remained stoic. Soul-soothing elixir. This is the name of the potion you consumed in the hospital wing. It is an advanced potion designed to deeply soothe the mind and repair the damage inflicted upon the soul. Visette's spirits were lifted. The subject matter Snape now addressed transcended superficial textbook knowledge and delved into the profound theories of potion making. He had previously encountered elements of this theory, yet they were often glossed over in a single phrase, rarely articulated so systematically. He endeavored to comprehend these words, forming a vague understanding of the deeper theories of potion making. When a wizard truly grasps potion making, regardless of whether certain ingredients are added or omitted, they can employ techniques, understanding, or substitutes to ensure the final quality of the potion remains unaffected. Chapter 80. Remain ever vigilant. According to Visette's original understanding of potion making, as long as the materials are properly prepared and the techniques sufficiently precise, one can produce high-quality potions. However, for Snape, adding a bit more or a bit less of an ingredient could yield the desired effect. For an ordinary wizard, brewing potions is akin to assembling a puzzle. Every piece must find its rightful place to reconstruct the complete picture. For Snape, potion ingredients are akin to building blocks. As long as the desired shape is ultimately achieved, it matters not which blocks are employed. Those seemingly disparate endeavors the chasm between an ordinary potion maker and a master potion maker is indeed vast. The manner in which Snape conducted his private lessons mirrored his guidance of Weasley's handling of materials, characterized by concise and powerful language that encapsulated the essential points. Particularly with the soul-soothing potion he was studying, an advanced elixir, it demanded considerable effort on his part to record any substantive content. The lesson continued until the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling its conclusion. Weasley, resting his forehead in his hand, shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by the influx of knowledge that required thorough digestion before he could begin to grasp its intricacies. The reason he emphasized a tentative understanding was a steadfast belief that theory and practice must intertwine for knowledge to be truly applicable. Next week would bring further exploration. Snape instinctively rose, only to immediately lean forward, a faint scent of blood permeating the air. "Professor Snape, thank you for your instruction," Weasley exclaimed, rushing to support Snape's arm as he tentatively queried, "Professor Snape, I had actually wanted to ask you, do potions have no effect either?" Weasley was still somewhat immersed in the recent lesson. After all, potions represented the best recourse for wounds that healing magic could not mend. Snape curled his lip, acknowledging that these were indeed topics covered in their recent discourse. "I was bitten by a perilous magical creature, its malevolent intent and toxins entwined, rendering the wound difficult to heal. Such creatures are scarce, and there are no records regarding the dispelling of their malevolence, much like the principles of counterspells. Without a corresponding method for dispelling rare malevolence, one must rely on potions to continually counteract the curse." He pulled back his robe to reveal a calf still drenched in blood. "I have yet to find the appropriate antidote. It is as simple as that. Professor Snape, may I attempt to help?" Weasley gasped at the sight of the gruesome wound. "If you wish to try, then do so. You have 3 minutes." Snape's tone shifted to one of irritation, recalling events from a few days prior. He had altered the antidote's formula and sought Filch's assistance in changing it, only to encounter Harry in the office, forgetting to deduct points in his presence. The memory fueled his annoyance, prompting him to mutter darkly, 10 points from Gryffindor. Weasley, perplexed, could not fathom why Snape suddenly decided to penalize points, especially from Gryffindor. Was it due to the pain of his wound? He dismissed further contemplation, drawing his wand to trace and zen the air, invoking the cleansing spell. A whirlwind immediately ascended, enveloping Snape's calf. Astonishingly, the swirling vortex began to darken, extracting a substantial mass of profound malevolence. As the cyclone dissipated, the malevolence lingered in the air, bobbing like balloons. Snape's brows relaxed considerably as he raised his wand, causing various potion ingredients to emerge from the surrounding cabinets. He orchestrated the materials with the finesse of a seasoned symphony conductor, guiding them through the air to complete their processing, with countless magical sparks illuminating the scene. Weasley observed, spellbound, unable to decide where to focus his attention amidst the multitude of pivotal steps unfolding before him. The various aromas of potion ingredients intertwined, and the cauldron emitted a billowing steam, revealing a series of equally sized fisheye bubbles within. Snape waved his wand once more, causing the potion to ascend into the air before swiftly condensing into a fist-sized salve. Throughout the entire process, he remained motionless, allowing the magic to execute every step of potion brewing at the behest of his wand. His demeanor was one of effortless ease, akin to the casual act of turning the pages of a book. The salve gently descended upon the wand, and amidst the rising green smoke, the once profusely bleeding injury rapidly healed. Snape finally rose to confront the hovering malevolence. With a casual flick of his wrist, he traced a circle, summoning a transparent glass dome that enveloped the suspended dark thought. Having completed this task, he turned to face Visette, coldly remarking, "Your magic should strive to avoid exhibiting any peculiar effects. There will always be those with ulterior motives. The magical world is not as idyllic as you imagine, especially outside. One must remain vigilant and not easily trust anyone in order to survive." Visette felt as if he had been struck in the chest, instinctively responding, "I understand. Thank you very much, Professor Snape." After hearing Snape's words, he was suddenly filled with trepidation. Life at Hogwarts was indeed pleasant, which had caused him to let his guard down. As Snape had pointed out, the world still harbored malevolence, much like the serpent he had encountered before enrollment, which served as a prime example. The news from the Daily Prophet further illustrated that beyond the ivory tower of Hogwarts, various wizards existed. Among them was Voldemort, who could return at any moment, and a plethora of dark wizards. These dark wizards were equally capable of committing crimes, and the existence of magic diminished the cost of their transgressions, amplifying the resulting dangers. Should anyone covet the cleansing and purifying charm, They might capture him for research or pose a threat to Luna and Xenophilius. Such occurrences must not transpire. Visette resolved quietly, within the confines of the school. He could indulge in his studies, but beyond its gates, he needed to remain perpetually alert and prepare to safeguard himself and his family. Visette responded confidently, understood Professor Snape. Additionally, some matters could wait until Madame Pomfrey had departed, Snape added, his expression unchanged. Visette was momentarily taken aback. For instance, assessing the potion's raw materials. Snape continued, maintaining his stoic countenance. Although I am unaware of what you were contemplating at the time, I wonder how you managed to withstand the potion's effects while still completing the recipe. Visette finally grasped the situation. The tale of the Bodhi Master tapping son, Wukong on the head thrice, was likely suitable only for the Monkey King and not for him. Nevertheless, he believed that maintaining his current approach was not without merit. Chapter 81. The First Quidditch Match. As December arrived, a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was imminent. Early on Saturday morning, the captain, Arsenal, began to ramble. Do not be anxious. We have practiced the strategy for quite some time. Relax a bit, Qiuzhang. We still have 2 more rounds to play. There are ample opportunities ahead. If anyone encounters an issue with their broom, do not hesitate to call for a pause. Avoiding injury is the best outcome. Initially, the players were not overly anxious, but after Arsenal's lengthy address, they exhibited a hint of unease. However, Visette remained undeterred, engrossed in reviewing his previous notes, entirely oblivious to Arsenal's words. Soon, they would convene in the locker room where Arsenal would once again elucidate the tactics. Drawing from his extensive experience in examinations from a previous life, he understood that anxiety could detrimentally affect performance. He had developed a personal methodology that helped him maintain composure, such as diligent revision. The entertainment options for wizards are limited, so the rare opportunity to witness a Quidditch match drew students to the venue early. Their enthusiasm palpable as they awaited the commencement of the game. Just as Visette stepped onto the field, a resounding explosion echoed through the sky, heralding the flight of a magnificent firework eagle. Fred and George had ignited the pyrotechnics, and he could see them waving enthusiastically. In fact, many spectators from the stands below were also gesturing in excitement. Although the match was still half an hour away, the stands were already teeming with spectators. Observing the lively scene brought to mind the football leagues of his previous life, particularly the World Cup and the Champions League. Arsenal guided them into the locker room, where they donned sky-blue Quidditch robes, equipped with knee pads, gloves, and chest protectors. Although these protective gears were leather, they were polished with a deep bronze leather oil, resembling true bronze armor. However, one must remember that it is only Hufflepuff that would be so amiable. When facing Slytherin next, one must be fully alert, as they tend to employ many underhanded tactics. Roger smiled and added, but do not fret too much. That is a concern for later. Indeed, Arsenal set up the tactical board, making final adjustments. A bell would ring when the time arrived. Penelope had instructed him to bring chocolate frogs to ease any nerves. As the clock struck 11, Visette followed his teammates from the locker room to the center of the Quidditch pitch. The air was filled with cheers. Go Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff for the win. Just don't lose too badly. Our emblem is the eagle. Hey, what else with the pessimistic talk? We must win. Ravenclaw cannot afford another defeat. Various voices echoed, and the Ravenclaw students were not particularly optimistic, given the influx of newcomers to the team this year. Do not be swayed by them. Arsenal's voice was firm. Today we are here to prove ourselves as Ravenclaw. A chorus of determination resonated among the players. Amidst the thunderous applause, another magical firework soared into the sky, the eagle emitting a resounding cry as it spread its majestic wings and ascended until it vanished completely. According to the visions of Fred and George, the complete form of the Academy fireworks should soar around the venue before gradually dissipating. It remains uncertain how much longer they will need to refine their magic to achieve the desired effect. Nonetheless, this does not deter them from earning a bit of pocket money. After the fire eagle vanishes, another resounding explosion erupts above them, revealing an adorably bumbling firework badger. And there's more. Both types of fireworks are for sale. Excellent. 2 small Academy fireworks. Only 2 galleons for both. Look closely. This is the badger and eagle combo you desired. From the viewing platform, the excited voices of the duo can be heard hawking their wares. 2 tremendous explosions resound as the firework badger and firework eagle make their simultaneous debut, competing to announce their presence. With just a minute remaining until 11 o'clock, Madame Hooch arrives on her flying broomstick. Everyone mount your brooms, she calls, her whistle clenched in her mouth, her tone and demeanor remarkably natural. Refereeing is her primary vocation. The Quidditch pitch is her true domain. In this realm, Madame Hooch feels completely at home. As she releases the bludger while keeping an eye on the time, she declares, 3, 2, 1, let the match begin. The whistle sounds, and the beaters ascend to the heights, preparing to engage with the bludger. Visette's attention shifts from his stance, fully immersing himself in the match. Upon hearing Madame Hooch announce the start of the game, he rockets into the air, catching the snitch that had just been tossed into the sky. What incredible speed! Exclaimed commentator Lee Jordan. As a newcomer, Visette has claimed the snitch first. His velocity is astonishing. Let us observe how his broomstick merely sweeps the stars. He glances at the commentary box. Professor Flitwick, I thought you might procure a new broomstick for this newcomer. Beneath Professor Flitwick's feet stand a platform crafted from ebony. Witnessing Visette seize the snitch first brings him immense joy, a broad smile illuminating his face. If fortune favors us, and we secure the championship in this year's Quidditch Cup, I shall endeavor to provide the entire team with new broomsticks. Without a moment's hesitation, Visette hurls the snitch with force. The vibrant red ball, carving an arc through the air, narrowly brushing past the goalkeeper's nose before diving into the goal hoop. The Ravenclaw viewing platform erupts in jubilation. Students cheering wildly. Ravenclaw scores. Lee Jordan's voice soars. In less than a minute, Visette has already delivered the first goal. In all my years of commentary, I have never witnessed such a rapid score. The Hufflepuff team shares a similar sentiment, caught off guard as Visette swiftly secures points. Madame Hooch serves once more, and Visette, leading the charge, outpaces his opposing chaser, once again capturing the snitch in his grasp. Chapter 82. Defense and Breakthrough. The sudden strike of Cedric. Roger and Jeremy, adhering to their strategy, do not shield Visette, but instead alter the direction of their brooms, positioning themselves before the Hufflepuff chaser. I have discerned their tactics. The commentator Li Qiaodan wore a sly smile, as if he had seen through everything. They have staked all their hopes on Visette. Just as he was narrating, the two batsmen from Hufflepuff converged, swinging their bats with great force, sending the bludger hurtling towards the scoring zone near Visette. The two struck the bludger simultaneously, causing its already rapid speed to escalate further. A double strike, Li Qiaodan exclaimed. It seems Hufflepuff has indeed put in considerable effort. No wonder would mention they have a secret weapon. Oh no, the Ravenclaw batsmen are not by Visette's side. They're dealing with another bludger. The bludger is drawing ever closer to Visette. Is he out of his mind? He is on a collision course. At the very least, he should change direction. By Merlin's pink tights, Visette evaded. He astonishingly executed a flip on his broom, dodging the bludger with his head down and feet up. Is he an eagle? So agile. Unlike any wizard. Indeed, he is an eagle. The sky is his stage. Ravenclaw scores again. In less than 2 minutes, Visette has secured another 10 points. The Ravenclaw stands erupted in cheers, the fervent students erupting in even more enthusiastic shouts. This cannot be real, can it? Li Qiaodan's voice wavered. Why do I feel as though I'm witnessing a professional Quidditch player's exhibition of skill? Hufflepuff must devise a strategy, or they can only rely on Cedric and hope he can conclude the match with the golden snitch. Otherwise, the situation is dire. In just 10 minutes, Visette, employing such a fast-paced offensive strategy, has compelled Hufflepuff to score only once, with the current score standing at 70-10. Completely disoriented, Hufflepuff, in desperation, called a timeout to deliberate on their next tactics. Roger's face flushed, excitedly shouting, Visette, well done. A 60-point lead in just 10 minutes. I never dared to imagine such a scenario last year. Duncan raised Visette's hand high, proclaiming, We have Lovegood. Visette Lovegood. There is still a long way to go. This is merely the first match of the year. Arsenal timely doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Yet he could not conceal the smile at the corners of his mouth. Surely, they will target Visette next. This is something we had anticipated. Let us continue executing the tactics as per our previous training. But what if Hufflepuff decides to conclude the match with the golden snitch? Cho displayed a hint of concern. I noticed Cedric's movements from above. He may have already spotted the golden snitch. Indeed, this is a point to consider. Arsenal stroked his chin. After all, Cedric performed exceptionally well last year, even rivaling Charlie. Cho, do not put too much pressure on yourself. He patted Cho's shoulder. The timeout was called by them, which might cause them to lose sight of the golden snitch. The golden snitch? Upon overhearing their conversation, Visette had a sudden inspiration and activated his magical eye to survey the surroundings. A minuscule black appeared in the sky, swiftly darting past him. It was the golden snitch, as described by Qiu Zhang and Arsenal. Were it not for the eye of magic, he would have needed to ascend to great heights and maintain an exceptionally keen focus to catch a glimpse of the elusive snitch. At that moment, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, summoning both teams to gather. The 5-minute interval had elapsed. She set down the chest containing the quaffle. advising that any request for a timeout should be made after the match commenced. Allow me to inform you that Ravenclaw has 2 timeouts remaining, while Hufflepuff has but 1. Please take note. We are ready. The players from Hufflepuff nodded in agreement, mounting their flying brooms. Excellent. Madam Hooch nodded, first releasing the quaffle and then cradling the bludger in her arms. 3, 2, 1, play resumes. Once again, it was Weasley who gained possession. With such speed demonstrated by the clean sweep, it is certain that the opposing teams will scrutinize Weasley's tactics in the future. Something felt amiss. Why were Hufflepuff's teammates not defending? He swiftly scanned the field, discovering something peculiar that drew our attention to the other end of the pitch. The Hufflepuff players, save for Cedric who soared high in pursuit of the golden snitch, remained suspended outside the scoring zone. A wise choice, albeit somewhat lacking in excitement. Lee Jordan sighed deeply, yet it aligned perfectly with Hufflepuff's prudent nature. Weasley's flight speed was extraordinary. They had yet to find a suitable method to counter it. Defending without attacking could be considered a strategy in itself. Disrupt with a quaffle. Arsenal shouted from afar, his voice filled with urgency. Create a breach. Break through their defenses. He felt a sense of impotence. Though Weasley's ability to break through was formidable, the teammates' synergy still lacked the necessary refinement. Hufflepuff adopted a defensive formation, maintaining a poised stance around the scoring zone, embodying the essence of patient vigilance. Batters Jansen and Duncan could only repeatedly strike the quaffle toward Hufflepuff, attempting to create a slight gap in their defense, thus providing Weasley the opportunity to break through and score. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw's players were novices, capable of only sporadically opening a breach for Weasley. The match lacked the thrill of earlier moments, and Lee Jordan had to conjure words to enhance the excitement of the game. Hufflepuff's coordinated duo was undoubtedly well-rehearsed. They repelled the quaffle once more, maintaining their formation with steadfast resolve. This was indeed a contest reminiscent of the hawk and the honey badger, while Ravenclaw seemed to hold the upper hand. Hufflepuff still had a chance. Currently, the score stood at 170-40. Should Cedric seize the golden snitch, Hufflepuff would still have a robust opportunity for victory. Just as Lee Jordan endeavored to enliven the atmosphere, Cedric suddenly sprang into action, pivoting the handle of his broom and charging fiercely toward a specific location. Look everyone, Cedric appears to have spotted something. It is worth noting that last year, upon joining the team, Cedric had successfully captured the golden snitch. Xiaozhong followed closely behind. Her broom, the Comet 260, boasted exceptional performance across the board. The distance between the two was narrowing rapidly. Chapter 83. The Tumultuous Certainty of Victory. Upon hearing Li Qiaodan's commentary, Visette immediately sought Cedric's whereabouts, employing the Eye of Magic to discern the precise location of the golden snitch. To his dismay, he discovered that there was no trace of the elusive snitch in the direction Cedric was pursuing. It was a trap. Visette promptly shifted his gaze in the opposite direction, where the Ravenclaw goalposts loomed not far away. Sure enough, the golden snitch lingered there, tracing erratic lines in the air. Cedric's earlier maneuver was, in fact, one of the strategies employed by the dominant side to locate the seeker. By feigning movements to confuse the opponent, he intended to mislead them before suddenly altering his course and accelerating unexpectedly to seize the snitch. Why was Visette suddenly heading toward his own goalposts? Li Qiaodan noticed this unusual movement and suspected he was preparing to throw the quaffle. Wait, that's his own goalpost. Points would be awarded to Hufflepuff. Visette raised his hand. He truly intended to throw the quaffle toward his own goalpost. Arsenal was also perplexed, but out of trust in his teammate, he refrained from speaking, focusing intently on coordinating with Visette. Visette exhaled deeply and shouted at Xiaozhong. Qiao, the goalpost. The goalpost. Instinctively, Xiaozhong turned to look, ceasing her pursuit of Cedric's broomstick. There, beside her own goalpost, she spotted the glimmer of the golden snitch. Oh no! A chill ran through Cedric's heart. He instantly comprehended what Visette was signaling and quickly redirected his broomstick toward the Ravenclaw goalpost. Oh, by Merlin's beard. Upon hearing Visette's call, Li Qiaodan realized the golden snitch was in the opposite direction. Cedric had merely been feigning. However, Xiaozhong was closer. She was right near the goalpost. She might be able to capture the golden snitch before Cedric. The audience's hearts raced as they watched both Xiaozhong and Cedric, eager to see who would seize the elusive snitch first. If Cedric captured it, the score would completely reverse, and Hufflepuff would claim ultimate victory. Once the seeker approached, the golden snitch would flee immediately. Given Xiaozhong's flight angle, the snitch was most likely to dart towards Cedric. Thus, it seemed Cedric would indeed capture the snitch. The turning point would rest in the quaffle he held. Visette took a deep breath, channeling ancient magical energy into the quaffle before he forcefully hurled it. Ancient magic. Mastery of throwing. The quaffle shot forth with a whooshing sound, reaching Arsenal in the blink of an eye. From the trajectory of the quaffle, Arsenal could ascertain that Visette's target was not the goal ring itself, but rather the goalpost below. He vaguely surmised Visette's intentions and could not help but murmur, "Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat?" In the hope-filled gaze of Arsenal, the quaffle, resembling a flash of red lightning, struck the goalpost and instantly ricocheted in another direction. It seemed Visette had an ulterior motive. The quaffle had collided with the goalpost, and Li Qiaodan hesitated to comment. He glanced towards the other side, his tone igniting with fervor. Cedric was perilously close to the golden snitch. Yet, Autumn's speed surpassed all expectations. The golden snitch evaded capture, darting towards Cedric. Merlin's trousers. What a tumultuous match this has been. It seemed Cedric was destined to seize the golden snitch. A collective sigh emanated from the Ravenclaw stands. Just as Wizard anticipated, the golden snitch, sensing Autumn's approach, chose to flee in desperation towards Cedric. Wizard's attention was entirely consumed by the quaffle, as he deftly channeled the ancient magical energies within, gradually correcting its trajectory until, "Let us congratulate Hufflepuff on their victory," Jordan exclaimed, his voice suddenly faltering the quaffle. Cedric from Hufflepuff had secured a quaffle. The golden snitch was now in Autumn's hands. She had captured the golden snitch. The match concluded. The final score was 320-40. Ravenclaw claimed a resounding victory. Let us extend our congratulations to Ravenclaw. However, he remained somewhat bewildered and promptly inquired, "Professor Flitwick, what just transpired?" His focus had been solely on Cedric, oblivious to the moment the quaffle had emerged. The Ravenclaw stands erupted in a fervor, a roar akin to a tidal wave of cheers, with many students rising to their feet, waving their arms in tribute to Wizet's name. "Ravenclaw! Ravenclaw!" Flitwick joined in the exuberance, raising his wand to conjure a dazzling array of colorful ribbons that soared freely throughout the Quidditch pitch. Upon hearing Jordan's question, he lowered his wand, cleared his throat, and endeavored to restrain his excitement, striving for a calm demeanor. Wizet's quaffle struck the goalpost, ricocheting off before being redirected. He gestured dramatically. It struck the golden snitch. "This is utterly bewildering. I have never witnessed such a technique. It is simply remarkable." A stir arose within the crowd, and the chants of Wizette grew louder, resonating throughout the Quidditch arena. Jordan swallowed hard, pondering whether it was luck or skill. Regardless, let's once again applaud Ravenclaw. The extraordinary Ravenclaw. They desperately needed a victory. A lounge located high above, adorned with the emblem of the eagle, had consistently placed last in Quidditch standings each year. For Ravenclaw, this was utterly unacceptable. Ravenclaw students gathered, hoisting Wizette as if he were a newly crowned hero, bearing him away from the pitch. Were it not for the concern of dropping Wizette, they would have traversed the snow-dusted grass, carrying him triumphantly into the Ravenclaw lounge. Upon returning to the lounge, Wizette noted the time. It was still before 1 in the afternoon. He had ample opportunity for a brief nap before attending Quirrell's private lessons. Chapter 84. Cedric's Troubles. The afternoon lessons remained enriching. Yet recently, Chilo's state continued to deteriorate, his features marred by anxiety and dark circles resembling an inky haze. Aside from his teaching duties, Chilo remained reluctant to engage in extensive conversations with Visette. To avoid alarming him, Visette refrained from saying much, opting instead to convey his concern through chocolate frogs. Ravenclaw students seized the rare opportunity to indulge, reveling in this long-awaited night of victory. Penelope and her companions raised their wands, casting spells upon the crystal suspended in midair, causing it to refract a kaleidoscope of colors. Some students sought out Fred and George, purchasing numerous magical fireworks from them to celebrate the day's triumph. Fred and George beamed with delight, generously providing an abundance of food and sweets, elevating the evening's festivities to a crescendo. As the snow around Hogwarts thickened, it heralded the imminent arrival of the Christmas holidays. Watching the Hogwarts Express exhale white steam, Visette felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent nearly half a year at Hogwarts. Soon, his mood shifted to one of excitement and anticipation. Soul flapped its wings, nuzzling his cheek as if to say, "You miss Diana too, don't you?" Coo. Many students opted to remain at school, and as they walked forward, they found numerous compartments nearly empty. "Visette Loftgood?" A male voice suddenly called out. "Is this seat taken?" Visette looked up to find an unexpected visitor at the compartment door, Cedric Diggory. He was a tall, handsome young man with a rosy complexion and a gentle demeanor. His popularity in Hufflepuff was undeniable. Even first years occasionally mentioned him. Visette tucked away his notebook and gently shook his head, saying, "No one is sitting here. Feel free." "You performed remarkably in the last match," Cedric remarked as he took a seat. "It's rare to see someone like you, even in professional matches, daring to utilize the quaffle in such a manner. Perhaps I was under less pressure?" Visette mused, touching his nose. "It was quite thrilling, and in the heat of the moment, I simply acted. That itself is a talent. Your flying was exceptional." Cedric expressed with envy. "If you were to become a seeker, I would likely lose sleep the night before the match." There was a reason for Cedric's popularity. He was not only articulate, but also maintained a pleasant demeanor, steering conversations away from confrontational topics and sensitive inquiries. He adeptly preserved an appropriate distance in dialogue while skillfully finding topics to discuss, ensuring the conversation flowed smoothly. Cedric excelled in transfiguration, and Visette seized the opportunity to inquire about several related matters. Cedric pondered before responding. As Professor McGonagall says, transfiguration requires caution. I believe observation is paramount. Only by memorizing the shape of an object can one perfect the art of transfiguration. Being peers, they shared valuable insights, leaving Visette significantly enlightened. The midday sunlight streamed into the compartment as Visette and Cedric engaged in lively conversation. As their conversation deepened, they delved into various aspects of Hogwarts while also sharing snippets of their own lives. Vizette's existence was rather simple. The beauty of the world was etched entirely in the garden and within Hogwarts itself. Cedric, burdened by the expectations of his parents, found himself troubled by numerous concerns. They wished for him to study diligently, aspiring for a future in the Ministry of Magic, ideally in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He seemed to find a confidant in Visette, and despite his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, he asserted with conviction, "However, I believe working alongside my father would be a wonderful opportunity. He works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, often facing overtime and the peril of injury. Thus, I wish to assist him, so that he may find some ease." After expressing these thoughts, he shyly scratched his head, asking, "You wouldn't mock me for this, would you?" Visette gently shook his head. "The expectations your parents have of you signify their love and hope for your future. Your desire to work with your father, so you can genuinely help him, is admirable, and I would never ridicule you for that. Since you aspire to collaborate with him, it is essential to strive diligently towards securing a position in the Ministry of Magic. Given that the goal is the same, what further worries could you possibly have? Shouldn't you be fully committed to your efforts, aiming to join the ministry with even greater achievements in the future? This way, your choices will expand. You can assist your father while also preparing for potential advancement, correct?" Cedric, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Ah, I seem to have been caught in a conundrum. Why can I not see this clearly?" "Because you are ensnared within the labyrinth, while I stand outside." Visette replied with a slight smile. "Thus I could discern a glimpse of clarity from an outsider's perspective." "Thank you." Cedric sighed deeply, extending his right hand, his joy palpable as he said, "I am truly glad to have met you today. Just call me Cedric." Visette smiled gently, shaking his hand. Visette. Chapter 85, Home. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had transitioned into a vibrant sunset, casting a crimson glow over the towering edifices. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station, the night enveloped the sky, and the windows of the skyscrapers illuminated, resembling fireflies fluttering in a forest of steel. As Visette and Cedric traversed through the wall, they emerged at the bustling King's Cross station. Visette opted not to enter the alley, but instead pulled his luggage outside, leaning against the railing while surveying the surroundings. With a flick of his wand, the night bus materialized promptly. "Welcome aboard the night bus. I am your conductor." As Visette wheeled his suitcase along the path, the familiar sight of the castle model emerged before him. Diana was the first to appear, flapping her wings as she soared towards Seoul, while two owls frolicked together in an instant. Visette gazed into the distance, spotting a familiar figure. He quickened his pace. Luna seemed to have grown taller, her light golden hair appearing longer as well. When he finally beheld Luna's smiling face, he realized one profound truth: nothing had changed. The first floor is adorned with a brand new mural, where Luna has painted expansive swathes of white, intricately outlining various animals and houses, depicting a cozy village blanketed in snow. The village of Ottery St. Catchpole, nestled in Devon, is influenced by the warm currents of the North Atlantic, making the sight of snow a matter of luck. With Visette's magical prowess, conjuring snowflakes to envelop the village requires further dedication to his studies. The fireplace at home has also undergone a transformation, now finally connected to the Fluent network, facilitating a more convenient means of magical travel. The recent sales of Singing Against the Grain have been promising, prompting Xenophilius to upgrade to a new magical printing press. This latest model, constructed entirely of brass, operates silently and boasts significantly enhanced efficiency compared to its predecessor. Xenophilius has become busier than ever. The dark circles under his eyes have deepened, making his face comparable to that of a raccoon. He has procured a spruce tree as a Christmas tree, placing it prominently in the living room for Luna to adorn as she pleases. Beyond the essential mistletoe and airships, the tree is embellished with numerous exquisite little sugar figures, showcasing a variety of shapes, seemingly including a majority of the creatures depicted in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Atop the Christmas tree rests not a shining star, but a vivid red snitch, with a small figure standing upon it, resembling Visette in his cloak. The evening winds are somewhat boisterous, and when Visette rises during the night, he unexpectedly encounters Xenophilius still at work. It's the Christmas holiday. During the day, I must spend more time with her, Xenophilius exclaims, justifying his nocturnal labor. You wouldn't believe how worth it this new printing press is. It operates in complete silence. Luna doesn't hear a thing. He swallows a large mouthful of Gerderit tea, shivering slightly, his eyes sparkling with pride despite the shadows beneath them. Mr. Lovegood, you ought to take care of yourself, Visette responds, somewhat exasperated, considering the long days ahead. He implores him not to wear himself out. Do I need to remind you? That giant story of yours is quite splendid. Luna loves it. Is that a Christmas gift for Luna? Visette muses softly. Mr. Lovegood, is there a way I can lend a hand? That would surely boost efficiency. Besides, now that the Flu network is established, it would be a shame not to utilize it. Maintenance fees are due every month. As he speaks, he lowers his gaze to the floor, seemingly wishing to peer through it to the fireplace below, his face etched with a pained expression. Visette chuckles. Then I shall take her out for a stroll tomorrow. Keep this safe, Xenophilius instructs, retrieving a cloth bag from the drawer, which jingles with a delightful sound. Inside are 42 galleons for sickles and 16 nuts. Use this money to buy some festive necessities. Remember to purchase a Christmas gift for Luna, present in your name. Ensure it's a surprise when you buy it. He continues, as for the remaining funds, you need not return them to me. Treat yourself to a Christmas gift or save it for next semester's pocket money. Either is perfectly fine. Observing him clad in a tattered robe, with his limbs curled up as he made plans, Visette felt a mixture of amusement and warmth. However, he understood that this sum of money was a token of goodwill, so he accepted it graciously. Mr. Lovegood, I shall make good use of it, he declared. All right then, you should rest now, Xenophilius reassured. Mr. Lovegood, do take care and sleep early. Good night. In the past few days, there had been no sign of snow, with clear skies devoid of clouds. While assisting Luna with fertilizing, the lining of his robe became slightly damp with perspiration. Perhaps it will snow in a couple of days, Luna murmured. They are preparing for it. I feel the same. Visette nodded in agreement. Why don't we take a stroll around London? The Leaky Cauldron. Diagon Alley. You will be enrolling next year. We should also buy you some new clothes. You can help Mr. Lovegood choose a few, as his robe has seen better days. Sound good, Luna replied, her eyes curving like crescent moons, quite charming. The Flu network is indeed a splendid means of travel, in the blink of an eye. The two emerged from the fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron. Mr. Tom, Merry Christmas, Visette greeted, nodding towards the distance as he led Luna to the small courtyard behind the pub. Ah, Merry Christmas. The bald old Tom set down his cup, a smile emerging from his thin lips. It's been quite a while. Here to purchase something? Yes, Visette replied succinctly, tapping his wand against the wall. Watching the pair depart, old Tom resumed polishing his glass. Youth is truly a blessing. Chapter 86, Ollivander attacked. The morning sun cast a warm glow upon the street, yet it did little to alleviate the chill of Diagon Alley. Many shops had closed their doors, announcing on their signs, closed for Christmas holidays. Nevertheless, they had adorned themselves with the requisite festive decorations, bells gently swaying in the breeze, producing a cheerful jingle. The Leaky Cauldron remained open, featuring a prominent display filled with an assortment of magical greeting cards. Some emitted the sound of bells, others released a flurry of snowflakes upon opening, and yet others conveyed heartfelt Christmas wishes. Visette and Luna entered the bookstore, picking up a copy of Why Didn't I Die When a Banshee Called, and huddling together to read. Visette, Merry Christmas, exclaimed Mr. Bashar, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. Merry Christmas, Mr. Bashar, Visette replied. Did you forget that I reserve a spot for you upstairs? Come, let us sit. Luna was captivated by the book's content, and Visette had no reason to decline. The second floor, newly refurbished, boasted a more tasteful arrangement, resembling an elegant salon. Even amidst the Christmas holidays, wizards gathered here, engaging in lively discussions, sharing their thoughts. Bashar brought forth a tea set and an assortment of pastries. And who might this be? He inquired. Visette naturally introduced, "This is my sister, Luna." Luna spoke in a soft, dreamy voice. "Hello, Mr. Bashar. It is a pleasure to meet you." She surveyed her surroundings and spoke slowly. "My father once told me that a bookstore is akin to a portal to higher dimensions. I believe the ghosts must also relish lingering here." Following her instincts had always been her forte. Visette, well acquainted with this notion, nodded in agreement and replied with a smile, "The ghosts of Hogwarts are quite erudite. Much like the Grey Lady. Mr. Bahat, the Grey Lady is the ghost of Ravenclaw, and she is always willing to assist us in times of difficulty." Bahat attempted to comprehend the exchange between them, asking, "Visette, do you think I could invite a ghost to reside here? That would certainly be a magical endeavor." Visette glanced at Luna, and they exchanged knowing smiles. She continued, "A bookstore is a confluence of knowledge. Books offer wisdom, and I believe ghosts can too." Bahat began to grasp their intention, adding character. After all, with so many ghosts at Hogwarts, perhaps it could create a unique atmosphere for the school. Yes. Bahat nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Novelty is crucial as it would sustain their interest in the bookstore. Visette and Bahat conversed for a while, primarily as a listener, absorbing Bashett's plans for the future. It was only when Bahat's throat grew parched that he gently shook his head, saying, "I apologize. I may have gone a bit carried away. This must be terribly dull for you." "Not at all," Visette replied with a subtle smile. "Your visions are refreshingly novel to me." Bahat, being a man of action, seized the moment and exited the bookstore, intent on finding someone to execute his plans. Luna, engrossed in her book, showed no inclination to leave Leaky Cauldron just yet. Visette bid her farewell and stepped out of the bookstore. Many shops in Diagon Alley remained shuttered, forcing him to seek supplies at ordinary stores. For Visette, the disparity between the two was minimal. He merely needed to visit Gringotts for currency exchange. Gringotts, being a bank managed by goblins, had no traditions for Christmas, resulting in fewer wizards traversing the hall, and the pace of transactions was swifter than his last visit. Regarding the exchange of galleons for pounds, Gringotts imposed no restrictions, allowing Visette greater flexibility in his expenditures. To his surprise, the wand shop not only featured Ollivander, but also Dumbledore. "Visette, you've arrived." Ollivander's head was wrapped in bandages, exuding a strong herbal scent. His silvery eyes seemed considerably dimmed, revealing a hint of confusion. Visette quickly inquired, "Mr. Ollivander, what has happened to you?" "I'm fine. Just had a minor mishap." Ollivander waved his hand dismissively. "Albus just mentioned you, saying your performance at school has been exceptional. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Indeed, it is quite a remarkable coincidence." Dumbledore gently adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses. "Have you come to purchase something?" "Yes," Visette nodded, having thought to visit Mr. Ollivander while in Diagon Alley. Dumbledore continued, "You appear quite relaxed. That is a good sign. It is indeed a rare occurrence that the wand shop has fallen victim to a burglary." Dumbledore blinked. "But the perpetrator has already been apprehended and will likely find themselves in Azkaban." Visette cast a worried glance towards Ollivander. "Is Mr. Ollivander severely injured?" "It's merely a minor issue." Ollivander waved his hand dismissively, asserting that he only required gentle healing, which made the situation seem somewhat exaggerated. "Gentle healing, you say?" Visette instinctively thought of the cleansing charm, only to retract his words. "I have bandages crafted from unicorn hair." Snape's earlier remarks had sparked numerous insights in him. He intended to conceal the cleansing charm and refrain from casting it in the presence of others. However, faced with a venerable elder willing to safeguard a secret with an unbreakable vow, he still wished to contribute in some way. "Bandages made from unicorn hair?" Ollivander's voice suddenly rose in pitch, and the bewilderment in his eyes vanished in an instant. He hurried before Visette. "May I see them?" "Of course, no problem." Visette retrieved the bandages from his inner pocket and handed Ollivander the longest strip. In matters concerning his lifelong dedication, Ollivander seemed transformed. He cradled the bandage in his hands, his eyes wide with vitality. "By Merlin's beard, unicorn tail hair. The quality is exceptionally high, an absolutely superb core material for wands. To think it has been fashioned into a bandage is simply." He struggled to find a fitting descriptor. "Is that so?" Visette pondered, somewhat confused. This tail hair hardly seemed to be of high quality, did it? Hagrid's handling of the unicorn tail hair had been rather rough, involving merely simple braiding to fashion it into a bandage. Furthermore, a lack of proper care had rendered the tail hair dull and even split. By the standards of potion-making materials, it certainly did not qualify as superior. "But wand lore is an entirely different matter," Ollivander exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "From these tail hairs, I perceive no hint of a curse. To obtain tail hair of such quality, one must have a harmonious relationship with the unicorn. Unicorns are supremely pure. Acquiring their materials through coercion would invariably lead to curses being attached. Despite these curses being exceedingly mild, a curse is still a curse, and it always carries some degree of consequence. To transform unicorn tail hair into a core, it necessitates a series of processes and purification to eliminate the curse. He held the unicorn tail hair Visette had presented, and the tail hairs you brought forth require no such purification process. The unicorn's curse? Visette furrowed his brow, noting that unicorn tail hair is also a potion-making material. Could it be that those potions, the triad of magic, cauldron, and flame, can dissolve the tail hair, nullifying the minuscule curse? Dumbledore elucidated with a smile. Except, of course, the blood of the unicorn. The curse contained within its blood cannot be dispelled by these three elements. The blood of the unicorn? Visette inquired with curiosity. Does it contain an even stronger curse? Certainly. Dumbledore's countenance became exceedingly grave. Only by slaying a unicorn could one procure its precious blood, a profoundly cruel act. The blood of a unicorn possesses the power to prolong life. Yet the one who partakes of it, even in their final moments, would be condemned to a half-life, a cursed existence. When the topic of wands arose, his bewilderment dissipated, and he spoke eloquently for quite some time. Taking advantage of this moment, Weasley inquired about the wand-making questions that had previously lingered. Ultimately, Ollivander did not accept the bandage. Instead, he symbolically extracted a few tail hairs, leaving them as a Christmas gift. Observing Weasley's departing figure, Ollivander smiled and remarked, "What a fine young man." He then shifted the conversation, a hint of concern in his tone. "Albus, should we not disclose everything regarding that matter?" "Not at this time." Dumbledore gently shook his head. The Canaanite wizard harbored many uncertainties, making it impossible to ascertain his true intentions or whom he sought information about. To risk oneself for a ledger, Ollivander frowned. And yet the ledger remains intact. It is peculiar that the Canaanite wizard has completely lost his memory. Dumbledore responded, "Indeed, the ledger contains information about Harry's wand, as well as pertinent details about Weasley. It remains unclear whether the Death Eaters are gathering intelligence to investigate Harry or if other forces are aiming to trouble Weasley. Could it be the Saints or the Purists?" Ollivander tentatively inquired. Might they be plotting something? If they were true Saints, they would not resort to such measures. Dumbledore stated with unwavering certainty, at the very least, they would first approach you and attempt to procure the ledger through gentler means. As for the Purists, that is indeed a possibility. After all, that name carries considerable notoriety. Perhaps someone is scheming under the guise of the Purists. Such actions were not uncommon in the past, so it is hardly surprising. Ollivander asked, "Albus, do you intend to pursue this line of inquiry?" "It is a promising avenue," Dumbledore nodded. "Whether the focus is on Weasley or Harry, such developments are not what I wish to witness." Weasley and Luna exited the leaky cauldron, strolling northward along Charing Cross Road, the foot traffic steadily increasing. Indeed, snow-blanketed London, piles of pristine white snow flanking the roads, encircling numerous Christmas trees. These trees had been adorned by the neighboring shops, which also hung colorful lights and ribbons in their windows, while vibrant bulbs adorned the eaves and grand Christmas wreaths graced the doors. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. With each opening and closing of the shop doors, the melody of jingle bells ebbed and flowed. The pre-holiday atmosphere was infectious. Luna walked with a light step, keenly observing her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with joy, nearly overflowing with delight. Weasley walked alongside her, softly narrating the wonders along their path. The entire area is a commercial street, much like the diagonal alley behind the broken cauldron, serving a similar purpose, providing for every need from clothing to sustenance. Luna's manner of speaking, reminiscent of a melodic hum, diverged slightly from what her father had described. It was then that I remembered to change into Muggle attire. She would also don various monstrous costumes, knock on neighbors' doors, and in a menacing tone declare, "Trick or treat." Hearing Visette imitate the phrase with a gruff voice elicited a melodious laugh from Luna. Monsters? Were they akin to ghosts, banshees, and ghoul-like creatures? There are also zombies, though they refer to them as such. However, zombies fear neither fire nor light, and they prey upon humans. How formidable it is that Muggles must confront such terrifying beings. Yet, those creatures are merely figments of their imagination, vividly depicted through films and novels. What is a film? It resembles the images from the Daily Prophet, requiring special props for projection, causing the characters to come to life. The two were close enough that Visette only needed to turn his head slightly to behold Luna's radiant smile and the soft, downy texture upon her cheeks. Given the peculiar circumstances of her home life, Luna's activities were typically confined to the village of Ottery St. Catchpole to avoid complications. Upon her arrival in the modern city, the bustling vehicles, the diverse pedestrians adorning the streets, and the electronic wares on display in the shops all presented an enchanting novelty to her. Chapter 88, Christmas Gifts. Let's step inside. We're in search of a clothing store. Visette observed that Luna's gaze lingered on one particular establishment for quite some time. It was an unconventional clothing shop, devoid of decorative ribbons and lights in its window, with a wreath of a reindeer head hanging at the entrance. The fluffy reindeer head snorted continuously. It failed to capture the attention of passers-by. This was a boutique run by a witch, aptly named Madame Felton's clothing store. Upon entering, they encountered an elderly woman with a tilted wizard's hat. Her voice was gentle. "What a rare treat, children. Are you in need of new garments?" "Indeed, Madame Felton." Visette replied with a nod, turning to Luna and softly encouraging, "Why not try something on? I'll be right here." The old woman followed closely behind, leisurely elucidating the craftsmanship and materials of the garments, exuding a certain charm reminiscent of Ollivander. For an entire afternoon, Visette guided Luna through a department store, procuring all the items they had planned to purchase for the day. The commercial street at night was even more enchanting, the shops adorned with vibrant lights, their colorful glow intertwining harmoniously with the elegantly decorated Christmas trees nestled beneath the eaves. Luna donned a velvet robe adorned with snowflakes, the hem adorned with feathers and bells. Despite carrying numerous bags, her grace remained unblemished. Strolling amidst the patches of light cast by the festive illuminations, she resembled a sprite descended to the earthly realm. Though a mere dusting of snow lay upon the ground, it thrilled Luna immensely. Together with Visette, they produced shovels to gather the snow surrounding the garden, fashioning 3 snowmen in the shape of owls. In addition to his leisurely pursuits, Visette often paused at various locations to prepare Christmas gifts for those he held dear. It was not until this afternoon that he finalized the gifts and successfully dispatched them. Luna had been of great assistance, and it was entirely natural for her to feel fatigue now. This evening, she exhibited a peculiar determination, insisting that she was not at all tired as she curled up on the sofa, engrossed in a book entitled Singing Contrapuntally. Visette smiled slightly, choosing not to say much as he took out his wand and notebook, settling on one side of the sofa. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of pages turning and Luna's quiet yawns as she covered her mouth. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, until Visette felt a weight on his arm. Luna's head had nestled against him, peacefully asleep. He chuckled softly. She had just been proclaiming her wakefulness. Yet now she was lost in dreams. Cautiously, he picked up his wand and, instinctively whispering, pointed its tip at the cushion. "Transformar." Suddenly, the cushion elongated, transforming into a warm, orange blanket. A realization dawned upon Visette. The incantation had been softly uttered, veering towards a silent spell-casting technique. Though he was quite proficient with the spell, achieving such an effect delighted him. Most importantly, his whisper had not disturbed Luna, opting not to continue perusing his notes. Visette closed his eyes to relax. The clock struck midnight with a resounding chime. Startled, he opened his eyes to find himself locking gazes with Luna. She sprang up like a startled hare, barely pausing to rub her eyes before darting towards her room. Visette stretched his neck and arms, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within him. However, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he retrieved a gift box from his pocket, his Christmas present for Luna. Inside the box lay a transparent potion vial containing a golden, shimmering liquid that caught Visette's gaze irresistibly. Within the vial was a crystallized fruit, known as a flying lee, radiant like an orange-red gemstone. This was a potion his mother had taught him. Luna would gather the first drop of morning dew she encountered each day and gift it on special occasions, believing it would bring good fortune. Visette cradled the vial in his hand, feeling its gentle warmth, reminiscent of a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg enjoyed on a brisk morning. Was this the reason Luna collected morning dew? A warm current flowed through his heart. In the mornings, one should wear an extra layer to avoid catching a chill. Okay. Luna's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to open a window for fresh air. After the snowfall, the night sky was devoid of clouds, and the moonlight cascaded down upon her, enveloping her in a mist of pearly glow. Visette approached the window, offering his gift and softly uttering, "Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas." Luna's voice rang clearer than usual. Within the gift box was a bracelet, intricately woven from the hair of a unicorn's tail, its gentle silver hue reminiscent of dawn's first light. The bracelet is adorned with numerous feathers and blossoms, featuring the vibrant plumage of a ball bird alongside fragrant flowers such as lavender. At its center lies a smooth crystal bead, within which is a delicately etched daisy-shaped iron tag. Visette helped Luna don the bracelet, pointing to the crystal bead as he remarked, "Hold it tightly in times of danger." The iron tag, a gift from Ollivander, serves as a magical artifact with defensive properties. Through the combination of Grindelwald's notes, he meticulously altered it through transfiguration and incantations to achieve the daisy form. How lovely! Luna softly exclaimed, raising her wrist toward the moon outside, adjusting her angle repeatedly. Visette, look! A smile graced her face as she proclaimed, "This imperfect moon has been completed by you." Visette bent slightly, following her gaze, and observed how the crystal bead and the moon harmonized, creating a unified vision. "Luna? Where are you?" Suddenly, Xenophilius's voice resonated from upstairs. Startled, both stepped back in unison, exchanging a knowing smile. Luna playfully winked and, like a butterfly, flitted past Visette. "Dad, I'm right here. Merry Christmas." "Ah, my dear, Merry Christmas." Xenophilius's voice rang out joyfully, freshly minted storybooks. Shadows of Darkness in the Fortress. The Wizard's Final Dance. Upon hearing the title, Visette couldn't suppress a chuckle, acknowledging Xenophilius's knack for naming. Although the content and illustrations were derived from both him and Luna, he was still eager to delve into the book's pages. Visette approached, presenting a Christmas gift, a restored and pristine ancient tome titled I Saw the Brain, The Fluttering Worm. This book chronicles the adventures of a wizard who, while journeying to the river Lethe for its waters, stumbled upon the fluttering worm, embellished with exquisite illustrations throughout. According to the narrative, the fluttering worm is a buoyant creature resembling a brain, capable of enhancing the efficacy of talent potions. Ultimately, this wizard, with the aid of a fluttering worm, became a distinguished supplier of talent potions, yet fell into bankruptcy after depleting his stock. This gift was inspired by Luna's suggestion, as she believed both she and Xenophilius would cherish the book. A tranquil night passed, until Visette was roused by a commotion at the window. Several owls perched outside, clutching packages in their talons, incessantly pecking at the glass. Allowing them entry, more owls soon filled the room. Before long, a plethora of parcels accumulated at the head of Visette's bed. He received gifts from many, including Professor McGonagall's present, a notebook primarily focused on foundational concepts, replete with numerous essays and annotations. Professor Flitwick's gift was also a notebook, detailing various concepts regarding wandless magic and exercises for attempting silent casting. The gift from Headmaster Dumbledore was a delicate pendant box adorned with a carved phoenix design, which, upon opening, released the enchanting melody of fox song. Visette meticulously folded a note into a lucky star, enclosing Luna's luck potion within, and then retrieved a circle of unicorn hair bandages to fill the surrounding gaps entirely. He chuckled and shook his head, as if he could empathize with Hagrid's sentiment. Such soft-tail hair was perfect for safeguarding the potion. Hagrid also presented him with a gift, a pillow no larger than a fist. Attached to the pillow was a note. Visette, Merry Christmas. Inside the pillow is stuffed with bird snake fluff. Pull it to your desired size. To Visette's surprise, Molly, the mother of Fred and George, also gifted him a present, a sky blue sweater and a box of chocolates. The sweater bore the initials WL, accompanied by a heartfelt letter. Visette, thank you for saving my 3 children. This is a token of our appreciation. Merry Christmas. The box of chocolates was a specialty from Romania. Visette popped one into his mouth. It was more bitter and full-bodied than the chocolate frog, making it quite suitable for an evening pick-me-up. His friends also bestowed upon him various gifts, primarily an assortment of magical candies. He stuffed all these sweets into jars, amassing a total of 7 jars. How's my wand look? At the Hogwarts staff table, Flitwick remarked while directing his wand to slice some salami. Sprout observed intently, noticing it seemed a tad shinier than usual, even more responsive. Flitwick emphasized, Visette gifted me a premium wand care set. It is the first time I've received such a distinctive present from a student. Sprout smiled gently. No wonder you are so pleased. As a former dueling champion, such a thoughtful gift must be delightful. He also gave me a Christmas gift, a plant harvest calendar, just released by the Leaky Cauldron, perfect for immediate use. Flitwick noted he must have gifted presents to all the professors. He glanced at Professor McGonagall. Minerva, what did you receive? A tea set, she replied, setting down her fork and knife, envisioning the lovely set adorned with flowers, green leaves, and little kittens. Would you like to try some muggle candies? Dumbledore approached the staff table, gently tapping it to transform it into a fruit platter filled with a vibrant array of candies. Professor McGonagall inquired tentatively, Albus, how many candies did Visette give you? Dumbledore chuckled. A full 7 boxes. They come in every flavor imaginable. I never expected muggle candies to evolve so quickly. These are quite intriguing. McGonagall rubbed her forehead, recalling what Madame Pomfrey had advised him to be cautious about. How could I possibly disregard Visette's kindness? Dumbledore exclaimed, picking up a blue-wrapped candy. I highly recommend this popping candy. Sprinkle a handful into your mouth, and you'll feel the candy dancing in your mouth. He picked up an egg-shaped chocolate, which was quite intriguing. Muggles had concealed toys within the candy, including a car that could move on its own when pulled and a wind-up doll that would spring to life. As Dumbledore introduced the sweets, Severus Snape approached the staff table. Observing Dumbledore's movements, he pursed his lips and chose a seat furthest from the headmaster. Flitwick waved his wand, causing a chair to float beside Snape. Severus, I presume the Weasleys have sent you gifts as well, have they not? Given their nature, it is unlikely that you would receive anything less. Gifts? Yes, indeed, Snape replied in a low voice, his tone curt. A set of rather useless potion ingredients, along with a bottle of soul-soothing elixir. The finished product of the elixir is abysmal. Clearly, there were issues with the preparation. I have written him a letter detailing its shortcomings. I see, Flitwick mused softly. Is it your Christmas gift to Weasley? A critique on potion improvements? Think as you will. Snape replied, rapping his fingers on the table. Before him, a plate appeared bearing smoked meat, sausage, and butter bread. Chapter 90, Tasting the Soul. Oh, Snape's voice remained low as he methodically sliced through the smoked meat. I simply detest the waste of potion ingredients, that is all. Flitwick wore a knowing smile. Understood. Understood. At that moment, an owl flapped its wings as it flew into the great hall. Its talons clutched a rope attached to a sizable package, which it delivered to the opposite end of the staff table, where Quirrell sat. Flitwick gazed at the owl departing the hall, contemplating aloud, given the shape of that package. Could it contain potions as well? Snape cast a cursory glance, sniffing slightly, soul-soothing elixir of equally poor quality. Quirrell, startled by the sudden arrival of the owl, calmed only upon noticing the package bore Weasley's signature. He picked it up and exited the hall. Quickly, open that package. I want the potions inside. Voldemort's muffled voice emanated from the fabric bag behind Quirrell. Quirrell, not daring to delay, tore away the cloth and waved his wand to unwrap the package. Inside was a glass vial filled with shimmering silver potion, the neck of the bottle swirling with mist. Attached was a magical card that read, Professor Quirrell. I hope this bottle of soul-soothing elixir aids in restoring your spirits. Merry Christmas. It seems that even ridiculous sentiments have their merits. Voldemort gazed into the mirror, his focus fixating on the glass vial. At least that silent one has delivered a substantial bottle of soul-soothing elixir. Hurry, pour it for me. Quickly. Quirrell poured a cup of the elixir, using his wand to levitate the potion before Voldemort. Like a parched traveler in a desert, Voldemort greedily consumed the elixir. He displayed a look of satisfaction and exclaimed, Excellent. Splendid. Everything is proceeding according to my design. Voldemort's demeanor appeared markedly improved, and Quirrell's pallor lessened, revealing a hint of color. What do your words signify, master? Chilo felt a weight in his heart and hurriedly inquired further. Voldemort, in an unexpectedly jovial mood, calmly elaborated. The soul-soothe elixir is a remarkably advanced yet not overly complex potion. It tests the purity of the potion maker's soul. Those with either a pure or a highly obsessive soul tend to produce superior soul-soothe elixirs. Of course, purity is a standard set by potion makers, while my criterion is chaos. Chilo sensed an ominous premonition and quickly asked, Master, does this mean that Vizard soul? Yes, indeed. Voldemort cackled with a sinister delight. He is affected. Delicious. An exquisitely delectable soul-soothe elixir. How many flavors do I perceive? Let me calculate. Pure chaos, wickedly delightful. Queerness, complete void, utterly novel. Another, please. Ah, and there's an odd taste, indescribable, an experience beyond the ordinary. He resembled a seasoned connoisseur, savoring the essence of Vizard's soul through cup after cup of the soul-soothe elixir. How marvelous! How extraordinary! It has been ages since I felt such elation. Queerness. You can scarcely fathom the sensation of savoring a soul's flavor. Voldemort was indeed in high spirits, even willing to provide Chilo with additional explanations. Queerness. Your soul is rather mundane, predictably timid, pitifully seeking validation, yet cowering like a squirrel. This is why I chose you. I can see you yearning for power. Your desire to be valued by others, much like a squirrel yearning for acorns. Chilo's expression grew complex as he endeavored to grasp Voldemort's words. Tentatively, he inquired, Master, if he produces a soul-soothe elixir to your satisfaction, might he be exempt from further lessons in dark magic? We could keep him to provide you with more soul-soothe elixirs. I can supply the materials for him to create additional ones for future needs. Voldemort's tone turned venomous. Your memory is perpetually poor, easily forgetting significant matters. I can see all that you are, Queerness. You should consider yourself fortunate. With this bottle of soul soothe elixir, your existence will be considerably improved. Do you understand? Yes, my master. Chilo trembled. I comprehend fully. Queerness. I hope that in the days to come, you will remember the abilities I possess. You truly need to develop a long-lasting memory. In an instant, a dark green radiance enveloped the entire office. The Christmas holiday was lengthy, spanning over half a month. This potion was a high-level elixir, and the brewing process was fraught with variables, necessitating constant adjustments in temperature and technique. Even with Vizard's magical eye assisting him, the potion-making process was perilous. However, at the moment he completed the potion, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Upon Chilo's assessment, both the quality and efficacy of the potion met the standards recorded in his notes. This was also the reason he intended to present it as a gift to Snape and Chilo. The gift for Chilo was meant to alleviate his worries and concerns. The one for Snape carried an additional implication of submitting an assignment. However, in the eyes of the esteemed potion master Severus Snape, the soul-soothing elixir crafted by Visette was utterly substandard, a revelation that took Visette by surprise. In response to this, Snape penned a lengthy letter, enumerating potential reasons for the failure and offering numerous suggestions for improvement. Alongside the correspondence, he dispatched a substantial parcel of potion ingredients, which required the efforts of 3 owls to deliver successfully. Setting aside the harsh and derisive remarks, Visette could discern Snape's sincere intentions through this letter. He diligently followed the advice provided, revising his notes, establishing several control groups, gradually adjusting the heat, modifying the stirring technique, and timing the wand movements with precision. Devoting the majority of his Christmas holiday and incurring considerable material costs, Visette still found himself unable to gain Snape's approval. Eventually, Snape explicitly advised him to refrain from further attempts at brewing the soul-soothing elixir. This news struck Visette with a sense of disheartenment. Chapter 91. The End of the Holiday. Snape later sent another letter, explaining that it was possible the lingering effects of the previous potion within Visette were impeding his ability to master the soul-soothing elixir. Rarely feeling disheartened, Visette found himself grappling with a sense of frustration. Sitting on a garden bench, he clutched the letter, gazing at the distant stream. He was unaware of when Luna had quietly settled beside him, accompanying him in the gentle breeze, listening to the playful banter of Sol and Diana, sharing the view of the horizon, where the wind brushed over the grass without bending it, remaining by his side from afternoon until sunset, until the stars adorned the night sky and the moon hung high above. Visette gradually found peace, the weight of disappointment and frustration dissipating. Luna raised her wrist, directing a crystal bead toward the sky, where the moon shyly revealed half of its face. The moon had risen tonight, and the sun would rise again tomorrow, a natural cycle akin to the phoenix's rebirth. Listening intently to Luna's words and gazing into her pale, silver eyes, Visette felt a sudden sense of relief and smiled. He was like Cedric on the train, ensnared in a labyrinth, ensnared by an exceedingly simple question that had held him captive for far too long. Fortunately, he had a guide, ethereal as a fairy, to illuminate his path. Perhaps we should try some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Luna suggested with a twinkle in her eye, recounting how her father often told her about tasting flavors reminiscent of vomit. Of course, I remember there being a pack in a candy jar. Visette nodded, hoping his luck would not lead him to the flavor of vomit. He could tolerate the taste of snot at most. I have good fortune. I often get the orange flavor, Luna chimed, smiling. If I come across any delectable flavors, I will share them with you. Visette slowly rose, glancing at Luna, who tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling that everything was as it should be. Setbacks were not insurmountable. What truly mattered was how one confronted those challenges. The professor's gifts were carefully stored in a suitcase, patiently awaiting the moment of their return for unsealing. The Shadows in the Fortress, the final dance of the wizard, garnered immense popularity, even securing a prominent position in the sales front at the Leighton bookstore. Xenophilius was engrossed with work during the day, initiating the printing press at dawn to churn out copies of this book repeatedly. Meanwhile, Visette and Luna, utilizing the Flynn network, continued their explorations around London. This excursion differed from the previous ones, as they possessed no specific destination, merely indulging in the purest joy. They would ride the night bus to a countryside farmer's market, seated on weathered wooden benches, savoring crispy toast and fresh cheese. After their breakfast, they would linger on the benches, inhaling the fragrances of blossoms and coffee wafting from nearby cafes, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by while attempting to imagine the stories that might unfold. They strolled along the banks of the Thames, counting the spires and domes across the river, or climbed the hills adjacent to the city, reveling in the panoramic urban vistas. Visette felt both his mind and body rejuvenated, seemingly more effective than any soul-soothing elixir. If he were to be likened to a house still under construction, the knowledge of magic would serve as the foundation and brick walls, while the fragments of life would form the windows. With these windows in place, moonlight could grace the interior. Unbeknownst to them, the day of return to school arrived. Visette and Luna exchanged no superfluous farewells. A mere glance conveyed all that needed to be said. The Scottish Highlands remained cloaked in snow, with the keeper, Filch, shivering in a heavy coat. Leaning against the railing of the small platform, he barked at the disembarking students. "Come this way. Follow me." Under Filch's guidance, Visette found himself on a wide, forested dirt road lined with a row of carriages. He climbed into one of the carriages, which promptly closed its door and began to move at a leisurely pace. Upon returning to the dormitory, Visette discovered it deserted. The disarray of his roommates' desks suggested they were all engaged in a final push to complete the backlog of assignments accumulated over the holiday. Indeed, he found a note on his desk bearing the urgent pleas of 4 roommates. "Visette, hurry to the library and help us check our assignments." Armed with Professor McGonagall's and Professor Flitwick's notes, he made his way to the rather bustling library. Madame Pants was considerably stricter than usual, randomly expelling a group of fortunate students whenever the noise level exceeded a certain threshold. Anthony and his companions had the foresight to nestle in the farthest corner from Madame Pants, occasionally glancing towards the distance. Upon spotting Visette, their faces lit up with joy, and seizing the opportunity while Madame Pants turned away, they stood up and waved vigorously. Ravenclaw maintained high standards for their assignments. Merely completing them was the baseline, while striving for commendable feedback was what they truly desired. Visette swiftly reviewed the assignments of the 4, offering praise. "Well done. If one truly seeks improvement, one might consider quoting the original text from a book to elevate the intent. Let me ponder." In the 12th cabinet of the potions section, there lies a tome entitled Fundamentals of Potion Theory, characterized by its serious and succinct prose, which aligns with Professor Snape's style. In the 6th cabinet of the Charms section, one can find the first volume of Chog's Magical Forces, whose summaries are quite intriguing and could serve as a source of inspiration for revision. In the 15th cabinet of the Transfiguration section, specifically on the 6th shelf, there exists a book title From Silver Needle to Sharp Blade, which also contains commendable sentences. "You are truly remarkable," exclaimed the 4 roommates, lowering their voices and giving a thumbs up to Visette. They scattered about, striving to remain silent and avoid the scrutiny of Madame Pants, thereby vanishing into the vast ocean of books within the library. "Visette! Visette!" 2 exceedingly faint voices emerged. "Harry! Hermione!" And Ron appeared before Visette. Visette glanced at Madame Pants and whispered, "Is there something amiss?" Chapter 92. Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. Ron and Harry exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Do you know Nicholas Flamel?" Their quest was not for academic completion, but rather to uncover information regarding the individual named Nicholas Flamel. Harry felt a peculiar familiarity with the name, yet despite their diligent efforts in scouring the library, they had found no trace of him. Even Hermione, upon returning to school, had failed to locate any relevant material on Flamel. The trio resolved to return to the library in hopes of fortune, fortuitously encountering Visette, whom they trusted enough to inquire. "Do you know?" Harry looked at Visette with hopeful anticipation. "After all, you're simply," Ron immediately chimed in, "simply more knowledgeable than Madame Pants herself. Not only do you know the title of the book, but you also know where to find it." These observations were drawn from their first-hand experiences, as Visette had assisted them with numerous assignments prior to their friendship with Hermione. Nicholas Flamel? Visette mentally perused the books and swiftly extracted pertinent information. "He is an immortal wizard, a great alchemist, currently residing in Devon, in possession of the only Philosopher's Stone in existence." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Harry gasped in astonishment. "The stone is guarded by Flamel." Ron added, "By Merlin's beard. Snape has designs on the Philosopher's Stone." "Oh, Flamel? Professor Snape? The Philosopher's Stone?" Visette raised an eyebrow. "The stone is at school?" "Hey!" Hermione, realizing the gravity of Visette's string of questions, shouted in a fluster. Although she had sensed something was amiss earlier, she had been unable to prevent Harry and Ron from speaking. Their revelations not only raised questions in Visette's mind, but also attracted Madame Pants's attention. As a result, Harry and his companions were expelled from the library, and Visette found himself asked to leave as well. "I'm sorry. We truly didn't mean to involve you," Ron said, his face flushed, nearly matching the color of his hair. Hermione inquired eagerly, "Visette, did you just mention that Nicolaim is an immortal wizard? What does that imply?" Visette succinctly replied, "He has lived for over 600 years, from the year 1327 until the present. Ah, I see. Ron exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. That's why we spent an entire Christmas holiday looking for research on the development of modern sorcery. But we couldn't find him. I remember where I saw him. He continued. Wait for me in the Great Hall. Hermione, visibly anxious, hurried towards the moving staircase. Don't you eat chocolate frogs? Visette turned to Ron and Harry, noting that Nicolam's name appears on the chocolate frog cards. Does it? Ron and Harry responded with confusion. Visette clarified, not Nicolam's card, but he is mentioned on Professor Dumbledore's card. Oh, Professor Dumbledore. Harry's eyes lit up. I knew I'd seen him. I've been saying that all along. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a crumpled chocolate frog card, reading the inscription aloud. The 12 uses of dragon's blood and his collaboration with Nicolam in alchemy have been remarkably fruitful. I can't believe I didn't think of that, Ron exclaimed, raising his fist and tapping his forehead. I've collected over 500 cards. Neither did I, Harry replied, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. A smile spreading across his face, grateful for Visette's reminder. Visette, do you also enjoy collecting chocolate frog cards? Ron asked curiously. Do you have cards of Agrippa and Ptolemy? I could trade you for cards you don't have. Noticing that Harry and Ron were about to divert the conversation, Visette promptly voiced his curiosity. What I find intriguing is how this matter relates to Professor Snape. Ron explained, because Snape always finds various excuses to deduct points from Gryffindor right in front of Harry. He deducts my points too. Harry chimed in indignantly. Anyone sitting at the same table as me ends up losing points. Visette cleared his throat, striving to suppress his laughter. Indeed, Professor Snape had deducted points in front of Harry on 2 separate occasions. Observing Visette's barely contained amusement, Harry declared emphatically, he definitely wants to harm me. He has a wound on his leg, a significant injury. It was caused by a werewolf bite. That's why my broomstick malfunctioned. Then Ron and the others realized that it was Professor Snape casting spells nearby, and thus they intended to intervene. His mouth was covered by Ron, who mumbled incoherent words. Harry, stop talking, Ron exclaimed, his expression one of sheer horror, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Visette quickly turned to look, and there stood Snape in his dark robes, now less than 2 meters away from them. A faint, sardonic smile played at the corners of Snape's mouth, his expression a mask of coldness. Very well, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, quite commendable. His voice was frigid, drawn out, devoid of any inflection. As I pondered the discussions regarding the professor in the corridor, I recalled an incident when a spell had inadvertently set the professor's robe ablaze. He advanced 2 steps, positioning himself before Weasley, and leaned in intently at Ron. Mr. Weasley, you appear to possess considerable insight into the identity of the arsonist, he remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly, his voice imbued with a hissing quality. Both Harry and Ron's faces flushed crimson, Harry's even more so, as he struggled to breathe beneath Ron's hand. With great effort, Harry pried Ron's hand away and shot a furious glare at Snape. Straightening, Snape continued to loom over Ron, declaring, discussing professors in the corridor warrants a deduction of 20 points from Gryffindor. You. Harry gritted his teeth, unwavering in his glare at Snape. Snape blinked, redirecting his focus to Ron, adding, 20 points for each of you. Under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, Ron felt a chill run down his spine and, disregarding the 40 points lost, grasped Harry's hand and fled the corridor with utmost urgency. As they neared the end of the corridor, Ron's voice echoed back, Weasley, thank you for enlightening us on so many matters. Take care. Snape turned, his expression remaining impassive, though his tone lacked any inflection. Weasley, report to my office. Chapter 93. The Inquisitive Toad. Ravenclaw is not without its merits, Snape mused inwardly. However, on the way to his office, Weasley followed silently, refraining from posing unnecessary questions. This was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome, sparing him the trouble of elucidating Dumbledore's perplexities. He even felt a twinge of gratitude for his initial choice to impart knowledge to Weasley rather than assume the role of a caretaker for Harry. Do I wish to annihilate Harry Potter? 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Weasley raised his head and discreetly cast a glance at Snape, who wore an entirely expressionless countenance. Another arbitrary point deduction. He seemed to have grown accustomed to it. He could almost stifle a laugh, maintaining a blank expression reminiscent of Snape's demeanor at that moment. Following Snape into the office, Weasley observed a desk in the corner, upon which lay not only a notebook, but also a pristine set of potion-making equipment. Narrowing his eyes, he finally discerned the emblem on the equipment. Ah, indeed, it was the Christmas gift he had sent. Luna had been correct. A potioneer would not refuse a brand new set of tools. Adjacent to the potion equipment was a toad, which sat quietly, observing the 2 newcomers with an air of curiosity. For reasons unknown, Weasley felt an odd familiarity with this toad, not the kind stemming from a previous encounter, but rather an inexplicable sense of recognition. He found it difficult to articulate this feeling. Perhaps if Luna were present, she would instantly grasp the sentiment he sought to convey. This was their unspoken understanding. Snape strode briskly to the desk, pulled out a chair, and with a casual flick of his wand, summoned a multitude of potion ingredients. Vizard recognized the materials at a glance. They were related to the soul-soothing potion. He nodded affirmatively, rolled up his sleeves, and swiftly ignited the crucible, proceeding with deft movements. He ground the moonstone into powder, combining it with dewflower nectar and mugwort infusion, pouring the dew into the crucible while expertly wielding his wand to cast the necessary spells. During the Christmas break, he had lost count of how many batches of the soul-soothing potion he had concocted, yet he was intimately familiar with the entire process. Vizard's movements were fluid and seamless, with no pauses in his sequence of steps. Severus Snape could perceive this. In terms of brewing the soul-soothing potion, Vizard exhibited nearly flawless technique, despite this being the result of extensive time and accumulated materials. He was acutely aware of Vizard's age and the fact that he was currently in his first year at Hogwarts, merely 11 years old. Snape rubbed his brow, awaiting the final product. "Professor Snape, it is complete," Vizard stated with an unchanging expression, presenting the shimmering potion, enveloped in silver mist, before Snape. "Is that so?" Snape murmured, his brow furrowing as he inquired. "Have you tested the potion yourself?" "I have," Vizard nodded, "though its effects do not reach the caliber of your potions after consuming it. I do feel a sense of relaxation and an inclination to sleep." "Thus you initially tested it on yourself?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Why not use your owl? I recall you having one." "I couldn't bear to burden Soul with the task, as delivering messages is quite exhausting for him, and he is my friend," Vizard replied with a slight cough, "so I opted to drink it myself." In truth, there was another reason. He had observed the potion with his magical eye and confirmed its safety before proceeding to test it. Snape said nothing further, rising to open the inner door and retrieving a struggling toad. The toad, regardless of the time, was a reliable companion for potion makers, as its skin readily absorbed liquids, making it ideal for potion testing. "Let us demonstrate," Snape said, lightly tapping the toad, causing it to freeze in place. He prepared to administer the potion, affirming that it was indeed the correct soul-soothing potion. As he spoke, he demonstrated by pouring a dose onto the toad's back. Upon absorption, the toad would gradually quiet down and then drift into slumber. The more effective the potion, the quicker the toad would succumb to sleep. Vizard furrowed his brow. His soul-soothing potion had not only failed to lull the toad to sleep, but seemed to have the opposite effect, making it increasingly agitated. Agitated was perhaps an inadequate term. It would be more accurate to say that the toad's behavior became exceedingly peculiar after absorbing the potion. Just as it was about to collide with the potion equipment, Snape waved his wand, seemingly erecting a magical barrier in front of the apparatus. The toad continued its antics for over 10 minutes, finally collapsing into unconsciousness with a croak, as if all its energy had been expended. Vizard swallowed hard. "Professor Snape, why is it behaving this way?" He waved his wand again, summoning additional potion ingredients to the table: bad blood grass, angelica, sneezing grass, castor oil, and frog brain. "This is a concoction of a perplexing potion. Vizard is familiar with this magical elixir, yet he has never attempted to brew it. According to the conventional curriculum, he would formally study this potion in his third year." Snape remarked, "It seems you are aware of its purpose. The more potent the effects, the more pronounced the outcomes, potentially driving one into utter madness, making it difficult to regain sanity." Snape nodded. "I shall dictate, and you shall execute. Let's begin. First, add dew to the cauldron and heat it gently. Then, proceed to prepare the bad blood herb by grinding it in a mortar. Pour castor oil into a beaker and similarly heat it on low until it bubbles. Then introduce the frog's brain. While it heats, process the sneezing grass, slicing it into fine shreds." Snape's pace was not slow, and with the aid of his magical eye, Visette managed to keep up. Observing the cauldron's interior bubbling with fish-eye bubbles, he added the ghost grass and maintained a gentle simmer for 10 minutes. He retrieved the frog's brain, took another mortar, and combined it with raw castor oil to create a paste. Add the crushed bad blood herb, adjust to medium heat, and simmer until the potion exhibits a chaotic hue, releasing a faint gray mist, then remove from heat to cool. Chapter 94. A soul overflowing with abundance. Although Visette had not learned the perplexing potion, he was well-versed in the crafting of a soul soother. Thus, executing the instructions while listening was not arduous. He reheated the cauldron, added the finely sliced sneezing grass, and simmered for 5 minutes until the gray mist dissipated, then incorporated the mixture of frog's brain and castor oil, heating it vigorously. Visette scooped out the perplexing potion, which presented a lavender hue and emitted a scent reminiscent of leaded gasoline. Snape procured another toad and dripped the potion onto its back. The results of this trial were promising. The toad began to croak wildly, jumping with increased abandon, heedless of collisions with walls. Snape murmured, tossing the toad into the inner chamber. Let us repeat the process, and once again, I shall direct your actions. Once more. The same ingredients for the perplexing potion were laid out, yet Snape's instructions grew decidedly more brusque. Combine the frog's brain and castor oil into a paste. Directly add it to the cauldron along with the sneezing grass. No, wait. Mid-instruction, Snape abruptly waved his wand, causing all potion ingredients on the table to vanish. He made an unusual request. Create as you wish. I only require the final product. Excuse me? Visette raised his head, including the previous method. Is that not necessary? Indeed. Create freely, Snape affirmed. Do not concern yourself with the recorded simmering times or the methods noted. Rely solely on your intuition, your instinct. Very well. Visette, filled with confusion, complied nonetheless. He closed his eyes, clearing his mind, striving to enter a state of emptiness. Observing his eyes would reveal a lack of focus, an expression of bewilderment. Visette maintained this sensation, randomly selecting potion ingredients from the table and grinding them into a juice in a mortar. He then added castor oil and the frog's brain into the cauldron, proceeding to fry them directly. As an unusual and pungent odor pervaded the air, he poured the concoction of bad blood grass, angelica, and sneezing grass directly into the cauldron. The cauldron emitted a crackling sound, and an even stranger stench wafted throughout the office. Visette completed the potion in a mere third of the usual time, and astonishingly, the final product manifested a delicate lavender hue. The third victim, a toad, emerged, and upon absorbing the potion, exhibited a more terrifying madness. It not only displayed aggressive tendencies, but also repeatedly rammed itself against the walls in a self-destructive frenzy. Visette glanced at Snape, who tossed the third toad into the inner chamber. As I mentioned in my letter, it is prudent to refrain from further practice of the soul-soothing potion, as it continues to exert its influence over you. Your restraint regarding the potion has been commendable. You have only lost control once, on Halloween night. However, the potion is inextricably linked to you, and you may inadvertently unleash its dark magical properties. Visette inquired, will it harm those nearby? For the time being, no, Snape replied, waving his wand to cleanse the cauldron, leaving only the few potions behind. To unlock your latent properties, dark magic combined with certain potions is the most effective approach. As he spoke, he observed Visette's expression. Visette merely nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying no hint of panic. Noticing this, Snape continued, you are handling this well. Simply maintain your composure. Visette blinked, tentatively asking, Professor Snape, is there anything else I should be mindful of? Mindful of what? Snape raised an eyebrow. Merely ensure you maintain your vital signs. Do not perish at Hogwarts. I have no desire to confront a ghost named Visette. After Visette departed the office, Dumbledore emerged from the inner door. Severus, you could have placed the toad on the table instead of tossing it to me. Snape, while waving his wand, replied, since you have come to my office, it is only fitting you assist me with the task. If I did not cast it directly, Visette's nature would compel him to eagerly bring it to the inner chamber, only to discover you. Visette indeed would act thus. He is a very good child. Dumbledore smiled slightly, placing the unconscious toad on the table. Snape waved his wand, and 3 glass jars appeared, each enveloping a toad. Dumbledore took 2 of the jars, stating, I wish to take these 2 and observe how they react to the 2 potions. The outcome is predictable. Snape pointed to the toad beside the potion equipment. It will be endowed with certain traits characteristic of Visette. It will become tranquil, harmless, filled with curiosity about its surroundings, explore the potion equipment, and regard the world with inquisitive eyes. Returning to the present, Snape continued. This implies that his soul may even exert a direct influence on the potion's consumer through certain types of potions. This is my assessment. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, stating, based on your description and the recent behavior of the toad, I would arrive at a similar conclusion. Truly remarkable. This indicates that his soul is remarkably abundant, akin to a spring overflowing, something we have never witnessed before. Who exactly is he? Snape murmured, his voice somewhat somber, with your vast abilities. Are you unable to uncover the true origin of the wizard? Wizard? I too have found no leads regarding the origins of that dark sorcerer. It is as if he has materialized from thin air. Dumbledore sighed, It seems that someone has deliberately concealed this information, and they have done so impeccably, making it impossible to detect any flaws in a short span of time. To obtain a clue, perhaps we must consider the passage of years. The origin itself is not of paramount importance, Snape remarked, his gaze fixed on the potion-making apparatus. What truly matters is the reason behind this dark wizard's torment of wizard. Was his ultimate goal? Suddenly, Snape inquired, and what of the soul? Even with the use of the legilimency, it is challenging to delve into the essence of the soul itself. Dumbledore replied, "You are also a master of legilimency. You should be well aware of this fact." Chapter 95. O Lord, your holy name shall not be uttered in vain. Snape remained non-committal, acknowledging that only a select few wizards could grasp the mysteries of the soul. Dumbledore reflected, indeed, those who tread the path of magic inevitably confront the eternal topic of the soul. Ribbit, ribbit. The toad by the potion apparatus became agitated, seemingly regaining its animal instincts. Snape waved his wand, summoning a notebook. As he recorded data, he remarked, "For 5 days, Wizard Soul Soother has profoundly affected this toad. Truly astonishing, simply astonishing." Dumbledore responded with a sense of wonder. The office fell into a sudden silence, punctuated only by the rustling of Snape's notes and the croaking of the toad. "How noisy," Snape noted. After documenting everything, he flicked his wand, causing the toad and its glass jar to vanish. He turned to Dumbledore and asked, "Why not reveal the truth to Wizard?" "In truth, we have disclosed part of the reality," Dumbledore explained. "He is indeed not suited to continue studying such potions. Wizards who delve into the nature of the soul will detect Wizard's anomalies through these potions, which could lead to dire consequences. For instance, the Dark Lord?" Snape set down his notebook, pondering. "Wizard has sent a vial of Soul Soother to Quirrell. It is likely destined for the Dark Lord." Dumbledore sighed again. "Wizard meticulously prepares each Christmas gift. We cannot stifle this sincerity. Thus, we must resort to white lies, employing this dishonorable means to safeguard his well-being." Snape scoffed lightly. "Fortunately, the Dark Lord conceals this matter. In fact, he harbors many secrets. He claims to have attained immortality, yet has never disclosed the secret to achieving it. This is Lord Voldemort. He desires to be the Lord of all. He revels in that feeling. O Lord, your holy name shall not be uttered in vain." Dumbledore's tone was gentle yet resolute. "It is precisely for this reason that we must unearth the secrets of this Lord. We must vanquish this Lord." As the latter half of the academic year approaches, students find themselves increasingly besieged by anxiety in this new semester. For those in the 5th and 7th grades, the looming OWL and Newt examinations exacerbate this sense of unease. Clutching their notes or cradling textbooks under their arms, they bear the marks of their relentless preparation, with various annotations testifying to their tireless efforts. The library, overrun by 5th and 7th graders, resembles a battlefield, with students weaving between the shelves in search of fragments of information that might prove useful for their exams. This atmosphere of anxiety seems to be spreading. The auditorium is not the only place affected. Even the common room has grown considerably more somber. Ravenclaw's pursuit of knowledge and wisdom is epitomized by the examinations, which serve as a true testament to these ideals, particularly among the 5th and 7th graders. Conversations in the common room revolve almost exclusively around exams. For Penelope, who bears the responsibilities of a prefect, finding time to patrol the grounds and maintain order has become increasingly daunting. At this juncture, after fulfilling her duties, she appears overwhelmed, even reluctant to engage with those around her, exhibiting signs of potential collapse. As she approached, stepping into the shadows, a figure emerged, confusion evident in the reddened eyes of Visette. "Penelope, what troubles you?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," she hastily replied, brushing away tears and concealing a hefty textbook behind her. "I'm just sitting here for a moment." Visette noticed it was the textbook for potions, a substantial volume on intermediate potion making. "If it's a question about potions, perhaps I can assist," he suggested. "You mentioned seeking Professor Snape?" "No, absolutely not." Penelope instinctively protested. "Professor Snape is far too terrifying." Visette cleared his throat lightly, surprised by her vehement reaction, indicating the professor's reputation was indeed rather poor. In fact, some might argue that Professor Quirrell's reputation was even more favorable. According to Fred and George, despite Professor Quirrell's stammering, his classes were less effective than self-study, yet he maintained a notably amiable disposition. Even if they threw snowballs at him, he wouldn't retaliate in anger. Visette quickly interjected, "Could we perhaps refrain from such antics in the future? He bears a significant burden." The twins, ever the jesters, saluted in mock seriousness. "If it's at the behest of the materials advisor, We promise not to do it again. Fred and George further jested about the consequences of daring to throw snowballs at Snape, with exaggerated expressions of terror, claiming they would surely not see another sunrise. Destined to be poisoned that very evening. Actually, Professor Snape is rather reasonable, Visette mused, as long as one can discern the critical information amidst his style of communication. Is that so? Penelope began to regain her composure, gently wiping away the last remnants of her tears, her eyes no longer as red as before. Of course. Visette nodded, having just consulted him on several inquiries. First, tell me what you think, and next time we approach Professor Snape, I will assist you with your questions. That sounds reasonable. Penelope replied, somewhat sheepishly. Has Professor Snape ever scolded you? No, wait. It seems he even awarded you extra points, right? I heard about this from someone in Hufflepuff. Indeed. Visette did not deny it, thus you can confidently share this with me. Regarding the preparation of this vitality elixir, I recall Professor Snape mentioning 2 critical points during his reprimands. She gestured towards 2 of the brewing steps, specifically concerning the dosage and stirring speed. Professor Snape seemed to suggest that there are methods to expedite the potion's brewing process. Chapter 96, Hogsmeade. The brewing of potions is a protracted endeavor, and if one can effectively shorten the brewing time, it would significantly enhance exam scores. Visette inquired, did you not seek out Professor Snape after class? I was too timid to ask. Penelope's voice softened. She remembered last semester when Robert had mustered the courage to enter the classroom, but had not even posed a question before being left behind to clean. Robert Hilliard is another Ravenclaw prefect. And then? He didn't manage to ask anything at all. Cough cough. Visette cleared his throat. Professor Snape is actually quite amiable. One merely needs to adapt to his manner of speaking. Without comparison, there is no harm. I find Professor Snape to be rather approachable. At the very least, he helps with cleaning up, which not only earns points but also offers assistance in answering questions. The 2 issues Penelope mentioned were topics he had already studied before the Christmas holidays, and now he could provide answers. He pointed to a line in the textbook and said, here, you need to use a double portion of verbena, finely chopped, added to the cauldron, which can reduce the brewing time by 10 minutes, but it must be done over medium heat. Additionally, the stirring speed should not be merely about pace, but rather about the force. Each stir must reach the bottom, adhering to the cauldron's wall. As Visette elaborated with precision, Penelope's expression gradually brightened, and she exclaimed, that seems to be it. That's exactly what he said. Thank you so much. I'm glad to help. Visette smiled. But I recommend that you try the process yourself. If done correctly, the brewing time for the vitality elixir should be shortened by 15 minutes. How many times have you helped me now? I can hardly express my gratitude, Penelope said, with an envious expression. You are far bolder than I. Daring to ask Professor Snape questions. Bidding farewell to Penelope, Visette continued towards the common room. There was still much he wished to learn, such as studying Professor McGonagall's notes and combining them with Professor Flitwick's to explore the intricacies of nonverbal spells. Just as he pondered while walking, a soft voice from behind interrupted him. Visette, would you accompany me to a certain place? Hogwarts Castle is vast, and fully exploring it is an endeavor that consumes considerable time. Dumbledore led Visette down a completely unfamiliar path. Visette, I have received your Christmas gift, and the delightful assortment of candies is truly marvelous. With a smile, Visette remarked while gathering ancient magical powers, I was somewhat apprehensive, thinking I ought to present you with a book, yet it felt rather too conventional. Later, while exploring London with Luna, we encountered a plethora of intriguing candies, which inspired that Christmas gift. I am elated to have your approval. Family, Dumbledore murmured softly, his melodious tone reminiscent of a saxophone. I adore it immensely. If it is not too much to ask, I would also appreciate some everyday items, such as woolen socks, or even more whimsical candies, as a rather unreasonable request from this old man. With a chuckle, Visette replied, of course, I shall take note of that. He followed Dumbledore through corridors and grand halls, finally arriving at the castle's rear garden. In the center of the garden stood a magnificent circular fountain, with a grand marble archway in the distance, flanked by 2 exquisitely detailed statues of winged boars, poised as if ready to spring into action. The archway, adorned with a plethora of intricate Gothic patterns, exuded an air of grandeur. Curiously, Visette inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, where are we headed? To Hogsmeade Village, Dumbledore replied as he led the way. Normally, one must be in their 3rd year to enter there. Visette felt a liquid sensation trickling down his forehead, a refreshing chill enveloping his entire being as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He hastily glanced at his hands, and where they should have been, he could see the ground beneath him, as though he had vanished into thin air. Headmaster Dumbledore, this must be the disillusionment charm, correct? Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. Dumbledore mused. Indeed, just follow me and speak as little as possible along the way. Hogwarts Castle was suffused with magic. As they approached the archway, the iron gate ahead clanged open, revealing a broad stone bridge. The bridge appeared weathered and worn, its surface marred with the marks of history. As Visette strolled alongside Dumbledore across the bridge, he activated the map in his mind. Indeed, traversing this path with Dumbledore illuminated several regions. Without hesitation, Visette absorbed and stored the ancient magical powers closest to him. Dumbledore seemed to sense something, casting a thoughtful glance at Visette. Surrounding the stone bridge were returning students, chatting and laughing, burdened with various packages. The disillusionment charm provided them with invisibility. As long as they remained discreet, the students found it challenging to detect their presence. Upon leaving the stone bridge, they encountered a picturesque rural landscape, where a simple, flattened dirt road was flanked by an array of flourishing magical plants, swaying gently in the breeze. They proceeded along this path until they halted at a T-junction. In the center of the crossroads stood a cluster of signposts, resembling tree canopies, appearing askew and inscribed with the names of shops in Hogsmeade, along with their respective directions. Dumbledore seemed intent on slowing his pace, allowing Visette to familiarize himself with the entire route. His deep voice resonated. "We shall proceed this way, Visette." For reasons unknown, although Visette could not see Dumbledore, he distinctly sensed his presence. The warmth in his palm led him to ponder a possibility. Perhaps it was the essence of Fawkes's feather? Following Dumbledore's lead, Visette soon beheld an imposing wooden door topped with a pointed roof, adorned with an intriguing plaque. The emblem depicted two crossed ones above, and two wild boars on the verge of collision below, accompanied by an arched wooden sign reading Hogsmeade. Chapter 97. The Tangled Dumbledores. Hogsmeade proved to be far more vibrant than Visette had imagined. After all, Diagon Alley was merely a commercial thoroughfare, whereas Hogsmeade was a quintessential wizarding village. The area was spacious, with shops and residences intermingling, exuding a rich atmosphere of daily life. Numerous residents strolled along the streets, greeting one another amiably as they discussed the news from the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore continued in his low tone, "We shall proceed this way." Visette closely followed Dumbledore into a somewhat disheveled and dilapidated pub. A tattered sign swayed in the breeze, featuring a bloodied boar's head. "We must venture to the back," Dumbledore cheerfully instructed as he circled the pub's perimeter. At the rear, a massive barrel loomed, and he navigated around it to push open the back door, unleashing a peculiar, pungent aroma of sheep. Accompanying this was a cacophony of raucous shouts filtering through the walls, interspersed with coarse expletives, the sound of shattered glass, and chairs tumbling to the ground. "Let us ascend to the second floor and await him," he declared, casually waving his finger to shift aside the heavy cargo blocking the inner door. Undoubtedly, this was the combined effect of nonverbal and wandless magic. Through his understanding of Professor Flitwick's notes, Visette had begun to grasp the nuances of nonverbal spells. However, further practice was required to perhaps replicate the silent incantations of that fateful night. After all, Transfiguration demanded the least from incantations. The so-called spells served more as prompts to direct the wizard's focus, guiding their acquired knowledge and awareness to enact transfiguration. It was due to this characteristic that spells like changing shapes and vine shaping could serve as incantations for transfiguration. The structure here mirrored the Leaky Cauldron, with a pub on the ground floor and rooms above rented to guests. Dumbledore deftly opened a door, waved his wand to dispel the disillusionment charm, pulled out a chair, brewed tea, and unwrapped sweets in one fluid motion, as if this were indeed his home. "Come, take a seat." He beckoned Visette, encouraging a more relaxed demeanor, suggesting that it was best to be unreserved in this space. Weiser nodded thoughtfully, lifting the steaming cup of tea and blowing gently upon it. "Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire what brings you here?" Dumbledore, producing 2 lemon sherbets, softly inquired, "Do you recall the technique of mental occlusion?" "Indeed," Weiser replied, accepting a lemon sherbet. "Professor Quirrell once suggested I explore the art of mental occlusion, as it might mitigate the effects of dark magic on Mermorian. It is an exceedingly profound magical skill," Dumbledore remarked, stroking his beard. "It possesses a myriad of applications. How well do you comprehend mental occlusion?" Without hesitation, Weiser responded, "I have merely consulted the tomes within the library, gleaning some fundamental concepts from the scarce records available. This technique can defend against mental infiltration, employing the closure of the mind to combat various magical intrusions and the repercussions they entail. Its utility is indeed broad, is it not?" Dumbledore blinked and smiled faintly. Just then, another voice interjected. A seasoned practitioner of mental occlusion can render the stunning spell ineffective under prepared circumstances. A tall, slender old man, with a gray-white beard and flour dusted upon his garments, entered the room. His voice was somewhat gruff. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Weiser's eyes widened, glancing first at Dumbledore and then at the newly arrived elder. Apart from the slightly hoarse voice and a few bloodstains on his sleeves, he bore a striking resemblance to Dumbledore. How could they be so alike? Noticing Weiser's astonished gaze, the tall elder pulled out a chair and introduced himself. "I am Aberforth Dumbledore, the lesser-known brother of the esteemed and illustrious Professor Dumbledore." From Aberforth's tone, Weiser discerned a hint of Professor Snape's inflection, tinged with mockery and sarcasm. He was not unknown. Rather, he was content with his current life. Dumbledore smiled and interjected, "He has always been a source of great assistance to me, for which I am profoundly grateful. I require no embellishment from you." Aberforth interjected somewhat rudely, then turned his attention to Weiser. Rolling up his blood-stained sleeve and grasping his greasy collar, he held up a gray rag. "You see, I'm merely a pub owner. The Hog's Head is not akin to the Three Broomsticks. It is rather unseemly, so brace yourself." Dumbledore maintained his smile. Regardless of the type of wizard, each may carve out a unique path in the exploration of magic, so do not underestimate anyone. "Did you bring him here today, or did he accompany you?" Aberforth raised an eyebrow. "Why not allow him to make his own choice? Why must everything be orchestrated by you? It has always been this way, and it continues to be so. How many lives do you intend to control?" Dumbledore took a deep breath, his smile fading to reveal a hint of despondency. "You are right, Weiser. Speak your mind." Aberforth's expression also soured slightly, breathing heavily and occasionally casting furtive glances at Dumbledore. Faced with the peculiar demeanor of Dumbledore, Visette's curiosity was piqued. He had been observing the two, discerning anomalies through their fragmented dialogue and subtle expressions. They resembled conjoined twins, their bloodline irrevocably intertwined, yet suffering immeasurable anguish due to the wounds that marred their connection. In truth, Professor Dumbledore held a great deal of trust in Aberforth. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to mediate, speaking favorably on Aberforth's behalf. Nevertheless, Aberforth appeared to disdain this facade, consistently exposing the underlying truths and revealing a more authentic side. "My time is limited. Just tell me your true thoughts." Aberforth exclaimed impatiently. Visette rose, yet his contemplations remained unceasing. During the Christmas holiday, he had pondered many matters and engaged in extensive conversations with Luna, leading to a subtle shift in his perspective. Where in life is there no learning? Departing from Hogwarts Castle and the formal teaching environment, he believed he could acquire a different kind of knowledge. This meeting with Aberforth might serve as a serendipitous opportunity. Chapter 98, To the Leaky Cauldron. With this thought, Visette bowed slightly and inquired, "Mr. Dumbledore, I am particularly interested in what I can contribute here." Aberforth shook his head, exhaling dramatically in a display of feigned sorrow. "Your current demeanor reminds me of the great Professor Dumbledore. In his youth, he was just like you, meticulous and rather pedantic. Perhaps even more so. Which house were you sorted into? Gryffindor or Ravenclaw?" "Ravenclaw," Visette replied. "If it is Ravenclaw, that seems rather fitting," Aberforth mused, stroking his beard and sighing deeply. "Regardless, I have already agreed, so you may stay. I hope it does not adversely affect my business." "Thank you," Dumbledore said, a glimmer of relief illuminating his eyes. "When shall he come? I shall issue him a Hogsmeade pass." "No need for such nonsense." Aberforth waved his hand dismissively. "An age restriction is an age restriction. Starting next week, he must come here every Friday evening without a Hogsmeade pass. He must find his own way." Regarding the matter of the soul-soothing potion, Visette had made a point to consult Quirrell, confirming that the potion had not troubled Quirrell. He felt reassured and immersed himself in his studies. In addition to revisiting classroom material, Visette had arranged some supplementary tasks. He possessed 5 notebooks, 2 from Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape's private lessons, 2 gifted by Professors Flitwick and McGonagall for Christmas, and 1 containing Grindelwald's notes. These resources were ample, allowing him to structure his life more meaningfully. On Mondays, he would delve into the 2 private lesson notebooks. Tuesday evenings were reserved for Quidditch practice. Wednesdays for studying Flitwick's and McGonagall's notes, and Thursdays dedicated to Grindelwald's writings. As for Friday evening, he needed to make his way to the Hog's Head Inn. Regarding the first small test assigned by Aberforth, Visette had learned from Fred and George about a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade. After flying lessons, he followed the map provided by Fred and George and turned into a secluded corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. Visette drew his wand and tapped the statue's hunchback, invoking Severus part ways. With a faint cracking sound, the statue's hunchback split open, revealing a narrow path shrouded in darkness. To ensure his safety, Visette snapped his fingers, transforming them into a devil snare before he crouched and slipped into the narrow passage. After a week of diligent effort, he had finally mastered his first silent spell, ancient magic, self-shape, devil snare form. However, the process of casting silently was still somewhat unstable. So he cleverly used the snap of his fingers as a command to activate the devil snare form. With the assistance of this form, he cautiously attuned himself to the sound around him as he navigated through the darkened passage. In his mind, he unfurled a map, absorbing the ancient magical energies each illuminated area contained. The passage wound and twisted, resembling a tunnel carved by some colossal rodent. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, a steep stone staircase appeared, ascending endlessly. This lengthy journey became somewhat intriguing, as he could absorb the ancient magical energies along the way. After what felt like an eternity, Visette finally reached the top of the staircase, where a trapdoor awaited him. Utilizing his devil snare form to survey the surroundings and confirming that no one was present, he finally pushed open the trapdoor. Visette exhaled deeply. Just as Fred had described, he found himself in the cellar of the Honeydukes. After navigating through several twists and turns, Visette recalled the route from his memory and opened the back door of the Hogshead Inn. He refrained from ascending to the inn above and waited quietly in the foyer. Before long, Aberforth, dusted with flour, appeared before him. "It seems you have not been deterred by Albus. I thought it would take you until next month to find a way to sneak in here. How did you manage it?" This was Visette's second encounter with Aberforth, and he could distinctly sense that Aberforth and Dumbledore were like two sides of the same coin. Dumbledore always maintained a neat appearance, speaking with courtesy and treating others with gentleness and kindness, often accompanied by a warm smile. In contrast, Aberforth appeared somewhat disheveled, his voice gruff, with eyebrows raised in a way that conveyed a hint of menace reminiscent of Dumbledore. Visette replied, "I learned about a secret passage from friend. It seems you have a good rapport. Let me show you." Aberforth raised an eyebrow, significantly more amiable than before. The bar's main hall was dimmer than the leaky cauldron, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of sheep. From the direction of the bar, sounds of chewing echoed, revealing a moving wild boar specimen grinding its teeth. Visette had barely taken a few steps when he noticed several malicious gazes directed at him. The patrons at the bar were mostly cloaked in dark robes, their eyes glimmering with a hint of malice. A few individuals, upon noticing that Visette was merely a child, promptly removed their hoods, tousling their disheveled hair and revealing grinning mouths filled with yellowed teeth, hissing with derisive laughter. Obufus led Visette into a side room, illuminated by the soft glow of candles. A long table, dusted with flour, stood prominently in the center, while several sacks of flour were piled in the corner and shelves boasted ingredients like sugar and butter, resembling a makeshift bakery. "This is the Pig's Head Tavern. You can still leave if you wish," Obufus remarked. "The patrons here cannot compare to those at Hogwarts. And neither can I." Visette shook his head and inquired aloud, "Mr. Dumbledore, what is it that I must do?" "Do not address me as Mr. Dumbledore," Obufus replied with utmost seriousness. "Just call me Obufus, and I shall call you Visette. It is that simple." "Very well, Obufus," came the reply. Obufus nodded, extracting his wand to summon two stools, gesturing for Visette to take a seat. He then produced a peculiar parchment inscribed with a dense array of strange symbols that coalesced into the shape of an eye. As Visette gazed at the parchment, the eye suddenly opened, emitting an ambiguous voice. "Where's your home?" Chapter 99, The Eerie Parchment. Visette felt an unsettling sensation, as if he had been completely seen through. Just as he was about to speak, the parchment seemed to answer itself. "Autry's St. Catchball Village, in the Black Castle, correct?" Visette tilted his head, experiencing that familiar feeling again, as if he were being scrutinized. He recalled a similar sensation from the first month of school when Snape had evoked it in him. "A remarkably accurate description," Obufus remarked. "This parchment is imbued with legilimency. Focus intently on the eye." Visette furrowed his brow, resisting the command and lowering his gaze. "Excellent. That is precisely the defiance I seek." Obufus chuckled. Yet for a legilimens, such resistance may prove futile. Visette felt that familiar sensation of being seen through once more, instinctively casting the guardian meditation, attempting to shield himself from the invasive scrutiny. The eye blinked incessantly, and the parchment itself grew unstable. Obufus's amusement deepened. "Indeed, no wonder Obufus claimed you possess talent. You have managed to ward off the probing gaze, demonstrating considerable skill." Gaze at me, the parchment urged. Yet Visette persisted in his resistance. At that moment, flames erupted from the bottom edge of the parchment, emitting an eerie silver light. The radiant glow swiftly filled the side room, and despite Visette having shut his eyes, he was still affected. A vision materialized in his mind. The castle he regarded as home was ablaze, its once beautiful garden transformed into a sea of fire, mercilessly consuming everything in its path. Enough. For the first time, Visette felt an overwhelming surge of anger. His core erupted violently, and the wizard's combat guide began to frantically flip its pages, unleashing the ancient magical power it had stored. The ancient magical energies converged, transforming into an array of silver-blue chains, intent on solidifying the confinement of the core. Yet, it was already too late. Countless tendrils of black and red mist penetrated the silver-blue chains, enveloping Visette in an eerie, otherworldly pattern. The subdued essence swiftly coalesced, taking on a tentacle-like form that ensnared Obscurial and hurled him against the wall. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash as the wall buckled under the force, drowning out Obscurial's pained cries. Visette's brows furrowed, his pupils morphing into a vivid crimson as he barked menacingly. "Do you wish to perish?" Obscurial, appearing somewhat disheveled, feigned indifference, even managing a smile. "Excellent. You are far superior to Obscurial. I relish witnessing your true self. At least you possess an authentic side, unlike him, who remains entirely concealed. Do you realize? Obscurial has always excelled at secrecy, as though he is innately attuned to magical contracts. He can completely obscure himself, but you are different. You express your emotions, which signifies you are better than him. What did you truly see just now? I'm quite curious." Visette exhaled sharply, observing Obscurial's nonchalant demeanor, and could not help but mutter, "Madman." "No, Voldemort is the madman." Obscurial laughed heartily. "I merely feign madness. The reality is that Voldemort has set his sights on you. You are about to confront insanity. Thus, you find yourself in a perilous predicament. Although I am unaware of what that parchment has conjured for you. Once Voldemort is involved, the visions manifesting from the parchment may indeed come to fruition." At that moment, Visette felt a warmth emanating from his palm, a comforting heat bestowed by a phoenix feather. Obscurial collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, flecks of blood mingling with his spittle. After a considerable time, he regained his composure, mumbling as he struggled to rise. "No wonder Obscurial claimed you possess talent. Indeed, you can wield the same latent abilities as Credence." Hearing that familiar name, Visette raised an eyebrow. Credence? In the finale of Fantastic Beasts, Credence transformed into a minuscule wisp of obscurity, vanishing amidst the ruins. Although Newt Scamander sensed the anomaly, he refrained from taking any action. This was evidently a foreshadowing, suggesting that the sequel, Fantastic Beasts, would feature Credence once more. "Concerning Credence, my son." Obscurial coughed twice, expelling a mouthful of bloody phlegm. "This is where I diverge from Obscurial. I am willing to articulate my pain. Since you have chosen to remain, perhaps you will have the opportunity to glean insights about another Dumbledore from my fragmented words. A Dumbledore distinct from the most renowned wizard of our age. Having completed this, he repaired the two broken chairs, inviting Visette to once again take a seat before him. Let us commence genuine learning. First, I pose to you a question. What do you perceive as a wizard? And what is magic? Upon hearing the question, Visette was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he might have dismissed it as merely a trope of fiction or cinematic effects. Yet now, as a genuine wizard studying at an authentic school of magic, wielding a wand to sweep away dirt and commanding spells to dissolve trolls, he found himself in a state of confusion. What truly defines a wizard? What constitutes magic? Unable to fathom the answers to these inquiries, he was met with a sly smile from Albus. Indeed, this question was a clever one, lacking a definitive answer. Visette pressed his lips together, withholding his thoughts, aware that Albus had more to say. What a tiresome fellow. Albus huffed. Can't you feign ignorance for a moment? In a tone laced with curiosity, he inquired, what prompted you to ask such a question? Observing Visette's continued indifference, he sighed, before Albus found you. You had never truly engaged with magic. You were merely tormented by a cur, indoctrinated with the notion that magic was sinister, instilling fear of the unique power within you. Correct? Visette nodded in affirmation. Albus continued, let me rephrase my inquiry. Have you ever contemplated similar questions? Why, as a muggle, are you able to lift a cup and drink water? The connection to his earlier query sparked a revelation in Visette's eyes, akin to that of a wizard. Because I am a wizard, I possess magic. Chapter 100, Protecting What is Cherished. You're quite astute. Albus chuckled heartily, then adjusted his demeanor, explaining why he always visited due to matters concerning Visette. Visette remained non-committal, opting for silence. Albus exuded a peculiar aura, and his use of an unusual parchment to perform such acts left Visette with an unsettling feeling, as though a thorn had lodged itself in his heart. Yet this realization served as a wake-up call. This was a tangible world, not a realm of children's literature or fairy tales. Real dangers lurked here. Even without mentioning the Dark Lord Voldemort who had set his sights on him, the gathering of wizards in the tavern was hardly composed of innocent souls. Moreover, various bizarre magical artifacts, such as that peculiar parchment, further illustrated the unpredictability of this world. He also recognized that both the magical eye and the potential volatility of his powers were unstable elements, likely to incite envy in others. In his previous life, he had merely been a child raised in an orphanage, yet now he possessed what he had longed for most: family. Furthermore, he had gained mentors willing to impart their wisdom, genuine friends, magic, potions, and Quidditch. He was determined to safeguard these precious treasures. Visette exhaled deeply. Albus, what must I do to combat Voldemort? Albus scoffed. Combat Voldemort? Do you truly believe a first-year student could wield the ashes of a troll? Huh. While I may not have scattered ashes, I did dissolve a troll using magic on Halloween night. Albus had not allowed him to finish his narrative. Albus's smile froze, and he bitterly remarked, "He told me that on Halloween Eve, you accomplished something remarkable. What specific magic did you employ against the giant? Dark magic? If a seer were to wield dark magic, its effects would be amplified. Wouldn't you agree?" Visette nodded. Indeed, he had no desire to delve further into the matter. Albus scrutinized Visette for a considerable time. Mastering the art of occlumency is a lengthy endeavor. To become an occlumens, one must possess either extensive experience, exceptional talent, or intense, yet controllable emotions. He slowly stroked his beard, rising to his feet as he paced, saying, "You belong to the second category, possessing remarkable talent." Visette remained silent, patiently awaiting further discourse. "TSK, this lad," Albus smirked, somewhat resigned, and continued, "From my understanding of Voldemort, he is a master of legilimency. In this world, the number of individuals capable of rivaling him in legilimency would not exceed the fingers on one hand. Therefore, your current situation is perilous. You must seek an alternative path, a literal alternative path." Upon hearing Visette's words, Albus nodded with a smile. "You need to construct a labyrinth within your soul to thwart Voldemort's incursions." Visette, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What does it mean to build a labyrinth within the soul to obstruct Voldemort's advances?" Albus elaborated, "Utilize your cherished memories to create a labyrinth, employing the purest warmth and beauty to combat Voldemort's inherent evil and madness." "How exactly should I proceed?" Visette pressed further. He handed a tome to Visette, stating, "As a Ravenclaw, I trust you can comprehend the contents without further elucidation." Visette opened the notebook to the first page. To successfully implement occlumency, one must understand and manage one's emotions to achieve emotional control. Beyond the teachings of occlumency, there were lines of neat, concise handwriting. "What are those annotations in the book?" Visette inquired. "My own notes," Albus responded. "Insights I penned before I had undergone so many experiences." The two Dumbledores indeed shared certain habits. Visette, combining the annotations with the book's original content, found the previously obscure text much more comprehensible. It evoked a sense reminiscent of when he had read Metamorphosis Theory alongside Dumbledore's annotations. Soon, Visette became engrossed, eagerly absorbing knowledge regarding occlumency. Undoubtedly, Albus possessed significant talent. However, he revealed not a hint of brilliance, merely maintaining his facade as a bar owner. Unbeknownst to him, he had completed the entire volume. Feeling he had gained a deeper understanding of occlumency, Albus noticed this and directly inquired, "What have you learned?" Visette closed the book and attempted to summarize in his own words, "To master occlumency, the most crucial aspect is emotional management. Through the liberation of thought and repeated practice, one may endeavor to construct a box wherein emotions can be contained, preventing their outward expression. This is a lengthy journey. To achieve sustained practice and constant reinforcement is essential for the stable control of one's emotions. The practitioner of mental capture creates illusions, and any fluctuation in emotion may become a breach in the fortress of the mind. It is crucial to enhance one's sensitivity to the art of mental capture, enabling one to strengthen the mind's defenses at pivotal moments, thereby resisting illusions." "That's about enough," interrupted Abufus. "You've done well to comprehend the essence of it in such a brief span. Shall we begin our practice now? Aren't you hungry?" inquired Visette, raising an eyebrow. Abufus responded, "If you intended to come from Hogwarts, you should have set off right after class, shouldn't you?" Without waiting for Visette to decline, he waved his wand, casting spells as if humming a tune. The bread ingredients from the corner shelf responded to his summons, soaring towards the table. Milk swirled gently like a stream. Flour danced in the air, sugar coated the surface, butter softened, and eggs bounced joyfully, enveloped in a warm embrace, sent into the little dough. With a smile gracing Abufus's face, the bread-making ingredients frolicked like playful children, delighting in the rhythm of his incantation. As the bread matured, wishes floated away like smoke. Amidst the magical flames, fervor lingered, and within the willow's dreamy shadows, a sweet aftertaste lingered, inviting all to partake in the grand feast. A flame erupted upon the table, and the dough leaped into the fire, akin to a hippo frolicking in water, rolling and expanding, acquiring a golden hue. Chapter 101. Constructing the Soul's Maze with Emotion. Visette stood entranced until the aroma reached his nostrils. It was an indescribably sweet scent of freshly baked bread that made him involuntarily swallow. Now you must be hungry. Come, have a piece of bread. Abufus's voice resonated, and with that, a loaf floated before Visette, the warm aroma wafting from the baked bread. The flickering candlelight on the wall illuminated the crisp loaf, enveloping it in a warm glow. Unable to resist, Visette grasped it, his fingers gently pressing down, producing a satisfying crackling sound from the crust. As he gently tore the bread apart, a plume of steam, infused with the rich scent of wheat, rushed into his nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. The contrast between the crisp exterior and the soft interior was stark. He savored the subtle sweetness and nutty aroma, closing his eyes to relish the sensation melting upon his tongue. With each bite, the bread's crispness and softness intertwined, releasing delicate flavors that enveloped his palate. There was an indescribable warmth that melted within his heart, a sense of affection akin to the comforts of home. If only there were a bit of Gottingen and Airship Lee, it would truly evoke the taste of home. This loaf was ample, nearly the size of 2 palms. Yet he found himself consuming it unknowingly, even craving more. This encapsulates my perspective on wizards and magic. Albus chuckled, stating that, in his view, those sorcerers who possess a profound understanding of life-s enchantments are the true wizards. They construct reality through their innate gifts and intellect, transforming their visions into existence. Magic empowers us to elevate our endeavors. It transcends mere goal attainment, for it is magic that renders wizards extraordinary. The essence you perceive in the bread is imbued with the emotions I have infused into it. Seating himself upon a stool, Albus seized a piece of bread and took a hearty bite, disregarding the crumbs that nestled into his beard. What I wish to convey is that the method of crafting a soul labyrinth bears striking similarities. It involves erecting an emotional barrier to safeguard one's soul against Voldemort's encroachment. The construction of a soul labyrinth stands in stark contrast to the concept of mental occlusion. The latter necessitates the suppression of emotions, which may manifest as illusions crafted by the practitioner of mental occlusion. This method aims to elude the effects of the mind-reading spell while fostering greater rationality. Conversely, building a soul labyrinth requires amplifying positive emotions, allowing them to permeate the soul and subsequently forming a maze. Wizards adept in mind-reading, or those who have delved deeply into the nature of souls, must navigate this labyrinth to genuinely explore the depths of a soul. Undoubtedly, mental occlusion represents a more sophisticated form of magic, capable of evading detection and misleading the mind reader into believing that what they perceive is the truth. In contrast, the soul labyrinth serves as a transparent declaration of one's defenses, signaling to the mind reader that one is prepared and hoping to dissuade further intrusion. Even if the mind reader harbors nefarious intentions, they must invest time traversing the maze to access the innermost sanctum of the soul. Nevertheless, the construction speed of a soul labyrinth is significantly swifter than that of mental occlusion. The current optimal strategy for Visette is to swiftly develop a protective magic for the soul while concurrently practicing mental occlusion. Surely, it cannot be a consequence of consuming too much bread? I am genuinely curious about what thoughts occupy your mind at present. I wonder if I can still locate that ancient parchment. Suddenly, the surrounding candlelight dimmed. With a snap of his fingers, countless devilish vines surged towards Albus, binding him tightly and rendering him speechless. Albus's countermeasure was swift. A burst of fireballs materialized, ascending into the air to radiate light and warmth. A look of astonishment crossed Albus's face. Transfiguration magic? How many surprises do you still possess that I am unaware of? I had wondered why Albus had become so brazen, so unlike his usual self. It was indeed worthy of cultivation. He continued to ramble on, recounting a plethora of embarrassing anecdotes about Dumbledore, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps confiding in Visette. Albus remarked on your reliability, implying that sharing these tales with you would remain confidential. He chuckled, reminiscent of the serpent that tempted Adam and Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. Unmoved, Visette declared, "I shall keep your secret." "How dull," Albus muttered. Let us conclude today, as practice here. One can initially evoke emotions through bread, and your capacity for learning has surpassed my expectations. Emotions can be imbued within food. If one could master such magic, it would be a splendid display during the summer holidays at home. In truth, this is also a facet of constructing a labyrinth of the soul. It necessitates the discovery of the world's beauty and the incorporation of these wonders as materials to build within the labyrinth. Furthermore, the soul's labyrinth requires a core. The more indelibly etched this core is in memory, the easier it becomes to extend and expand, thus enhancing the labyrinth's grandeur. Undoubtedly, the foundational memory will be that enchanting vehicle castle, that magical garden, the inhabitants therein, and all that transpired during the Christmas holidays. Visette is grateful for Snape's letters. Without those missives, he might not have truly settled down to wholeheartedly relish the remaining days of his holiday. In addition to constructing the soul's labyrinth, Abufusi also encourages him to venture outside, to sit beside the bar, to absorb the ambience, and to listen to the stories shared by patrons. The Hog's Head, indeed, is a melting pot of diverse characters. Their conversations are often punctuated with exclamations like "damn it," and frequently conclude with "shit." However, setting aside such vulgarities, recording their braggadocious tales can yield delightful reading material, which can be further refined and submitted to singing dissonance. The patrons not only engage in boasting, but can also become intoxicated, leading to wand-drawn duels over trivial disputes. Other guests have long since grown accustomed to such antics, often cheering them on with profane encouragement while placing bets on the likely victor. Typically, at such moments, Abufusi refrains from intervening. Only when the dueling wizards threaten the bar's property does he wield his wand to subdue them and demand compensation. These wizard duels are quite entertaining, characterized by a flurry of insults. If the combatants are familiar with one another, they may even resort to revealing each other's vulnerabilities, disrupting their opponent's mindset. Disturbing the adversary's mental state is a combat technique that Visette has gleaned from observation. Often, the side that succumbs to anger and strikes first becomes the one that ultimately falters.